Chapter 1. The First Encounter with Orochimaru. In the village of Konoha, on an ordinary day blessed with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. Tap tap. A pallid-skinned man with long hair, his countenance shadowed, ambled down the path. His eyes were adorned with a purplish hue, emanating an aura that seemed to repel any approach. The very air around him appeared to chill several degrees in his wake. Passers-by instinctively veered away from him, not solely due to his imposing presence, but also because of the distinctive green vest of a ninja that he donned. "Hey, Orochimaru, fancy seeing you here." Suddenly, a boisterous voice erupted nearby, as a tall man with flowing white hair swaggered over. He, too, wore the same green vest as Orochimaru, yet his demeanor radiated a far more amiable essence. Though still youthful, he bore the comforting air of a neighborly uncle, instilling an inexplicable sense of trust. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's expression remained impassive as he acknowledged his teammate's name. The two were comrades from the same class, now assigned as guiding Jonin to freshly graduated Genin. "Has your team assembled?" "Ha ha ha." Jiraiya threw his head back and laughed heartily, responding in a loud voice. "Of course not." Orochimaru regarded Jiraiya with a vacant stare. "What business do you have seeking me out for idle chatter?" "Oh, come on. Don't be so serious." Jiraiya clapped him on the shoulder. "It's a rare occasion to serve as a guiding Jonin. You'll frighten your students. I hear your team has a well-balanced strength, and even a member from the Uchiha clan. How enviable. Then let's swap. Give me your Minato." Orochimaru curled his lips into a grimace, managing a rather unappealing smile. His naturally aloof demeanor allowed such a smile to be a rarity. "That's out of the question, ha. That kid is a once-in-a-lifetime genius ninja. How could I part with him? Besides, you have a genius in your team as well, don't you?" Jiraiya decisively refused, instinctively distancing himself from Orochimaru by 50 centimeters, adopting a posture of vigilance. After all, the name Minato was more than just a prodigious student to him. He was the legendary child of prophecy. "Ha, the Uchiha? Just an ordinary person who hasn't even awakened to Sharingan." No, I'm referring to that Ito Toru, the little fellow who aspires to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Oh, him. Orochimaru's mind conjured an image of a cheerful, black-haired boy. He had a slight recollection of this youth. Ito Toru, whose parents were both genin, perished during a brank mission after spending 3 years in the ninja academy. He had only managed to scrape by, not particularly outstanding, yet he exhibited immense interest in medical ninjutsu, claiming he wished to save more lives. Didn't he join Tsunade's class? Arranged by the third Hokage, who knows what he's thinking. Hey, Orochimaru. Jiraiya gradually withdrew his playful demeanor. "You're aware, right? The recent rise of the martial faction in the Land of Fire, and the same in the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. The conflicts among the three nations are intensifying, and if this continues, war is inevitable." "Jiraiya." Orochimaru interrupted him. "We are ninjas. We merely need to follow orders. But if war breaks out, many will perish." Jiraiya's expression grew graver. "It could be you, it could be me, or perhaps our friends. I fear not sacrifice, but I refuse to slaughter in service of the desires of the elite. But we cannot prevent it, can we?" Orochimaru maintained his calm demeanor, analyzing. "This frenzied era has already commenced. Neither you nor I can halt it." Jiraiya fell silent, his fists clenching and relaxing. "You're right." Meanwhile, on another side, in my view, war is inevitable. However, there are still things we can do. A boy spoke passionately, his words animated, while two girls sat nearby, their interest waning. "For instance, Ito Toru, as a medical ninja, can provide timely treatment when you're injured, so please avoid recklessness. Even minor injuries can accumulate and become severe. Do you understand what I'm saying? After all, we'll be in the same team." Seeing his teammates' disinterest, Ito Toru paused, turning to one of the girls. "Especially you, Uchiha Kina, although you're a genius. Stop. No need to say more, just focus on your own responsibilities. I have nothing to discuss with a medical ninja." The girl, referred to as Kina by Ito Toru, responded coldly. "And Ito Toru, we aren't that familiar yet. I'd prefer you call me Uchiha Kina." "I understand." Feeling his warmth met with icy indifference, Ito Toru sighed and turned to the other girl. "Azuki, do you grasp my point?" Yamatachi Azuki, considered a close friend of Ito Toru, shared the experience of being an orphan and was also his classmate. In contrast to the proud and aloof Uchiha Kina, Ito Toru and Azuki shared a good rapport, often enjoying sweet dango together. Thus, Azuki was willing to extend a measure of courtesy to her food companion, Ito Toru. "Don't worry, Toru." Azuki beamed with a bright smile. "Even if war breaks out, I'm confident I won't get hurt. Haha, though I can't compare to a genius like Kina. My strength is no less ill protect you without fail. Stop worrying so much. Of course. Azuki rubbed her hands together, her smile taking on a hint of deeper meaning. However, after the mission ends, you'll be treating me to dango. Always thinking of food. Ito Toru looked at Azuki with a mix of exasperation and affection. Do you even realize how you'll look by the end of the series? Haha. A sinister chuckle echoed through the air. The temperature around the three plummeted simultaneously. Greetings. Orochimaru suddenly materialized among them, an intangible pressure enveloping the space. I am your guiding Jonin. Orochimaru, you may address me as Orochimaru Sensei. I see you appear to be enjoying a lively conversation, yet this is not the time for idle chatter. Let's begin with self-introductions, shall we, Genin? His serpent-like eyes slowly surveyed the trio, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were on the brink of laughter. Had they not known him to be their guiding Jonin, they might have mistaken him for an assassin sent from another village, poised to unleash chaos upon Konoha. Chapter 2. Brank Mission. Time continued its relentless march, the air remaining tranquil. Orochimaru exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from urging them onward, content to observe the trio. Among them, his first focus naturally fell upon Kina of the Uchiha clan. This once stoic Uchiha girl, upon meeting his gaze, stiffened, her expression betraying an unmistakable discomfort. What a fearsome individual. She resembled a creature dwelling in a cold, damp environment. The blood within her veins felt as though it had congealed. A sense of danger coursed through her. Engaging him in combat was utterly out of the question, lest she meet her demise. Is this what it means to be a Jonin? One mere glance renders one immobile. In genuine combat, she would have perished multiple times over. This realization ignited a sense of frustration and resentment within Kina, a girl who held herself to high standards. Simultaneously, she recognized that this was the harsh reality of the ninja world. Acceptable. Orochimaru nodded slightly. The fact that she hadn't fainted was already a commendable display of mental fortitude. Reining in some of his pressure, he shifted his attention to Azuki. The girl's reaction was rather peculiar. Though her body trembled, she exhibited no fear. Instead, her demeanor was more akin to excitement. This piqued Orochimaru's interest, as he observed her pupils constricting to pinpricks, reflecting his own image. Her eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for power. Within Azuki's heart, fear and exhilaration intertwined, creating a complex web of emotions. How powerful! Is this my guiding ninja? An inexplicable thrill coursed through her, causing her body to quiver. Unlike other girls, Azuki's pursuit of strength and her indifference towards life had earned her the label of a natural-born ninja, even among her instructors. Thus, when faced with Orochimaru's overwhelming presence, she felt not only fear, but also an additional layer of admiration. If only I could become that strong. Then I could kill whomever I desire. As Orochimaru and Azuki exchanged this silent understanding, a bright and cheerful voice suddenly shattered their moment of connection. Hello, Orochimaru Sensei. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ito Toru, currently a Genin, with a keen interest in medical ninjutsu, and I strive to become a competent medical ninja, dedicated to healing the wounded. My favorite foods include ramen, dango, rice bowls, and grilled meat. Both Orochimaru and Azuki shifted their focus to the sunlit, smiling black-haired boy, who babbled on like he was sharing his thoughts on being appointed Hokage, rattling off a plethora of dishes. Gulp. Hondo initially felt a twinge of annoyance at Ito Tetsu's interruption, but as he continued speaking, her stomach betrayed her with an unceremonious grumble. It truly sounded delectable. There were countless dishes she had never even heard of, yet merely hearing their names made her mouth water. Being a glutton at heart, Hondo could only satisfy her cravings with a limited treat of 3-color dumplings. Now, as Ito Tetsu rattled off the names of dishes, it felt as though a new door had swung open for her. My least favorite food is cilantro. That concludes my list. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to take a genuine interest in Ito Tetsu. Under the immense pressure of his aura, even the prodigious girl from the Uchiha clan and the girl named Hondo found themselves momentarily blank, at a loss for what to do. Yet this boy, who aspired to be a medical ninja, remained remarkably composed. Setting aside other considerations, this level of mental fortitude alone was more than sufficient. Ninjas operate in the shadows, and regardless of the lofty ideals they might espouse, their ultimate purpose is invariably tied to the act of killing. Without a strong psychological constitution, one could only aspire to be a mere genin throughout their life. As a ninja, one must always be prepared for the duality of killing and being killed. Even Tsunade, who appeared to be the weakest among the three, would not hesitate to deliver a lethal blow when facing an enemy. Next, Orochimaru gradually retracted his imposing presence, and both Kenai and Hondo felt a wave of relief wash over them, though they were unaware that their backs had become damp with sweat. Fortunately, Ito Tetsu's lengthy self-introduction had afforded them ample time to gather their wits, allowing them to complete their introductions with relative ease. I am Uchiha Kenai, with no particular favorites. I despise the weak, and my goal is to become a Jonin and join the Konoha Guard. I am Midashiri Hondo. I love three-color dumplings and combat. I detest annoying brats, and my current goal is to pass the Chunin exam. At this point, Orochimaru had gained a preliminary understanding of his sixth team. Uchiha Kenai, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had yet to awaken her Sharingan, but her reflexes and combat abilities were commendable, with a proficiency in fire release and shuriken techniques. Midashiri Hondo, a civilian genius, displayed remarkable agility and an exceptionally stable mindset, which could be deemed adequate. And then there was Ito Tetsu. Orochimaru fell into a brief silence. The various data from his ninja academy graduation barely surpassed the passing mark, with only his medical ninjutsu standing out slightly. If assessed by his graduation scores alone, becoming a Genin would likely mark the culmination of his career. But was that truly the case? To disregard Orochimaru's formidable presence, merely this level of mental resilience surpassed that of many Genin. However, it was still premature to draw conclusions. Orochimaru squinted. All right, Genin. I understand you all have just graduated from the Ninja Academy and are filled with excitement, but I hope you comprehend that the world of ninjas is not child's play. His voice was as icy as his demeanor, compelling the three to focus intently on his words. In order to make you acutely aware of the harsh realities of the ninja world, I have arranged a mission for you. He produced a mission scroll from his possession. What? Uchiha Kenai and Midashiri Honda's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly unable to trust what they were seeing. A brank mission? But we are still Genin, Orochimaru-sensei. It was no surprise they were so astonished. Brank missions are typically assigned to Chunin, characterized by high difficulty and the potential for combat against enemy ninjas, with rewards ranging from 50,000 to 150,000 ryo. Ito Tetsu's parents had perished during a brank mission. Orochimaru, however, was particularly attuned to Ito Tetsu's reaction. The boy's eyes merely widened slightly before returning to their previous state. Yet a fleeting glimmer of sharpness within them piqued Orochimaru's interest even further. How intriguing. Might you be the fresh breeze ushering in the future? Yet, at this moment, Ito Tetsu's heart was far from as tranquil as his exterior suggested. A brank mission? It seemed daunting, but for now, Orochimaru had yet to reach the point of madness. Should genuine danger arise, he would undoubtedly intervene. But would he truly intervene? Ito Tetsu felt a twinge of uncertainty. He vaguely recalled that Orochimaru's only disciple appeared to be Midashiri Hondo. Would he and Uchiha Kenai simply become cannon fodder? Though Ito Tetsu had concealed the vast majority of his abilities, he had never truly engaged in combat, leaving him uncertain of his current strength. Could he manage this brank mission? No, this was a task involving confrontations with other ninjas. His goal was to survive until the end. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Ito Tetsu spoke up. Orochimaru-sensei, you may choose to abandon this mission. I will undertake it myself. But before he could finish, Orochimaru interrupted him. And then, you would leave your forehead protectors behind and return to the Ninja Academy. His tone was unyielding. I do not require disciples who abandon missions. Silence enveloped the three. I will wait for you at the village entrance for 40 minutes. You may use this time to prepare. Orochimaru's figure vanished from sight. If even one of you fails to show, I will consider it a collective forfeiture of the mission. This left the two young women stunned in place, while Ito Tetsu could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 3. Ito Tetsu's desire to escape reality. I knew it. I knew things would not be that simple. Remaining in place, Ito Tetsu let out a heavy sigh, inwardly reflecting, I truly was too naive. As he slowly turned around, preparing to take a step, he suddenly felt a powerful hand gripping his shoulder tightly. Where do you think you're going? Kenai's cold voice pierced through the air behind him. Her gaze was filled with suspicion and reproach, as if she were convinced that Ito Tetsu intended to back out at the last moment. As for Hondo, Kenai understood her all too well. Despite her outwardly charming and adorable appearance, this classmate was, in reality, a cunning and fiercely combat-hungry girl. With such a temperament, it was utterly inconceivable for her to easily abandon this mission. And was Kenai any different? She bore the weight of the Uchiha clan's honor. Though the Uchiha clan may be seen as obsessive, arrogant, and prone to laughter, they would never flee in the face of adversity. To do so would be to disgrace their family's honor, a belief that had long been deeply ingrained in Kenai's heart. But Ito Tetsu was an entirely different case. This male, who had chosen the path of a medical ninja, would find it entirely unsurprising if he were to abandon a mission. "I was just going to buy some ninja tools and rations," Ito Tetsu replied, turning to face Kenai with an expression of innocent bewilderment, much like a wronged little rabbit. "Let's go together." "Huh? No need for that. I'm merely buying my own things, and I wouldn't want to waste everyone's time." Ito Tetsu's heart skipped a beat as he somewhat nervously replied, "You can go ahead. I assure you, I shall not disappoint. No more idle chatter." Kitsuna firmly linked her arm with Ito Tetsu's, while Akkad, unbeknownst to him, clasped his other arm. Thus, the two ensnared Ito Tetsu in their midst, leaving him feeling utterly trapped. Hey, must it be so dramatic? Do you truly fear that I might flee?" Cold sweat trickled down Ito Toru's forehead, and his smile became increasingly strained. It seemed that escape was no longer an option, while he felt a pang of guilt towards the two beautiful girls. This was a B-level mission. Adhering to the path of survival, Ito Toru would never gamble with his own life. Thus, he had initially intended to concoct an excuse to slip away, resigning himself to a year of remedial training at the Ninja Academy. As for Izuki and Yuna, surely they would not resort to violence against him, would they? "Not out of concern. You will undoubtedly flee." Yuna scoffed. "You were just like this at the ninja school. Evading, always evading. Do you think being a ninja is merely about avoiding confrontation?" "Not entirely, I suppose," Ito Tetsu murmured to himself, yet dared not voice his thoughts aloud. "Let me tell you, whether you wish to participate in today's mission or not, you must go. As a medical ninja, you are not required to engage in combat, nor do we need you to. Your sole responsibility is to remain quietly at the back." Kina scolded him while linking her arm with Ito's. Meanwhile, Akane wore an indifferent expression, yet her grip on him remained steadfast, leaving no room for escape. After enduring the reprimand, Ito had no choice but to accompany Kina and Akane to the ninja tools shop, where they procured an abundance of equipment before being escorted to the entrance of Konoha village. However, upon arrival, the place was desolate, aside from the two Konoha guards. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Had Orochimaru already departed? Ito Tetsu felt a sense of relief wash over him, barely restraining himself from bursting into an uncontrollable laugh. Meanwhile, Yakina and Akadama found their gazes vacant, their bodies nearly collapsing under the weight of the moment. It was then that Ito Tetsu steadied the two of them, suppressing his overwhelming joy, and spoke with a heavy tone. "Yakina, Akadama. It seems that 14 minutes and 32 seconds is indeed swifter than I had anticipated." The joy of Ito Toru was short-lived, interrupted by a chilling voice. The three turned, each with differing emotions, to see Orochimaru emerging from the shadow of a large tree. "Now that you are here, I trust you are prepared for what lies ahead. Follow me. We must complete this mission before nightfall." "Yes, Orochimaru-sensei." Kenai and Akane responded eagerly, their eyes shining with renewed determination, while Ito Toru wore a grim expression, as if he had just swallowed something distasteful, yet he feigned agreement. Under Orochimaru's guidance, the three newly minted Jonin stepped onto the path of adventure, their hearts a mix of excitement and trepidation. Once they exited the village, Orochimaru leapt into the air, and the trio followed closely behind, weaving through the dense forest. Their mission was to eliminate a band of mountain bandits that had recently emerged and grown stronger, suspected to be backed by ninjas from other villages. "What is the reward for this mission?" Suddenly, Ito Tetsu inquired, prompting both Yuna and Izuki to cast him a peculiar glance. "You, of all people, are still contemplating a reward. Under normal circumstances, the remuneration for medical ninjas during missions is rather meager, unless a team member is gravely injured and receives treatment from a medical ninja, in which case the compensation would be somewhat more substantial." "Haha, 100,000 Ryo." Orochimaru remarked with a smirk, glancing at Ito Tetsu. "If you can accomplish this task independently, I shall only take 10,000 Ryo from the total reward." At that moment, Ito Tetsu felt that Orochimaru's cold visage had transformed into something surprisingly amiable. This mentor, it seemed, was not as fearsome as previously thought. 100,000 Ryo. This is no trifling sum. After deducting 10,000 Ryo, the three of us would each receive 30,000 Ryo. Given that a bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 400 Ryo, this single mission could afford us 75 bowls of ramen. And this is merely the profit from one mission. If we were to undertake several more, the possibilities would be endless. In Ito Toru's eyes, a glimmer of golden light sparkled. Fool, Kena cast a disdainful glance at Ito Toru, simultaneously heightening her vigilance as she advanced, attuned to the slightest rustle of the surroundings. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans possessed unparalleled observational and perceptive skills within Konoha, often assuming reconnaissance roles during missions. Meanwhile, Azuki remained tense, though she appeared outwardly composed, her body discreetly gathered energy, ensuring she maintained an optimal state for combat under any circumstance. Only Ito Toru seemed utterly engrossed in his daydreams of the future, exuding an air of complete unguardedness as he meandered along the path, moving leisurely as if strolling through a garden. However, Orochimaru was no ordinary ninja. Such a demeanor sparked profound interest in his eyes. With his keen insight, he could discern that Ito Toru's agility was on an entirely different plane compared to the two women. Perhaps, Ito-kun, you might surprise me in ways I cannot foresee. He cast a penetrating gaze at Ito Toru before retracting his attention and continuing onward. Before long, Orochimaru came to a halt. We are almost there. Let us take a moment to regroup and devise a battle strategy. Unless you seek my assistance, I shall refrain from intervening. I will determine my involvement based on the circumstances. Should I engage, the sum of 90,000 Ri will belong to me, while you will receive 10,000 RY. Is that clear? Understood, Kena replied, breathing slightly heavier. As a newly graduated Ninja Academy student, the prolonged journey weighed heavily on her stamina. Azuki fared somewhat better, but quickly seated herself, forming hand seals to restore her chakra. Shall I scout for information first? Itachi scratched his head and tentatively inquired, Oh? Are you not tired? Orochimaru, standing nearby with a cryptic smile, remarked, Yet it seems these two have reached their limits. Perhaps it was due to. Ito Tetsu scratched his head, and before he could finish his thought, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He had heard the whistling sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air. An enemy attack. Chapter 4. The First Battle. Without a moment to ponder, Ito Tetsu's right hand moved with lightning speed, swiftly retrieving 3 shuriken which he hurled forth. The 3 shuriken flew from his grasp, instantly transforming into 3 fleeting shadows that collided with the incoming projectiles, igniting sparks in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Ultimately, the 3 shuriken, after clashing with the adversary's thrown weapons, embedded themselves deeply into the trunk of a tree. My newly acquired ninja tools. Ito Tetsu felt a pang of anguish in his heart. At that moment, Kitsuna and Azuki, who had originally been resting on the ground to recuperate, swiftly rose to their feet and vanished in an instant like fleeting shadows. Such astonishing speed. Ishida's pupils contracted. After all, it was a dark period not long after the war had ended, where the existence of ninjas served merely as instruments of slaughter. This batch of ninjas graduated from the academy possessed basic combat abilities. Not to mention, the formidable killing intent released by Orochimaru had not only instilled a profound sense of pressure in the two, but also inadvertently steeled their resolve. Meanwhile, the hidden assailants were taken aback by the duo's swift movements. Quick! Signal! They exclaimed. It's a ninja from Konoha. Just as the 2 shadowy figures prepared to deploy their signal flares, they suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Ugh! What is happening? I can't move. The sensation was akin to plunging into icy waters, filling them with terror and leaving them at a loss. At that moment, the earlier commotion had betrayed their location, and both Kitsuna and Akane had seamlessly positioned themselves behind their respective adversaries. A flash of cold light. Ah! A man's scream echoed through the dark woods, followed by a body plummeting from the tree. The other assailant was brought down by Kitsuna, who had him pinned with a kunai against his throat. Why spare his life? Akane questioned, blood staining her hands. Interrogation, Kitsuna replied, deftly binding the captured ninja with rope. It was then that Ishida noticed the forehead protector adorning the captive's head. A sand ninja? What brings them to the vicinity of Konoha? Orochimaru approached with a low, sinister chuckle. The sand village, situated in a barren desert, faced harsh conditions and had long coveted the lands of the Fire Nation. Their presence here was hardly surprising. Master, did you assist just now? Kitsuna asked hesitantly. Given her strength, capturing this ninja had not been an easy feat. She had braced herself for a fierce struggle, yet her opponent had behaved strangely, almost dazed, allowing her to pull him down without resistance. This reminded her of the sensation she had felt in the presence of Orochimaru's killing intent. The two experiences were likely not far removed from each other. Once again, she grasped the stark difference between Jonin and Genin. Before a Jonin truly stood no chance. There was no need for excessive action. Merely releasing that killing intent was sufficient to rob the Genin of all fighting spirit. Do not be alarmed. Noting that Kitsuna had refrained from uttering his name, Orochimaru nodded approvingly, Her discretion was commendable. What transpired earlier hardly counts as intervention. Merely a slight assistance. I am quite eager to see how you will extract information next. Save your breath. The captured sand ninja trembled yet roared defiantly. Kill me if you must. I will divulge nothing to you Konoha dogs. Dream on if you think you can extract information from me. I hope you remain this resolute during the interrogation. Akane licked her lips, preparing to employ some interrogation techniques. Let me handle this, Kitsuna interjected. Ito Tetsu stood before her. Huh. Yuna and Akazuki, along with Orochimaru, gazed at him with curiosity. You still conduct interrogations? He inquired. I possess a certain understanding of the matter, and my method of interrogation may differ somewhat from yours. Ishikawa sighed helplessly. The ninja school had indeed taught some methods for interrogating enemy ninjas. However, these techniques were invariably bloody and brutal, shrouded in darkness. If Kitsuna or Akkad were to employ such measures here, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome spectacle, utterly lacking in grace. Thus, Ishikawa had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Enough of this nonsense. We have little time left. Akkad frowned. Let me give him a chance. It may not be a bad idea. Suddenly, Kitsuna interjected. Oh, why is that? Akkad looked confused. I once overheard the teacher mention that this fellow possesses quite a remarkable skill in illusion techniques. Kitsuna shrugged. Allow him to give it a try. Who knows? It might yield some unexpected results. You can use illusion techniques? Akkad exclaimed in surprise. I had no idea. Well, now you do, Kitsuna replied. As Ito Tetsu approached the sand shinobi, he gestured while forming a hand seal. Close your eyes, and you shall not fall prey to my illusion. The sand shinobi shouted, promptly shutting his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, Ito Tetsu pried his eyelids apart with 2 fingers. Gaze upon me. Instinctively, the sand shinobi's eyes locked onto Tetsu's. And he froze. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and he found himself in a modern living room, where soft light bathed the space and a fresh fragrance lingered in the air. Where am I? Who am I? His mind was a tumult of confusion. But as he struggled to recollect, fragments of information suddenly surfaced. Your name is Xiao Shuai, and you are preparing to head out to a fabulous party with your friends. Ah, yes, I am Xiao Shuai. Clarity dawned upon him. Yet, he recalled that he had slept deeply the previous night and needed to remember the names of his friends and the details of the party. Friends? I remember I am going with Iburi, and my teacher, Marsala, who is adept in puppet techniques. He murmured to himself, completely oblivious to the peculiar thought of why his teacher would excel in such skills. Perhaps a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind, but it was swiftly brushed aside by an unseen force. As for the party's location, the only place I plan to visit recently is a rural homestay outside of Konoha, which used to be a hideout for mountain bandits. The setting is quaint and serene. Excellent. Congratulations on recalling everything. Now, it is time for you to embark on your joyful journey. Indeed, it is time to go. With an exuberant smile, he flung open the door, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck. In the next instant, his consciousness plummeted, plunging into an abyss of endless darkness. The end. Ito Tetsu retracted his shuiken, shrugging at the astonished Akane and Kina. The intelligence had been thoroughly gathered. What awaited us next were a puppeteer and a band of insignificant mountain bandits. A gust of wind swept through, and silence enveloped the air. Chapter 5. I am the class leader. How intriguing. The one who shattered the silence was Orochimaru, his admiration for Ito Tetsu deepening. Orochimaru had a penchant for the astute, particularly for the ingenious talents among common folk. The Hidden Leaf Village was established through the convergence of several prominent clans. However, aside from the Senju clan, which had truly assimilated into the village, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans, along with various minor families, formed a monopolistic power structure within the village. Common ninjas often found themselves relegated to the status of vassals, while exceptionally gifted common ninjas were entrusted with the mission of befriending the elite offspring of the great clans. For instance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both prodigies of humble origins, were ostensibly teammates and companions of Tsunade, yet in reality, they were destined to serve as her future aides. Jiraiya, with his easygoing demeanor and carefree nature, contrasted sharply with Orochimaru, who was sensitive and astute, recognizing these dynamics early on. While he had no intention of altering the status quo, he contemplated how, with additional resources, the village's common ninjas might rise to greater heights and perhaps slightly ameliorate the prevailing decay. Now, Ito Tetsu's performance had unveiled new possibilities to Orochimaru. He relished the prospect of novelty. Since we are aware of our adversary now, do you wish for me to intervene? Orochimaru inquired, taking the initiative. He was more than willing to extend his assistance to such a promising seedling. You have all performed admirably. I have changed my mind. Should I lend my hand? The rewards will be divided among you. After all, they could simply exchange the puppeteer's corpse for gold when the time came. As a Jonin, Orochimaru was well acquainted with numerous lucrative methods beyond mere missions. Yet, he remained mindful of his aspirations for the position of Hokage, necessitating discretion in certain matters. However, this did not imply that he would refrain from taking action. Is that truly the case? Ito Tetsu was filled with joy and was about to nod in agreement when Kina, perceiving his intent, firmly pressed his hand down. Thank you. But there's no need. Kina, amidst her stubbornness, spoke with a hint of resolve. This is our task. We must complete it ourselves. We can't keep troubling you, can we? She cast a disapproving glance at Ito Tetsu. I believe otherwise. Ito Tetsu silently cried out within himself. Yet, the weight upon his shoulders grew heavier, compelling him to nod in agreement internally. Indeed, he would not stoop to the level of this young girl. However, Kitsuna was not reckless. She had gleaned vital intelligence from Ito Tetsu's illusion just moments ago. In the realm of ninjas, information holds immense significance. With intelligence in hand, the battles of ninjas become remarkably straightforward. For instance, Jiraiya sacrificed his life to obtain information about Pain's 6 paths essentially. The conflicts among ninjas revolve around the exchange of intelligence. The more information one side possesses, the higher their chances of victory. Presently, there is no doubt that Ito Tetsu and his companions hold a considerable advantage in intelligence. Their adversaries remain oblivious to the foes they are about to confront and the strategies required to counter them. In contrast, Ito Tetsu is richly informed, aware that their enemies comprise 2 remaining ninjas, one of whom is a puppet master. This knowledge will greatly assist in the forthcoming battle. Without prior understanding, one could easily fall into the traps of puppet techniques. Although puppet masters can control incredibly powerful puppets, their own physical forms are typically quite frail, except for the likes of Sasori, who has transformed himself into a puppet. Therefore, Kitsuna is exceedingly confident in her ability to secure victory. This confidence is not driven by a desire for monetary reward, but rather for the honor of her clan. Very well, Orochimaru conceded. I shall await your performance with anticipation. With that, he vanished in a flash, his presence as a Jonin affording him numerous methods of concealment. Given his presence, it would be challenging for these young ones to showcase their true prowess. So he sought refuge within a secluded thicket and summoned a small snake through the summoning technique, facilitating constant observation of the situation. Once Orochimaru had disappeared, the 3 of them exhaled collectively, the previously tense atmosphere now considerably relaxed. Hey, what are you doing? Ito Tetsu expressed his deep dissatisfaction. Is it too much to ask for a teacher's assistance? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day. Silence. You, a mere medical ninja, should simply enjoy our performance. Remember, I am the class leader. Kitsuna glared at Ito Tetsu, causing him to shrink back. Do not presume your Genjutsu is so formidable. Once I awaken my Sharingan, even the most potent illusions will be rendered futile beneath these eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Ito Tetsu responded with irritation, his mind racing with scathing remarks. Who dares to compare with your Uchiha clan? It is a rarity in the annals of the ninja world to witness a clan reduced to a solitary member. Ignoring Ishido, Kitsuna and Akane began formulating their battle strategy. They resolved not to grant the enemy any opportunity to react. Their primary objective was to eliminate those 2 ninjas. Their forehead protectors should make them easily recognizable, although it was also possible they might employ puppet techniques to disguise themselves. Kitsuna analyzed calmly. This places a high demand on our judgment. We must accurately discern their true identities amidst a throng of people. Regrettably, I have yet to awaken my Sharingan. Otherwise, this battle would surely be within our grasp. Then let me be the bait. Akane replied nonchalantly. I'll go in and wreak havoc to lure them out. When they appear, you can strike with a decisive blow. That does seem feasible, Kitsuna said, feeling a flicker of excitement. As long as conditions are favorable, my great fireball technique can effortlessly annihilate them. That is highly viable. But can you endure until I make my move? Yet she was not one to act recklessly. She quickly recognized a critical step in their plan. If Akane were unable to withstand the assault or were defeated in an instant, it would amount to a needless sacrifice. After all, puppet masters typically wield long-range attacks laced with poison needles. A single touch could be perilous. Oh, that is of no concern. Akane dismissed the thought. Don't we have a medical ninja? All right. If that is the case, just as they were on the verge of finalizing their decision, Ito Tetsu timidly raised his hand. Why not use a transformation technique to disguise ourselves as those 2 ninjas and infiltrate? Kitsuna and Akane, who had been poised to reach a conclusion, froze momentarily, turning to Ishido with expressions that mingled embarrassment and surprise. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Ito scratched his head, sensing a palpable silence in the atmosphere. Well, I didn't expect you to have a bit of cleverness, he remarked. With a faint blush, Genin cleared her throat, breaking the awkward stillness. In that case, let us proceed according to the operational plan. Chapter 6. The Great Fireball Technique. Outside the forest of Konoha, on a small hill, there stood a rudimentary encampment. A wooden fence enclosed the area, within which a group of vacant-eyed, ragged bandits huddled around a flickering campfire, as if seeking warmth from its feeble glow. Above the fire, a large iron pot bubbled with a muddy-colored concoction, flecked with floating wild vegetables. Those who could no longer bear their hunger ladled a bowl of the unappetizing soup into their earthenware bowls, pinching their noses as they drank. The taste was dreadful, but it was all they had. These bandits had once feasted on the spoils of passing merchant caravans, while they were not indulged with lavish meals. At least their daily sustenance was assured. This drastic change had begun with the arrival of the ninja from the white tent in their encampment. Inside that tent, two ninjas adorned with the forehead protector of Sunniest sat cross-legged on the ground, recuperating their chakra. One of them, a young boy with brown, curly hair, soon completed his chakra restoration and opened his eyes, casting a fearful glance at the large crate behind the middle-aged ninja. Tentatively, he inquired, "Master, how much longer until we can return?" "It has been over 10 days. Despite our cautious concealment, it's inevitable that our presence will be revealed while gathering intelligence on Konoha." The boy's face bore signs of fatigue, weighed down by considerable psychological pressure. "When the time is right, we shall return," replied the middle-aged ninja, known as Masera, the team leader and a puppet master of Sunniest. He had been dispatched to assess the strength of Konoha. Typically, such missions would require the deployment of higher-ranked ninjas. However, Sunniest was impoverished, with few upper ninjas at their disposal. Presently, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind was subtly contemplating the initiation of war. In times of conflict, it was the middle-ranked ninjas that were most abundant. Upper ninjas were invaluable assets that could not be squandered. Thus, Masera's newly formed team, assembled just days prior, was tasked with this perilous mission, as their loss would not be mourned. Masera was acutely aware of this reality, yet he had no alternative. In this era, ninjas were regarded merely as tools for executing missions, a consensus nearly universal among them. What logic is there in crafting a blade only to refuse its use in battle? Moreover, he had 3 lower ninjas accompanying him. To put it charitably, these 3 were his subordinates. To put it bluntly, they were mere tools for his protection. While Masera himself was a tool wielded by others, he had these 3 lower ninjas, effectively granting him additional lives. Yet, these lower ninjas were the most expendable of all. Masera's response evidently did little to ease the lower ninja's anxiety, who, unable to display his trepidation, stood up and ventured outside. "I will check if they have returned." Masera said nothing, tacitly allowing the action. After all, these lower ninjas were of little use. His puppets were far more effective. The lower ninja stepped outside, first disdainfully kicking aside 2 bandits who obstructed his path. He then stood at the entrance, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, filled with melancholy. The air here was fresh. Looking up at the sky, he was not blinded by sudden gusts of sand. Yet, he suddenly craved the sand-laden bread from Sunniest. The crunchiness, the fiery sensation scraping his throat. Sighing deeply, he was abruptly elated to see 2 figures emerging from the nearby woods. "You're back." As fellow tools, the 3 shared a certain camaraderie, primarily rooted in the hope that as long as these 2 survived, their own lives might be spared. This bond fostered a sense of intimacy among them. However, it was precisely because of this closeness that the lower ninja sensed something was amiss within mere seconds. If these 2 were returning from a routine patrol, they would have rushed over with the same enthusiasm he had, relieved to have survived another day. Yet the expressions of the 2 now before him were cold, their demeanor marked by a hint of detachment. Yui hesitated, halting his steps. At that moment, the difference between lower and middle ninjas became apparent. An experienced middle ninja would have attacked the instant they sensed something was off. However, the lower ninja, having not undergone the brutal trials of experience, clung to a sliver of hope, believing he might have misjudged the situation. Yet, Genin and Akamatsu, disguised as lower ninjas, were in the midst of their deadly mission. Upon realizing their cover might have been compromised, they struck simultaneously. With a swift motion, the lower ninja felt a flash before his eyes, followed by sharp pains in his throat and chest. 2 kunai had pierced through his throat and heart. He wanted to scream, but no sound emerged. His strength dissipated in an instant. Their enemies. He realized he could not escape. As darkness engulfed him, a sense of liberation washed over him. Little did he know, the day he became a ninja was the happiest of his life. In this dark world of ninjas, perhaps death was a welcome refuge. With a thud, the lower ninja collapsed into a pool of blood. Genin glanced at Akamatsu, whose face was splattered with blood, and frowned. Why make it so bloody? The kunai that had struck the throat was wielded by Akamatsu, whose expression radiated joy, as if relishing the act of killing. This assassination was executed with remarkable stealth. The bandits dared not glance in their direction, allowing them to remain undetected for the moment. There's another, Akamatsu cautioned. Indeed. Genin swiftly formed hand seals, placing one hand to her lips. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing a dozen unsuspecting bandits, reducing them to ash, before crashing violently into the white tent. With a resounding boom, thick smoke billowed into the air. It's done. Genin and Akamatsu barely had time to revel in their success when they suddenly heard the creaking of mechanisms, causing their expressions to change as they swiftly retreated. Their reactions were timely, for in the next moment, a torrent of icy needles erupted from the smoke, indiscriminately targeting everything around them. Those bandits who had failed to flee were instantly pierced by the needles, their faces turning ashen, eyes and mouths agape, as they soon succumbed to death. The needles were laced with potent poison. Observing this scene, Genin's expression shifted slightly. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed Masera, his face darkened. With the crate behind him now opened, revealing a massive puppet resembling a spider, standing in his defense. Ninjas from Konoha. He cast a glance at Kina and Akkad. A palpable killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Just the two of you? Chapter 7. Lies and deceptions. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid scent of charred remains, the once vibrant tints now reduced to ashes. Scattered across the blackened ground lay bodies in disarray, creating a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. At the center of this carnage stood Marsala, silently protected by his spider puppets. His gaze fixed on the two figures not far away, filled with venomous hatred. Had he not sensed the impending danger and summoned his puppets in time, he would have met his demise, slain by a mere Genin's fireball. Such a fate would surely invite ridicule from his predecessors in the afterlife. What kind of Jonin suffers such a disgraceful end? He could not let them escape unscathed, though the fury coursing through Marsala nearly consumed his rationality. The discipline of a ninja kept him composed, refraining from rash actions. Instead, he meticulously observed his adversaries, seeking any weaknesses. This fellow is exceedingly timid. Kina and Akkad had already regained their true forms and stood poised in confrontation with Marsala. They made no impulsive moves. Acutely aware of the formidable defense provided by his puppets, which left no openings whatsoever. Can you still launch an attack like that? Akkad inquired, though she possessed offensive capabilities. Overcoming the puppet's defenses proved a daunting challenge. I'm running low on chakra, perhaps only a third remains, and the previous assault seemed to have had little effect. Even Kina sensed the precariousness of their situation. Until they could neutralize his puppets, they could inflict no harm upon him. Marsala was, after all, an experienced Jonin, and the materials used for his puppets appeared to possess extraordinary defensive properties. The fireball had merely scorched the surface, leaving only faint blackened traces. A heavy silence settled. The atmosphere taut with tension. Konoha could not possibly have dispatched just the two of you. Surely, there are comrades lurking in the shadows. Marsala finally broke the stillness. Though the consumption of chakra was minimal, if the two maintained this stalemate, he would ultimately be the first to strike. However, this was the vicinity of Konoha. If they were indeed a team sent from there, their prolonged absence would inevitably prompt an investigation from their allies. In that eventuality, all hope would be lost. Thus, he began employing verbal tactics, speaking as he scanned the surroundings for any hidden presence. Yet, the dense forest around them swayed with the wind, obscuring any signs of concealment. Marsala's scrutiny yielded no results. Yet, based on his experience, it was implausible that Konoha would dispatch merely two individuals. The progression from Genin to Jonin had endowed him not only with strength but also with invaluable experience. With his capabilities, controlling puppets to deal with these two Genin posed no challenge. Even his three subordinates, if united, could compel them to exert their utmost effort. Yet those three inept fools were all dead. This left Marsala reliant on words for probing. Huh, what do you think? Kina replied with a cold smirk. Unwilling to engage with his question. You are no match for me. Should you insist on fighting, you shall perish here? Marsala narrowed his eyes. My three useless subordinates have surely met their demise at your hands? This was the source of his trepidation. Though inept, those three could have been of use. Yet, the fact that these two kunoichi had dispatched them all ignited his frustrations and bred unfathomable suspicion. He could not fathom that these two genin could have stealthily eliminated his subordinates. They must have a genin leading them, along with another comrade hidden nearby, perhaps lying in wait within the foliage. Simply contemplating this caused Marsala's spider puppets to tense even further, fearful of an ambush. What should we do? Akkad whispered to Kinna, her eagerness for battle tempered by the realization that the puppet master was entrenched in a defensive stance, akin to a tortoise withdrawing into its shell. Given their current abilities, they found themselves at an impasse. Let us wait and see if there is an opening, Kinna replied solemnly. The standoff persisted, with both sides wary of making the first move. Ha! You guessed correctly. A sudden burst of laughter shattered the palpable tension. What are you doing here? Kinna recognized the voice of Ito Tetsu, her irritation flaring. We could erupt into a battle to the death at any moment, and you choose now to make your entrance? Had he not been her comrade, she would have been tempted to hurl a kunai at his leg to silence that infuriating laughter. Calm down, calm down. We are here to carry out a mission, after all. Ito Tetsu emerged from the abode of longevity with an air of nonchalance, strolling confidently until he halted before the two, fixing his gaze upon Marsala. Dear sir, he inquired, surely you do not wish for your mission to meet with failure? Naturally, Marsala acknowledged the truth in this statement. Yet, he found the young man to be rather peculiar, evoking a sense of inscrutability. Moreover, an inexplicable unease began to swell within him. You see, he replied, we too are averse to the idea of our mission failing. Ito-che shrugged. Since that is the case, why don't we engage in a conversation? Let us deliberate thoroughly. What shall we discuss? Although Marsala remained vigilant, she was also curious to hear what this young man intended to propose. Our mission is to eradicate the bandits in this region, and at this moment. Ito Tetsu cast a sweeping glance around and shrugged, declaring, our mission has reached its conclusion. Oh? Upon hearing this, Marsala appeared somewhat taken aback. So, do you intend to let me go? However, your two companions may not concur. His words hinted at a flicker of contemplation, as if he were genuinely weighing the matter. Hey, you'd better think carefully about what you're doing, Kinai urged in a hushed tone from behind. Allowing an enemy village ninja to escape with intelligence is a matter far more grave than failing the mission. Relax now, Ito Tetsu nonchalantly remarked. There are only a few of us here. As long as we remain silent, who would know? Would you betray us? Would you betray us? Do you truly believe that Orochimaru is always absent? The momentary astonishment in Kinna and Akane's eyes quickly faded, while Marsala's gaze intensified with murderous intent upon hearing these words. It was evident that they were merely a reckless group of fortunate youngsters, harboring such naive thoughts that would not allow them to survive in the world of ninjas. Ito Tetsu's utter naivety led Marsala to have no doubt about the veracity of his words. After all, a normal person, regardless of how meticulously trained, would exhibit signs of guilt when lying. A youth of Ito Tetsu's age could never articulate such a sophisticated deception. Furthermore, the expressions of his two companions only served to reinforce Marsala's deductions. Haha, I accept your proposal. Now, I shall release my puppet. He sneered, manipulating the chakra threads with his fingers, causing the spider puppet, which had been defensively encircling him, to suddenly disperse. However, contrary to his declaration of release, the spider puppet did not dissolve as he claimed. 8 spider legs lunged towards Akane and Kinna, while the massive body of the spider emitted a crackling sound, opening its shell to reveal its hollow interior, descending ominously upon Ito Tetsu. Chapter 8. Let you know what caution truly means. Kinna and Akane shouted urgently, eager to assist Ito Tetsu. It is well known that being captured by a puppeteer inevitably leads to excruciating torment. Although Ito Tetsu excelled in illusion and medical ninjutsu, he was lacking in taijutsu. How could he possibly evade such an attack? Yet, the incoming spider legs blocked their path, forcing them to divert their attention. Seizing this opportunity, Marsala yanked the puppet strings. The two could only watch helplessly as Ito Tetsu was enveloped by the descending spider puppet. This is bad. Seeing this scene, Kinna and Akane felt a weight descend in their hearts, while the spider legs that had been obstructing them were swiftly retracted. Crack. After ensnaring Ito Tetsu, the spider puppet quickly closed, encasing him like a barrel. Haha. After capturing Ito Tetsu, Marsala felt an immense sense of relief and let out 2 hearty laughs. His demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. Although he had already formed a hypothesis in his mind, it was only upon securing a hostage that he truly grasped the initiative. An experienced ninja would never place their life in the hands of an enemy. Moreover, Considering the substantial losses incurred from this failed mission, if his subordinates returned empty-handed, it would essentially signal the end of their ninja careers. He still had a mortgage to pay off. One's life cannot conclude here. Thus, Marsala resolved to take a gamble. It now appeared that his gamble had paid off. The panic and astonishment on the faces of the two female subordinates did not seem feigned. Marsala, filled with self-satisfaction, retracted the spider legs and approached the sprawling body of the spider, stepping upon it. For the sake of your companion's life, it is in your best interest to comply. Consider this a lesson. The world of ninjas is fraught with deceit and treachery. He chuckled coldly, regarding Akane and Kina as one would assess fish on a chopping block. If you do not do as I say, I shall plunge this into him. He manipulated a spider leg tipped with a sharp blade, his tone dripping with menace. I cannot guarantee where it will strike. If I accidentally pierce his heart, there will be nothing I can do. Now, Marsala's tone turned icy. Drop your weapons. Do it now, or I will stab him. I will count to 10. 10. 9. He gave the two little time for contemplation. Understanding that ninjas should prioritize the completion of their missions. Should these two resolve to disregard their companion's fate to fulfill their task, he would find himself in peril. Thus, he employed time pressure, betting that this young boy held significant importance in the minds of the two female ninjas, compelling them to submit. Each step was meticulously calculated. Damn it, that fool. Always causing trouble. Kina ground her teeth but placed her kunai on the ground. Although Ito Tetsu's actions infuriated her, he was still a comrade from the same village. She could not bear to watch him be killed. If you harm him, we will not let you go. Akane struggled to control her emotions, trembling with rage as she laid down her kunai and vehemently declared, "Release him, and we will allow you to leave." Oh? A flicker of anger flashed in Marsala's eyes. He had no intention of letting these two escape, merely using negotiation to instill psychological pressure and diminish their resolve. It seems you have yet to comprehend the current situation. Allow me to enlighten you on reality. Dealing with such Navi children, mere verbal threats were ineffective. Some blood must be shed. With a sinister expression, Marsala directed the spider to retreat slowly into its shell, observing the growing terror in the eyes of the two girls, feeling an overwhelming satisfaction as if he had drunk sweet honey. He had performed this act more than once. Let these young ninjas witness what true fear entails. No. Kina's eyes turned crimson, and Itomo seemed to gradually materialize as she fixated on the body of the spider puppet. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she yanked Akane, who was also prepared to charge, back with great force. Do you think I would hesitate? Marsala, witnessing the two daring to retreat, wore an even more vicious expression. Today, I will show you what cruelty truly means. He forcefully stabbed the spider leg into the puppet's shell. However, the sensation that met him caused Marsala to pause, his previously confident heart plummeting. This was not the sensation of piercing flesh. No blood gushed forth. Instead, he detected the acrid scent of ignited gunpowder. Along with a mocking declaration, "Let the art commence." Oh no. Marsala felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and in the next moment, a violent explosion erupted. Boom. A colossal fireball ascended, accompanied by a mushroom cloud. The searing wave instantaneously swept through the already ravaged hideout, obliterating the precarious wooden barriers, while the scattered corpses were instantly charred. Had it not been for Kina leading Akane to take cover behind a tree in time, they too would have likely been caught in the blast. What just happened? Akane's mind was momentarily clouded. That guy used a substitution. Kina exhaled in relief, yet her teeth clenched in frustration. If I hadn't coincidentally awakened my Sharingan and detected the chakra anomaly within, we would have been blown away. Not at all. A gleeful voice resonated from above, prompting the two to look up just in time to witness Itotaru leaping down from the tree. At that moment, the teacher would undoubtedly intervene. You were completely safe. Even if the teacher refrains from acting, the aftermath of the explosion would merely send you flying. How can you still say that? Do you have any idea how deeply we were worried? Look at Yakaina. Her Sharingan has been activated, and Ak had nearly rushed in to rescue you forcefully. The battle had truly come to an end, and Yakaina and Ak had glared at Itotaru, their small fists clenched tightly. That individual. Itachi retracted his head in feigned humility. It was merely a moment of inspiration, and I failed to consult with you beforehand. It will not happen again. Moreover, I never anticipated that I held such significance in your eyes. This sentiment, however, was one he dared not express aloud. For the two women had already begun to clench their fists menacingly. Was there even a possibility of a next time? Enough of the idle chatter. Ah, bang, thud, crash. Following a vigorous onslaught from the two women, Ito face bore the marks of their wrath, resembling that of a swollen pig, his eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Is this how you treat a great benefactor? Humph. The irate Kinai and Akadama scoffed. You have medical ninjutsu, so heal yourself. We must attend to the battlefield. Even without reconnaissance, the trio knew that the puppet master had perished. Kinai had confirmed it with her Sharingan. His chakra had entirely dissipated, no longer flowing. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by the sound of gentle applause, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows behind a tree. Excellent, you have surpassed my expectations. A faint smile graced Orochimaru's lips, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with amusement. Initially, he had perceived them as a mere group of expendable pawns, yet they had bestowed upon him numerous surprises. What gratified him more than the successful completion of the mission was the growth each of them had achieved. This was commendable, but his tone shifted to one of severity. The already frigid atmosphere became even more oppressive at that moment. You do not genuinely believe that your performance was exemplary, do you? His stern words, coupled with the murderous intent emanating from him, rendered the air as cold as ice. The ambush was recklessly executed. When your disguise is uncovered, your response should be to control the situation, not to launch into indiscriminate slaughter. Had a Chunin seen through your ruse, you would have been swiftly eliminated. Furthermore, when your attacks prove ineffective, why linger foolishly in place? Do you fancy yourselves warriors, striving for victory on the front lines? The true method of a ninja is to conceal oneself and seek an opportune moment. Additionally, when the enemy uses a comrade as leverage, your hesitation demonstrates a lack of trust in your allies. The scathing reprimand fell upon Kinai and Akadama like a tempest, undermining the fragile confidence they had just begun to cultivate. Were it not for him, had it been any other individual, their team would have been left with only one survivor. What left them further baffled was when Orochimaru pointed at Ito, offering praise. At least he embodies the essence of a ninja more than you do. Huh? Ito, still employing a palm technique to treat his face, wore a bewildered expression. Chapter 9. The young Minato Namikaze, I do not comprehend. Sensei, Kinai protested vehemently. She believed that she had also demonstrated remarkable prowess and should not be criticized so harshly. Akadama scratched her head, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, the mission was accomplished, and they could indulge in 3 color dumplings upon their return, leaving little room for complaint. Sigh. It is understandable that you cannot perceive it. Orochimaru shook his head. If you had been able to discern it, you would truly be ninjas. Damn it. Kinai lowered her head, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. That teacher, after all, was also formidable. She had merely been playing clever from the sidelines, providing support. As Ito Tetsu sensed impending trouble, he hastily began to deflect the blame. Master Orochimaru, are you truly placing me over the flames? He thought to himself. If it were just Akato, that would be one thing, but with Kitsuna's formidable nature, she would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. Orochimaru, seemingly aware of Ito Tetsu's intentions, wore a benevolent smile as he affectionately patted his head. You are far too modest. I believe you possess even greater potential within you. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared less sinister, still retaining a youthful charm, his smile akin to the gentle warmth of winter sunlight. However, as Ito Tetsu felt the chilling aura emanating from Kitsuna beside him, he feared he might be frozen in place. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow hard. This is it. I'm finished. The journey back was enveloped in silence, with Orochimaru leading the way and the 3 trailing closely behind. Kitsuna wore a stoic expression, her eyes devoid of any glimmer, making it impossible to ascertain her thoughts. Akato, on the other hand, wore a look of eager anticipation, as if she had already raced to the dango shop and begun indulging in treats. Meanwhile, Ito Tetsu glanced left and right, feeling the emptiness of his ninja tool pouch, his expression betraying his indecision. To ensure the swift resolution of the puppet master, he had expended all the explosive tags he had purchased. This had completely drained his savings. Yet the results were undeniably impressive. Compared to the earnings from this mission, the cost of the explosive tags was remarkably negligible. However, he pondered whether these explosive tags could be reimbursed as part of the mission expenses. Just as he was about to broach the subject, he caught sight of the expressions on the 2 women's faces and promptly retracted his words. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment for such a discussion. Before long, the group returned to the entrance of Konoha village. Upon witnessing the familiar sights, a sense of relief washed over them. Kitsuna appeared less burdened than before, her demeanor noticeably lighter. Perhaps she had come to some understanding? Ito Tetsu, who had been quietly observing her, also felt a sense of relief. His greatest fear was being noticed by the Uchiha clan members. Though Kitsuna possessed a classically beautiful appearance, resembling a ponytailed maiden, Upon entering the village, she suddenly spoke up. After we complete the mission handover, come with me to the training ground. Huh. Ito Tetsu's face contorted with distress. Is that really necessary? Must we go? You can either agree to go, or I shall drag you along, Kina replied sharply. Oh, are you two about to fight? Would it be possible for me to grab some tricolored dumplings first? Red Bean interjected, intrigued. He, Orochimaru, naturally, sensed the discontent brewing within Kina, yet he chose not to intervene. Rather, he relished in the unfolding tension. To survive in this harsh world of ninjas, one always requires some form of motivation, regardless of whether it is virtuous or malevolent. Very well, I shall acquiesce, he finally conceded. Ito Tetsu wore a look of helplessness. Soon, the group arrived at the task handover point, where the receptionist, after confirming the details of the task, added an entry to each person's record, completion of a B-level mission. They also settled the remuneration and rewards, as they had obtained the corpses of hostile ninjas during the mission. They were granted a greater reward due to the potential intelligence regarding ninjutsu that could be extracted. Hooray! Hondo cheered. Now we can enjoy more three-color dumplings. Not bad. Genin nodded slightly, her previously gloomy mood considerably lifted. Now, shall we divide the rewards? Ito Tetsu rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. You are a teacher. Please, go ahead. Oh, no need for that. I have no shortage of this. You all can share it. Consider it a welcome gift from me. Orochimaru replied, waving his hand graciously. Take this time to rest well. I have other matters to attend to. You may enjoy your freedom for now, and we shall reconvene in 3 days at our usual spot. All right. The trio then divided the reward among themselves, their pockets now pleasantly swollen with the spoils. What a windfall. Perhaps we should tackle another B-rank mission next time. As they exited the mission center, Akane was already looking forward to their next undertaking. While Kina did not share her optimism, upon hearing the term B-rank mission, her expression darkened. Our current strength is still far from adequate. We cannot rely solely on luck and cleverness. In the world of ninjas, true power must speak for itself. Kina felt an overwhelming sense of frustration regarding this mission. Especially after Orochimaru's final assessment, her pride had taken a significant blow. Even the rewards they had received felt like a burden to her, akin to receiving charity. That's true, Akane nodded obliviously. During this time, I should also work on enhancing my abilities. If only I could improve my speed. By the way, where's Ito? Didn't he promise to join you at the training ground? Where has he gone? At that moment, Kina suddenly realized that Ito Tetsu was no longer by her side. This scoundrel had slipped away unnoticed. She should have anticipated this. How infuriating. Don't think you can escape. A Sharingan with a tomo appeared in Kina's eyes as she moved, transforming into a blur as she dashed towards the tall buildings, searching for Ito Tetsu's figure. Meanwhile, Akane seized this opportunity to rush to the dango shop, sensing that an entertaining event was about to unfold. At that very moment, Ito Tetsu strolled leisurely down the bustling commercial street. Fighting? Not a chance. With Kina's temperament, if he lost, she would think he deliberately threw the match. If he won, she would not let it go easily. No matter the outcome, he would be at a loss, so it was better to make a discreet exit. After all, they wouldn't meet for another 3 days. As long as he avoided her, everything would be just fine. Such rare freedom allowed him the luxury of a long nap. You really are infuriating. Has anyone ever told you how pretentious you are? Stop acting so smug. Suddenly, Ito Tetsu heard a commotion amidst the noise, and out of curiosity, he turned to the direction of the sound. He saw 3 burly ninja uncles shoving a blonde youth into a narrow alley. Wait a moment, isn't that Minato Namikaze? Ito Tetsu was acquainted with a golden-haired youth named Namikaze Minato, who had graduated at the top of his class from the Ninja Academy and was a member of Jiraiya's team. Minato possessed a gentle temperament, radiating the same sunny disposition as Tetsu. However, when the time came to engage in combat, he exhibited no hesitation, proving to be an exceptionally reliable ally. Yet, it was precisely due to his calm demeanor that, despite having many friends, he also attracted a fair share of disdain, as some found his radiant smile rather irksome. This was particularly true for 3 older ninja. In the face of external threats, the comrades of Konoha Court naturally united. However, internal conflicts persisted, albeit never escalating to life-and-death confrontations. Thus, when pushed into a narrow alley, Minato's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Gentlemen, is there no way we can converse civilly? I do not even know you. Of course, you do not know us. One of the older ninjas retorted, seemingly incensed. but we are well aware of who you are. You think you're so exceptional, so superior. Everyone loves you. We simply cannot stand your self-righteous demeanor. Come now. If you do not defeat us today, you shall not leave this place. Minato, feeling somewhat troubled, nodded in response. Very well then. His expression only served to further infuriate the other two older ninjas. You arrogant brat. Prepare to fight. Simultaneously, the trio launched their fists from different angles towards Minato, determined to teach this golden-haired lad a lesson. Yet, in an instant, Minato's demeanor shifted, and he vanished from sight. How is this possible? The three older ninjas' pupils dilated in disbelief. Having spent over a decade as lower-ranked ninjas, they considered themselves capable. Yet they could not perceive the figure of the youth before them. Where did he go? Before their minds could fully process the situation, they felt a simultaneous heavy blow to their abdomens, sending their bodies reeling uncontrollably backward. Thud, thud, thud. They crashed against the wall, slowly sliding down, each one rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness. In but a fleeting moment, they had been vanquished. Was that a bit excessive? Minato scratched his head, momentarily returning to his previously dazed expression. Oh well, best be on my way. Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter echoed through the alley, prompting Minato to turn in astonishment. He spotted a grinning, dark-haired youth at the alley's entrance, having just pressed the shutter button on his camera. Click. The flash illuminated Minato alongside the three fainted older ninjas, now serving as an unintended backdrop. Yes, quite splendid. Itachi nodded in satisfaction. This composition is splendid. Chapter 10. What are you doing? As a fellow graduate of the Shinobi Academy, Namikaze Minato was familiar with Itachi. They had interacted on several occasions, and could be considered acquaintances. Thus, he found Itachi's current behavior somewhat perplexing, unsure of what he was up to. Itachi, what are you doing? Namikaze Minato inquired cautiously. Oh, don't mind me. I am merely capturing the scene of a fight. Ito Tetsu clicked a few more photos. Come on, smile. You're the protagonist here. Can't have such a stiff expression. Huh? Wait. Namikaze Minato's smile froze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The scene you mentioned. The one with the fight. It couldn't be. Exactly, came the reply. The scene where you threw the punch. Ito's response was quite natural. This camera can print photos instantly. Just wait a moment. With a swift motion, the photograph taken moments ago was developed. Ito retrieved a picture and presented it to Namikaze Minato. Look. In the image, three unconscious men were arranged in an orderly fashion, sitting against the wall, while Minato occupied the central position. In the photograph, he was turning his head back, displaying a hint of surprise as he gazed into the lens. He appeared akin to a dashing rogue who had just committed a nefarious deed, caught off guard by his own exposure. Minato felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. And with a sheepish smile, he approached. It's not what you think. Let me explain. Indeed, his words carried a certain perilous weight. Ito Tetsu, his brow furrowed with concern, promptly tucked away the photograph and distanced himself slightly. I refuse to listen. You may explain yourself to the Konoha guard. Alas, Namikaze Minato's expression grew increasingly exasperated. Although he could elucidate matters to the Konoha guard without issue, the prospect of this clandestine brawl being recorded in the archives was undeniably troublesome, particularly for someone as averse to complications as he was. Please, don't be like this. Allow me to finish my explanation, if you would. The situation is not as you perceive. I acted solely in self-defense. Many can vouch for me, and even if I were to face the Konoha guard, I would undoubtedly be released. Namikaze Minato endeavored to explain with utmost patience. Is that so? Then I suppose I shall make a call now. Ito Toru feigned a shout, prompting Namikaze Minato to hastily intervene. No. I surrender, Toru. What exactly do you want? Namikaze Minato raised his hands in defeat, utterly helpless against Toru's antics. Humph, came the smug response. Ito Tetsu revealed a faint smile, a hint of conspiracy realized. Case. You wouldn't want your actions of striking someone to be exposed, would you? They say I acted solely in self-defense. How naive. Case. A ninja must always bear the consequences of their carelessness. Setting aside the reasons, just admit whether you struck someone or not. This was the first time Namikaze Minato encountered such modern-day boxing, and like all novices in the art of combat, he was bewildered. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him entirely. However, fret not, for I am not entirely unreasonable. Ito Tetsu observed that the desired effect had been achieved, and thus shifted the conversation. As long as you can comply with my request, I might consider destroying these photographs. Although the dialogue carried an oddly unsettling undertone, Namikaze Minato who had been feeling despondent and helpless, found himself intrigued. "What is your request?" "I need you to protect me, albeit temporarily." "Protect?" The faint smile that had graced Namikaze Minato's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Ito, are you under some threat? Or is there an enemy lurking within the village?" Minato was indifferent to minor skirmishes among comrades, but if it involved a hostile ninja village, he would take it with utmost seriousness. "If that is the case, fret not. I shall ensure your safety." Minato's expression was earnest, and in that moment, Ito Tetsu felt as though he were enveloped in a sacred light. While others might have suggested seeking assistance from a superior shinobi or offered detached advice, Minato was different. He immediately exuded an aura of unconditional acceptance, and even Ito Tetsu, who had limited interaction with him, found his admiration for Minato soaring in that instant. It was as if Ito Tetsu hesitated. A sudden wave of emotion named shame blossoming within him, only to be swiftly dispelled. Was it inconvenient to speak? No matter. It suffices that you need not divulge anything to me. The perceptive Namikaze Minato reassured him gently, "I will safeguard you. It is not as you might think." After a moment of contemplation, Ito decided it was prudent to share some information with Namikaze Minato. Otherwise, this fellow might truly resort to violence. After all, Minato's kindness and warmth are reserved for his allies. When facing adversaries, he transforms into a fearsome force, the Golden Flash. If Ito failed to elucidate the situation, there was a risk that Kasumi would rush in and be eliminated before she could utter a word. That would indeed be a grave matter. Thus, he briefly outlined the troubles he was experiencing with Kasumi. Upon hearing the circumstances, Minato was somewhat speechless. Was it really for such a trivial matter? Nevertheless, his demeanor lightened considerably. After all, his own team's mission was complete, and with nothing pressing on his agenda, he might as well use this opportunity to strengthen the bonds among comrades. Minato was notably cheerful and well-liked, yet deep within, he harbored a lingering sense of insecurity, which compelled him to surround himself with numerous friends to alleviate his inner turmoil. Ito, however, seemed somewhat different from the others. As they strolled together, Minato initiated a discussion about their time at the Ninja Academy. "You concealed your abilities back then, did you not?" "It cannot be termed as concealment. One might say I merely refrained from exerting my full strength. After all, it was merely a sparring session, not a life-or-death struggle. If I had unleashed my full power, I cannot guarantee the safety of my opponent," Ito replied. "Indeed, it appears you are quite suited for the life of a ninja," Minato sighed. "I heard that your first mission was a B-rank task, engaging in combat with genuine ninjas, and you completed it successfully. My teammates are quite envious, as we were relegated to a mere D-rank mission, assisting a noblewoman in locating her lost kitten." Sigh, has word spread so quickly? Ito Tetsu was somewhat taken aback. Had it not been less than 2 hours since he and his companions had undertaken their mission? The village was rather small. Any slight disturbance would quickly be known to all its inhabitants. Thus, could the incident involving the blonde youth's aggression have spread so rapidly? Ahem. Hadn't they agreed to refrain from mentioning that? Oh. Namikaze Minato caught sight of something ahead in his peripheral vision and suddenly paused. Chapter 11. Could it be? What's wrong? Have you seen Kushina? Ito-che jested nearby, remarking that everyone who graduated from that class in the Ninja Academy was well aware of Minato Namikaze's affections for Kushina Uzumaki. Such affection was simply impossible to conceal. Perhaps only Kushina herself remained oblivious to it. After all, that girl, known as the Crimson Hot Pepper, had made quite an impression on her first day of school. Having thrown punches during a verbal spat that caused her peers to keep their distance, resulting in her solitary meals. Yet, something inexplicable transpired, and one day, everyone noticed a transformation in Kushina's demeanor towards Minato. From that moment on, the fiery temperament of the Crimson Hot Pepper became a rare sight, much to the relief of those who had previously endured her wrath. However, it appeared that Minato's charm with the ladies had inexplicably dwindled as a consequence. Haha, just kidding. Minato returned to reality, scratching his head. I was merely concerned about the presence of ninjas from other villages. Tetsuya Ito followed his gaze and observed several dark-skinned ninjas, adorned with the headbands of the Cloud Village, striding confidently down the street, their attire starkly contrasting with that of the Leaf Village residents. The villagers ahead promptly made way for them, yet the Cloud Ninjas maintained their haughty demeanor as they passed by. Witnessing this scene, Minato Namikaze's expression momentarily darkened, but he quickly regained his usual sunny disposition. Ah, the Cloud Ninjas. Ito murmured to himself. How could they come to Konoha, the village hidden in the clouds? Unlike several other prominent ninja villages, is situated independently beyond the continent. Its culture is fierce, valuing combat and strength above all. And it places great emphasis on the bonds between brothers. It is an exceptionally formidable ninja village, and due to its geographical position, it is rarely subjected to attacks from other villages. Instead, many ninja villages seek to forge alliances with it. Konoha had previously attempted to ally with Kumogakure, but the outcome was disastrous, resulting in the annihilation of the second Hokage and the second Raikage by the Jin Gang and In Gang forces. Following that incident, although Jin Gang and In Gang were dealt with, discussions regarding an alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure were indefinitely postponed, and the topic was scarcely revisited. Unexpectedly, now, ninjas from the Cloud Village have appeared in Konoha. Perhaps they are seeking an alliance due to the impending war. Minato Namikaze forced a smile, saying, "That must be why they are so brazen." "Hey, Minato." Ishidoto had his eyes slightly opened, as if pondering, "Is that truly how you feel?" "Yet, I cannot shake the impression that they come with ill intentions." Wafeng Shuimin paused momentarily, then let out a sigh, glancing around. "This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Let us find somewhere more secluded." "Very well." Thus, under the guidance of Wafeng Shuimin, the two made their way to a rather remote training ground. This location was indeed one of the least frequented by the villagers of Konoha. Rarely did anyone choose to train here. Even those who did would only practice for a short while before departing. To their surprise, they ultimately ended up in this very spot. Ito Tetsu stared vacantly, casually picking up a handful of pebbles from the ground and tossing them at a wooden post, producing a rhythmic sound. "So, can we speak now?" He did not even glance at the side of Namikaze Minato, for he understood that what was about to be disclosed was of a confidential nature. Under ordinary circumstances, Ito Tetsu would never choose to delve into such secretive matters, as it would only invite complications upon himself. However, given that the inhabitants of the hidden Cloud Village had all appeared in Konoha, remaining oblivious would be akin to burying one's head in the sand, akin to an ostrich. This matter, in fact, pertains to Kushina. "Itt, you must promise me that no one else shall learn of it." Namikaze Minato's expression was grave. "Very well. I assure you I will not disclose this to anyone else." Ito Tetsu nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. I trust you." After confirming, Namikaze Minato continued, "In fact, Kushina was once abducted." This revelation caused Ito Tetsu to furrow his brow. Could it be that? Yes, it was the people from the village of Cloud. I discovered it at the time and pursued them to rescue her. Her constitution is different from that of ordinary individuals, which is precisely why the village of Cloud sought to abduct her. I see. Ito Tetsu has now regained his composure after the initial shock. Thus, when Namikaze Minato encountered Cloud Shinobi on the street earlier, it elicited a cautious response. After all, those individuals had already perpetrated a similar act once, making it likely they would attempt it again. The minds of the people from the village of Cloud are predominantly filled with muscle. The notion of repeating past mistakes is utterly foreign to them. As for this time, I am uncertain, but I must seek out Kushina. A hint of regret flickered in Namikaze Minato's eyes. "Itt, the matter between you and Kenai must be resolved by the two of you alone." "Very well, you may go. In the meantime, consider these as a memento." Itaru Ito handed the previously taken photographs to Minato Namikaze, remarking, "I must say, you are quite photogenic." "Haha, thank you." Minato replied with a radiant smile, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. This fellow's speed is truly becoming increasingly remarkable. Ito Tetsu expressed his sentiments. Although Namikaze Minato casually mentioned that he merely rescued Kushina, Ito Tetsu firmly believed that those Cloud ninjas would not simply stand by and allow him to accomplish this without interference. In other words, even during his time at the Ninja Academy, Namikaze Minato had already demonstrated the capability to independently undertake a B-rank mission. His future is indeed boundless. Ito Tetsu casually tossed aside the remaining pebbles and turned to head home when, at the far end of the street, a familiar silhouette emerged. At first, the figure moved slowly, as if searching for something, but upon spotting Ito Tetsu, it halted abruptly and then surged forward with remarkable speed. "Ah, this is Ito Tetsu." A voice, suppressed with fury like the low growl of a mother lion, belonged to Uchiha Kina, who approached with an aura akin to that of a malevolent spirit, each step echoing from afar. The Sharingan in her eyes glowed with a brilliant crimson light. With a swift thrust of her foot, Kina propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards him. The radiance of the Sharingan traced a crimson line through the air. Hey. Could it really be this intense? Cold sweat trickled down Ito's back as he turned and fled without hesitation. "Stop right there," Kina shouted, her voice reverberating through the air, causing the nearby leaves to tremble and fall. "Calm down a moment, Kina. The two of them began to frantically circle the training ground, kicking up clouds of dust as they ran. Ito Tetsu feared that a moment's delay would result in being caught by Kina, who relentlessly pursued him, stirring up dust and chaos in the training ground. Nearby, atop a building, Akadama leisurely enjoyed her dango while swinging her little feet, taking great interest in the scene unfolding below. Beside her lay a neatly arranged box of dango. A gentle breeze wafted by, encapsulating a serene and blissful moment. Ah! As she popped the soft and chewy dango into her mouth, Akadama squinted her eyes, relishing the tender breeze against her face. Truly, what a delightful day it was. Chapter 12. Before these eyes, Konoha, a secluded training ground. It was uncertain how many laps they had run, but both Ito Tetsu and Kina had exhausted their stamina. Now leaning against training posts, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Am I not in the training ground, Kina? Why are you so worked up? Ito Tetsu finally managed to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Yuno was still struggling to regain her composure, unable to articulate a single word. Her Sharingan fixated on Ito Tetsu with a fierce intensity. That detestable individual, recovering more swiftly than I, thanks to the Sharingan. She could discern that the chakra coursing through Ito Tetsu's body had returned to normal, while her own chakra remained in a state of turmoil. Although neither had engaged in a formal contest, the disparity in their strengths was already glaringly apparent. It was this very realization that fueled Yuna's frustration even further. Are you all right? Upon noticing that Kanna appeared rather discontented, Ito Tetsu approached her and employed a healing technique known as palm healing. This technique involves the concentration of chakra to invigorate cells, serving not only to mend injuries, but also to swiftly restore bodily balance. It can be regarded as an exceedingly convenient and versatile medical ninjutsu. Kanna remained somewhat reticent, neither accepting nor declining the treatment, yet she averted her gaze, seemingly reluctant to confront Ito Tetsu. This left Ito Tetsu feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, Kanna's condition was merely a result of excessive exertion, and under Ito Tetsu's care, she quickly regained her vitality. All was well. Ito Tetsu clapped his hands, his face radiating ease. There are no more issues, Kina. Our match is nearly at its conclusion. Unless you wish to contest something further? At that moment, the dust surrounding the training ground had settled. Aside from the training posts, now covered in a fine layer of dust, the birds, previously startled by their raucous antics, had returned to their perches, curiously observing these two peculiar humans. Please, engage me earnestly. Kina took a deep breath, fixing her gaze upon Ito Tetsu's eyes, her expression imbued with profound seriousness. Consider it my request, if you will. Initially, Kina had merely felt a sense of defiance and a desire to compete, but now, she sought to ascertain the extent of the disparity between her abilities and those of Ito Tetsu. She resolved that should he fail to demonstrate his true strength, she would have no choice but to employ more vigorous methods. Observing the flicker of determination in Kina's eyes, Ito Tetsu's expression grew troubled. Kina, it is not that I do not wish to engage you earnestly. Rather, I genuinely struggle with direct confrontations. Have you not yet realized? My chakra reserves and mastery of ninjutsu pale in comparison to yours, even less than that of Akamatsu. I rely entirely on external forces, such as explosive techniques and traps. Ito raised his hands in exasperation, stating that during the contest, such things would be quite inconvenient. I am also unable to accurately control the force, he added. Really? Kina's eyes were filled with skepticism. Of course it's true. If you wish for me to engage in a direct confrontation, I am more than willing. Ito Tetsu assumed a relaxed stance, proclaiming, though I may not excel in this, I can certainly engage with you. All right. Kina, filled with disbelief, nodded vigorously and took her position opposite Ito, adopting a combat posture. Huh? Kina exclaimed softly, activating her Sharingan. With a surge of power beneath her feet, she leapt forward in an instant. Her movements were agile and graceful, akin to that of a mother leopard, as she swiftly closed the distance to Ito, crouching low before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Itt Toru crossed his arms to deflect the blow. He was acutely aware that if he deliberately held back or lost this battle, it would lead to endless repercussions. Thus, he resolved to exert at least 30% of his strength. Huh! Seeing Itt Toru successfully block her attack, Kina felt a surge of elation. At last, this fellow was willing to showcase his true power. Be careful. She initially intended to leverage her strength to suppress Itt Toru and then strike again. However, Itt Toru reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to seize Kina's leg, and with a sudden burst of force, He flung her away as if he were tossing aside a passing puppy. In midair, Kina performed a somersault, regaining her balance as she landed on a training post, her Sharingan unable to conceal her astonishment. To think even her Sharingan could not fully grasp his movements. No, she had indeed seen his actions clearly. But her body failed to respond in time. Is this your true strength? Kina was oblivious to the growing grin on her face. Her originally delicate and charming features now bore a hint of ferocity. Wait. Is the wild laughter gene of the family about to manifest? Itot's lips twitched slightly, and the next moment, he observed Ketsuna extracting shurikens and kunai from her tool pouch. Could it be? Was she still intent on playing this game? Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 shurikens spiraled towards Itotru, seemingly misfired. However, being well-versed in ninja tools, Itotru noticed the wire trailing behind the shurikens. How devious. Ito Tetsu inhaled sharply, turning and leaping without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, Ketsuna bit down on the slender wire, deftly maneuvering the shuriken in an attempt to ensnare Ito Tetsu. However, due to his retreat, her efforts resulted in a miss. Yet she did not falter. Instead, she exerted force through the wire, causing the 2 shuriken to dart towards Ito Tetsu like serpents. This was the exhilaration of battle. Ketsuna felt her blood surging with fervor, her surroundings becoming vividly clear. Even the minute particles of dust in the air were discernible. Indeed, we of the Uchiha clan are born for combat. Ito Tetsu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Kinai's mind. He continued to calculate. If the battle persisted in its current state, my chakra could still endure. But Kinai would deplete her chakra in 15 minutes. Her control was still too clumsy, wasting a significant amount of chakra, and her pursuit was sluggish. To achieve a suitable defeat, she must first expend some of her own chakra. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Ito Tetsu swiftly formed hand seals. His gaze fixed intently upon Kinai, attempting to cast an illusion on me. Kinai nearly chuckled. Are you mistaken? I have already stated that before my eyes. All illusions are. Suddenly, a cherry blossom petal drifted gently down before her. Kinai's pupils constricted. How could this be? She abruptly realized that, unbeknownst to her, the surroundings had transformed into a lengthy street lined with cherry blossom trees. This picturesque avenue was pristine and enchanting, with the air perfumed by the scent of blooming cherry blossoms, and an indescribable sense of tranquility enveloped her. It felt as though all worries and sorrows had been banished, leaving only this comforting, illusionary realm. Chapter 13. The Difficulty of Letting Go. Though the environment was exceedingly beautiful, and her mood inevitably lightened, a surge of irritation welled up within Kinai. Damn it! How could I fall for an illusion? I must break free. She quickly formed hand seals. Attempting to dispel the illusion, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had boasted that no illusion could affect her in the presence of those eyes. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself ensnared by Ito Tetsu's illusion. It was utterly humiliating. The young girl now only wished to swiftly break the illusion and then seize Ito Tetsu to deliver a thorough reprimand. Once an illusion is dispelled, the caster typically suffers a backlash to some degree. Thus, in combat, few would readily resort to using illusions, unless one is particularly adept in illusion techniques, such as those from the Uchiha clan, who exploit illusions to expose their enemies' vulnerabilities, utilizing the Sharingan to simplify the conditions for casting powerful illusions. Kinai had never before encountered a ninja like Ito Tetsu, who could directly form seals to unleash potent illusions. Furthermore, this illusion was markedly different from those taught by the formidable members of her clan. Normal illusions tend to conjure stimulating scenarios, be they terrifying, tempting, or strikingly memorable, employing every conceivable tactic to disrupt the enemy's focus. However, the illusion crafted by Ito Tetsu exuded an entirely different essence, akin to a dream. Was he showing mercy due to their camaraderie? Kinai pondered, simultaneously disrupting her chakra flow in an attempt to break free from Ito Tetsu's illusion. Illusions operate by disturbing the 5 senses, thus disrupting the chakra flow within. If she could disturb it herself, she might escape its grasp. However, upon retracting her hand seals, Kinai beheld the unchanged scenery before her. As expected, she had failed to break free. This outcome was anticipated. After all, if Ito Tetsu's illusion could be so easily undone, he would not have garnered praise from Orochimaru. Yet, what exactly was the purpose of this illusion? Unable to dispel it at once, Kenai set aside her arrogance and began to contemplate calmly how she might unravel this illusion. After all, maintaining an illusion requires a substantial expenditure of chakra. It is impossible for Ito Toru to be unaware of this. A sudden breeze, tinged with the color of cherry blossoms, swept through, and Kina abruptly sensed the presence of someone behind her, prompting her to whirl around. Kina, a boy clad in a school uniform, his features indistinct, scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry, did I startle you?" His voice was gentle, exuding an inexplicable sense of security. Moreover, Kina felt an uncanny familiarity emanating from him, as if they had shared a long history together. "Who are you?" Kina asked, slightly dazed, her Sharingan having inexplicably returned to normal. I'm Namikaze Koen from class." The boy replied, seemingly shy. "It's understandable if you don't remember me. After all, I don't have much presence in class." "Namikaze Koen?" Kina's pupils widened, shaking off her stupor. No, that's not right. The only Namikaze she knew was one, Minato Namikaze, the genius boy from the Ninja Academy, who had defeated her in just 5 moves, all the while wearing an annoyingly gentle smile that made her want to punch that insufferable face. Even after graduation, Kina's mind was consumed with the desire to one day vanquish Minato Namikaze. Even if she could not defeat him, she longed for a fair fight. How could someone bearing that name possibly appear as this shy, unassuming brown-haired boy? Kina clenched her fists, a strong sense of dissonance slowly awakening her from her daze. "What's wrong, Kina? Are you feeling unwell?" The boy, whose face remained obscured, approached her with a tone of concern. "Would you like me to take you to see a doctor?" Though his voice was gentle, Kina's anger began to swell within her, for she had started to recognize it. This boy's voice was unmistakably that of Ito Toru. What a clever little rascal, hiding behind Namikaze's name and pretending to be a warm-hearted guy in this illusion, right in front of me. "You really don't seem quite right." Otherwise, the boy, claiming to be Namikaze, reached out as if to place his hand on Kina's forehead, but in the next instant, she seized his wrist. "Huh?" He tilted his head, bewildered. "Ito." Kina looked up, revealing a radiant smile. "Have you seen through my disguise?" The veil of obscurity that had shrouded the boy's face dissipated, revealing the smile of Ito Toru. "Honestly, I thought I could." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly lost his balance, as Kina's grip on his hand propelled him into a forceful shoulder throw. Bang! Ito's body fell to the ground, shattering into a flurry of cherry blossoms. "Alas, Kina, your brutality knows no bounds. I had merely wished to create a semblance of youthful memories for you." From an unknown source, Ito's voice echoed, causing Kina's expression to darken further. Who desires such illusory recollections? Simultaneously, her Sharingan activated once more, revealing something within the scene that made her brow furrow in intrigue. In an instant, Kina vanished, reappearing before a tree, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The tree emitted a pained cry, and subsequently, the entire illusion shattered, revealing Itoru clutching his stomach, his face contorted in agony. "How did you discern this?" Ito's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Kina's punch had landed with tremendous force on his vulnerable abdomen. Although this had been anticipated in his strategy, the pain was excruciating. "Humph." Kina triumphantly withdrew her hand, remarking, "Your illusion is indeed remarkable, but I have yet to witness a tree capable of channeling such an abundance of chakra. In the presence of these eyes, you remain woefully inexperienced." Ito lay despondently on the ground, resembling a large character sprawled out. "It seems that in this contest, you have emerged victorious. Truly, it has not been an easy feat," he mused. To feign a lack of effort while ensuring that Kina remained oblivious to his leniency proved to be more arduous than the battle itself. "Humph, do not be overly disheartened," Kina remarked, her spirits lifted by her triumph. "To have persevered for so long in the presence of one possessing the Sharingan, I must acknowledge your prowess, Ito. Do you dare to call me the strongest?" Ito Tetsu's lips twitched slightly, neither affirming nor denying, as he silently employed his palm healing technique to mend his abdomen. "This little girl certainly possesses a fierce hand." "All right." Kitsuna cheerfully patted his shoulder and declared, "Once you're healed, get up. I shall treat you all to barbecue. Zuki, stop staring from up there and come down with us." She shouted towards the eaves above. "Barbecue?" Zuki's eyes instantly sparkled, yet his expression contorted slightly as he glanced at the remaining skewer of tricolored dumplings beside him. "Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have eaten so much. I'm feeling rather full now." Chapter 14. A fortuitous encounter with Tsunade in Konoha village. Most barbecue establishments are owned by the Akimichi clan, renowned for their expertise in grilling, which is quite convincing given their physique. Naturally, the prices are not modest, however. Kitsuna hails from the Uchiha clan and is quite affluent in her own right, having earned a handsome sum from her recent mission. Treating everyone to a barbecue is certainly within her means. Come on, eat as much as you like and order anything you desire. Today, I am the host. Kitsuna beamed, radiating warmth akin to that of an amiable older sister. There was no trace left of her earlier ferocity, akin to that of a lioness pursuing Ito Tetsu. This is also characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Once their strength is acknowledged, they become remarkably affable. It is difficult for Ito to provide an assessment. However, the aroma of grilled meat is undeniably delightful. The sizzling sound echoes as marinated pork belly sizzles on the iron plate, releasing an alluring fragrance. The fat begins to ooze under the high heat, transforming the rich portions into a crispy delight, while the lean parts rapidly acquire an enticing hue. Once it is nearly grilled to perfection, it is expertly picked up with tongs and wrapped in fresh greens before being placed into the mouth. A single bite reveals the refreshing fragrance of the greens harmonizing with the rich aroma of fat, creating a flavor that intensifies with each chew, culminating in a profound sense of satisfaction upon swallowing. Oh, how delicious! Indeed, it is simply exquisite. After indulging in just a few pieces, Hondo had to pause, clutching her stomach, as she could no longer eat. Besides being delectable, the three-colored meatballs also possess a remarkable ability to satiate. Alas, had she known, she would have refrained from consuming so much. Regret filled her heart. Ito Tetsu consumed his meal with remarkable composure, savoring the grilled meat, which, while delectable, was merely relative in its appeal. In his recollections, he had indulged in fare far more exquisite than this. Observing his tranquil demeanor, Kina felt a stir within her and began to emulate Ito Tetsu, eating slowly and deliberately. Suddenly, a mature woman's voice resonated through the air. Oh, aren't these the little ones from Orochimaru's team? Have you come here to enjoy some barbecue? The trio turned their gazes to the side, where they beheld Tsunade, accompanied by Kato Dan and Shinoshu, approaching from the entrance and taking their seats at a nearby table. Lady Tsunade. The three promptly greeted her with utmost respect. After all, Tsunade held a position of great prestige within the entirety of Konoha. Her grandfather was none other than the legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama. Just this lineage alone rendered Tsunade's status in Konoha extraordinarily elevated. Although the current paradigm viewed ninjas as mere tools for task completion, no one dared to regard Tsunade as such, not even the third Hokage himself. Accompanying Tsunade were two individuals. The man with long, silvery hair was Kato Dan, rumored to be a highly promising elite Jonin with a younger sister who was a Chunin. The boy with brown short hair, sporting rosy cheeks, was Tsunade's younger brother, Shinoshu, also of the Senju lineage. Each of them represented a caliber far beyond what Ito Tetsu and Akkad could contend with. Only Kina's family background could be considered somewhat comparable. Yet her bloodline within the Uchiha clan was not particularly formidable, belonging to the sort that would not warrant notification for a clan meeting. Thus, she could only follow her two companions in paying their respects. All right, no need for such formalities. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to forego the rituals, and then inquired with curiosity, by the way, Ito, I've heard about your team's exploits. Quite impressive. Completing a B-rank mission on your first try without any casualties. I thought I might not see you again. It was rather awkward for Ito Toru, as he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Tsunade was not one to let the conversation dwindle. She continued, speaking on her own. That Orochimaru is truly something else. To assign such a perilous mission to mere genin like you three is utterly reckless. Thankfully, nothing went awry, or I swear I would give him a piece of my mind. Tsunade's fists were clenched in indignation. Now, Tsunade. Orochimaru must have his reasons. He is not one to act without careful consideration. I am certain he has made thorough preparations, interjected the ever-gentle Kato Dan, his voice soft and seemingly susceptible to pressure, yet exuding a profound sense of trustworthiness. He then turned to Ito Toru and smiled. You must be the young man Tsunade often speaks of, the one with an interest in medical ninjutsu. I am Kato Dan. It is a pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, which Ito Toru promptly grasped, and the two exchanged polite handshakes. Though it may be somewhat forward of me, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your healing technique? Kato Dan inquired gently. Of course, it would be my pleasure, came the reply. Ito Toru subsequently began to unleash his ninjutsu, as a verdant light emanated from Kato Dan's severed hand. Quite impressive, at your age, to possess such a refined mastery of palm techniques, remarked Kato Dan. a hint of surprise in his voice, followed by a nod of satisfaction. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. All right, big brother, exclaimed the nearby Shiboku, her stomach growling audibly. Having been unable to contain her hunger, she interjected, can we please eat something first? Laughter erupted among the group, charmed by her candid and innocent demeanor. Thus, Tsunade and her companions settled down to order grilled meat, their conversation punctuated by merriment. Within the confines of the barbecue shop, a warm ambience enveloped them in that moment. All present shared stories over food, their spirits lifted. Even Ito Toru felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had transcended into another realm. Once Tsunade and her party had their fill, they departed. However, when Kitsuna called the waiter to settle the bill, she was informed that Katadan had generously covered their table as well. Dan is truly a wonderful person, Redbean cheered. And both Kitsuna and Ito Toru found their admiration for the quiet, yet kind-hearted long-haired gentleman growing. Stepping outside the barbecue shop, a refreshing night breeze swept through, causing the shop signs along the street to sway gently. It was only then that Tetsu Ito realized the sky had darkened outside. A full moon hung serenely in the heavens, casting its tranquil light upon the earth. Let us return, she said. Thank you both. I had a delightful day. Yakaina smiled and waved goodbye, parting ways with the two, as she resided in the Uchiha clan compound, which was not in the same direction as theirs. Tetsu Ito and Azuki walked home together, both orphans residing in the single-unit accommodations provided by Konoha. How wonderful it is, the life of a ninja, Azuki mused, her eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. Ito, do you feel the same way? Me? It contemplated for a moment and remarked, one cannot say it is entirely good, nor can one declare it overly bad. Ah, I never realized you were such a pessimistic individual, Hongdo responded, gazing at him with astonishment. With a mischievous grin, she leaned in closer and teased, or perhaps you are one of those insatiable men. Despite already living quite well, you still yearn for more. Tell me, do you, by any chance, harbor feelings for Kenai? Cough, cough. Ito Tetsu was drinking water when he suddenly choked, coughing for quite some time before he managed to recover. What nonsense are you spouting? He exclaimed. Chapter 15, Konoha Hot Springs feeling guilty, are we? I must have hit the nail on the head. Redbean remarked with a knowing expression, then chuckled beside him. It's perfectly fine. There's no need to deny it. After all, I too am quite fond of that adorable appearance of Kenai. Redbean, are you aware that you bear an uncanny resemblance to a peculiar older sister who deceives children? It took several coughs for Ito Toru to regain his composure. What on earth are you talking about? Redbean seized Ito Toru, pressing his fist against the crown of his head, relentlessly spinning him around. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Now you realize my prowess, don't you? Haha. I am indeed the most formidable kunoichi of Konoha. Yes, yes, yes. Please, let go of my head. It truly hurts. After their childlike antics, the two arrived at a fork in the road. Well then, see you tomorrow. Redbean waved her hand without turning back, striding elegantly towards the other path, while Ito Toru, clutching his head, waved farewell in response. Before long, Ito Toru returned to his humble abode. It was a modest one-bedroom apartment, furnished with a bed, a writing desk, a wardrobe, and a small refrigerator. He refrained from cooking at home, for in a one-bedroom space, the cooking would result in grease and moisture permeating the air, leaving the room damp and infused with lingering food odors that would take a considerable time to dissipate. Everything in the room was meticulously organized. The floor was spotless, and even the quilt was neatly folded into perfect squares. Fresh clothes hung in the wardrobe, while worn garments were neatly stacked in a basket, as most had only been worn for a day, making it perfectly acceptable to leave them for a few days. Ito Tetsu removed his clothing for the day, folding it neatly to reveal a robust and well-defined torso. Although he appeared like an ordinary individual, each sinew of muscle within him harbored unparalleled explosive strength. Changing into comfortable, loose-fitting attire, Ito felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Little did he expect that his first day as a genin would be filled with so many experiences. Indeed, the world of ninjas was far from simple. As he contemplated this, he picked up his soiled garments and brought them closer to his nose. Ah, there was a hint of sweat, along with traces of dirt and marks left by the rustling leaves. They certainly needed to be laundered. In the past, Ito might have hesitated to take them to a laundromat due to the expense. However, the reward from today's mission afforded him a touch of indulgence. After all, he possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness. He neatly packed the clothes that required washing and grabbed a small basket containing his toiletries before stepping outside in his casual outfit. In the village of Konoha, there existed dedicated laundries, which provided a livelihood for some civilians who could not partake in combat. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed ninja. You may return tomorrow to collect your garments. Yes, thank you very much. After handing over his clothes to the laundromat, Ito made his way toward the bathhouse. Given the late hour, he assumed that the number of patrons there would be minimal. Ito Tetsu harbors a disdain for crowded environments. The bathhouse, constructed around a natural hot spring, serves as a favored retreat for both commoners and ninjas within the village of Konoha. It was already quite late when Ito Toru arrived. A few enchanting young women, dressed in bathrobes, were laughing and chatting as they departed, drawing the attention of an elderly gentleman who couldn't help but steal glances at their fair ankles and the beautiful faces hidden beneath their damp, flowing hair. However, Ito Toru walked straight into the bathhouse, his gaze unwavering. He was somewhat weary and had no inclination to appreciate such a picturesque scene. After thoroughly cleansing himself with a splash, he entered the hot spring, settled down, and began to soak. The steam enveloped him, and the warm water caressed his entire body, eliciting a sigh of contentment from his lips. This sensation was simply exquisite, a tranquil hot spring for one. As Ito Toru prepared to close his eyes and indulge in the solitary bliss of the hot springs, a sudden splash interrupted his tranquility. Were there others present? To his surprise, he recognized the familiar figure of that young man from Orochimaru's team. With a boisterous voice, Jiraiya approached, accompanied by the somewhat awkward Minato Namikaze. So, you're here to enjoy the hot springs as well, Jiraiya exclaimed, plopping down beside Ito, prompting him to instinctively shift away. Good to see you again, Ito, Minato said, scratching his head sheepishly before taking a seat next to him. What a coincidence that it's just the two of you. Ito was somewhat speechless. Yet he could not simply depart. Lord Jiraiya, is it just the two of you? Indeed, he replied. That rascal Minato mentioned that certain matters have arisen in the village, and he is somewhat concerned. Furthermore, those two lads lack the necessary strength, so I accompanied him to investigate the situation. Ha! Jiraiya erupted into laughter. But why? May I ask, did your investigation lead you to the bathhouse? Do the ninja from the hidden cloud partake in baths as well? His heart was filled with unspoken grievances. Hey, you wouldn't be entertaining some rather impolite thoughts, would you? Jiraiya, sensing something amiss, cast a more radiant smile in H's direction. No, it's not that. Ito Tetsu chuckled wryly. I merely find your style of conduct rather unique, Lord Jiraiya. After much contemplation, he finally settled upon a more fitting term. Naturally, Jiraiya exclaimed, clapping him on the shoulder, his gaze somewhat astonished. Oh, I must say, I hadn't expected your physique to be so well-toned. As he spoke, he displayed signs of intent to examine further. Please, do refrain from such actions, Lord Jiraiya. Itetsu swiftly distanced himself. Like a little girl, yet I find it endearing. Jiraiya's laughter grew more exuberant. Meanwhile, beside him, Minato Namikaze regarded Itetsu with a subtle gaze. You were not quite like this when you took my picture this afternoon. From that moment on, a cunning attribute was added to Itetsu's image in Minato's mind. Well, enough of the jesting. How does it feel to become a genin? Jiraiya restrained his laughter, cleared his throat lightly, and adopted a serious demeanor. He held a deep admiration for Itetsu. A significant portion of this admiration stemmed from the fact that medical ninjas were still a relatively rare profession in the Hidden Leaf Village, predominantly occupied by women. When men chose to pursue the path of a medical ninja, they were often perceived as lacking courage. Although outwardly there seemed to be no issue, whispers of discontent lingered in the shadows. Itetsu's decision to become the first male medical ninja surely came with considerable pressure. However, with his pioneering spirit, those who might have been forced into the role of combat ninjas due to societal expectations now had an alternative path to consider. Thus, Jiraiya appreciated this trailblazing junior and was more than willing to extend his assistance. Surprises always seem to follow in quick succession. Ito Tetsu sighed. Such is the life of a ninja, and I truly appreciate your response. Jiraiya laughed heartily. He had anticipated many replies, yet Tetsu's words resonated deeply within him. To be honest, the journey thus far has inspired me to consider penning a novel. The previously quiet Minato Namikaze, who had been enjoying a bath, suddenly became interested. Master Jiraiya, what kind of novel do you intend to write? Chapter 16, The Last Night Before Battle. I have yet to solidify the details, Jiraiya mused. his hands crossed in a thoughtful manner akin to a great author. However, the protagonist should be a tenacious ninja who, through sheer determination, gradually evolves and ultimately ascends to the position of Hokage. Well, Minato's eyes sparkled. That sounds incredibly impressive. Yet, a novel like that might not sell well at all. It could not help but interject, how is that even possible? Jiraiya, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed, just think about it. What an exceptional concept this is. Ninjas, perseverance, camaraderie, triumph. How could such a book possibly fail to sell? His face flushed crimson, though it was uncertain whether it was due to the heat of the hot spring or his eagerness. Go on, speak up, he urged. Well, shall I be candid then? Indeed, I shall. I am not one to easily concede defeat, Jiraiya declared with unwavering confidence. To elaborate further would be superfluous. The fundamental issue lies in the utter disinterest of the common folk in the realm of ninjas. Ito Tetsu raised his hands in exasperation. Even as ninjas, we seldom engage in discussions about the life of a ninja outside the realm of our missions. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, his pupils quivering ever so slightly. He yearned to refute this statement, yet Ito Tetsu's words rang undeniably true. Moreover, the remarks made by Orochimaru earlier that day echoed once more in his mind. What, after all, does it mean to be a ninja? Witnessing the imminent rise of conflict while feeling utterly powerless, with peace remaining a distant dream. Would the kind of ninja life he aspired to truly come to fruition? Jiraiya's thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. What once seemed a jest now transformed into a serious contemplation. Do my current endeavors hold any significance? Yet, no matter how he pondered, the answer remained a resounding no. The missions he undertook were steeped in bloodshed, and the students he nurtured were merely thrust deeper into this unending cycle of violence. Strangely, few seemed to find fault in this reality. Everyone accepted it as the norm. This is how ninjas ought to behave. But is this truly right? In an instant, Jiraiya felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming revelation, succumbing to despair. His evident despondency was palpable. Even the mist could not obscure it. It caught the attention of Ito Tetsu and Minato Namikaze. How could this be? Minato's eyes widened in alarm. Jiraiya-sensei, what has happened to you? Come now, isn't it a bit too easy to become disheartened? Ito Tetsu's lips twitched uncontrollably. He had yet to finish his thoughts, yet he found himself so thoroughly disheartened. However, witnessing Jiraiya's despondency, Ito chose to remain silent, gazing at him with a quiet and sympathetic expression. Please, do not give up, Master Jiraiya. At that moment, Namikaze Minato, embodying his radiant spirit, offered encouragement from the sidelines. I believe your ideas are truly splendid. I adore such concepts. Once you pen it down, I shall be sure to read it. Really? Indeed. Wah, Minato, you are the best. It was decided then. Once I complete this book, you shall be the first to see it. What an immense honor, Master Jiraiya. Minato beamed with delight. Hey, are you serious? Ito Tetsu wore a look of astonishment. Observing the delight radiating from Namikaze Minato, it was evident that his enthusiasm was genuine. He seemed truly eager to discover the tale that Jiraiya would craft. Humph. With his spirits rejuvenated, Jiraiya lifted his chin and cast a glance at Ito Tetsu, proclaiming, Though you have just disparaged me, I shall not be deterred by such trifling setbacks. Once my book is completed, I shall ensure you receive a copy as well. Ha ha ha. Yet, deep down, it was clear that he cared immensely. Just moments ago, he had appeared on the brink of becoming a monochrome illustration. Itetsu, in a moment of introspection, mused silently. Well, Jiraiya feigned bravado. Let us set these matters aside. After all, whether there will be time to sit quietly and write is itself a pressing concern. His tone abruptly shifted to a more somber note. War loomed on the horizon. The second great conflict threatening to engulf the ninja world. Konoha could not remain aloof from such tumult, especially on this day. The intelligence brought by the Cloud Ninjas was of immense significance, as Sarutobi Hiruzen held great regard for his three disciples, thus imparting this crucial information to Jiraiya and his companions. In the land of rain, a ninja claiming to be a demigod, known as Hanzo, had emerged. His strength was formidable, though his capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, yet it appeared he harbored ambitions to carve a bloody path for his homeland, situated between the land of wind and the land of fire. This ambitious demigod resembled a ravenous lion, fiercely surveying his surroundings, eager to seize a substantial piece of flesh. War was now inevitable. The presence of the Cloud Ninjas in this realm was to deliberate with Konoha regarding these developments. Although the Lightning Country was distanced from the mainland, Should war erupt, it would be impossible to remain unscathed, particularly in relation to their adversarial neighbor, the Earth Country. Thus, their visit was to discuss the potential front lines while simultaneously gauging Konoha's stance. Upon receiving this intelligence, Namikaze Minato felt no sense of relief. Rather, unease settled deeper within him. For with Jiraiya's identity and prowess, should war break out, he would undoubtedly take to the battlefield. In an effort to assuage Minato's worries, Jiraiya had taken it upon himself to invite him to the hot springs, where they fortuitously encountered Ito Tetsu, who had come to soak alone. Is it possible that even you, Lord Jiraiya? Itoru was momentarily taken aback. No need to overthink it. Jiraiya tousled at Toru's hair and simultaneously ruffled Minato Namikaze's locks with his other hand. You young sprouts, just focus on growing strong. The darkness of this era will be shattered by us adults. His tone was not particularly loud, yet with each word spoken, Jiraiya's conviction grew ever more resolute, and the somewhat languid gaze in his eyes slowly gathered a certain strength. No matter what, he must protect them. In that instant, Jiraiya began to grasp the essence of the will of fire that had been passed down from the first Hokage. How amusing it would be if Tsunade were to hear this. She would undoubtedly tease him, remarking on how funny it was to see him so earnest. But that was of little consequence. His conviction was unwavering, and now, all that remained was to act. Let us depart, Minato, Jiraiya called, and Minato rose, turning back to bid farewell to Itoru. Goodbye, Goodbye, Minato, and Lord Jiraiya. When we meet again, I hope you will have grown even stronger, Ito Tetsu gazed through the hazy mist at the receding figures of the two individuals. Strangely enough, this fellow possessed a certain charm. One can only hope that Jiraiya manages to complete that novel, which, at first glance, seems rather unappealing. Perhaps it could turn out to be an unexpectedly remarkable work. Though, the hope remains faint. A sudden splash echoed in the air. Ito Tetsuya rose to his feet, drying himself off before slowly making his way outside. The dark clouds in the sky gradually obscured half of the moon. Chapter 17, Demigod 5 days later, in the Land of Iron. In this era dominated by ninjas, this nation was instead protected by a group of samurai. Unlike the dazzling array of ninjutsu wielded by ninjas, the samurai relied solely on the blades in their hands. However, at this moment, a group of samurai was discarding their armor and fleeing, carelessly tossing their swords to the ground. Clang! Run! This guy is a monster. We can't possibly defeat him. Mitsuba, what are you still doing standing there? Are you paralyzed with fear? Someone turned back to see a figure still rooted in place and shouted, but after a few calls with no response, they turned and fled. The source of their terror was a ninja standing atop a colossal salamander. With flowing, muted yellow hair, he appeared to be around 20 years old. His face obscured by a mask resembling a gas mask, while the salamander beneath him opened its massive jaws, releasing a terrifying pale green toxic gas. Around them lay a ring of fallen samurai, their faces contorted in agony as they breathed their last. These were renowned warriors of the Land of Iron, who had launched a valiant charge against the invader without hesitation, only to meet their demise in an instant. Their formidable swordsmanship had no chance to manifest as they charged forward. The enormous salamander emitted a sound akin to a flatulence, followed by a gentle wave of toxic gas sweeping across the battlefield. The charging samurai fell like wheat before the wind. Only those like Mitsuba, who were positioned further away, had yet to be affected. Yet, after the brief skirmish, many samurai recognized the dire situation and chose to flee without a second thought. There was no hope of victory. That man was a powerful ninja from the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander. It was said that he was exceptionally skilled in the use of poison. But in the samurai's minds, poison was merely something to be discreetly slipped into meals or used in poison needles for assassinations. However, Hanzo's actions shattered their preconceived notions. He brazenly unleashed poison. Moreover, its potency was devastating. Not to mention, behind Hanzo followed a throng of rain ninjas, all donning gas masks. This was all too easy. Hanzo found it somewhat tiresome. He was not a lover of slaughter, and producing such quantities of toxins drained his own chakra. The Land of Iron was hardly a challenge. His tone was laced with disdain. He had brought a substantial force along to ensure he could continue fighting once his chakra ran low. Yet he found that the samurai had crumbled at the first encounter. Oh wait, one isn't he fled? Hanzo's gaze fell upon the trembling figure of Mitsuba ahead, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. Unexpectedly, in such a small nation, there existed someone with such spirit. Gasping for breath, the samurai named Mitsuba could no longer hear what his opponent was saying. His entire body was tense, his mind blank, struggling to muster the courage within him, yet unable to suppress his trembling. The bodies of his more powerful predecessors lay before him, having perished so easily at the hands of this ninja. He was undoubtedly no match. Yet, the thought of fleeing made him feel as though he would lose something invaluable. Rather than live a life of shame, he resolved to confront his fate now. An indescribable surge of fervor surged through him. "Ah!" Mitsuba shouted as he charged forward, raising his sword high against an adversary far beyond his strength. However, just as he closed the distance of a few meters, he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. It felt as if a hand was tightly gripping his heart, rendering him breathless. He was poisoned, though Hanzo had not released any more toxins. Mitsuba's reckless charge and deep breaths had allowed him to inhale a lethal amount of the previously non-lethal airborne poison. Foam spewed from his mouth as he stared blankly, feeling as though he was on the brink of death. How could this be? The disparity in strength was so vast. He sensed someone approaching, and though his vision was hazy, he could discern the presence of the very Hanzo who had single-handedly decimated his samurai brigade. Suddenly, an inexplicable strength surged within him, prompting him to slowly speak. "I beg you, spare those who fled." Even as he faced his own demise, he still pleaded for the cowards. He heard a low voice above him, and then the figure crouched down. Pop! The sound was akin to a cork being pulled from a glass bottle. A peculiar liquid, carrying a strange odor, was poured into his mouth. The scent was somewhat pungent, causing Mitsuba to cough uncontrollably. Cough! Cough! Was this man toying with him? A flicker of irritation crossed his mind. Yet after the fit subsided, he discovered that his body could miraculously move once more. Mitsuba was bewildered, staring up at Hanzo in astonishment. "Why save me? It would be a pity for someone like you to die here." Hanzo replied gravely. "Both the land of rain and the land of iron are small nations struggling for survival amidst the encroachment of great powers. You have shown me the future of the land of iron. I will not oppress smaller nations. Rather, I intend to leverage my strength to topple the great powers from their lofty perches and engage in equal dialogue with us. The land of iron is merely the beginning. Next, I will turn my sights on the land of wind, the land of fire, followed by the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of lightning. The entire ninja world shall resound with the name of Hanzo. Though I may not achieve the monumental feats of that esteemed individual, the true god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, if I can accomplish even half, then I shall be a demigod." Half a day later, in a certain inn within the land of iron, Orochimaru, Ito Tetsuya, Uchiha Kinai, and Mitarashi Anko gathered in a room, exchanging intelligence gathered from the streets and alleys. Despite defeating the entire samurai force, why did he ultimately spare the land of iron? Anko pondered, perplexed. What is he after? Is he mad? Perhaps he harbors a grander scheme? Kinai speculated, equally confused. But if there is a greater plan, why engage in battle with the land of iron first? Good question. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes turned towards Ito Tetsuya. What do you think, Ito? I believe he seeks the resources of the land of iron. Ito Tetsuya did not hold back, directly stating, "This is merely the beginning. Sanju Hans intends to utilize these resources for something grand." Upon hearing this, both Kinai and Akkad displayed expressions of astonishment. "Excellent." Orochimaru looked on with appreciation. "Ito, please continue." "I believe that." Ito Tetsu sighed, yet he proceeded to articulate his analysis. "It is highly likely that the pufferfish Hans intends to instigate a second shinobi world war." Chapter 18. Orochimaru's dream of becoming Hokage. A second shinobi world war. Upon uttering these words, not only were Akkad and Kitsuna taken aback, but even Orochimaru experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. The mere mention of a shinobi world war evokes sheer terror among all ninjas. It is a veritable nightmare. This is a conflict where even Ch-nin are relegated to the role of cannon fodder, and the casualty rate for J-nin is alarmingly high. Let us not even discuss the Genin, for it is commonplace for hundreds to perish in a single day. The atmosphere descended into a heavy silence. As the three were engulfed in contemplation, Ito Tetsuya let out a deep sigh, awaiting the moment when everyone would emerge from their state of shock. It had been 5 days since the completion of their last mission. Following the conclusion of their respite, Orochimaru had presented his cherished disciples with an A-rank mission. To be more precise, this A-rank task was one that Orochimaru had personally undertaken. Yet he had chosen to involve Ito Tetsuya and his companions under the guise of nurturing his students. Upon seeing the mission's classification, Ito Tetsuya felt utterly dazed. He couldn't help but wonder if Orochimaru harbored some disdain for the three of them, scheming to orchestrate their demise through this perilous task. To his utter dismay, Kenai and Akkad, blissfully oblivious, leaped with joy at the sight of the A-rank assignment, as if they had just struck a grand prize. Such exuberance would make it exceedingly difficult for them to survive until the grand conclusion. Ito Tetsu genuinely felt an urge to strike each of the two foolish women with a punch, yet upon contemplating the repercussions, he ultimately resolved to spare them. To enhance the likelihood of survival for this mission, Ito Tetsu was compelled to invest all of his previous earnings, along with his prior savings, into purchasing ninja tools and a few medical kits. After all, the reward for this mission was a staggering 800,000 Ryo, nearly reaching its zenith, which would amount to a substantial sum when divided. The highest reward for an A-rank mission stood at 1,000,000 Ryo, underscoring the formidable nature of this undertaking. The mission's objective was none other than to investigate the recently ascendant figure of the Rain Country, the demigod Hans of the Salamander. If the mission were to fail, retaining that money would be of no consequence. The sole silver lining was that Orochimaru would undoubtedly be involved this time. Although the current Orochimaru had not yet reached the level of a scientific madman, his prowess was not to be underestimated. As Ito Tetsu concluded his reflections, the three of them emerged from their silence. "Hey, are you joking?" The first to voice her skepticism was Kitsuna. "How could a mere gas-emitting individual possibly instigate a second ninja world war? Isn't that a bit alarmist?" she remarked, her hands resting defiantly on her hips. "This is not alarmism." Ito raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "I believe the village must have received some intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have classified this mission as A-level, would they?" Yuno was rendered speechless at that moment. However, how could he possibly instigate a great conflict? At this point, Akane expressed her confusion. The Land of Rain is not particularly formidable. The strength of those Rain shinobi is rather average. Does Hans of the Salamander truly intend to confront several great nations single-handedly? Has he lost his mind? While it is indeed challenging to contend against multiple adversaries simultaneously, tackling them one at a time is certainly feasible. Ito observed with a calm demeanor. In the recent conflict with the Iron Nation, he must have reaped substantial benefits before retreating. While I am unaware of the clandestine negotiations that transpired, given this individual's character, it is undeniable that he secured a significant advantage, which could serve as a deterrent to other smaller nations. When engaging in warfare with the Iron Nation, it would instill fear in these lesser states, dissuading them from intervening. However, if that is the case, why not directly conquer the Iron Nation? Hongdo found this perplexing. Such an action would allow for direct access to the resources of that land. How Navi? Ito Tetsu shook his head, remarking that directly occupying the nation would necessitate the deployment of personnel to manage it, suppress resistance, and guard against invasions from other countries. It was far less expedient than extortion. By directly extorting the nobles of the Iron Country, the nobles would naturally devise ways to extract profits from the common people, thereby granting him both reputation and advantage. Have you not observed that the prices here surpass even those within the Land of Fire? Akamami was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the glimmer in Orochimaru's eyes grew ever brighter, his interest in Ito Tetsu intensifying. Ito, Kuin, he began slowly. What do you foresee as the next move of Hanzo the Salamander? Ito Tetsutaka suddenly realized that he might have spoken too much. This simply would not do. He decided to adopt a more modest demeanor and promptly lowered his voice, humbly stating, "How could I possibly know so much? It's all just my wild conjectures. It is truly Master Orochimaru who possesses such foresight." With a chuckle, he added, "But do not worry. Why not take another guess at what Hanzo the Salamander will do next?" It seemed that remaining silent would not suffice. Ito Tetsu had not yet descended into foolishness to feign ignorance before Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The surviving warrior, Mifyun, once stated that the Salamander Hans harbored ambitions of becoming a demigod. Therefore, I surmise that he will soon choose to declare war on a great nation, enabling the Land of Rain to firmly establish its presence. This is what one might refer to as the War of Nation Building. Given that the Land of Rain is situated amidst three nations, I believe he will target the weakest among them, the Land of Wind, to assert his dominance. Had he truly analyzed the situation to such an extent? Orochimaru's eyes widened with surprise, regarding Ito Tetsu with newfound respect. This youth may indeed possess the potential to become Hokage. However, he would ultimately remain subordinate to Orochimaru. For now, he could serve as an advisor, offering counsel and strategy. Those elderly men, steeped in despair and corruption of thought, were a source of irritation. With a smirk, Orochimaru's spirits lifted further, as if he could already envision the scene of himself as Hokage. This ambition fueled his recent fervor for undertaking high-ranking missions, striving to accumulate merit, contribute to the village, and simultaneously showcase his prowess. Tsunade had no interest in the Hokage position, and Jiraiya lacked the demeanor befitting such a role. Who but Orochimaru could claim the mantle of the fourth Hokage? Nevertheless, with war looming on the horizon, there was no need to hasten the completion of missions. When the conflict erupted, ample opportunities to accrue achievements would present themselves. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru issued his command. Let us remain here and await news. To see if your judgment proves accurate. Yes. The three nodded in agreement. Hooray! Ito Tetsu felt a surge of covert elation. Undoubtedly, the safest haven before the outbreak of war was the Iron Nation. Yuna, Azuki, you may leave. Ito will remain behind. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei. Although the two young women harbored doubts, they said nothing and exited as instructed. However, the ecstatic fervor within Ito Tetsu was abruptly extinguished. Chapter 19. Have you chosen to collaborate already? Click. The door was shut. Ito Tetsu maintained a facade of calm, yet a cold sweat discreetly trickled down his back. What could Orochimaru possibly intend? You must be pondering why I specifically requested your presence. Orochimaru spoke slowly. Indeed, Master Orochimaru. Ito Tetsu momentarily displayed a look of perplexity. Is there a task to be assigned? Indeed, as a medical ninja, it is best to consult with you regarding this matter. Orochimaru formed hand seals and then pressed his hands to the ground, instantly summoning a colossal serpent. Ito Tetsu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet refrained from any rash actions, instead gazing innocently yet perplexedly at the colossal serpent. Although Orochimaru appeared far from benevolent, surely he could not be so utterly deranged? Gulping, Ito watched as the gigantic serpent opened its maw, its abdomen writhing, and then it expelled a corpse, tinged with a pallid hue. Thud! The body landed on the ground, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man, his features contorted in agony, having met a most unsettling demise, clad in the complete armor of the Iron Country samurai. This. Even though Ito Tetsu had mentally prepared himself, the sight still churned his stomach. What a calamity of monstrous proportions. This is a warrior's corpse I collected. One who perished valiantly on the battlefield. No wonder you wished for Kina and Azuki to step outside. It is indeed inappropriate for women to witness such a scene. Yet, Orochimaru-sensei, do you truly not consider my feelings at all? Ito Tetsu felt a pang of bitterness within, yet he maintained an outward facade of calm and composure. Orochimaru cast a glance at Ito Tetsu, perceiving no trace of panic upon his countenance. He nodded slightly and continued, It seems you are mentally prepared, so let us commence. After a thorough examination, both Orochimaru and Ito Tetsu arrived at their respective conclusions. The warrior possessed commendable strength, having cultivated a chakra system distinct from others, akin to the level of a Chunin approaching that of a Jonin. Orochimaru's expression grew serious as he summoned the serpent once more, devouring the corpse that had lost its research value. It was surmised that the poison of Hanzo the salamander was composed of chakra-based properties. Ito Che's expression was grave. It has completely vanished, leaving only traces from which one can infer that it is a type of gas targeting the mind and heart, infiltrating through the respiratory system. Is there any way to counteract it? It is difficult. At least, I find myself powerless. Ito Tetsu shook his head, contemplating the possibility that Lady Tsunade might possess a solution to their predicament. Orochimaru, after a brief moment of reflection, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it may be time to seek reinforcements from the village. The elder would certainly not stand idly by in such circumstances. It. The task of contacting the village falls to you. What? Why me? Ito Tetsu expressed his bewilderment, wearing a puzzled expression. Orochimaru, unusually inclined to provide an explanation, continued, although Akane and Kinai are more adept in combat, sending two female ninjas would attract undue attention. He then retrieved a pouch of money from his pocket. This 50,000 Ryo shall serve as your operational funds. Upon receiving the pouch, Ito Tetsu, whose countenance had previously displayed a sense of despair, was invigorated. He swiftly accepted the funds from Orochimaru, adopting a demeanor of unwavering loyalty. Leave this matter to me, teacher Orochimaru. I shall execute it flawlessly. Having allocated all the funds for the acquisition of ninja tools and medical supplies, Ito Tetsu shamelessly relied on Orochimaru for travel and lodging expenses. Orochimaru, generous in spirit, understood that as the future Hokage, he could not allow his companion to suffer hunger. This was not the essence of the will of fire. Unbeknownst to him, he had cultivated a habit of being exceptionally generous towards his subordinates, particularly when it came to the challenges of assigned missions. Well then, I eagerly anticipate your performance. Observing Ito Tetsu's avaricious expression, Orochimaru remained unfazed, hastily inscribing the necessary information, sealing it within a small bamboo tube, and handing it to Ito Tetsu. Though these messages could have been conveyed via summoning beasts, Orochimaru's serpents from the Richi cave demanded exorbitant compensation. For instance, the serpent that had just assisted in transporting a corpse required a reward in the form of the body post research. In contrast, Ito Tetsu, who could accomplish the task for merely 50,000 Ryo, was a remarkably valuable asset. Take this information outside the town and sound the whistle. Members of the Umbu will meet you there. Umbu? How will they be here? Orochimaru revealed a cryptic smile, choosing to share a fragment of information with his future Hokage's aide. That is because I have an alliance with Danzo. Danzo? It was a rare moment for Ito Tetsu to lose control of his emotions, his tone rising several notches. Although he could hardly recall the intricate plot of Naruto, the infamous figure of Danzo was undeniably notorious, universally reviled, and difficult to forget. Of course, the reputation of Orochimaru, too, had not been far removed from such infamy. The two were virtually indistinguishable in their notoriety. Now, with these two figures intertwined, Ito Tetsu felt as though his future had plunged into darkness. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, who mistook Tetsu's reaction as one of awe at his esteemed reputation, he encouraged him, saying, "Do not be overly astonished. Focus on your tasks, and follow my lead, and you shall not be left wanting." Orochimaru patted Ito Tetsu on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Ito Tetsu found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, utterly at a loss for words. How could you two have established contact at this juncture? That Danzo is not a virtuous man. You shall inevitably be betrayed by him, thoroughly and completely. Orochimaru-sensei, as a disciple of Orochimaru, Ito Tetsu could scarcely fathom the scrutiny that awaited him. Achieving the status of a special Jonin, akin to a Kado, would surely be the best possible outcome. Even as he emerged from the ordeal, Ito Tetsu remained in a state of bewilderment. The subsequent failures of Orochimaru were not without justification. His appearance alone belied his character, and his collaboration with Danzo raised further suspicions. Although he did indeed acquire some valuable insights and made notable advancements in his research, he also bore the brunt of Danzo's malevolence. A treacherous journey, indeed. How am I to survive this tempest until the very end? Ito Tetsu found himself in a state of despair, yet he realized there may still be a glimmer of hope. Almost on the verge of losing his composure, he regained his focus in an instant. The troubling events of the future had yet to unfold. The Second Great Ninja War was merely the beginning. Following this, the Akatsuki organization would be established, the White Fang would take his own life, Jiraiya and Tsunade would depart from the village, and Orochimaru would experience a rise in his career, only to be betrayed by the shadows of the ninja world, leaving Konoha in a state of disgrace. The newly emerged Golden Flash would briefly illuminate Konoha like the dawn during the Third Great Ninja War, only to ultimately succumb to the bloodstained night of the Nine-Tails incident. Behind nearly all these events lay the machinations of a man named Danzo. However, at this moment, there was still time to alter the course of fate. Ito Toru's gaze gradually grew resolute. Toanzo, he repeatedly mulled over the name. In order to survive until the very end, he must devise a plan to eliminate him. The sooner, the better. He firmly resolved within himself, and his once heavy footsteps transformed into a light cadence. Chapter 20, An Ambush. Donning his forehead protector, Ito Toru stepped out of the inn. Passers-by, upon seeing the Konoha symbol emblazoned on his forehead protector, instinctively veered away, their eyes filled with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Another ninja. Recently, there have been numerous ninjas in town. Is something about to transpire? Such unsettling thoughts lingered as the hushed whispers of the townsfolk reached Itoru's ears. He pretended not to notice and continued on his way. This small town, situated in the land of iron, is undeniably a vital thoroughfare, making it commonplace for many ninjas to converge here. Neighboring nations yearned to glean intelligence about the recent Great War and assess the situation. Undoubtedly, the villages of Konoha and Sunniest dispatched the most ninjas. Along the way, Ito Toru encountered several ninjas from Sunniest, They merely exchanged glances at each other's forehead protectors before passing by, each unwilling to invite trouble, especially when their missions did not conflict. Before long, Ito Tetsu arrived at the outskirts of the town. This must be the place, he mused. Observing his surroundings, he noted a small hill overlooking the town, with a dense forest above, a perfect location for exchanging information. Whoosh! Ito Tetsu sounded the flute, then stood in place awaiting the arrival of the Umbu. The task seemed rather straightforward. Merely exchanging the intelligence would yield 50,000 ryo. Indeed, Orochimaru was quite generous. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. However, 1 minute passed, then 2, then 10. The Konoha Umbu, who were supposed to appear, still had not shown up. Ito Tetsu furrowed his brows slightly. Although the timing of tasks often cannot align perfectly, such a significant discrepancy was indeed troubling. Could something have transpired? His gaze became more somber, and his previously relaxed demeanor heightened with a touch of vigilance. The wind swept across the hillside, carrying with it a faint metallic tang of blood and an elusive sensation that prickled at his back. Ito Tetsu's gaze darkened, and in a calm tone, he addressed a certain direction within the woods, saying, "Come out." Nothing occurred, as if it were merely a superfluous soliloquy from Ito Tetsu himself. "Are you not coming out?" Ito Tetsu withdrew a shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled it towards that direction. The shuriken, transformed into a shadow, was intercepted mid-air. Ha ha ha. How could this young one have discerned my ploy? Hey, kid, you must be a Genin from Konoha. Under Ito Tetsu's keen gaze, 6 ninjas gradually emerged from the forest, adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunniest, their expressions mingling mockery with a hint of menace. A squad of sand ninjas? Ito Tetsu's expression darkened slightly. Moreover, there were 2 small teams. Normally, ninja squads consist of 3 members each to undertake missions. A task requiring 2 small teams undoubtedly involves a confrontation among ninjas. A clever lad, one of the middle-aged men, who appeared to be the leader, fixed his gaze on Ito Tetsu and remarked, "Yet your strength is rather lacking. A mere lower-ranked ninja from Konoha? You dare to come here alone?" This was also the reason they had not acted immediately. They lay in ambush, originally waiting for a higher-ranking ninja, specifically Orochimaru. Ito Tetsu, in a moment of introspection, bore a faintly bitter expression. "Orochimaru, oh Orochimaru, you have truly brought me much suffering. To dare to ambush a Jonin. Among these individuals, there are at least 2 Jonin. Moreover, the others possess at least the strength of Nin. The battles between Jonin should not necessitate the sacrifice of lower-ranked ninjas. Your mission objective should not be me." Ito Tetsu assumed a defensive posture, although it proved futile. It was essential to maintain a semblance of readiness. Indeed, it was not your doing. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that during the execution of a task, even against one's will, unfortunate individuals may inevitably become entangled. The leading middle-aged ninja produced a blood-stained white animal-style mask and tossed it before Ito Tetsu. "It seems that today, you find yourself rather unfortunate, akin to these wretches. These masks belong to the Umbu of Konoha. Ito Tetsu cast a brief glance, his brow slightly furrowing. To be a member of the Umbu, one must possess at least the strength of a chunin. On the ground lay 5 masks, indicating that these 5 Konoha Umbu had been utterly annihilated. The person you are waiting for cannot possibly be them, can it? A malicious smile crept across the middle-aged ninja's face. Unfortunately, they will not be coming any longer. Ha ha ha. The sand ninjas beside him burst into raucous laughter. After all, he was merely a Genin, and there was no need for such vigilance. Moreover, their surroundings had been meticulously examined, confirming that no one else was approaching. Having just emerged from a tense skirmish, successfully obliterating the opposing Umbu team, these on-edge ninjas felt a slight relaxation. Thus, they reveled in mocking the solitary Konoha Genin. Prolonged exposure to darkness inevitably distorts a ninja's psyche, especially in such a repressive era, where ninjas, treated as mere tools, live in constant fear of an untimely demise. However, the face of the youth before them bore no expression of the anticipated dread, though there was a hint of wariness. It was overshadowed by a calm gaze that ignited their ire, as if he were surveying a gathering of imbeciles. "Is that so? How unfortunate." Ito Tetsu shrugged. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After uttering these words, he truly relaxed his guard and turned to depart, as though the 6 sand ninjas were mere phantoms. Halt! The sand ninjas, deprived of amusement, were instead consumed by a fury of being disregarded. Their expressions soured, one of them's face reddening with indignation. Just a lowly genin. Don't get too cocky here. The leading middle-aged ninja formed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of Ito Tetsu. You think you can just walk away? What a foolish dream. Stay put. With a menacing grin, he launched a powerful punch at Ito Tetsu. The strike was forceful and swift as the wind. Should it connect, it would likely render the boy unconscious in an instant. He chose not to wield a weapon, partly dismissing Ito Tetsu's capabilities, and partly because he intended to capture him alive. After all, their objective was to apprehend a Konoha Jonin, and this boy's presence here must surely be linked to that Jonin. If they could seize him and extract information through interrogation, their mission would be a success. However, to the middle-aged ninja's astonishment, the seemingly youthful boy merely took a step back, effortlessly evading the attack. The wind from the punch grazed the tip of Ito Tetsu's nose, and a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. He then crouched down and executed a sweeping kick. What? The middle-aged Jonin was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the boy's audacious counterattack. Even more surprising was that the kick struck precisely at the leg he relied upon for balance. With a dull thud, the middle-aged Jonin lost his equilibrium, tumbling backward in a disheveled manner. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his hands, preventing a complete fall. Yet, the sight of his predicament was already quite humiliating. Fury ignited within him. To be so thoroughly bested by a mere genin, especially in front of numerous fellow village ninjas, was unbearable. Yet, the most humiliating moment was yet to come. Suddenly, Ito Tetsu seized his hair, pulling him down, and from his ninja tool pouch, withdrew a kunai, pressing it firmly against the Jonin's throat. The middle-aged Jonin's gaze turned dazed, witnessing his comrades nearby unable to contain their disbelief, their faces turning a shade reminiscent of pig liver. A disgrace. An absolute disgrace. This was undoubtedly the darkest moment of his ninja career. Chapter 21. Escape. No one move. He heard the boy's voice from above. If you want me to spare your life, behave yourselves. Otherwise. Ito Tetsu pressed the tip of his kunai against the throat of the middle-aged Jonin. I cannot guarantee that my hand will remain steady. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The several sand shinobi across from him gaped in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Then, in unison, they erupted into laughter that seemed to pierce the heavens, their bodies doubling over in mirth, with some even shedding tears of amusement. Is it truly that amusing? Ito Tetsu squinted his eyes. These individuals seemed utterly unconcerned about the hostage they held. Instead, they laughed incessantly, akin to friends relishing in the embarrassment of a companion. Although there exists a disparity in strength between Jonin and genin, having captured one should surely eliminate any hope of victory, or so he thought. Thus, Ito Tetsu found himself perplexed by their foolish merriment. It appeared that he was not particularly well liked. He nudged his captive with his knee, provoking even greater laughter from the opposing group. Arabu, still playing around? Captured by a mere genin. A miscalculation, perhaps? Haha, you expect us to behave? It seems you haven't grasped the situation, boy. You are holding a genin. Almost simultaneously with the last speaker's words, the captive Arabu, ensnared by Ito Tetsu, suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist with a resounding pop. Ito Tetsu's heart skipped a beat, and the sensation emanating from his hand transformed from the texture of hair to that of leaves. Substitute technique. The name of this ninjutsu instantly came to his mind. It is a technique that every ninja must master, allowing them to swiftly escape control when captured. Typically, the conditions for executing this technique arise either before being seized or immediately after, taking advantage of a fleeting moment of the opponent's inattention. Yet, Ito Tetsu was certain he had not let his guard down. Is this the prowess of a genin? No, it is more than that. Ito Tetsu furrowed his brow. Although the scent was faint, he caught a whiff of the burning explosive tag emanating from the wooden post before him. This fellow had actually left behind a lethal trap, concealing the ignited explosive tag within the mist released by the substitution technique rendered it nearly imperceptible to an ordinary person. Had it not been for Ito Tetsu's frequent dealings with explosive tags, he might have failed to notice that the wooden post still bore one. In that fleeting moment, this elite shinobi displayed an array of exceedingly insidious techniques. It was indeed true that his earlier capture was reliant on the adversary's carelessness and a stroke of luck. Ito Tetsu sighed heavily, then without hesitation, lifted his leg and kicked the wooden stake away. Bang! The stake soared through the air like a launched missile, spinning towards the mocking sand shinobi with a long trail of dust behind it. Wow, the group cheered. This boy is not too shabby. He managed to notice the explosive tag on the stake. Alibu, you've miscalculated once again. Could this brat be your nemesis? Ha ha ha. Watch this. One of them stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals, and before the stake could reach them, unleashed a jutsu. Wind release, great wind wave. The seals completed, a powerful gust erupted from his mouth, like a hurricane forming on the spot, sending the stake hurtling back towards Ito Tetsu at an even greater speed, colliding with him. Moreover, the intense pressure from the wind bore down on Ito Tetsu, rendering him nearly immobile. He was compelled to abandon his original countermeasures and adopt a new escape route. This individual possessed the prowess of a Jonin. With such a level of chakra and jutsu strength, it was no wonder that the Konoha Umbu left here were completely annihilated. Continuing on, he was undoubtedly no match. If it were just one opponent, Ito Tetsu believed he could still hold out, but with so many adversaries combined, defeat was merely a matter of time. Boom. The explosive tag on the stake detonated, and a cloud of smoke billowed forth, igniting wood shavings that sparkled like stars, only to be whisked away by the fierce wind, revealing an empty space with nothing left but a deep crater. He actually escaped? A sand shinobi's eyes widened in surprise, while another suddenly realized, what a clever boy. He managed to flee with the wind. He won't get away. One nearby immediately formed hand seals, releasing his chakra perception. With his eyes shut, chakra radiated outwards in an instantaneous wave, akin to ultrasonic waves, swiftly scanning a vast area until it pinpointed Ito Tetsu. That kid went that way. Pursue him. He opened his eyes, pointing in a direction. This boy runs quite fast. In such a short time, he has covered several hundred meters. We must catch up quickly, or he might truly escape. Ha ha ha. I relish this game of cat and mouse. Where's Alibo? He has already given chase. We must hurry, or we'll miss the spectacle. In the forest, Ito Tetsu was sprinting fiercely. His figure resembled a black serpent gliding through the woods, tracing a winding and agile path amidst the dense foliage. He did not choose to flee back to the town, for that would only lead him to more sand shinobi. Moreover, their target was Orochimaru, and they were undoubtedly prepared with measures to counter him. If he returned to the town, the likely outcome would be utter annihilation. Of course, Ito Tetsu could gamble on Orochimaru's strength far surpassing what these opponents imagined. However, he deemed it more probable that Orochimaru would escape with Akamaru, while he and Uchiha Kina would ultimately fall after a fierce struggle, perishing here, thus causing the world line to converge successfully. After all, Orochimaru was a true ninja. A true ninja is one who, when necessary, would abandon or even eliminate companions. In this era, such actions were not uncommon and were even glorified. Yet, it was not time for despair. Running deeper into the woods did not guarantee death. In this concealed environment, combat was precisely Ito Tetsu's forte. As Ito Tetsu fled, he grasped a whistle and blew it with all his might. The piercing sound resonated throughout the forest. The pursuing sand shinobi team of 6 heard it. Was this fool out of his mind? Despite being chased by us, he still dared to blow a whistle, perhaps believing reinforcements would come to his aid? Huh. This must be what they call a desperate struggle. I can see him now. Watch me. A sand shinobi Nin revealed a sinister grin as he quickened his pace toward the fleeing figure ahead. Before them, a disheveled silhouette was desperately sprinting, seemingly drained of all strength, gasping heavily as it raced across the ground. Such is the plight of the weak. Has fear consumed even their chakra? The Nin sneered and hastened his speed, ascending above the fleeing figure, drawing forth a dagger from his waist. I shall sever one of your arms first. A glimmer of silver flashed, carving a straight line downward, striking the figure. Suddenly, a look of uncertainty crossed the Nin's face. The sensation from the blade was not as expected. Boom. In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted skyward, engulfing his form. As all his strength had been channeled into the blade, the Nin found himself unable to escape, instantly reduced to charred remains by the terrifying heat. The Sand Shinobi team had lost one member. What? An explosive shadow clone? The pursuing Sand Shinobi faltered, their faces registering a blend of shock and fury. During battles with the Konoha Umbu, they had incurred no losses. Yet here, in the pursuit of a mere genin, they had lost one. That fool Gab, how careless. The team leader, Arabu, emerged from the opposite side, his expression grim. Why was I unable to sense it? Another Jonin questioned the sensing ninja beside him, his tone accusatory. It's not my fault. That brat used more than half his chakra as bait. The sensing ninja gritted his teeth. Be cautious. He is a cunning and audacious little rascal. Clearly, this response did little to appease the Jonin, whose anger intensified. Whom should I blame if not you? Gab is dead. How am I to explain this to his sister? What does it matter to me? He was the one who acted recklessly. If he is dead. He is dead. Should I have restrained him from his own demise? The sensing ninja retorted defiantly, as he was the only one in the team capable of sensing movements. Effectively the eyes of the entire group. You. The Jonin's eyes turned crimson with fury. Enough with the trivialities. Arabo bellowed, his voice booming. Are you trying to let that brat escape with your bickering? Pursue him. We must not let that scoundrel get away. The argument was temporarily quelled. As the remaining 5 sand shinobi, their expressions darkened, accelerated their pace even further. Chapter 22. They were closing in. Meanwhile, approximately 1,000 meters ahead of the 5 sand shinobi, upon hearing the explosion behind him, Ito Tetsu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That level of explosive tag wouldn't allow even a Nin to escape unscathed. Ito Tetsu optimistically contemplated his scheme. In his strategy, the trap he had devised could at the very least incapacitate a Nin, thereby compelling the enemy to divide their forces for protection. This was indeed a form of strategy. By inflicting numerous casualties, he aimed to deplete the enemy's strategic resources and living strength, while simultaneously undermining their morale. However, Ito Tetsu never anticipated that this maneuver would result in the direct demise of a Nin. Next, he needed to prolong the situation a bit longer. Ito Tetsu cast a glance at the sky. It was still far from dusk. He could only hope that his pursuers could be delayed. Dealing with a single Jonin was already a daunting task, let alone 2. Oh, Orochimaru-sensei, you have truly put me in a predicament. After expressing his grievances, he felt the reassuring weight of 50,000 ryo in his pocket, which rejuvenated his spirit, prompting him to adjust his mindset and continue his desperate flight. As he fled, he did not neglect to set traps and various mechanisms along the way. For instance, sharp wires entwined among the branches caught a Sunniest Chunin off guard, severing half of his hair. In a seemingly ideal refuge, he scattered small triangular spikes, causing another Chunin to be impaled through the sole of his foot. Damn it! He cried out in pain. Once I catch that brat, I will not show him any mercy. He shall truly experience my interrogation techniques. Blood soaked through his shoes. Yet he dared not pause, relentlessly pursuing his path. His chakra was dwindling. A sensory ninja from Sunniest alerted. His speed is decreasing. We will catch up in just a few seconds. This time, we must not make a mistake, the Sunniest Jonin stated coldly, then abruptly accelerated, aiming to seize Ito Tetsu first. Do not pursue him. The voice of Arabo echoed, as he swiftly surpassed the Jonin. We need him alive. Such a youth is undoubtedly a seedling of Konoha. It would be a pity to kill him outright. We must extract sufficient information from him. Humph. Despite his reluctance, the Sunniest Jonin complied, reducing his speed. Whoosh. Arabo's speed was remarkable, creating a sonic boom in the air. Meanwhile, Ito Tetsu, still fleeing ahead, could distinctly hear that terrifying sound. How can that Jonin have so much chakra? He thought in dismay. Even though he had adopted the most energy-efficient methods, the very act of breathing consumed chakra, and he found that only 1/10 remained. A profound sense of fatigue enveloped him from head to toe. Just then, he suddenly sensed a fierce wave of wind pressure approaching from behind. They were closing in. Ito Toru, despite his overwhelming fatigue, instinctively turned to shield himself, crossing his arms just in time to block a soaring kick. With a resounding crash, an unparalleled force descended upon him, akin to the devastating impact of a colossal pendulum. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Ito's arms absorbed the blow. His entire body was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling through the air until it collided violently with a massive tree, bringing him to a halt. A sharp gasp escaped him as the terrifying shockwave reverberated through his back, causing a metallic taste to fill his throat, and he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming impact left his entire body tingling, rendering him momentarily immobile. Numbness enveloped him. This time, he was truly paralyzed. Ito Tetsu forced a bitter smile. Is this the chasm that exists between myself and a Jonin? If my opponent were to fight earnestly, I would be unable to withstand even a single move. Moreover, this is under the condition that they are holding back. It was evident to Ito Tetsu that his opponent harbored no intentions of delivering a lethal strike. Yet, even that single kick rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. At this moment, all he could do was close his eyes and gradually channel his chakra to heal his wounds. It was exceedingly difficult. Engaging in direct combat was simply out of the question. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the several pursuing sand ninjas had already positioned themselves atop the surrounding trees. Ito Tetsu could sense a gaze filled with murderous intent directed at him. What could be the reason for this? Even in his moment of grave injury, he was filled with profound confusion. Have you truly abandoned your wounded comrade in such a manner? However, from this menacing stare, Ito Tetsu could surmise some possibilities. Surely not, he lamented internally. Has he perished due to the exceptional quality of the explosive tag? The sand ninja Chunin seems rather unimpressive. To withstand a blow from Alibu and remain alive, he would be considered remarkable among the lower-ranked ninjas I have encountered. Alas, he was born in Konoha. Moreover, he has slain our comrade. To defeat a Chunin while holding the rank of a Genin, such an accomplishment, if reported back, would surely elevate your reputation. Regrettably, you must not be allowed to return alive. Alibu's eyes reflected a mixture of regret, hatred, and sorrow. Setting aside their conflicting positions, he found himself somewhat admiring this Konoha Genin. Enough with the idle chatter, let the interrogation commence. Barked another Jonin perched upon the tree, clearly irate. How much longer must we waste time? Very well, let us begin, Alibu responded, leaping back onto the branch, assuming a vigilant stance. A sand ninja, sporting a grotesque grin and limping, approached Ito Tetsu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Konoha's Genin. However, what lies ahead may not be a pleasant experience for you. Would you care to see my collection? He produced a small box and opened it, revealing an array of horrifying interrogation tools. A friendly piece of advice. It would be wise to confess early. It would be beneficial for both of us, sparing you from torment and saving me the effort. Despite his words, most individuals tend to overestimate their own resolve. As he spoke, he brandished a needle glistening with a chilling sheen. So, let us start with a little appetizer, he said, his malevolent gaze fixated on Ito Tetsu's hand. Let us begin here. Ito Tetsu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his injured foot, a faint smirk playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. Did you interrogate your own foot before arriving? The interrogator's expression shifted from malice to irritation. After such a prolonged period without treatment, his foot would likely bear some permanent damage upon his return. All of this was the fault of that detestable Konoha Genin. Don't think you can take pride in your little clever tricks. He spat. I will show you what true cruelty is. He deliberately manipulated the torture instruments, producing a chilling snapping sound. Feel free to utter more words to further incite my wrath. For I shall torment you as I did your comrade. The interrogator's eyes blazed red, reminiscent of a beast eager to devour its prey. It's a pity you missed the sight of your Konoha Umbu begging for me to end their lives. Oh, that sound was simply divine. Would you like to know more? Oh no, soon enough, you will experience it too. He spoke with intent, his gaze fixed on Ito Tetsu, aiming to amplify the psychological pressure. However, to his dismay, there was no flicker of emotion in Tetsu's eyes. Instead, the mockery deepened. It appears you truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin. The interrogator's anger surged, for this was not the reaction he had anticipated. Enraged, he seized a silver needle, ready to plunge it into Tetsu's finger. Yet, consumed by fury, he remained oblivious to the changes in their surroundings. A chorus of insects began to chirp ominously. Chapter 23. Please close your eyes, hee. This lad is in for a world of trouble. A sand-hidden Chunin snickered from the treetops, having lost half of his hair. Injuring Uchiha's foot will surely lead to a thorough reckoning. But Konoha is truly terrifying. Even a mere Genin. Enough. Miku, did you not see the expression on Mashi's face? A nearby sensory Chunin quickly interjected, prompting Miku to realize his faux pas and fall silent, casting a grateful glance at the sensory ninja. However, he soon froze. Hey, Matwan, you have a little bug on your face. No wonder it felt itchy. Matwan reached up and, with a swift slap, crushed the bug in his palm. An unfamiliar insect. Is it a mosquito, or perhaps a flea? Such creatures were not uncommon in the woods, so Matwan dismissed it and flicked it away. This wretched place. Let us finish the mission quickly and return. I've had enough of this damp weather. Indeed, Mika replied, but suddenly noticed Matwan stiffen and plummet straight down from the tree. What? Hey, what's wrong with you? He exclaimed, bewildered and shocked. Why on earth is he suddenly playing unrestrained bungee jump? What on earth are you doing? A nearby Arabu frowned. Did he lose a bet? No. Just, Mika's words faltered as he too froze, his body immobilized as if bound, unable to turn his eyes. Arabu's pupils constricted, even he could sense the danger. Scatter! He shouted, and he and another Jonin swiftly dispersed while remaining vigilant. Thud. At the same moment, Matwan, the sensory ninja who had fallen from the tree, crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. Erebo glanced over, witnessing Monthwan's neck twisted at a grotesque angle, lifeless. A sensory ninja had perished in such a ludicrous fashion? A chill ran down Erebo's spine. The enemy had come prepared. They had accurately eliminated the sensory ninja without anyone noticing. But how could this be? Though they had relaxed, they had maintained vigilance. Not even the faintest sound of chirping insects. Suddenly, Erebo realized. Be cautious. The enemy is from Konoha's Aburame clan. Release chakra and keep the insects at bay. Uchiha. Cease the interrogation and eliminate that individual. Return immediately to defend. Another Jonin shouted. Reinforcements had arrived. And they were not the targets they had anticipated. Damn it. How could this happen? Sweat beaded on Erebo's forehead. The enemy's numbers and strength were unknown. All they knew was that they faced Konoha's Aburame clan. And the motionless Chunin might have fallen victim to Nara clan's secret technique, shadow binding? Uchiha, the interrogator, appeared startled by the sudden chaos around him, his hands trembling, causing various interrogation tools to scatter across the ground. Yet, ignoring Ito Tetsu before him, he swiftly darted to the side of Erebo, the Jonin. What kind of worthless nin are you? The Jonin roared in anger. Did you not hear me tell you to kill him? I am sorry. Uchiha shrank back, trembling uncontrollably, inciting further fury from the Jonin, who seized his collar. You're this afraid of dying yet dare to be a ninja? The Jonin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down. A sharp dagger had been plunged into his chest, and the one wielding the dagger was none other than Uchiha himself. Are you mad? He questioned in shock. Uchiha merely smirked, a strange smile curling on his lips. You dare to smile? Agony and rage rendered the Jonin irrational, and with a powerful strike, he sent Uchiha flying. Yet, before Uchiha was hurled away, he bit down on his tongue, spraying blood across the Jonin's face. It was a grotesque display of blood spattering in every sense. Meanwhile, Ito Tetsu, who had been observing the scene, wore an odd expression. He had initially intended to use Genjutsu on Uchiha. However, the latter's expression shifted, and he uttered 4 words that eased Tetsu's worries. Reinforcements have arrived. It seemed his whistle had indeed served its purpose. Tetsu had initially harbored concerns that those responding to his call would be inadequate. Yet, it appeared they were overwhelmingly formidable. Whose subordinates were these, exhibiting such valor? Amidst the battlefield, Uchiha's blood had obscured the Jonin's vision entirely. Damn it! He cursed, wiping his eyes, only to suddenly sense an adversary approaching. Enemy attack. The Jonin attempted to channel chakra, but before he could react, he felt excruciating pain in 2 locations on his body, his chakra becoming chaotic. This is bad. Panic surged within him. Such a technique could only be the legendary Gentle Fist. A figure obscured in the shadows murmured softly, then unleashed a powerful punch. Thud. The seasoned shinobi trembled, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon, utterly limp, and fell backward. He was dead. This exemplifies the prowess of the Gentle Fist technique. Once in close proximity and upon identifying the opportune moment, a single blow can be fatal. No. Alibu's eyes were bloodshot as he witnessed his comrades falling one after another, realizing that his own escape was improbable today. His gaze then shifted to Ito, who remained seated against the great tree, gradually succumbing to madness. Hey, are you serious? Just as Ito, having regained a portion of his chakra, sensed something amiss and looked up, he met Alibu's murderous glare with an expression of helplessness. Even if I perish here, I shall take you with me. It is all your fault. You are the reason so many of my comrades have perished. Alibu, resembling a vengeful spirit, recklessly charged toward Ito. We must engage in discourse. Had you allowed me to leave, we would not have reached this dire juncture. In the face of the ferocious Alibu, Ito merely spread his hands, adopting an innocent and defenseless demeanor. Moreover, Alibu's onslaught abruptly ceased 2 meters from Ito. Cough. His eyes widened in disbelief. Sharp wires embedded deeply into his flesh. In his reckless rush, Alibu had been caught entirely off guard, allowing the meticulously set wires to nearly pierce through half his body. He was ensnared like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, rendered immobile. During your skirmish, I took precautionary measures and made a few minor arrangements for my safety. The voice of Ito Toru resonated as he struggled to rise, clutching 2 steel needles. He unsteadily approached Alibu, locking eyes with the enraged gaze of the sand-hidden village's Jonin. There was something left unsaid, yet now seemed an opportune moment to express it. From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I have harbored a profound disdain for your stare. Ito Toru raised the steel needle in his hand. So, please close your eyes. Pfft. Ah. The chilling wails reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 24. So, you are here. An ambush battle has come to a close. The Sand Ninja team suffered 1 capture, 2 severely injured, and 3 fatalities. On the Konoha side, 5 Umbu lost their lives, with 1 sustaining minor injuries. It was only at the conclusion that Itotaru felt a slight sense of relief. A narrow escape. Indeed, a most fortunate one. Had it been any other lower-ranked ninja in such a predicament, death would have been inevitable. Teacher Orochimaru, was this part of your calculations? 50,000 ryo seems rather insufficient. I must request Orochimaru to increase the payment. This mission undoubtedly reached an A-grade level of difficulty. Ito Chashin contemplated. Meanwhile, he finally beheld the true visage of the small team that had arrived to provide support. The difference between seeing them and not was negligible. For all these individuals wore masks reminiscent of those used by the Umbu. Upon their arrival, they completely disregarded Ito Chashin, instead methodically addressing the battlefield. A member of the Oil Clan, clad in sunglasses, deftly controlled insects to cleanse the surrounding blood and traces of the conflict. Meanwhile, members of the Nara and Yamanaka clans produced sealing scrolls, efficiently encapsulating the fallen bodies and captives. Lastly, a member of the Hyuga clan perched atop the tallest tree like a vigilant hawk, activating his Byakugan to monitor the vicinity, exuding an air of meticulous organization. This revelation shed light on why this group of sand shinobi had suffered such a catastrophic defeat. With the Byakugan's expansive field of vision, coupled with the Nara, Oil, and Yamanaka clan's expertise in assassination, victory in this skirmish was virtually assured. However, these individuals, while reminiscent of the Umbu, exhibited a subtly different style of operation. When Ito Chashin had blinded Alibu, he had anticipated that his actions would be halted, yet these individuals remained silent, behaving like coldly efficient automatons. It was only after they had tidied up the scene that a member of the Hyuga clan approached Ito Chashin. Please deliver the intelligence to us. Yet I was instructed to submit the intelligence to the Umbu. You do not appear to belong to them. Ito Tetsu squinted his eyes. Were it any other ninja, such a confrontation would undoubtedly ignite a spark of anger within. However, in the presence of this member of the High GA clan, Ito Tetsu felt no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Intriguing. He nodded slightly. Such a cautious demeanor may lead to an encounter within the root organization in the future. You possess the awareness to bear this darkness. And so does your teacher, Orochimaru. Root. Ito Tetsu was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending the source of the chilling and composed aura that enveloped these individuals. So, they are all subordinates of Danzo. There is no doubt that Danzo is a cunning old dog. But his survival to this day is undoubtedly attributed to his exceptional ability to discern talent. He selectively recruits the most formidable warriors from the various clans that comprise Konoha, bringing them under his command, much like an elite class in a school or a strike force in the military. Even the later renowned Kakashi Hitaki was nearly lured into the roots of his organization. Employing these individuals against ordinary sand village, Jonin truly feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Upon discovering their identities, Ito Tetsu felt no hesitation and willingly surrendered the intelligence. Although members of the root organization operate in the shadows for extended periods, executing tasks shrouded in secrecy, and are often molded into fervent zealots by Danzo through various means, they still remain trustworthy outside the village. After receiving the information, these members of the root organization departed without any apparent actions, vanishing with a few swift sounds. The vast forest once again fell into an eerie silence, leaving Ito Tetsu standing alone in the stillness. They truly left just like that. Ito Tetsu stood in place, somewhat bewildered. Not a single word was uttered? Truly, it is to be expected from a being that exists solely to fulfill its mission. However, he could comprehend the situation. After all, the members of this organization had undoubtedly arrived here for a more significant task. Their act of saving him was likely motivated by their allegiance to his teacher, Orochimaru. As twilight gradually descended, the depths of the forest began to succumb to darkness. A cool breeze swept through, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, creating an eerie atmosphere. Within that darkness, it felt as though a pair of menacing eyes were observing everything. Orochimaru, are you present? Ito Tetsu took a deep breath in place and then slowly spoke. This familiar, chilling presence could only belong to Orochimaru, his teacher, couldn't it? A rustling sound, akin to a serpent slithering over fallen leaves, gradually emerged from the darkness. A figure materialized from the depths of the forest shadows. Well, how does it feel? Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes glinted with a cold light as they fell upon Ito Tetsu. The opportunity to engage in a life-and-death battle with a Jonin is not something an ordinary Nin would ever experience. He chuckled. I feel as if I might be scared to death. Ito's expression was one of utter resignation, his body finally relaxing completely. You weren't just watching me throughout the entire match, were you, Orochimaru-sensei? He asked with a chuckle. Orochimaru did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, when did you realize? It was when that member from the Root organization introduced themselves, Ito replied. Oh, do continue. Those who place their mission above all else would hardly come to my aid. The only reason they would be compelled to act, I fear, could only be attributed to you. Ito Tetsu gazed vacantly. It was a simple deduction. How could the members of the Root possess any humanity? Their minds were solely occupied with the missions assigned by Danzo, showing little regard for the lives of mere subordinates. Moreover, given Orochimaru's capabilities, it was inconceivable that he would commit such a fundamental error. Excellent, Ito. You possess more talent than I had anticipated, Orochimaru remarked. Gently applauding before continuing, however, this battle shall not be recorded in any accounts, nor will it contribute to your achievements. Even the recent members of the Root will remain unmentioned. Do you accept this outcome? His gaze was fixed on Ito Tetsu, keen to observe his reaction. I could not be more accepting. Ito Tetsu was troubled, fearing that upon returning, he would become a Chunin, at which point the tasks assigned would be far more perilous. However, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, he was instantly filled with elation, nodding repeatedly. Of course I accept. In battles of such magnitude, merely surviving is a commendable feat. How could I dare to hope for accolades? Indeed. The admiration in Orochimaru's gaze intensified. How is your injury? It has largely healed. Ito Toru stretched his limbs with deliberate care. Though his bones still emitted faint creaks, the crucial injuries had mended completely. Only his chakra reserves remained depleted, though approximately 1/5 had already regenerated. Excellent, Orochimaru murmured with evident satisfaction, giving an approving nod. Come, we shall return now. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei, came the prompt response. The two figures began their swift journey toward the distant town. An uncharacteristic lightness graced Orochimaru's movements, his typically ominous aura noticeably diminished as he moved with uncommon buoyancy. Today, Ito Toru's performance greatly satisfied him. He eschewed accolades, conducted himself with humility, executed tasks with precision, and harbored a sense of retribution. His demeanor perfectly aligned with his preferences. Truly deserving of being my future Hokage's aide. It seems appropriate to bestow upon him some additional rewards, Orochimaru mused to himself. Chapter 25, Orochimaru's Gift in a Brief Span. Ito Toru and Orochimaru found themselves once again at the outskirts of the town. Darkness had enveloped the sky, and the town twinkled with scattered lights. The stone lanterns lining the roadside flickered with small candles, illuminating the path for passing travelers, while moths danced about, ever ready to plunge into the flames. Even amidst such a tense era, the small town retained an air of tranquility. Playful children were being summoned home by their parents for a much-needed rest. Although the skirmishes among ninjas typically spared civilians, such assurances were not absolute, particularly during the night. Oblivious to these dangers, the frolicking children resisted when their parents found them. I don't want to go home. Or would you prefer a beating? Responded the mother, clad in patchwork attire. Raising her slipper menacingly. Faced with the threat of maternal discipline, the child pouted, harboring resentment, yet ultimately capitulated, muttering under his breath, so unfair. I haven't played enough. It's so annoying. Before departing, he made sure to promise his friends, let us play together again tomorrow. All right, chimed in his companion, equally cheerful as they were called away. Unconsciously, Orochimaru halted his steps, observing the two children as they made their way home, before finally redirecting his gaze. Did even Orochimaru sense a fondness for children? Ito Tetsu observed the scene, puzzled, as Orochimaru remarked with a gentle smile. Children are the hope of this world. Who could possibly dislike them? Yet, the warmth in his tone inadvertently prompted some parents nearby to hasten their steps with their children. It was unavoidable. Orochimaru exuded an aura that kept others at bay. A presence so potent that it instilled a sense of unease even in stillness. Each time he encountered these vibrant children, it felt as though he were witnessing the emergence of a new breeze. His voice brimmed with aspiration. Regardless of the prejudices others held against him, he firmly established his own stance. He would one day become the Hokage. Naturally, he would also care for the village's children. Perhaps I shall adopt more war orphans, particularly those with talent and potential, and teach them the ways of ninjutsu, he mused. However, it seemed not everyone could master ninjutsu. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Is there a way for ordinary individuals to learn ninjutsu as well? He fell into deep contemplation, entirely oblivious to the pressure mounting on Ito Tetsu beside him. Surely, Orochimaru-sensei isn't concocting yet another S-rank mission, he thought. Yet, With no clear direction, Orochimaru temporarily set aside his thoughts. Let us be on our way. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei, came the reply. Ito Tetsu exhaled softly as the two traversed the quaint streets of the town. However, it wasn't long before his previously relaxed demeanor began to tighten once more, for he realized they were not heading in the direction of the inn. Master Orochimaru, where exactly do you intend to take me? He inquired, casting a questioning glance towards Orochimaru. Ah, have you already sensed it? Orochimaru replied with a knowing smile. Quickly perceiving the uncertainty in Tetsu's gaze. There is no need for concern. You have performed exceptionally well in this mission, and I have decided to take you to a special place as a token of additional reward. Additional reward? Itachi's expression was tinged with confusion, yet his heart swelled with joy. It is well known that Orochimaru is never stingy when it comes to talent funding and research grants. The perilous difficulty of this task had nearly cost him his life, so the rewards promised must surely be of a life-threatening caliber. What could they be? Itetsu has begun to feel a sense of anticipation. Indeed, my personal reward. Orochimaru chuckled, though I am not entirely certain of your preferences. I believe this particular item should align with your tastes. Care to take a guess? Observing the brightening expression on Itetsu's face, Orochimaru felt a twinge of curiosity to test his deductive skills. Each time he conversed with this student, he found himself hearing something novel, prompting the typically reticent individual to engage in dialogue. Even Orochimaru was unaware of his own transformation. Itetsu, unfamiliar with him, assumed that this was simply his inherent demeanor. Well, one should not make wild guesses. There must be some logic involved. Itetsu mused briefly before his eyes sparkled with realization. The most renowned specialty of the Land of Iron is its swords. Teacher Orochimaru, are you perhaps intending to gift me a sword? Ah, a clever deduction, Orochimaru replied. Though you are mistaken, your line of thought is promising, and you shall soon arrive at the correct answer. If it is not a sword, then what could it be? Itetsu found himself genuinely perplexed, but Orochimaru's expression suggested that the riddle would not be revealed just yet, compelling him to continue pondering. We are almost there. It matters not if you cannot guess, Orochimaru remarked. Itetsu glanced ahead, noticing a blacksmith shop. In the Land of Iron, such establishments were ubiquitous, as they specialized in a unique craftsmanship. Ito's thoughts opened up. He could swiftly transmit chakra through metal. Orochimaru, could it be that you intend to gift me a specially crafted ninja tool? Clapping gently, Orochimaru remarked, Indeed, you are as exceptional as I envisioned, Ito-kun. You have discerned my gift so swiftly. Precisely, I plan to present you with 2 unique ninja blades. With your abilities, I am certain you will wield them masterfully. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Ito Tetsu was truly overjoyed. Such exquisite ninja tools would cost no less than 100,000 ryo each. That amounts to 200,000 ryo for these 2. What a bargain. He chuckled. No need for formality. You truly deserve this. Orochimaru, wearing a smile, walked ahead and pulled aside the shop's curtain. Boss, I'm here to collect. His words were abruptly halted as Ito Tetsu, who trailed behind, was compelled to stop as well. Through the parted curtain, he beheld 4 ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Rain Village turning to face them. The shopkeeper, a man with a dark face wrapped in a white cloth, wore a pained expression as if he wished to speak. Leaf ninjas? One of the Rain ninjas asked, having noticed the headbands worn by Orochimaru and Ito Tetsu. What brings you here? Leave. Orochimaru's countenance darkened, a chilling aura of menace beginning to emanate from him. Please, do not be angry, esteemed ninja. This leaf ninja has commissioned 2 tools from me. Let me hand them over, if you would be so kind, the blacksmith implored, his tone submissive, as he hurriedly approached with the 2 items swathed in black cloth. Esteemed ninja, here is your slap. His wrist was seized. Did you not understand? The Rain ninja glared at the blacksmith. Our Lord Hanzo demands that all chakra metal weapons from the Land of Iron be prioritized for us Rain ninjas, including this one. But, esteemed ninja, this leaf ninja has already placed a deposit, the blacksmith protested, his face a mask of distress. Perhaps, esteemed Rain ninja, you could show some leniency? And what if I refuse? The Rain ninja raised his chin defiantly. A chilling chuckle escaped Orochimaru's throat. How amusing. Step aside and deliver those 2 items to the young man waiting outside. The blacksmith hesitated, but upon meeting Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, he dared utter nothing further. The Rain ninja, who had been obstructing him, withdrew his hand as well. The blacksmith, lowering his head, dared not linger and swiftly exited, pulling the curtain closed behind him. Hey you! The enraged roar of the rain ninja echoed from within, followed by a sharp scream as if startled, then silence, save for the sound of something being swallowed. Gulp, gulp. The blacksmith could scarcely fathom the horrors unfolding within his shop and could only pass the crafted items to Ito Tetsu. Here you go. Thank you. Ito thanked him politely, and soon after, Orochimaru stepped out from behind the curtain. Let us proceed, he said with an expression of calmness, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the 4 rain ninjas in the blacksmith shop had vanished without a trace, utterly obliterated. The blacksmith, filled with a mix of fear and respect, watched the 2 figures depart. After taking a few steps, Orochimaru turned back and added, "Oh, by the way, if they trouble you, simply state that it was Orochimaru from the village hidden in the leaves who is responsible. Should they make things difficult for you, seek assistance in Konoha by posting a B-rank mission. Even in my absence, my disciples will respond." Huh. A question mark slowly emerged above Ito's head. Yet recognizing that this was his mentor's moment to shine, he refrained from disrupting the atmosphere and maintained a composed demeanor befitting a master. "Indeed, you are a truly benevolent individual," the blacksmith exclaimed, nearly brought to tears. Chapter 26. Quite simple, isn't it? The 2 returned to the inn. "You have worked hard today. Please retire to your rooms and rest. Should any queries arise, feel free to approach me, but do remember to knock before entering." With that, Orochimaru concluded his instructions and made his way back. Ito Tetsu let out a sigh of relief as he approached his room and opened the door. His expression suddenly froze, for he beheld in his chamber Akadama and Ketsuna both turning their heads simultaneously. "What are you doing in my room?" Itoru yearned to voice his inquiries loudly. Yet when both women turned their gazes towards the object enveloped in white cloth within his grasp, he sensed that the situation was rather precarious. Indeed, it seemed that Orochimaru held you in high regard. Kina, feeling a tinge of jealousy, averted her gaze. "It is evident that such a valuable item was bestowed upon you specifically, something individuals like us, who are not deemed significant, could never hope to receive." "Hey, what you said sounds increasingly peculiar," he retorted. "If given the choice, I would prefer not to be in the spotlight. Why don't you go and see how it feels to be pursued by the Sand Ninja's 6-man team?" The lingering resentment of Ito Tetsu surged forth. "As for the red bean, that was one matter. But Kina, I have shielded you from great calamity, and yet you still harbor such jealousy. What is this, Ito? Could it be something delectable?" The red bean sniffed the air, intrigued, and leaned closer. "Let us take a look." "Well, very well. There is nothing here that warrants secrecy." Thus, Ito Tetsu placed the items upon the table and unwrapped the exterior packaging. 2 pitch-black chakra metal blades, each approximately the length of a palm, appeared before the trio. "Is this a blade?" Kina, who had previously harbored a slight discontent, now approached with curiosity. "Might it be a tad too short? It seems inferior to shuriken." The red bean offered her assessment. "How could Lord Orochimaru bestow such a thing upon you?" "Ah, but this is no ordinary blade." Ito Tetsu grasped an object and exclaimed, "Behold, by merely infusing chakra into it." He channeled his chakra into the item, and instantly, a stream of sharp, formidable energy enveloped him. "This is astounding." Kinai's pupils constricted in astonishment. Chakra can truly be utilized in such a manner? Indeed, it can. Ito Tetsu retracted his chakra, causing the sharp currents of air to dissipate. "As my chakra possesses a wind attribute, along with a hint of lightning, I am capable of such feats." He grasped another chakra-infused metal blade, infusing it with lightning chakra. A crackling sound accompanied by a piercing thunder resonated as the blade became enveloped in the brilliant energy of thunderous chakra, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Both Kinai and Azuki fell silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, akin to this moment. Ito Tetsu retracted his chakra and shrugged. "Isn't it quite simple? Why has everyone fallen silent?" Kina gritted her teeth. "Did Orochimaru-sensei truly impart so much knowledge to you? He never even mentioned it to us. Nor the matter of chakra nature transformation. This." Ito believed that this realization was his own, yet upon observing the envious gaze of Ketsuna, which seemed to transform into the form of the Sharingan, and the watchful eyes of Akidu nearby, one could not help but feel a sense of tension. "This predicament arose primarily from your collective failure to proactively inquire with teacher Orochimaru." Ito Tetsu wore an innocent expression. "Let us place this burden on teacher Orochimaru. If you were to inquire, he would undoubtedly impart his knowledge to you, just as he did with me." Indeed, Akane immediately believed it. Springing to her feet with fervor, "Kitsuna, let us go ask him right now." All right, wait a moment. Ito Tetsu quickly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you two doing? Orochimaru-sensei may have just fallen asleep, and you're about to disturb him." "Hmm? Are you afraid we might surpass you?" Kunai retorted, her arms crossed and looking down at the seated Ito Tetsu with a hint of disdain in her gaze. "I fear you might learn only to be sent to your demise." Ita's face was etched with helplessness. "Of course not. I have already mastered it. I can teach you just the same." "You? Huh?" Kenna scoffed, as if she had just heard the most ridiculous joke. "I don't believe you. I'm going to seek out Lord Orochimaru for instruction." "I believe you. I believe you. Please teach me, Ito." Azuki, however, was more accommodating. She was not as proud as Kenna. Moreover, she shared a close bond with Ito and had a clear understanding of his character. Thus, Azuki held a considerable level of trust in Ito. "Hey, Azuki, are you sure about this?" Kenna's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want him to teach you? Well, if Ito managed to learn it so quickly, it can't be overly complicated knowledge. I think it would be rather inappropriate to trouble Lord Orochimaru for something like this." Kenna found herself in a quandary. Azuki made a compelling point. Yet, just moments ago, she had resolutely proclaimed her intent to seek out Lord Orochimaru. Now, the thought of humbling herself to ask Ito for guidance was difficult for her prideful nature to accept. "Come on, Kenna." Itoru discerned her inner turmoil and took the initiative to invite her, stating, "This is not merely an impartation of knowledge, but rather a sharing of information among companions." "Indeed, you are correct. The exchange of information among companions is also of great significance." "Enko, what are you laughing at?" I was reminded of something delightful." Yuna, with a blush adorning her cheeks, sat down alongside the giggling Enko, listening attentively as Itoru expounded upon the variations in chakra attributes. Ahem. Ito Tetsu cleared his throat and began to explain methodically. "First, we need to utilize chakra test papers. The fire attribute ignites, the wind attribute splits, the lightning attribute crinkles, the water attribute dampens, and the earth attribute crumbles. Fortunately, I have some chakra test papers here. Let us give them a try." After a brief examination, it was revealed that Azuki possesses the fire attribute, while Kunai exhibits the lightning fire attribute. Both were thrilled to experience this testing for the first time. Suddenly, Azuki turned to Ito Tetsu and inquired, "What is your attribute?" "He possesses both lightning and wind." Kunai, with a vacant expression, remarked, "Didn't he already demonstrate that? He too has dual attributes." Ito scratched his head and remarked, "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. In any case, this chakra test merely assists us in determining the direction for our future ninjutsu choices. Utilizing techniques of the same chakra type will enhance their potency, while those that are counter to the attributes will experience a reduction in effectiveness." Yes, I understand." Kenna waved her hand dismissively. "I am well aware of these fundamental principles. Now, Ito, Akane, it is getting late. I must retire for the night. I am feeling rather drowsy." She stifled a yawn, stretched languorously, and then casually made her way to the bedside, lying down with ease and pulling the covers over herself. "Good night. You two should rest as well." "That is my bed." Ishida was left utterly astonished. However, at that moment, Jinai had already settled into a calm breath, slipping into slumber within a mere second. How could she sleep so peacefully? That was my bed, after all, where I had spent several days resting. "Azuki, could you please wake her up and take her back?" In desperation, Ishida turned his pleading gaze towards Azuki. I wouldn't dream of it." Azuki stuck out her tongue and declared, "You figure it out yourself. I'm off." "Wait." Ito grasped Red Bean's arm, exclaiming, "After all this time as friends, you won't lend me a hand? Well, let me devise a solution for you, otherwise, you'll have to sleep on the floor." "Stop joking. What if she sleepwalks at night? I could be peacefully resting when suddenly a hefty foot comes crashing down on me." Red Bean's face suddenly illuminated with a curious smile. "That doesn't seem entirely unfeasible, does it? I read somewhere that some people actually enjoy this." "Stop. What kind of books are you reading?" Chapter 27. The Flames of War Spread. "Oh dear, we are ninjas. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities at this juncture?" Red Bean placed her hands on her hips. "This is a rare opportunity to be alone with a beautiful girl. It's quite exceptional. Under normal circumstances, that might hold true. But if this enchanting girl can summon fireballs and possesses the Sharingan, then that is an entirely different matter." Ito Tetsu silently lamented that even someone with a limited understanding of Naruto like himself was aware that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. His objective was to survive until the end, not to engage in combat until the bitter finish. No, absolutely not. He needed to think of another approach, Red Bean. I truly am at my wit's end with you. With her hands on her hips, Red Bean rolled her eyes and displayed a somewhat cunning expression. What's in it for me? The benefits are substantial. 3-color dumplings. If you assist me, I shall reward you with 10 skewers of 3-color dumplings. Ito Chuan, upon hearing the melody, discerned the subtle intentions and promptly proposed a price without hesitation. Wao Hongdo was so taken aback that saliva welled at the corner of her mouth, and she quickly wiped it away with her hand. No problem. We are good friends. I shall certainly assist you. She placed her hand upon Ito Chuan's shoulder. Rest assured and watch closely. 5 minutes later, in Hongdo's room, Ito Tetsu lay silently on the bed, gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. So, is this the solution she proposed? Just come to my room, and I will sleep on the floor. Wouldn't that suffice? Hongdo beamed brightly, declaring, it's settled then. I find myself devoid of alternatives. If you refuse, you may as well remain here. The most absurd part is that I actually acquiesced. He cast a sidelong glance, observing Hongdo sprawled on the floor in an undignified manner. Her sleeping position far from graceful, even kicking off part of the blanket to reveal a tiny leg. Sleep eluded me even more. Ito Tetsu resolved to cast aside all distractions from his mind and closed his eyes. However, upon the loss of sight, his other senses became remarkably acute. For instance, he became aware of a faint, delightful fragrance lingering in the air. It was not the scent of perfume. As a ninja, one typically refrains from using perfumes or other fragrances to avoid being tracked by potential enemy hounds. In other words, no. He absolutely could not dwell on such thoughts any longer. After all, we are friends. Ito took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. However, the tumult of thoughts in his mind only intensified. This cannot continue. Something significant is about to happen. Must it truly come to that method? Ito Tetsu sighed deeply before raising his hand to strike the back of his neck. A soft, muffled thud resounded, the force sufficient to send him into unconsciousness. In this slumber, he found a sweet respite. Meanwhile, as Ito Tetsu and his companions remained ensconced in their pleasant dreams, the ominous shadow of war silently crept from the land of rain towards the land of wind. Patters of rain fell incessantly over the desert. In the pitch-black sky, only the rain's descent marked its presence, producing a faint, irritating sound as it landed upon the sand. Behind the sand dunes, within a rudimentary encampment, flickering lights illuminated the dim yellow glow of oil lamps, casting immense shadows upon the tent walls. There, a few leading sand ninjas convened to deliberate the situation. Before them lay various intelligence reports and a map, its chaotic sketches resembling the erratic doodles of a child to those unacquainted with its significance. Their expressions reflected a mix of ease and impatience. Is it truly worth our time to guard against that fellow named Hanzo? One grumbled. There are countless arrogant fools like him each year, and he dares to call himself a demigod? Utterly ridiculous. Another offered a contrasting view. I believe we must not underestimate him. Our recent teams dispatched to the Land of Iron have faced repeated annihilation, unable to relay much useful information. The sole insights we possess come from a lone survivor. We remain in the dark regarding the finer details. What does it matter? One scoffed, reclining in his chair. He is merely a master of poison, yet he boasts of igniting the Second Ninja World War. It's laughable. With his limited prowess, he aspires to instigate such chaos? I could eliminate him with a mere flick of my finger. His arrogance was palpable, for he was a skilled puppeteer, manipulating his creations with dexterous precision. Enough of these trivialities, the lead Jonin interjected, his demeanor grave. The Land of Rain poses no real threat. It is but a small nation. However, the stance of Konoha regarding this matter piques my interest. Then let us strike. A voice thumped the table. I've long harbored disdain for those Konoha brats. Why should they occupy the best territories while we languish at the edges? Without the god of shinobi, why should Konoha claim such prime land? If they can seize it, why can't we send ninjas? This sentiment resonated strongly, garnering unanimous agreement. Indeed, after we teach the Land of Rain a lesson, we must ensure those arrogant Konoha ninjas understand the might of our desert gales. Let the fierce winds of the desert sweep into their forests. As this topic unfolded, the group became invigorated, their faces flushed with zeal, eager to storm the forests of Konoha and engage in battle. Yet, the leading Jonin retained a semblance of rationality. Let us set aside Konoha for now. Have there been any unusual findings from our scouts in recent days? He inquired. None, came the report. According to the reconnaissance team, Hanzo seems to have vanished without a trace, and for several days now, rain has unexpectedly fallen at the desert's edge. What could he be plotting? Who can fathom the mind of a madman? Our duty is merely to hold this position. I refuse to believe he would dare launch an assault against us. The formidable land of wind. We are not akin to those sheltered blooms in a greenhouse. Quite right. With his meager abilities, does he think he can contend with us? Isn't he a master of poison? Our Granny Chio excels in antidotes. Should he dare to approach, suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing the oil lamp to sway precariously. Fortunately, someone managed to steady it, preventing it from crashing to the ground, although oil spilled, soaking the reports and maps on the table. An enemy attack. All present were seasoned Jonin, swiftly darting out of the tent. What is happening? Why is there not a single alert outside? Have those imbeciles fallen asleep? They complained angrily. Yet, as they burst from the tent, their expressions shifted in horror. Gasping, they clutched their throats, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony within the mud. It's poison. The darkened air thickened with emerald toxins, engulfing the area. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated a massive giant salamander standing before them, atop which stood a ninja donned in a gas mask. With an expression devoid of empathy, he surveyed the writhing sand ninjas below. This is the fate that befalls the dogs of a great nation. Hanzo of the salamander. The lead Jonin gritted through clenched teeth before his head drooped, breath escaping him. This sand ninja frontline unit was utterly annihilated. Chapter 28. The next arrival on the battlefield is Lord Hanzo. The battlefield has been cleared. The rain ninjas dared to approach only after Hanzo retracted the toxic fumes, for his venom was exceedingly potent. What shall we do with these corpses? One inquired with utmost respect, recognizing that this man would lead the land of rain out of turmoil and towards the pinnacle of power. The dawn of peace was near. Leave them. Let those sand ninjas collect their dead, Hanzo replied indifferently. Typically, enemy corpses on the battlefield would be retrieved for the study of jutsu. But the land of rain lacked such capabilities. Even if they were taken, little could be gleaned. However, within the brutal world of ninjas, numerous methods existed to demoralize the enemy through the handling of their fallen. The rain ninja had anticipated Hanzo would allow them to dispose of the bodies as they pleased, envisioning a chance to torment the remains of those detestable foes. Yet, Hanzo's unexpected response left him momentarily dumbfounded, standing there for a while before finally replying, "Understood." Humph. Hanzo turned away with disdain, casting a glance in a particular direction, a dangerous glint in his eyes. To be able to spy on me from such a distance, could it be the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha? Just wait, your turn will come soon enough. Meanwhile, on the darkened opposite side, a member of the Root's small division spoke solemnly. He has detected me. However, I have acquired intelligence that I can report to Danzo-sama. Shall we withdraw? Withdraw. Following this brief exchange, as they prepared to retreat, an intense gust of wind suddenly descended from above. Not good. Panic surged through them, scattering in all directions. Can you escape? The cold voice of Hanzo the salamander echoed, followed by a violent spread of toxic gas. Be careful not to touch the poison. There is currently no antidote. Contact means certain death, shouted a member of the Hyuga clan. However, a member of the Oil Woman's group was a moment too slow. His combat style, reliant on controlling insects, limited his physical capabilities. As the toxic gas reached his legs, his instinct was to use the parasitic insects he commanded to detoxify himself. Yet, in an instant, these once invincible parasites perished in droves. Utterly incapable of halting the gas's advance, without hesitation, he drew the blade at his waist and, with a swift motion, severed his own leg. Blood gushed forth, and the intense pain nearly overwhelmed Yuyashiki's mind. As he gritted his teeth, attempting to hop away on one leg, the poison enveloped him entirely. Yuyashiki's agonizing scream reached his companion's ears. No, if this continues, we will all perish. Yamashiro Mizu and Nara Niji paused, exchanging resolute glances filled with determination. They feared not death, but the prospect of total annihilation meant their mission would be irrevocably doomed. Dying for Konoha was not terrifying. They were, after all, roots thriving in darkness. Yet, an utterly meaningless demise was far more dreadful. You are the one with the best chance of escaping. We entrust this to you. The two halted, unwavering in the face of the encroaching poison. Mind-body switch technique. Shadow binding technique. Their shouts were swallowed by the rolling gas, like stones cast into the sea, plunging into a profound silence. With all his might, Hinata-ji unleashed his Byakugan. Although it was night, everything around him was vividly clear in his sight. The relentless flow of chakra-infused poison from behind was equally evident. Maintaining his Byakugan for such an extended period drained an enormous amount of chakra. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that. All his nameless comrades had already fallen. If he were to perish here as well, Hinata dared not entertain the thought. Suddenly, the sound of iron chains resonated, and his heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he grounded himself, spreading his legs and beginning to whirl. Heavenly spin. With a thunderous roar, the falling rain and the incoming sickle were deflected simultaneously. Even the spreading poison was momentarily halted. After executing the heavenly spin, Hinata leaped forward without a second thought. However, a colossal mass of chakra materialized before his eyes. It was the salamander. With a soft whoosh, the pale green poison spread like a vast ripple. Within that ripple, a small white circle struggled against the tide. Akin to a minute bubble in a cerulean lake. Pop! The bubble burst. Silence returned. It was over. Hanzo the salamander retracted the poison, gazing respectfully at the ninja who remained upright, even in death. You are all true shinobi, yet you were born in the wrong era. I shall return your bodies to Konoha. Individuals like you should not perish namelessly here. As Hanzo finished speaking, Hinata-ji's lifeless body slowly toppled backward, falling into a cloud of dust. Hanzo the salamander looked up at the bright moon above. When had the rain ceased? The following day. In an inn in a town of the Iron Country, Orochimaru perused newly arrived intelligence in his room. Did even that team meet total annihilation? His eyes narrowed. Moreover, a frontline unit from the sand-hidden village, comprised of dozens of elite shinobi, was also defeated in an instant. This Hanzo the salamander is formidable. A gentle knock echoed at the door, interrupting Orochimaru's thoughts. Come in, he called softly. The door opened, revealing Ito Tetsu and two others. Ito Taka's face was marked by awkwardness, while Kana exhibited a mildly displeased expression, occasionally casting furtive glances at Ito Taka. In contrast, Akadama appeared invigorated, wearing an expression of having struck gold. The atmosphere among the three was rather peculiar. You have arrived, please take a seat. I have some unfortunate news to share with you, Orochimaru remarked. Upon hearing this, the trio immediately subdued their expressions and obediently took their seats. Has something occurred, Orochimaru-sensei? Ito-che, feeling a sense of urgency, inquired. Please take a look at this intelligence. Orochimaru slid the documents across the table towards the three individuals. However, he had already concealed the sensitive information regarding the Foundation, presenting only mundane details to them. The trio leaned in closer, their expression shifting to one of astonishment. The Land of Rain has declared war on the Land of Wind? Has that salamander Hans lost his mind? Jinai gasped in disbelief. How could he dare to do such a thing? Although the Land of Wind ranks among the weaker of the 5 great nations, it is still the home of the formidable Wind Shadow. Despite the strength of the Land of Rain, it has yet to produce a Rain Shadow. What could they possibly compare with the Land of Wind? Most shared Jinai's incredulity, finding the intelligence utterly preposterous. Yet, an even more astonishing revelation followed. A third of the frontline forces of Sunagakure has been annihilated. The frontline has been breached. Jinai's mouth hung agape, unable to close for an extended period. It seems this Hans is quite formidable, she remarked. Akane stroked her chin thoughtfully. To defeat so many Jonin, he is indeed no ordinary foe. Konoha could not possibly remain indifferent to this situation. Could it be that? Itachi observed more than the two could comprehend. And he looked up at Orochimaru in astonishment. Teacher Orochimaru, you are not mistaken. It seems you have already deduced the truth. Orochimaru nodded with a sense of relief. I have received orders from the village to rendezvous at the front lines with my former comrades, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Ito Tetsu's expression suddenly tightened. Could this unfortunate news be? Am I to fight Hanzo? Is that for real? Will we emerge victorious? Chapter 29. The Departing Orochimaru. Must we also partake in this battle? Kinai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would be my first experience in war. He wore. Hondo wore a similar expression, even sticking out her tongue to lick her lips. I revel in slaughter. Are you all mad? Ito Tetsu's lips twitched slightly. With just the three of us, mere Genin. We are but messengers. Who could we possibly defeat? On a battlefield where even Jonin are swiftly vanquished, individuals like us might find ourselves at the very periphery, perishing from the mere collateral of ninjutsu. Truly, the audacity of youth, blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world. There's no need for such agitation. For you, this level of conflict is still premature, Orochimaru remarked with a soft chuckle. I too wholeheartedly concurred. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Ito Tetsu quickly interjected. Then, Orochimaru-sensei, is our next mission to return to the village? Ito Tetsu suppressed the desires within him and modestly inquired about the upcoming arrangements. War was on the brink of erupting, and even the land of iron might not remain safe. Indeed, returning to the village seemed the most prudent choice. As for the A-rank mission, what was that? I have already forgotten. Who would undertake such perilous tasks? I simply enjoy seeking out cats and dogs. You are free to move about the surroundings. Orochimaru's words shattered Ito Tetsu's illusions. If this were an anime, he would undoubtedly be enveloped in shades of gray along with the background. Free to roam, huh? Both Kina and Azuki also appeared disheartened. The world had reached a state where all three were injured. During this time, Orochimaru cast a glance, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Ito Tetsu. You should follow Ito's arrangements. Kina's face was a canvas of confusion. Follow his arrangements? Indeed. Orochimaru smiled at her. Do you have any objections? Kina longed to voice her dissent, yet Orochimaru's unnerving smile compelled her to lower her head and murmur, I have no objections. That is good, for you all are rather impulsive. Such a temperament will not allow one to thrive in this era. Orochimaru remarked with a meaningful tone. Allowing Ito-kun to lead is for your own benefit. If I were to cast you all onto the battlefield, I believe he would be the last one standing. Is teacher Orochimaru's assessment of him truly so high? Kina clenched her fists, bowing her head deeply. Hey, please stop cursing my fate, teacher Orochimaru. Witnessing Kina's suppressed expression of grievance sent a shiver down Ito Tetsu's spine. You are putting my life at stake. Oh, this is the funding for your activities. Orochimaru produced a bulging bag of money. There are 500,000 here. We shall ensure to move about freely. Upon seeing Orochimaru present such a hefty sum, Ito Tetsu's spirit soared, his face aglow as he declared with a booming voice, Please rest assured, teacher Orochimaru. Why are you shouting so loudly? Azuki rubbed her ears. Why aren't you this enthusiastic about battle? Battle is a matter of life and death. Ito Tetsu inwardly grumbled, yet maintained an expression of unwavering loyalty and righteousness as he received the pouch of coins from Orochimaru. I shall not disappoint your expectations, he declared. Well then, I look forward to your performance, Orochimaru replied, quite pleased with Ito Tetsu's avaricious demeanor. After all, every human possesses a weakness. Greed is not a grave flaw, but rather an indication of persistent desire and motivation. Although the sum of 500,000 ryo was indeed substantial, Orochimaru felt no regret. This was merely an investment in his ambition to become Hokage, a means to cultivate his own foundation. Once he ascended to the position of Hokage, would he ever find himself lacking in funds? The mere thought conjured an image of him, cloaked in the Hokage mantle and receiving the esteemed hat from his mentor amidst a sea of admiration, causing a broad smile to spread across his lips. However, being the cunning Orochimaru, he swiftly reined in his emotions and contemplated, in the latter stages of the war, you may join the fray as circumstances permit. Prioritize your safety. Fleeing in the presence of formidable foes is nothing to be ashamed of. He mused that, by then, the enemy would likely have few strong warriors remaining. His words ignited a spark of great hope in the two women. Even Kitsuna, who had harbored a tinge of jealousy, lifted her head, the shadows in her eyes dissipating. Will we be able to participate in the battle? She inquired eagerly. Of course, provided you adhere to the plans, Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. I can share some insider information. Konoha will ultimately engage in combat in the Land of Rain, where, aside from Hanzo the Salamander, there are no notable adversaries to contend with. You may seize the opportunity to earn some merit. I understand, Orochimaru-sensei. Kitsuna and Akkad beamed with delight. Having reassured his subordinates, Orochimaru stood up. I must take my leave now, Ito-kun. The rest is entirely in your hands. Do not let me down. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. As he watched Orochimaru's figure fade from view, Ito Tetsu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The experience card for the Jonin bodyguard had expired so swiftly, and he had only intervened once. It seemed rather unworthy. Hey, Ito, Kitsuna remarked, her eyes vacant as she gazed at him. Now that you are in charge, what do you propose we do next? Naturally, we should leave this place first. Without a moment's hesitation, Ito replied, we have resided here for far too long. It is likely that we have drawn considerable attention. Therefore, we must depart. There is no other option. Depart? Where do you intend to flee? Back to the village, perhaps? Ahem. What are you insinuating? Ito Tetsu's face flushed crimson. What I am doing is a strategic withdrawal, not a retreat. It is merely a maneuver to achieve our strategic objectives after a defeat, to evade the enemy's pursuit. That is what one might call a retreat. Very well. Since you have the final say, where shall we relocate? Kitsune did not press the matter further, but instead inquired about Ito Tetsu's intentions. Although the incident from the previous night had left her feeling somewhat embarrassed and indignant, she had grown over the past few days, acknowledging that the mishap was indeed her fault. Thus, apart from a slight peculiarity in her mood today, she refrained from openly opposing Ito Tetsu. Her previous glances at him were prompted by the sight of Ito Tetsu emerging from the same room as Akane that morning, with Akane loudly reminding the innkeeper to change the bed linens. Anyone in her position would likely have misconstrued the situation. Of course, we shall go here. Unbeknownst to Kitsune's thoughts, Ito Tetsu, upon hearing the question, instantly became animated, producing a map as if by magic. Spreading it out. He placed his finger on a small area, wearing an expression of complete control. I have already determined that this location is the most suitable for our operations. It will serve as the site of our forthcoming endeavors. The Land of Grass. Chapter 30. Are you not deceiving us? The Land of Grass. Much like the Land of Rain, is a diminutive nation, even closer to the Land of Rain than the Iron Country. This nation is characterized by its weakness, profoundly weak. Not only is the national strength feeble, but the prowess of its ninja is also lacking, and the available resources are scarce, akin to the name itself, being trampled upon by all without notice. However, precisely due to its extreme frailty, in this era overshadowed by war, the Land of Grass has become relatively safer, quietly flourishing in unnoticed corners. Yet, like the humble grass, it cannot grow tall. Presently, the weak ninjas inhabiting this grass-like nation remain oblivious to the large foot that is silently preparing to tread upon their land. Not only are they unaware, but even the owner of this foot is ignorant of the deeds they will commit in this territory. At the border of the Land of Grass, 3 small figures are surrounded by a group of ragged individuals whose eyes glimmer like those of starving wolves. They wield rudimentary weapons, rusted blades, wooden clubs with stones affixed, and even sharpened bamboo poles. They appear as a ragtag mob, yet the garments they wear are stained with blood, differing in color and style, clearly stripped from previous victims. At this moment, their menacing gazes fixate upon the trio of children journeying together, clad in decent attire, with no signs of disarray. They unmistakably belong to a merchant family of reasonable means, perhaps the sons of wealthy traders out for a stroll with their 2 attendants. If they could subdue them, it would be a tremendous windfall. Great rewards with minimal risks, it is simply perfect. They approach step by step, issuing threats laced with menace. You 3 little brats dared to pass through our territory. Hand over your valuables, and I may spare your lives. I see that fellow's pouch is bulging. He must have a fortune. The malicious laughter abruptly ceases as a shuriken pierces one man's throat, seeking death. In the midst of the remaining individual's terror-stricken gazes, Kitsune's eyes rapidly transformed to crimson, a tomo spinning within. She was far from pleased. Thus, she acted decisively. It was the Sharingan, from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Why are you not wearing ninja headbands? Is this not deceitful? Upon witnessing Kitsune's Sharingan, the once arrogant group was suddenly filled with fear, having encountered the might of ninjas before. Even the most ordinary of Genin could easily vanquish them. Run! Someone shouted. Instantly, the group scattered like frightened birds. Where could they flee? Kitsune had no intention of letting them escape. She moved with the swiftness of a specter. Leave me some, Akane shouted, brandishing a shuriken and joining in the fray. With remarkable agility, she weaved through the crowd, leaving trails of blood splattered on the ground. Ha ha! Akane laughed joyously, reveling in the sanguinary atmosphere. She relished slaughter. Whether battling the strong or butchering the weak, she found joy in both. Though still a child, a seed of savagery resided within her heart. This cannot continue. Everyone will be killed. A younger bandit, fleeing, turned back to see his comrades being ruthlessly slain, one after another, and felt his mind cloud with panic. This cannot go on. He must devise a plan. His gaze suddenly fell upon Ito Tetsu, not far away. The 2 young women wielding their blades appeared fierce and swift, each swing leaving a trail of blood, like demons emerging from the depths of hell. In stark contrast stood the seemingly gentle-eyed boy beside them. He remained motionless, his expression obscured, as if petrified by the sudden carnage unfolding before him. Perhaps, the young man thought, this boy is the target that the 2 female ninjas are sworn to protect? If that is indeed the case, seizing this youth might compel the 2 fierce kunoichi to reconsider their actions, providing him a glimmer of hope. With this thought, the young man's heart raced. In such dire circumstances, escaping unscathed seemed nearly impossible. Yet, if he could capture a significant figure as a hostage, there might still be room for negotiation. Moreover, the 2 kunoichi appeared consumed by their bloodlust, completely disregarding the safety of their employer, presenting him with an opportunity. Now is the time. Resolute, the young man inhaled deeply. He must not let this opportunity slip away. As his thoughts calmed, he halted, though his body stumbled forward due to inertia. Regaining his balance, he took a deep breath. His eyes steely as he focused ahead, then bent down to retrieve a rusted knife from the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, he felt the cold metal seep through his palm, gritting his teeth as he pivoted and charged towards Ito Tetsu's position with all his might. At it, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, he lunged forward like an enraged beast, his cries imbued with boundless fury and despair, causing the two girls nearby to glance in his direction. Upon hearing the sound, Ito Tetsu tilted his head in confusion and gazed in the direction from which the noise emanated. There he beheld a youth, a highwayman with a visage contorted in rage and madness, sprinting towards him with astonishing speed. Ito Tetsu felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had done nothing. Yet he was met with a gaze reminiscent of a supermarket matron ready to devour him whole. He stroked his chin, a colossal question mark slowly materializing above his head. As someone charged towards Ito Tetsu, a glimmer of bloodlust flashed in Kanna's eyes. Just as she prepared to strike, Akadama suddenly descended beside her. No need for action. A spectacle was at hand. Her tone dripped with mockery. That fellow was truly courting his own demise. At this juncture, the already sparse number of bandits had been entirely vanquished by the two women, leaving only a young bandit who was frantically rushing towards Ito Tetsu. His strength quickly waned, his steps becoming unsteady. By the time he reached Ito Tetsu, he was gasping for breath, trembling as he raised the knife in his hand towards him. Let me go, and have them cease their actions, or I shall kill you. Ito looked utterly speechless. With your feeble grip on that knife, you dare proclaim your desire to take my life? Who could you possibly slay? Depart from here. He shook his head, a countenance of benevolence as he cleared the path. I shall ensure they do not harm you. At this, both Kinna and Hongdo were left in a state of bewilderment. Really? The once despondent young bandit suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Indeed, why would I deceive you? Now, be gone, hasten away, and do not taint my sight any longer. Ito Tetsu waved his hand in disdain. The young thug felt a surge of heat rise to his face, yet he stumbled away, retreating towards the rear of Ito Tetsu. Thank you, he murmured as he passed by. You're welcome, came the reply. Ito Tetsu gently patted his back, his words imbued with warm encouragement. Hurry up, or I cannot guarantee that they want to change their minds. Thus, the young bandit quickened his pace, striding forward with a vigorous determination. Even the explosive talisman affixed to his back fluttered like a banner in the wind. Chapter 31. Vulgarity. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the young bandit, who believed he had escaped death, suddenly found himself enveloped in a searing heat and blinding light, only to be obliterated in an instant. In his final moments, a mixture of relief, confusion, disbelief, and rage marred his expression. You promised to spare me. You deceiver. Yet. His fury was drowned out by the roar of the explosion, and soon all was reduced to nothingness amidst the swirling black smoke. Sighing, Ito Tetsu shook his head, lamenting the worthlessness of life in this war-torn era, where a life was valued less than an explosive talisman. The searing gust of heat, accompanied by a fierce wind, heralded the departure of yet another soul. The earth-shattering sound of the explosion resonated like a deafening roar, a last cry of existence before fading into oblivion. Oh, what a fitting description. Should I ever pen a book, it shall surely find its place within its pages. Ishido silently nodded, pondering the possibility that he might possess even greater literary talent than Jiraiya. Alas, in this era, strength remains paramount. Perhaps, once true peace is attained, he could contemplate writing. Why waste an explosive tag? Kinai strode over, her first words a sharp inquiry. Ishido, who had anticipated accolades, was abruptly yanked from his imagined realm of romantic literature. The contrast was jarring, leaving him bewildered. Was the chasm between imagination and reality truly so vast? Moreover, upon witnessing his dazed expression, Kinai intensified her reproach. Tell me, couldn't you have resolved him directly? Why resort to wasting an explosive tag? At this rate, you would squander billions of them. Do you even comprehend what art is? How can you lack artistic sensibility? Can art truly be measured by its value? How vulgar. Enduring this tirade, Ishido felt a wave of frustration yet refrained from justifying himself. Instead, he quietly donned his forehead protector and remarked, from now on, let's wear our protectors to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Indeed, these impoverished souls would yield little gain. Kinai ceased her relentless critique, merely adhering to her customary banter. Meanwhile, Akane continued to reluctantly scour the battlefield, yet the outcome remained futile. Stop searching, Akane. Upon hearing the call of Ito Tetsu, she returned in indignation. How can these people be so impoverished? Even Red Bean couldn't help but express her disdain. Truly, they possess nothing but a heap of worthless debris. The scattered bits and pieces on their person are worth even less than your explosive talisman. What a loss. How can the worth of life be measured in monetary terms? Itoru felt it necessary to correct himself. Life is precious and invaluable. We must cherish and respect it. If you utter another word, I shall unleash the great fireball technique. Kina shot him a glance, causing Itoru to awkwardly cease his speech. Well, ahem. Although this welcoming ceremony may not be particularly delightful, it at least confirms that we have indeed entered the borders of the land of grass. Adorned with their leaf village headbands, the trio continued their journey ahead. As you can see, the terrain here is predominantly hilly. As Ito Tetsu strolled along, he began to expound like a knowledgeable guide. However, the soil appeared quite barren, rendering it incapable of yielding anything of quality. Furthermore, the earth was so compact that constructing large-scale fortifications proved impossible. Yet, I had heard that the land of grass was renowned as the mightiest ninja nation? At least not at present, Akkad interjected abruptly. Ito Tetsu shrugged his shoulders and remarked, at this moment, we find ourselves in a desolate land, untouched even by those who seek to conquer. So, what purpose brings us to this forsaken place? Kinai, with vacant eyes, gazed at Ito Tetsu and replied, are we here merely to squander the funds provided to us by Master Orochimaru? That cannot be the case. Ishido's countenance flushed with a hint of embarrassment, as he indeed harbored such thoughts. However, he raised his voice slightly, feigning a sense of profound injustice. This place, after all, possesses certain advantages. For instance, it is in close proximity to the Rain country and devoid of the perils of war. We can advance strategically or retreat with security. By taking refuge here, we occupy a vantage point from which we can observe the unfolding of significant global events. We merely need to await the shift in circumstances before we act, he proclaimed with fervor. Yet, while Jinai listened, her heart held not an ounce of belief. Do as you wish, just refrain from being excessively tedious, she remarked. Indeed, exclaimed Akkad alongside her. A ninja who does not engage in battle cannot truly be called a ninja. We must fight. We must undertake missions. Opportunities will arise. Ito Tetsu appeared calm on the surface, yet his mind was fervently critiquing the two girls whose thoughts were consumed solely by the prospect of conflict. He needed to devise a strategy to avert any altercations. After all, they had not come here to engage in battle. The trio continued onward when, abruptly, a loud shout pierced the air. Halt! Who are you? They came to an immediate standstill. Not far ahead, a figure clad in a tactical ninja jacket, adorned with a grass village forehead protector, unexpectedly emerged into their line of sight. This young ninja possessed an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. However, when he adopted a stern expression, he exuded an aura of authority and integrity, resembling a rather imposing presence. Was that explosion connected to you? He interrogated with a fierce tone, as if he intended to consume the three of them whole. Do you realize this is the territory of the land of grass? Regardless of who you are. Wait, what is that? Before he could finish, the middle-aged ninja suddenly froze, as though struck by lightning, his body trembling as he fixated on the forehead protectors above the trio's heads. There, emblazoned prominently, was the recognizable symbol of the Leaf Village. His countenance transformed dramatically, shifting from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately erupting into a shrill cry reminiscent of a palace steward. Oh no! Instantly, his previously tense demeanor dissipated like mist in the sun, replaced by an excessively obsequious grin, adopting the guise of a sycophantic flatterer. I wondered why the skies were so clear and the sun so bright today. It turns out the esteemed ninjas from the Leaf Village have graced us with their presence. That earlier commotion must surely have been the result of your extraordinary prowess. Please, come in. We in the land of grass wholeheartedly welcome the esteemed ninjas of Konoha. This abrupt shift from arrogance to servility made both Jinai and Akane clench their fists, feeling utterly uncomfortable, as if insects were crawling beneath their skin. What an unpleasant fellow, they thought in unison, promptly directing their gaze towards Ito Tetsu. Ito Tetsu looked utterly bewildered. Why are you all staring at me? You should be negotiating with that repulsive old man. Although the two women remained silent, Their eyes were filled with an unspoken demand for Ito Tetsu to step forward and confront the situation. Are you treating me as your mere proxy? Ito Toru discerned the implications in their gazes, his countenance darkening instantly. However, considering his current role as the leader of this small team, he could only reluctantly step forward. Pleased to meet you. Chapter 32. The Land of Grass. The honor is mine. The middle-aged ninja immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, his face blooming like a chrysanthemum in full smile. My name is Tanaka. Might I have the privilege of serving you three distinguished individuals? Service is unnecessary. Do you happen to know the location of the largest town nearby? Ito Tetsu inquired. Are you aware? I understand. Please follow me. Tanaka replied with a nod, leading the way ahead. Thus, the three of them followed closely behind him. This fellow is quite intriguing. Ito Tetsu gazed at the figure ahead, his expression revealing a spark of intrigue. Tanaka maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far, allowing him to overhear snippets of their conversation, yet remained discreet enough to catch any raised voices. Where did this fellow acquire such skills? Or perhaps this is merely a requisite trait of a fence-sitter. Can this person be trusted? Kina's eyes were filled with suspicion. He appeared to embody the capricious nature of a petty individual, truly irksome. I too felt a sense of discomfort. Red Bean furrowed her brow. Why don't we just eliminate him? Hey, let us not utter such dreadful things. Tetsu Ito promptly interrupted the conversation between the two. The sight of these two violent individuals huddled together was truly remarkable. They resembled two mischievous little demons in his mind. One exclaiming kill, while the other responded, excellent kill. Obtaining the 500,000 yen from Master Orochimaru's activities proved to be quite a challenge. Merely a few days had passed, and Tetsu Ito already began to feel a sense of fatigue. Before long, Tanaka guided three individuals to the entrance of a small village. This village appeared somewhat dilapidated. Many of the houses were constructed from mere earth, with only a few modern buildings situated in the central area. The streets were sparsely populated, with a few wandering ninjas adorned with grass village forehead protectors, their abilities seemingly lacking. Such a feeble ninja village. Ito Tetsu pondered, observing these individuals presenting themselves in a feeble manner, which further dampened the spirits of Ketsuna and Akadama. The esteemed guests had only just arrived, and it was likely that they sought accommodations at a reputable inn. Tanaka bent slightly at the waist, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, please, guide us to the finest inn available. Ito Tetsu generously rewarded him with 20 taels, leaving Tanaka in a state of astonished disbelief. Oh my, how could this be? I truly feel unworthy of such generosity, he exclaimed, yet he swiftly accepted the gift and tucked it away in his pocket. Observing this scene, the passing grass ninjas cast envious glances towards Tanaka. This lad has indeed struck it rich today, to receive such a sum merely for guiding the way. The ninjas of Konoha are quite magnanimous. Unlike our own. Shoo, don't say anything more. Do you wish to endanger your life? The hushed whispers lingered for only a brief moment before being abruptly silenced, as if stifled by an unseen hand. However, those murmurs had already reached the keen ears of Ito Tetsu. It seemed that beneath the surface, there lay a considerable conflict. This thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. It mattered little. After all, he was merely here for a short while, and any underlying discord was of no concern to him. Ito Toru possessed a remarkable sense of equanimity. Please, follow me, Tanaka said with an air of utmost respect, leading the trio to the village's soul in that appeared relatively clean and tidy. This is our accommodation, he continued, gesturing toward the adjacent commercial street. If you wish to sample local delicacies, you need only step outside. Over there, he elaborated, providing a detailed account of the surroundings, which made Ito Toru feel that the 20 taels spent were quite worthwhile. Not to mention, Tanaka's spirit of service was exceedingly commendable. Upon entering the inn, they found the reception desk unattended. Where is everyone? Have they all vanished? Tanaka, who had been so deferential before Ito Toru, now displayed an air of arrogance. Pounding on the counter. Hello, is the owner present? Can someone with a modicum of awareness come forth? The esteemed guests from Konoha have arrived. Are you hiding and playing dead? Witnessing his brazen behavior, both Kina and Azuki regarded him with increasing disdain, while Ito Toru remained unfazed, even nodding slightly, appreciating Tanaka's attentiveness. At that moment, accompanied by a voice from above, a middle-aged woman hurriedly descended the staircase. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I was just tidying the rooms. Good day, Tanaka-san, and esteemed ninjas of Konoha. What a surprise to see you. Where's the owner? Tanaka inquired, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. These esteemed guests are of great importance. It is quite unacceptable for him to not make an appearance. Ah, I am truly sorry, the woman replied, bowing deeply. My husband encountered a group engaged in a brawl earlier, and he sustained a broken arm. He has been in considerable pain for days and was unable to go to the hospital. I see. Tanaka turned back, adopting a sycophantic demeanor once more. No matter. We shall stay here. As they traveled, Ito Toru had also taken note of the architectural style surrounding them, which was exceedingly dilapidated, far inferior to the conditions in the Land of Iron. Ito Toru had not anticipated the existence of a hospital in this place. Moreover, a facility capable of providing treatment to civilians. Could it be that the medical ninjutsu of this village was unexpectedly advanced? He did not dwell on it for long and promptly paid for 2 days' accommodation. The middle-aged woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude and offered complimentary meals. However, Ito Toru and the 2 women politely declined. As ninjas, it was imperative to refrain from consuming food provided by others unless in absolute safety, a principle that many predecessors had paid for with their lives. After all arrangements were settled, Tanaka departed with deep thanks, clutching the 10 ryo reward given by Ito Toru. Meanwhile, Ito Toru and the 2 women entered their room, beginning a meticulous inspection of their living conditions. To his surprise, it turned out to be a suite, complete with a living room, 3 small bedrooms, and even a modest bathroom and lavatory. The accommodations were quite splendid, indicating that they had stumbled upon an alternative means of survival amid the great nations. Ito Tetsu tested the mattress, noting its remarkable elasticity and softness. You all should rest for now. I will take the watch, he declared. With Orochimaru absent, the trio needed to alternate their vigilance during their slumber, ensuring that at least one remained alert, for succumbing to sleep as a collective was not an option. This was one of the fundamental tenets outlined in the ninja manual. Vigilance was imperative whenever they were outdoors. Very well, Kinai yawned delicately, feeling the encroaching drowsiness. As she prepared to enter her room, she abruptly glanced at the door number. A lingering caution stemming from a previous mishap of entering the wrong room. Hee, I shall leave it to you then. I need to take a shower first, she chirped. Making her way to the bathroom, where soon the sound of running water mingled with an unfamiliar tune floated into the air. With nothing else to occupy his time, Ito Tetsu settled cross-legged in the living room, gradually refining his chakra. If given the choice, he would gladly remain in this inn, waiting for the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. After all, the funds provided by his mentor, Orochimaru, were more than sufficient for such an endeavor. It seemed he could indulge in a period of tranquility. Ito Tetsu pondered, feeling a slight joy. This is the essence of the path of survival. Chapter 33. The Temptation of Red Bean. I'm done washing up, and I'm coming out now. Ito, you mustn't open your eyes. The clear and melodious voice of Red Bean floated in like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. At that moment, Ito Tetsu had his eyes tightly shut, fully engrossed in cultivating the chakra within him. His breathing was steady and profound, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment. Upon hearing Red Bean's voice, his brows merely twitched slightly, yet there was no sign of him opening his eyes. You're really not going to open your eyes? Red Bean's tone revealed a hint of mischief, seemingly surprised by Ito Tetsu's reaction. She gently approached him, lowering her voice deliberately. If you were to open your eyes, you might catch a glimpse of something. After speaking, Red Bean paused intentionally, creating an air of intrigue. Then, with a voice laced with temptation, she continued, Aren't you curious? Her words were evidently tinged with a playful allure. However, Ito Tetsu remained as still as a statue, utterly unmoved. He was well aware of Red Bean's nature and understood that this was yet another one of her mischievous tricks. Despite a flicker of curiosity within him, he resisted the unwarranted impulse and replied sternly, Stop fooling around. Seeing Ito Tetsu remain as unyielding as a block of wood, Red Bean couldn't help but sigh softly, her tone imbued with a sense of lament. I knew it. Ever since Sister Kinai appeared, you've begun to disdain me, haven't you? Before she could finish, a series of rapid coughs erupted from Ito Tetsu. The words had startled him, causing a ripple in his composure, and he was compelled to interrupt his chakra cultivation, succumbing to a fit of coughing. Where did you learn such peculiar things? You must stop reading those nonsensical books. He chided helplessly. He was aware of Red Bean's habit of mimicking scenes from stories during her leisure time, indulging in various role plays. Yet, those materials meant for the entertainment of ninjas, to relieve stress, were certainly not orthodox works. Oh, is that so? Red Bean responded playfully, elongating her words and winking, then continued with a sultry tone. Though you say that, your body still. Before she could finish, she gently blew a breath towards Ito Tetsu. My ears are tingling. Ito Tetsu suddenly rose, speaking with a grave tone. If you do not wish to rest, you may take my place in keeping watch. If Hongdo continues to tease like this, I will lose all focus in gathering my chakra. Oh dear, Hongdo replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Ito, am I truly so inadequate? She displayed a rare, innocent demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Are you deliberately speaking so loudly, fearing that Jin and I might not hear? It cannot be said that Ito Tetsu possesses a remarkable talent in perception, yet he is still able to sense the chakra of keen eye lingering in the air. Could it be that this woman is eavesdropping at the door? If he were to truly open his eyes, what he would witness would be far from his imagination. And Keen-Eye Sharingan would likely be on the verge of awakening its second tomo. Is this your intention, to ensnare me, Akkad? Ito Tetsu felt an immense pressure. Yet he yearned to escape this relentless game. That's enough, Hongdo. If you continue like this, I shall truly open my eyes. Oh. Do open your eyes and take a good look at me. I refuse to believe that your gaze is devoid of life. Hongdo deliberately taunted, and upon noticing the slightest flutter of Ito's eyelids, she let out a startled exclamation, "Ah?" and swiftly retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Phew. Ishida Tetsu exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, he had managed to scare off the young girl. Honestly, for someone so young, she had an abundance of tricks up her sleeve. In the room, Kina, who had been eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the door, finally relaxed. Her tightly clenched fists slowly unfurled as she silently celebrated. Thank goodness nothing went awry. She had been on high alert, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble. It seems Ishida Tetsu is quite the gentleman, she mused, feeling a newfound fondness for him. Unconsciously, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. However, this fleeting smile quickly vanished. Wait, why do I care so much? Suddenly, she realized that she had been overly preoccupied with this matter, and a wave of annoyance washed over her. This won't do. It appears my training is still insufficient. Kina murmured to herself, then closed her eyes and lay back down. Yet, her thoughts spiraled endlessly, and sleep eluded her. The image of Ishida Tetsu lingered in her mind, along with the myriad moments they had shared. The more she pondered, the more troubled she became, and she couldn't help but slap her own face, trying to regain her composure. However, no matter how hard she tried, Kina remained restless. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Ishida Tetsu. This infuriating fellow was like a virus, impossible to expel. She began to reflect on her feelings for him. Could it truly be as simple as that of ordinary teammates? Perhaps, deep within her heart, she had already developed deeper affections for him. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she felt her cheeks flush, and her heart raced. No, I can't think about this any longer. Kina forced herself to stop the chaotic thoughts, closed her eyes, and began counting sheep, hoping for sleep to come swiftly. Yet, her mind was a tangled web of confusion, making concentration impossible. As time dripped away, Kina remained wide awake. As evening approached, the well-rested Akane emerged from her room. Ishida, let me take over for you, she exclaimed, brimming with energy. Sure. Ishida Tetsu, who had been in deep meditation, slowly opened his eyes. After diligently practicing chakra, he had restored his body to its prime condition. However, upon seeing Akane, a blush crept onto his face, and he looked down. Akane, could you pull your collar up a bit? Akane was wearing a black fishnet bodysuit beneath a simple khaki trench coat. Though young, she possessed considerable strength. Okay. Noticing the embarrassment on Ishida Tetsu's face, Akane smirked as if her scheme had succeeded, and she adjusted her collar, though she was unaware that her own cheeks were slightly flushed. I'm going to buy some food. It's getting late, and we can't keep relying on military rations. Ishida Tetsu stood up. Okay, I want dango. Kina still hadn't awakened. Should I call her? No need. I remember she likes mackerel rice balls. They should have some here. Oh, Ishida-kun, you're quite thoughtful, and yet you claim not to care. Gathering intelligence is a fundamental quality of a ninja. Don't overthink it. Really? Akane's face was painted with skepticism. Really? Just keep watch. I'll be back. After Ito Toru finished speaking, he exited the room and descended the stairs, only to suddenly glimpse a portly middle-aged man seated at the counter, resembling a benevolent Buddha. Surely, this gentleman must be the true proprietor of the inn. Good evening, esteemed guest, the middle-aged man remarked, rising promptly upon noticing Ito Toru's descent. He bowed deeply, expressing his utmost respect. "Thank you very much for your patronage. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I kindly ask for your understanding." Ito replied. Ito Taka slightly nodded, refraining from further comment. However, that fleeting glance revealed the owner's rosy complexion, vigorous spirit, and agile arms, showing no signs of any fractures. There were no apparent external injuries, yet the owner's wife claimed he had been innocently caught in a battle, with his arm broken, a statement that did not seem deceptive. Could it be that he had been healed? In less than an afternoon. Fascinating. Observing the owner in such good condition, Ito Taka felt a burgeoning curiosity about the medical ninjutsu of the Land of Grass. What extraordinary healing techniques could this be? Such effects are remarkable. Upon reflection, the ability to thrive amidst the rivalries of mighty nations indicates that even the smallest of countries possesses its own profound heritage. Perhaps the essence of the Land of Grass lies within this wondrous medical ninjutsu. Should he investigate further? Chapter 34. The Watchful Gaze. However, such advanced healing techniques are typically closely guarded secrets. If one were to recklessly probe into this matter, it might invite unforeseen troubles. Ito Tetsu found himself in a moment of hesitation. He was not fond of courting trouble. While his mind was engaged in contemplation, he continued to move forward, venturing outside to procure some food from several different shops before retracing his steps. His demeanor appeared relaxed and casual, yet he was secretly on high alert. Someone was tailing him. The pursuer was adept at concealing their presence, but the prying gaze from the shadows was unmistakable, although it lacked malevolence. It bore a resemblance to the wary glance of a small creature observing a potentially perilous situation. Nevertheless, this feeling of being watched irked Ito Tetsu immensely. This was a sanctuary he had chosen, a refuge away from the battlefield. If he were being monitored in such a manner, it indicated the presence of another force. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. This was untenable. Yet, he chose not to reveal his unease. Returning to the inn as if nothing had transpired, Kina emerged from her room, looking rather unwell, quietly conversing with Akane. Upon Ito Tetsu's entrance, the two girls ceased their whispers and turned to face him. "What are you two up to?" he inquired, bemused. "Is this a gathering of 3 with 4 factions?" Ito Toru gazed blankly, yet still raised the food he had brought back. "I brought dinner. Let us dig in." "Hooray!" cheered Akazuki, while Kina turned her face away, a hint of guilt shadowing her expression. "What unsavory things have you all been saying about me?" Although curiosity flickered within him, Ito Toru chose not to pry further. Instead, he arranged the food neatly on the table and began to eat slowly with the two girls. "You seem to have something on your mind," Kina observed, her keen eyes catching the unusual expression on Ito Toru's face after only a few bites. "Did something happen outside?" A glint of menace flickered in her brow. "Well, it's not exactly something significant. It was originally Ito's intention to address the matter after their meal. However, since it had already been observed, he deemed it appropriate to discuss it now. Are there watchful eyes upon us?" As Red Bean savored a morsel of dumpling, she pondered. "It seems there is little to worry about. After all, as foreign ninjas in this land, a certain level of vigilance is entirely reasonable. Perhaps it stems from fear. Red Bean, you are being too careless." Kina's expression turned grave. The fact that even Ito sensed something amiss indicates that the other party harbors at least some ulterior motive. "We shall be here for a while, and who knows what those lurking in the shadows might do. Be it poisoning us or betraying our secrets, both remain possibilities. In such a case, we would be unable to enjoy our meals or sleep soundly, living in constant trepidation." "What?" Upon hearing this, Red Bean immediately grew displeased. "This is unacceptable. No matter who lurks in the shadows, we must take action against them. Kina, what do you propose we do? Should we set a trap and capture one for interrogation? Wait, are we really resorting to combat again? Let us not be so dramatic." It was evident to Ito Tetsu that the discussion could not continue any longer. If it persisted, it seemed likely that these two battle maniacs would engage in a fierce duel right here. Upon sensing the scrutiny, I had already noted that surge of chakra. "Kinai, with your prowess, you should be able to trace it, correct?" "Absolutely." It was then that Tetsu decided to discreetly probe the chakra that lingered nearby. Once Kanai became familiar with it, she activated her Sharingan. That individual was still in the vicinity. She cast her gaze toward a particular direction. It was a ninja, albeit one of mediocre strength. Should she eliminate him? No. Instead, we shall proceed as follows. Ito lowered his voice and informed the two of his plan. Outside the inn, In a dark corner, a figure crouched silently, motionless. How annoying. There are so many mosquitoes here. It was a weary-looking grass ninja. Sent here to monitor the 3 ninjas from Konoha due to his slight talent and perception. What's the point of being vigilant over just 2 little children? He couldn't comprehend the significance of his mission, yet as a ninja, he had no choice. The only solace he found was that he could soon conclude his watch. His task was to observe for 4 hours, and with just 1 hour remaining, he could depart. Whether anyone would come to relieve him was none of his concern. After all, he was merely here to earn his pay. He glanced at his luminous wristwatch while keeping watch. 60 seconds left. 592-1. Finished. With a silent cheer, the grass ninja, adhering to his professional ethics, confirmed that the 3 shadows conversing in the illuminated window were still engaged in dialogue before stealthily retreating. Off I go. Time to collect my reward. Unbeknownst to him, 3 cloaked figures stealthily followed in his wake. I'm back. The grass ninja scratched his head and approached a modest hut. Task completed. 3 targets showed no anomalies. Requesting payment and medical attention, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man clad in fine garments. Though frail, his spirit remained vigorous. I can give you your reward, but what do you need treatment for? The old man eyed the grass ninja with suspicion. Did you engage in battle? No, but I was bitten by mosquitoes. Look at all these welts. The grass ninja angrily rolled up his sleeve, exclaiming, see, these are all bites. Shouldn't I be entitled to some compensation? Compensation? Do you even realize that woman is very weak and could die at any moment, and you're here whining about this trivial matter? The old man erupted, tossing a deflated pouch of coins at him. Take your reward and go back. Deal with it yourself. Is this all? The grass ninja weighed the pouch, his face growing even more forlorn. There were merely 10 ryo inside, less than what Tanaka earned today. She is not dead yet, and even if she were, she has a daughter. He grumbled as he turned to leave, displeased but with no other option. The old man was the feudal lord of the land of grass, and also the leader of the grass village, Tenka. Although only a chunin, he was not someone he could contend with. Thus, he had to swallow his grievances and accept the exploitation. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, causing the grass ninja to look up in confusion. Why is tonight's wind so tumultuous? Swish. A glimmer of cold light emerged in the darkness, swiftly transforming into a white line. It sliced through his neck, leaving a trail of blood. Gurgle. The grass ninja emitted a muffled sound from his throat, his pupils dilating as intense pain coursed through him. His throat had been severed. So fast. Thud. The grass ninja's corpse fell to the ground, while behind him, the crouched Akane slowly lifted her face to regard the expressionless figure of the elderly man, Tenka. Konoha's ninja. Tenka's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he began to form hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball. He unleashed a massive fireball toward Akane. Boom. The enormous fireball engulfed Akane's small figure. Success. Tenka felt a surge of joy. Even a ninja couldn't escape unscathed from such an attack. Was she stunned? The girl didn't even try to evade. Lost in his delight, he failed to notice that the moon above had transformed into a blood-red crescent. Chapter 35. I am a partner of justice. It's over now. Tenka sighed in relief, the tension that had gripped him dissipating instantly. He had acted decisively to eliminate the threat. No ninja could survive after receiving such an assault. Above all, he must not allow anyone from Konoha to discover this. He muttered to himself. Discover what? Suddenly, a familiar female voice echoed in his ears, as if someone close and trusted were casually inquiring. Tenka felt a momentary sense of oddity, but the strangeness quickly vanished from his mind. Although he didn't know who it was someone he was familiar with, and he needed to respond to her query. Surely it was that woman. And her daughter. Why must he prevent Konoha from discovering? Because they're the whirlpool. Wait. Something's not right. This is an illusion technique. Just as he was about to voice it, Tenka's consciousness jolted sharply, as if someone had doused him with cold water while he was deep in slumber, forcing him to break free from the illusion. Upon escaping the illusion, he finally realized that his earlier jutsu had merely scorched the ground, and there were 2 kunoichi wearing Konoha headbands, unharmed and maintaining their distance from him atop a tree. As Tenka dispelled the illusion, standing on the tree, the Sharingan in Genin's eye flared to life, and she let out a soft grunt as her chakra became chaotic. This was the backlash from the illusion. If the opponent's chakra exceeded one's own, forcibly using an illusion would be like punching a wall. While the wall remains unscathed, one's hand would be left numb. She actually broke free from the illusion? Meanwhile, Akane's brow furrowed slightly as she cautiously observed the now awakened Tenka. She too was taken aback. The previous encounter had gone too smoothly, and such unforeseen circumstances had not arisen. After all, he was a Chunin. Their chakra levels were not on the same scale. We really pushed ourselves too hard, didn't we? Jenna gritted her teeth, panting as she struggled to regain her chakra. The backlash from the illusion left her chakra in disarray. It's so frustrating. They were so close to extracting the information. How dare he use an illusion against me? Tenko was filled with both surprise and rage. He had nearly fallen into the trap. If not for the trigger of the name, he might have already revealed the secret. If this secret were to be exposed, his position as the feudal lord of the land of grass would be utterly compromised, especially in front of two lower ninjas. The humiliation, an absolute disgrace. His heart surged with overwhelming killing intent. He hadn't intended to take their lives, but now Tenko bent his body like a taut bowstring. Assuming a combat stance, no one is getting away. As his words faded, he launched himself forward, his figure shooting out like lightning. The aged body surged forward like a stone propelled by a slingshot, hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! What incredible velocity! Redbean felt a jolt of alarm. She had already heightened her vigilance to the utmost. Witnessing the sudden assault, she swiftly retrieved several shurikens from her ninja tool pouch. And with a flick of her wrist, the spinning projectiles traced multiple arcs through the air, aimed at the oncoming Amakusa. A mere parlor trick. As Amakusa ran, he swung his cane in a wide arc, deflecting all the shurikens with ease. A lowly Genin dares to act brazenly before a Chunin? I have passed the Chunin exam through sheer strength. He emanated an aura of terror, his speed accelerating further. This old man is rather challenging to handle. Huh. Redbean's expression turned grave as she formed a series of hand seals, utilizing body flicker technique to appear at Amakusa's side, poised to unleash a surprise attack. You think I wouldn't notice? Amakusa's voice was icy as he planted one foot firmly on the ground, abruptly halting his momentum. His foot sinking deeply into the hard earth. His body transitioned from a rapid dash to an absolute standstill. Redbean's pupils constricted. Such formidable control over his body. It was as if he slammed the brakes at 120 miles per hour, bringing everything to a halt in an instant, while a normal person would be thrown off balance. Amakusa concentrated all his force into a single foot, embedding it into the ground. Do not underestimate a Chunin. He roared, then swung his cane violently to the side. Bang! Redbean barely had time to raise her arm, protected only by her iron guard, before she was sent flying. Cough. Blood spurted from her mouth. But the kunai in her other hand left a deep gash on Amakusa's arm. This is the power of a Chunin. There is simply no comparison. It is akin to the disparity between an adult and a child. Redbean rolled through the air before crashing to the ground, one arm hanging limply. She had lost the ability to move. How infuriating. A sense of unwillingness welled within her. Yet she had to concede that she was indeed no match for this old man. Damn it. Amakusa was even more enraged. His arm was bleeding profusely, and his subsequent actions would surely be hindered. To think I could be injured by a mere genin. Although it was only a minor wound, it was an unparalleled humiliation. I will kill you, he bellowed, preparing to launch another assault against Redbean when suddenly he sensed a searing heat surging from behind. Fire release, great fireball technique. I cannot be hit. A wave of intense danger washed over Amakusa. I must evade. He had to suppress his urge to pursue and forcibly withdrew a significant distance. But even so, his injured arm hampered his movements, and his limbs were grazed by the massive fireball. Ah! Amakusa screamed. The pain of being scorched by the flames was excruciatingly real. Injured again. Damn it, damn it. Though fury consumed him, as an experienced Chunin, he quickly assessed the situation. I cannot continue like this. These two female ninjas are incredibly agile, with rich combat experience, and they can coordinate their attacks. The injuries on my body will only worsen with time. Ha! He retreated recklessly, yet a figure approached him swiftly. Whoosh! It was Kitsuna. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light. Then in a flash, she struck Amakusa's arm with her kunai, leaving another wound. You little brat! Amakusa roared in rage, raising his cane to strike. However, Kitsuna had no intention of lingering in battle. After inflicting a wound, she quickly evaded. Phew! Amakusa's cane struck the ground with a resounding crash, the recoil causing his entire body to tremble. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his back as a blade sliced through. Kitsuna toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse, launching relentless attacks from various angles, leaving him with an increasing number of injuries. Damn it, Konoha Genin. If you have the guts, face me in a one-on-one battle. Amakusa bellowed, blood gushing from his wounds. Yet this roar only served to allow the shuriken thrown by Red Bean from a distance to strike his chest. Curse be it. Emotions of anger and frustration filled Amakusa's mind. He never expected to be cornered to such an extent by two genin. This cannot continue. Something serious is about to happen. Amakusa resolved himself. He knew he must break the deadlock and began forming hand seals. You will wait for me. Accompanied by a ferocious tone, an immense amount of chakra erupted from him. Kitsuna, who had been preparing to sneak attack, furrowed her brow and instantly distanced herself. So much chakra being released. Is he planning to give up resistance? She found Amakusa's actions perplexing. However, after unleashing his chakra, Amakusa did not choose to attack but instead sprinted towards the dilapidated shack. Come out, you foul woman, he roared, his expression twisted with fury. If he could bite that woman, he would regain his strength. The reason he took her in was due to the unique constitution she and her daughter possessed. Though she was now on the brink of collapse, if he could recover even half of his power, he could eliminate these two detestable genin. And then he would still have her daughter, to continue serving as a medical resource. Amakusa's thoughts became increasingly clear. Meanwhile, Kitsuna and Red Bean hesitated to approach the shack, not knowing what lay within. Has this old man gone mad? Red Bean muttered beside Kitsuna. We're on the brink of death. Why is he running towards the house? Shouldn't he unleash another fireball? Wait, something is amiss. Kitsuna frowned as she observed a pale hand opening the door, revealing a wan red-haired woman leaning weakly against the frame. Heal me. Upon seeing the red-haired woman, Amakusa was overjoyed. A medical ninja. Red Bean gasped, eager to act. Although the red-haired woman appeared on the verge of death, the capabilities of a medical ninja in battle were indisputable. If that old man were to regain his strength. Wait. Kitsuna, with an odd expression, halted Red Bean. No need to intervene. Huh? Red Bean was puzzled but ceased her actions. Give it to me. Amakusa panted heavily, reaching the side of the red-haired woman, grabbing her arm and sinking his teeth into it. He bit down with the ferocity of a starving wild dog, yearning to tear flesh from her body. However, crack, the nauseating sound echoed. Oh no, Amakusa felt as if he had bitten down on a rock. His gums ached, and he let out a pitiful howl, akin to a wild dog struck with a stick. You are not her. Who are you? He covered his mouth, a tempest of anger and shock washing over him, as two bloodied teeth were expelled during his speech. My teeth. Tanakura's heart ached profoundly. The red-haired woman before him tilted her head and grinned mysteriously. Me? I am a companion of justice. Following that, the red-haired woman delivered a fierce punch to Tanakura's face. Chapter 36. Vortex. Due to the inflicted injuries, the original transformation spell was dispelled. Bang! Accompanied by a sudden burst of white mist. The seemingly weakened woman in red reverted to the form of Ito Toru. His expression was devoid of emotion, his narrowed eyes slightly opening to reveal a chilling glint. Fixating on the retreating Tanakura. Tanakura, already weakened from unleashing all his chakra, was sent spiraling into the air by this unexpected and ferocious blow. He spun 360 degrees in the air, gradually soaring 5 meters away before crashing down. The teeth, already loose in his mouth, scattered like petals from a celestial maiden during his aerial spin. Wow! Red Bean finally grasped the situation, whistling, how cool. He seems particularly vigorous today. Meanwhile, Kina furrowed her brow slightly. Is Ito feeling anger? She can sense that Ito Tetsu's current emotions are somewhat askew. Typically, he would have subdued this Chunin with a more nonchalant approach. Yet now, he has unleashed a devastating blow. This is not like him. Damn it, Amakusa, who has been reduced to a puddle of mud, is still struggling to rise from the ground. How can he possibly fall here? Ito Toru slowly approached from behind, then raised his foot and stomped down with force. Crack! Ah! Amakusa writhed and struggled like an insect trampled underfoot, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. Ito Toru, his expression devoid of emotion, lifted his foot once more and brought it down with brutal intensity. Owing to his training in medical ninjutsu, he possessed a profound understanding of the human anatomy, discerning which areas were non-lethal yet capable of inducing immense pain. Crack, crack, crack. He continued to stomp relentlessly, seemingly intent on shattering every bone within Amakusa's body. What are you doing? Seeing that the fight had concluded, Kina and Azuki approached in confusion. They bore no objections to Ito Toru's actions. In fact, they found themselves in agreement, merely puzzled by his unusual enthusiasm today. Ah, you'll understand once you step inside. As Ito Toru continued to torment Amakusa, he suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze toward Akadama. Your arm, he remarked. Ah, my arm is not too problematic. It simply cannot be used for the time being. All right, my apologies, but I must finish dealing with him before I can assist you. No rush. Shall we explore what lies within? Akadama inquired of Kitsuna, who nodded in agreement. Thus, the two ventured into the dilapidated hut. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a musty, decayed odor that prompted them to wrinkle their noses. The dim light made it nearly impossible to discern the surroundings, revealing only vague outlines. The walls were severely peeling, and the floor was strewn with dust and debris, creating an exceedingly dire atmosphere. It hardly resembled a dwelling. Yet the air bore traces of human habitation. Suddenly, a faint scream caught Kitsuna and Akadama's attention. They exchanged glances and simultaneously turned toward the source of the sound. Their pupils dilated in shock. In the corner of the room, next to a pile of straw, crouched two red-haired women, one tall and the other small, who appeared to be a mother and daughter, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness as they regarded the unexpected intruders. The mother, clutching her daughter, was clad in tattered garments, her face gaunt and pale, evidently suffering from prolonged hunger and hardship. The little girl, seemingly no more than a few years old, trembled like a frightened animal, cowering in her mother's embrace, looking utterly pitiful. Kitsuna's gaze fell upon the pale arms of the red-haired woman, which were once as pristine as jade but were now marred by countless bite marks, some still unhealed, others having turned into dark scabs. The bite marks varied in size and depth, clearly not inflicted by a single individual. These wretches. Kitsuna felt a surge of rage, her eyes transforming into blood-red Sharingan. This was undoubtedly the work of that old man from earlier. The sheer number of bite marks suggested that many in this village were complicit in the heinous acts. The grim scene ignited a murderous intent within Kitsuna. She yearned to rush out and dismantle that despicable old man limb from limb. Indeed, it would be best to deal with him right away. As Kitsuna's murderous aura erupted, Akadama sensed it and hurriedly intervened. Calm down. That old man is currently occupied. He knows what's at stake. Let us first rescue this unfortunate mother and daughter. The little girl shrank further into her mother's arms, trembling at Kitsuna's sudden outburst of killing intent. The long-haired woman, though weak, froze upon catching sight of Kitsuna's Sharingan. Are you ninjas from Konoha? She asked, her voice laced with hesitation and a hint of surprise. Indeed, Kitsuna replied, taking a deep breath to rein in her murderous intent. She then crouched down, her expression serious. You are safe now, including the one outside. What transpired here? Why were you imprisoned? The one outside is a companion of that young man. The long-haired woman exhaled in relief, gently stroking her frightened daughter. Xianglin, do not be afraid. It is a big brother's companion come to rescue us. Huh? The little girl named Xianglin timidly looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears. So it's a big brother's companion? I thought. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, a subtle ripple emanating from her as it spread briefly before retracting. It really is. That bad guy has already been defeated by the big brother. Her tone was filled with joy, oblivious to the astonishment of the two female ninjas before her. Kitsuna and Akadama exchanged a knowing glance, both arriving at the same conclusion. The girl had just employed a technique to sense ninjas. Yet, how could such a young child, who had not even attended ninja school, possess such abilities? And in such dire circumstances, how had she learned ninjutsu? There was only one explanation, a bloodline limit. No wonder she was imprisoned here. It was likely that Kusugakure had taken notice of her unique talents. As for the bite marks on her mother, Kitsuna awaited the long-haired woman's explanation. Ahem, you must have noticed, Xianglin possesses an extraordinary talent. The red-haired woman coughed, her pallor deepening. Her abilities must stem from you. Kitsuna remarked, frowning. With such formidable powers, how could you have fallen to such depths? We are the remnants of the land of whirlpools, the long-haired woman stated, causing both women to stiffen in shock, understanding at once why the villagers had shown such keen interest in their identities as Konoha ninjas. The land of whirlpools, a small island situated to the east of the land of fire, had a close relationship with Konoha, renowned for its powerful sealing techniques. Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Yet, such a mighty nation had been annihilated. By the time Konoha learned of it, it was too late. The rescue team had arrived only to find ruins. The people of the land of whirlpools had scattered for various reasons. To encounter two of them here was utterly unexpected. Wait. Kitsuna suddenly recalled Kushina, the fiery-tempered red-haired kunoichi from her generation. Could she possibly be? No, now was not the time for such thoughts. Kitsuna's expression grew serious. Why do you not go to Konoha? It is not far, and you would surely find refuge there. We cannot go. The long-haired woman shook her head bitterly. There are some unspeakable reasons. Even if it means being imprisoned here? Kitsuna's fist clenched in anger. What could compel you to endure such treatment? Calm down, Akadama softly urged. Please, I truly cannot disclose the reasons. The long-haired woman lowered her head. cradling Xianglin in her arms. What could be so dire? Kitsuna, filled with frustration and indignation, declared, I swear by the honor of the Uchiha clan. I will never allow you, the remnants of Konoha's ally, to suffer like this again. All right, no need to say more. The languid voice of Ito Tetsu drifted in. And he had unknowingly entered the room, his expression now restored to normalcy. He extended a hand, emanating a faint green glow, and placed it upon the arm of Hong Do, which still hung limply. A delightful tingling sensation coursed through her, prompting a soft gasp of comfort from Hong Do, only to be followed by a sudden realization of the impropriety. Her cheeks flushed as she swiftly withdrew her hand and stood upright once more. To her astonishment, she discovered that her arm had completely healed. Has your mastery of palm techniques improved again? Hong Do exclaimed, gazing in awe at Ito Tetsu. The swift restoration of her arm in such a brief span of time indicated that his skill in palm techniques had reached a level akin to that of a mid-ranking ninja. A trivial matter, he replied nonchalantly. Ito Tetsu sighed, however, we must address this matter and bring it to a close. How do we conclude it? Asked Akadama, while Kena, who was too enraged to speak, and the anxious mother-daughter duo, K-Rin, cast their gazes towards the young boy with slanted eyes and dark hair. Naturally, we must eradicate the darkness here completely, leaving not a single trace. Ito Toru spoke slowly, exuding an undeniable air of confidence. Chapter 37, The Collapse Plan of Kusa Village. Resolved entirely? Yakina hesitated, words lingering on her lips. Do you truly consider yourself a partner of justice? Deceiving your sister is one thing, but do not deceive yourself. Yet, upon witnessing Ito Toru's earnest demeanor, she ultimately refrained from voicing her subsequent thoughts. By the way, that old man is dead, Ito Toru stated impassively, as if merely relaying an utterly mundane fact. However, this declaration reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, leaving those present in shock. Yakina widened her eyes, staring at Ito Toru in disbelief. You actually killed someone? Although she too had wished to eliminate that old man, she recognized that he might have possessed vital information. How could one so easily extinguish a life without extracting the necessary details first? Taking a deep breath, Yakina endeavored to compose herself and then inquired, did he divulge any information? Perhaps regarding this village or something else? Ito Toru slightly shook his head and coldly replied, no. I let him experience suffering before sending him off. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this response, Kena couldn't help but furrow her brow. She began to reassess the man before her. The previous Ito Toru always exuded a gentle, deliberate demeanor, yet now he exhibited such a decisive ruthlessness. Was this the true Ito Toru? A flurry of thoughts raced through Kena's mind, but she refrained from immediately questioning him. Instead, she silently observed him, attempting to glean answers from his gaze and expressions. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, Ito Toru broke the silence, slowly stating, we do not require the information he could provide. Moreover, the endurance and willpower of a Chunin in the face of pain far surpass our own. I lack confidence in extracting accurate intelligence from him. Very well, Kena accepted this explanation. Then, what do you intend to do, Ito? Shall we engage in a massacre? As she mentioned slaughter, Akane seemed eager, akin to a natural predator yearning for bloodshed. Certainly not. Do you wish for our notoriety to spread? We would become targets ourselves. Ito Toru's facade crumbled, his expression darkening as he reverted to the familiar demeanor Kena recognized. Do not be so agitated. Then, what do you propose we do? Akane retreated slightly, her head ducking. Ahem. The voices of the three lowered, and within the embrace of the red-haired woman, the previously timid Sharon gradually set aside her fears and defenses, cautiously peeking out. She curiously observed the three young adults before her, who were not much older than herself. The red-eyed young woman, despite her cold exterior, emanated a gentle chakra, while the other young woman, whose gaze was somewhat intimidating, possessed a chakra reminiscent of a cat. Finally, there was this young man, whose emotional fluctuations were minimal and who had a penchant for deception, yet his chakra felt as warm as spring. Sharon possessed a unique ability to discern truth from falsehood, and she noted that among the 10 statements made by Ito Toru, at least 3 were lies. Logically, one who frequently spoke falsehoods should have a gloomy and capricious chakra, yet this young man's chakra was surprisingly warm. How curious. Her round, sparkling eyes blinked rapidly, as if straining to comprehend this anomaly. During this time, Ito Toru endeavored to articulate his thoughts with the fewest words possible. After listening, both women fell into contemplation. I find the feasibility quite high, Kena remarked first, then posed a question. However, why not follow Akane's suggestion and directly eliminate them with force? They will flee. Ito Tetsu raised his hands in exasperation. Even if our strength far exceeds theirs, there are at least dozens of ninjas in this village. If they scatter and flee, some will inevitably slip through the cracks. After all, there are only 3 of us. That makes sense. Kina nodded in agreement, having not considered this aspect. Hee. This seems quite interesting. Akane exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. Then let us proceed with the plan. The strategy is set, and now it's time for execution. I will stay back to protect you, but I will need your cooperation, Akane stated to Shukarin and the red-haired woman. Yes, we will remain silent. The red-haired woman replied with a slight nod, but then coughed a few times, her face growing even paler. You don't seem well, Ito Tetsu observed, approaching her and squatting down to apply his healing palm technique. However, it seemed ineffective. Ito's brow furrowed slightly, thinking to himself that this was unusual. He had never encountered an injury that the healing palm could not mend. Thank you, but there is no need to treat me, the red-haired woman said, managing a bitter smile. I know my body best. My life force has been severely depleted, and I cannot hold on for much longer. Using your chakra on me would only be a waste. Life force? Could it be? Ito's heart skipped a beat as he gazed at the myriad bite marks adorning the arm of the crimson-haired woman. Indeed, my ability to heal the wounds of others is accomplished through the sacrifice of my own vitality. With her head bowed, she gently caressed Kei-Rin. Despite the inherent despair of the situation, her words conveyed an extraordinary blend of strength and tenderness. Ito Toru rose to his feet, once again enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. I comprehend. The crimson-haired woman had little time left. Though she did not voice it, Ito Toru could acutely sense this reality. When she gazed upon Ko-Karen, her eyes were filled with profound reluctance and affection. Who, if not separated by the walls of life and death, would willingly part from their own offspring? I recall that you possess the ability of perception, do you not? Ito turned his gaze towards Xiang Lin and said, Next, we may need your assistance. Huh, sure. Xiang Lin, unaware of what the future might hold, nodded eagerly, her face radiating joy and excitement. How can I help you? She inquired, her expression brimming with anticipation. In this moment, she felt a profound sense of happiness, for she had glimpsed hope. And this kind-hearted young man had sought her aid. She was determined to be of service. It was all that was required. After Ito Chie completed her explanations, she provided the two with some provisions and water. They appeared to have gone a long time without a proper meal, devouring the food ravenously. Meanwhile, Ito and Yuna turned and exited the small hut. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion echoed throughout the entire Kusa shinobi village. Chapter 38. You have disappointed me terribly. Every ninja in Kusa, whether engaged in missions or resting, was taken aback by the sudden loud noise. What had occurred? Where did the explosion originate? It seemed to come from Lord Amakusa's direction. Could it be an enemy attack? I must hurry back to gather my things. Foolishness. Where can you run to? It would be wiser to join me in investigating what has happened. The ninjas were momentarily thrown into chaos, and the civilians sensed an overwhelming unease, hastily securing their doors and windows in fear of being caught in the turmoil. Although the ninjas of Kusa were somewhat inexperienced, they were still ninjas. After a brief hesitation, everyone decided to investigate the source of the disturbance. Even those they encountered on the way instinctively formed groups, as if doing so would provide them with greater assurance. The moon above had, at some point, been shrouded by dark clouds, deepening the night as shadows. There were signs of battle. Someone was unleashing ninjutsu. Was Lord Amakusa engaged in combat with an enemy? The ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound fear and anxiety, and they tacitly slowed their pace. What a joke. Lord Amakusa was notoriously stingy. He barely compensated them for their missions. Now that trouble had arisen, they could only relish the misfortune. Besides, with their meager skills, confronting the situation would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Better to avoid it. However, there were exceptions among them. For instance, Tanaka, who had recently come into a windfall. He had been following Lord Amakusa for quite some time, and Amakusa paid him significantly more than the others. As the saying goes, a warrior dies for his confidant. Although Tanaka did not fully comprehend this, he knew that being compensated at a higher rate meant he ought to arrive more swiftly. Moreover, he was aware of Lord Amakusa's strength. In his eyes, no one in the village posed a threat to Amakusa. If he could arrive first, he might earn the Lord's favor. If the battle turned unfavorable, he could retreat faster than anyone else. It was a win-win situation. With such thoughts in mind, Tanaka hastened towards the scene. However, The sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. The battle had already concluded, leaving several terrifying craters on the ground, exuding swirling clouds of steam. A Kusa ninja knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, his expression obscured, breathing heavily as if he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Not far in front of him stood an elder with his back turned, and despite the change in attire, Tanaka was certain it was Lord Amakusa. Indeed, I came to the right place. A surge of joy filled Tanaka's heart, quickly followed by a twinge of regret. Alas, I was not the first to arrive. He cast a wary glance at the kneeling companion, astonished to discover such a figure still existed in the village. Someone who could be even more opportunistic than himself. However, judging by his silent demeanor, he likely wouldn't speak much. Tanaka's mind raced, and he soon exclaimed, Lord Amakusa, your might is unparalleled. I wonder which coward dared to oppose you, seeking nothing but death. As he shouted, he rushed forward, kneeling beside the Kusa ninja, subtly shifting his position to occupy a more prominent spot. With his back to both, Lord Amakusa let out a cold laugh. Is it truly only you two who have come to my aid? I find this exceedingly disappointing. His tone carried a hint of anger. Yet Tanaka felt a flicker of delight. Was this not an opportunity? Lord Amakusa, I am certain they did not intend any offense. Perhaps they were simply delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Tanaka cautiously asserted, then suddenly lowered his head. A trace of tea fragrance wafted through the air. The Kusa ninja beside him trembled slightly, inciting Tanaka's dissatisfaction. You little brat, can't you flatter properly? Are you jealous of my talents? Do not think that just because you arrived first, you can seize the advantage. Today, I will show you what it means to be surpassed by the latecomer. As Tanaka reveled in his thoughts, his gaze inadvertently fell to the side, where three small bodies lay neatly arranged. His heart jolted, and he instinctively lowered his head even further, trembling uncontrollably as if he had encountered something dreadful. His confidence evaporated. He recognized those three, though they had only met once. Were they not the three ninjas he had recently brought into the village? Especially the one in the middle, who had generously rewarded him not long ago. Seeing their lifeless forms now brought a flood of memories rushing back, leaving him momentarily dazed. What is it, Tanaka? Lord Amakusa teased. Your expression is rather peculiar. Tanaka quickly prostrated himself, sweating profusely, trembling as he hastily produced the reward money he had received, dropping it to the ground as if it burned him. I am damned. Please spare my life, Lord Amakusa. He immediately performed a full bow, his body shaking uncontrollably, while inwardly cursing furiously. Damn it, those little brats have caused me so much trouble. It's over, it's over. With Lord Amakusa's temper, I am bound to suffer for this. Fortunately, at that moment, the ninjas who had been slowly making their way over, upon hearing Tanaka's outcry, hastened their pace and also knelt before Lord Amakusa. Suddenly, a dark sea of Kusa ninjas knelt before him, creating a rather imposing scene, reminiscent of students punished during military training, not daring to make a sound. Tanaka was filled with dread, unsure of what to do next, his mind racing as he contemplated his next move. However, to his surprise, Lord Amakusa seemed disinclined to hold him accountable, instead casting a cold gaze over all the Kusa ninjas. Enemies are attacking. I am here fighting them. And what are you doing? Please forgive us, my lord. The Kusa ninjas pleaded, their sweat pouring down as they prostrated themselves, pressing their heads to the ground. Tanaka breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed Lord Amakusa did not intend to pursue his culpability. The last person to make such a mistake had been executed on the spot. That scene left an indelible scar on Tanaka's psyche. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Had the old man Amakusa undergone some profound transformation? He hadn't even mentioned punishment. Or perhaps, was the old man grievously wounded as well? Tanaka's trembling gradually subsided, replaced by a burgeoning realization. Now might be Amakusa's most vulnerable moment. A daring thought took root in his mind. If that decrepit old man could rule Kusagakure, why couldn't he, Tanaka? He wasn't alone in this sentiment. Many among the previously submissive crowd felt their breaths quicken, their pulses racing. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, a silent undercurrent of rebellion. Amakusa observed it all, his eyes glinting with a faint crimson hue. You disappoint me, he uttered, his gaze as cold as one regarding insects. All these years, all the resources I've poured into Kusagakure, nurturing you, was it all for this day? Chapter 39, Reckoning. Lord Amakusa. A voice shattered the silence as a Kusanin, unable to contain his ambition, sprang to his feet. The crowd tensed, sensing the arrival of the main act in this unfolding drama. The air grew so still that even the frantic beating of hearts could be heard. A mix of schadenfreude and anticipation gripped them as the man continued. Righteous fury in his tone. Because of you, Kusagakure is doomed. His voice thundered, resonating with moral indignation. He pointed at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground. These were Konoha shinobi. Do you all not understand the might of the leaf? Murmurs erupted. How could this happen? Why would Konoha shinobi come to this wretched place? Could it be because of her? The unspoken truth about the red-haired woman was no secret among Kusagakure's ranks. You've killed them. The Kusanine roared. Konoha will never let this slide. We're all doomed. His words struck like a blade, intensifying the tension. Amakusa scanned the crowd. Do the rest of you share this sentiment? Silence. Then, whispers resumed. Good. Very good, Amakusa chuckled darkly. So, this is mutiny. Not mutiny, justice. Another voice rang out. Tanaka stood. He wouldn't be the first to act. But he refused to lag behind. His back straightened, his eyes gleaming with righteous fire. Amakusa, we've tolerated your atrocities long enough. But today, you've crossed the line. I suggest you commit seppuku. Hand yourself over to Konoha. Perhaps they'll grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. Encouraged, the fence-sitters rose one by one. He's right. Even if you're a ch-nin, you can't kill us all. Brothers in hiding, come out. Let's slaughter this old bastard and divide his wealth. A cacophony of bloodthirsty cheers erupted, greed gleaming in their eyes. From the surrounding woods, hidden Kusanine emerged, emboldened. Good. Very good. Amakusa's voice trembled, not with rage, but with exhilaration. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had predicted. Yet, the woman impersonating Amakusa steadied herself, feigning desperation. If you're set on rebellion, she hissed. Who among you will be the first to die? Silence. No one dared move. Even a dying beast could take a few down with it. Cowards. Tanaka seethed. He grabbed a kneeling Kusanine and hurled him at Amakusa. Forget honor. Rush him together. Some, too dim-witted to hesitate, charged. Amakusa batted the thrown shinobi aside and bolted toward a dilapidated hut. Horror dawned on the Kusanine. They knew what lay inside. If Amakusa reached it, they were all dead. No more hesitation. After him. With Tanaka leading, they gave chase, baying for blood. Kill him. Split his riches. Equal shares. Raff. But as they stormed the hut, they froze. It's pitch black in here. Watch your step. You're stepping on me. Stop pushing, or I'll stab you. Enough stalling, old man. Someone snarled. Will you die with dignity? Or must we assist you? Then Tanaka frowned. Wait, do you smell something? Just stench. No, it's burning. Something's burning. Light a flame. A spark flickered to life, illuminating the walls plastered with explosive tags. And the one at the center, its fuse already spent. Silence. Terror contorted their faces as blinding white light engulfed them. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted, visible for miles. In an instant, Kusagakure's shinobi became one with the light. Their final thought? Damn that old bastard. Using us as sacrifices. Had the long-buried Amakusa known, he might have risen from the grave in fury. Behind the cabin, Kina had already dispelled her transformation, and Ito Toru, clad in the attire of a grass ninja, approached slowly. The grass ninja who had previously knelt on the ground was indeed portrayed by him. The 3 lifeless bodies lying on the ground had also reverted from their transformations, revealing the forms of Kei-Rin and her mother, along with Azuki. As Kina gazed at the cabin ablaze before her, she felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. She had not anticipated that the battle would conclude in such a manner. Although it was efficient and without injury, a peculiar sense of discomfort lingered within her. Why did it feel so unsettling? No. Ishido slowly shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. He then approached Kei-Rin and inquired, How about it, little Kei-Rin? Can you still sense the chakra of those nefarious individuals? Let me give it a try, she replied, after closing her eyes for a moment to concentrate. Kei-Rin opened them with a joyful expression and exclaimed, Nope, they have all perished. Her innocent and carefree tone evoked a peculiar expression even on the faces of Kinai and Azuki, who stood nearby. That is indeed reassuring. Ito Tetsu nodded with satisfaction, casting his gaze towards the direction of Kusanagi village. It is time to settle accounts with this village. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Rain Shinobi, the red-haired woman. Upon hearing Tetsu's words and recalling the extraordinary abilities she had just witnessed from the youth, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Could it be that this seemingly affable boy intended to send the entire village's inhabitants to their demise? Such an extreme course of action seemed unfathomable. She could almost envision the village engulfed in flames and, with hesitation, she spoke up. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such actions. These villagers have committed no transgressions. Yet the bite mark on your arm surely cannot be solely attributed to ninjas, can it? The words of Ito Tetsu rendered her momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. All right, you may stay here, and Sharon, take this. You must protect your mother. Ito Tetsu said gently, handing a kunai to Sharon, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. I understand, big brother, she exclaimed, tightly grasping the kunai's hilt, still warm with the lingering warmth of her big brother's touch, providing her a sense of comfort and security. Sharon resolved to safeguard this kunai with utmost care, for it was the very first gift she had ever received. Good girl, he continued. As for everything else, leave it to your older brother and sister. Ito Tetsu smiled as he gently patted her small head, then set off toward Kusanagi village with Kina and Akadama. Behind them remained a worshipful Kairin, a woman with a complex expression, in the dilapidated hut that continued to burn. The crackling of flames echoed the sound of wood succumbing to fire. While the red-haired woman embraced Kairin, her eyes reflecting the flickering light. It was a blaze that seemed determined to dispel all darkness and incinerate all that was vile. Burning with fervor. Perhaps that child truly could achieve such a feat. A mist began to envelop the world before her. Tick-tock. Kairin felt a warm little spot on her arm and turned, puzzled, to look at the red-haired woman. Mother, why are you crying? The woman did not respond, merely holding her daughter tightly. The warmth within her embrace felt profoundly real, and although the scent of burning was unpleasant, it was imbued with the essence of freedom. She held Kairin as if cradling her entire world. What do you intend to do? Kina could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Ito Tetsu. Though she shared a deep disdain for the actions of this village, the earlier conflict had been a clash between ninjas, and thus, she bore no psychological burden. However, the tone of Ito Tetsu suggested that he intended to pursue retribution against the innocent civilians. This revelation unsettled Kina. It was an unspoken consensus among all Konoha ninjas that they should not raise their hands against civilians. Moreover, the honor of the Uchiha clan made her reluctant to act against innocents. The Uchiha only challenged the strong, a principle deeply ingrained within their lineage. To take the life of a civilian would mean being nailed to the family's pillar of shame. She could not overcome the psychological barrier that this notion presented. Therefore, Kina felt it necessary to seek clarity. Of course, the first step is to bring this village under control. Ito Tetsu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. After all, this is the safe zone I have designated. If chaos were to ensue, it would indeed spell disaster. Will there be bloodshed? Perhaps not, but in my estimation, it is unlikely, as you have witnessed. Ito Tetsu shrugged, remarking that the individuals in this village were either honest or, one might say, feeble. Subduing this village would be a simple task. Upon hearing this, Kina felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as they refrained from perpetrating a massacre against the innocents, all would be well. However, we are ninjas of Konoha. Akane interjected, sensing the need to caution Ito Tetsu, stating that should they gain control over this village, it would be indefensible from all perspectives. Who said I wish to dominate this village? Ito stared at the two with a peculiar expression. It's merely a temporary control. Once we depart, won't they find happiness again? The two women were momentarily speechless. While it seemed reasonable, an unsettling feeling gnawed at their hearts. However, as the trio approached the village, they sensed something amiss. There were other ninjas' chakra signatures nearby. Let us conceal ourselves and investigate. All right. Thus, the three of them reined in their forms, slipping into the shadows, peering from the rooftops to assess the situation. Within the hidden grass village, 5 ninjas adorned with the Rain Village headbands were forcefully banging on doors, shouting, "Come out, you wretched creatures!" As they pounded on the doors, they hurled insults. When a door opened, a timid villager was dragged out. Those who refused to open their doors were forcibly broken in upon, and the occupants were seized and pulled outside. "Ah, spare me, Lord Ninja," the terrified villagers screamed. While the Rain ninjas displayed no compassion, rounding up all the villagers in the square and positioning them in various formations to keep watch over them. What on earth are they doing? Kitsuna found the scene bewildering. I have no idea, Ito admitted, equally puzzled, but soon his eyes sparkled with a plan. Let us observe the situation for now. Akkad, maintain your composure. He restrained the restless Akkad beside him. Heh, I am perfectly calm, Akkad replied, a hint of embarrassment in her smile as she returned the shurikens she had drawn from her ninja tool pouch. Is this what you call composure? Ito Tetsu gazed vacantly, yet chose not to speak further, instead continuing to observe the unfolding events. Captain, all villagers have been confirmed to be present, reported a Rain ninja. The leader of the Rain ninjas was a robust young man, his face marred by a deep scar. With an exceedingly fierce gaze and an overwhelming chakra presence among his peers, he cast a cursory glance at the cowering villagers before inquiring, "What was that explosion earlier? Does anyone know?" "Ninja-sama, how could we possibly know? We are merely honest villagers, completely unaware of such matters. Please spare us." The villagers lamented in unison. The scarred rain ninja remained silent, merely signaling for them to quiet down. "Understood." A gaunt rain ninja stepped forward, seizing an unfortunate villager and lifting him out. With a swift motion, he plunged a kunai into the villager's thigh. "Ah, my leg, my leg!" The unfortunate villager shrieked, causing the others to fall silent in terror. "What a brutal ninja! More terrifying than Lord Amakusa." The scarred rain ninja nodded slightly, satisfied with the villager's fear, and gestured to the gaunt rain ninja again. "Understood." The gaunt rain ninja yanked the kunai from the villager's thigh, a spray of blood erupting forth, causing the villager to wail once more. However, his cries were abruptly silenced as a gash appeared across his throat, a torrent of blood pouring forth. With a thud, he collapsed, lifeless. A few faint sobs echoed among the villagers, their fear intensifying. These rain ninjas were intent on slaughtering civilians. "This is merely a warning," the scarred rain ninja spoke slowly. "I hope you will answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Since you know nothing of the explosion, let me ask you another question about your village." Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, causing the scarred rain ninja to tense. He swiftly raised his hand, catching a kunai that had been hurled from the shadows. Chapter 41. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Impressive speed, but lacking in power. The scarred rain ninja sneered. He had intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the grass ninjas, as he had felt no chakra from any ninja since his arrival. However, it was now unnecessary. These treacherous individuals were lying in wait to ambush. How ruthless they were, allowing their own villagers to be killed without intervening. One might think they were not from this village at all. "Captain!" Suddenly, the gaunt rain ninja cried out in terror, "The kunai in your hand. What of it?" The scarred rain ninja looked at him quizzically, but upon glancing at the kunai in his grasp, his pupils dilated in alarm. At the end of the kunai was a small explosive tag, its fuse nearly burnt out. Damn it, had it all planned out? He attempted to discard the kunai, but it was too late. Boom. The kunai exploded. "Ah!" The scarred rain ninja screamed as one of his hands was blown off. Now he could not perform any jutsu. "Damn it!" The gaunt rain ninja shouted, "Everyone scatter. The enemy is in the shadows." The remaining 4 rain ninjas sought cover, avoiding further ambush. Could it be the grass ninjas? This doesn't feel like their style. As their captain writhed on the ground, clutching his hand and howling in pain, the gaunt rain ninja frantically contemplated a strategy. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing atop the roof. "There is someone there," he shouted, prompting the other rain ninjas and a cluster of villagers huddled in the plaza to look up. "It's Lord Amakusa," someone exclaimed joyfully. "Lord Amakusa has come to save us." Though disheveled and covered in dirt, the silhouette emerging from the shadows was unmistakably Amakusa, the old man from the grass village. The gaunt rain ninja squinted, feeling a sense of caution. Although the old man was reputed to be weak, he was indeed a legitimate Chunin, having risen to become the leader of the grass village. Indeed, the older one becomes, the more cunning they are. That kunai-throwing technique was quintessential of such a devious old man. "Hey, old man Amakusa, let us talk," he shouted, signaling to his comrades while the other rain ninjas recognized the gaunt ninja's intent and began to form seals in secret. Chakra began to gather in their hands. "What is there to discuss, you invaders? I shall fight to the death with you." Amakusa seemed exasperated, leaping directly from the roof, plummeting towards them. His movements were somewhat stiff, yet his speed was remarkable, akin to being thrown, as he charged straight for the howling scarred rain ninja. "Initiate now." The gaunt rain ninja, in a rush, disregarded the chaotic chakra and leapt forward. 3 other rain ninjas followed suit, synchronizing their hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. Puff, 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 puff. They unleashed a barrage of powerful water spheres, akin to a machine gun, aimed at the descending Amakusa. Yet Amakusa did not flinch. He met the onslaught head-on. The water spheres struck him, creating sprays of white foam, making it appear as if he were riding the waves. Lord Amakusa is so strong. We are saved. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, nearly wept with joy. However, crack. Under the relentless bombardment of water bullets, Amakusa shattered, like the fragmented abilities of the clown buggy. He was obliterated by the ferocity of the water bullets, scattering into pieces and mingling with the flowing water. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The villagers who had once cheered now silenced, as if their throats had been constricted, while the expressions of the gaunt rain ninja and his companions were equally bewildered. They had won, but what had just transpired? On the rooftop, Ito Tetsu brushed off the dirt from his hands and let out a sharp whistle. The piercing sound startled both the rain ninjas and villagers. Be cautious, there are still enemies. The gaunt rain ninja warned loudly, but now they were in disarray, having just released a jutsu forcefully, leaving them weak and unable to move. Retreat. Regain your strength. He turned to flee towards their hiding spot, only to suddenly face a pair of blood-red eyes in the darkness. What is this? He felt a wave of dizziness, then suddenly sensed a chill at his throat. He had been struck. Damn it! How could it happen so swiftly? Blood gushed forth, and the strength within his body seemed to drain away as rapidly as water from an open faucet. The emaciated rain ninja collapsed to the ground, a face etched with reluctance, while the world around him blurred. He yearned to move, yet his body betrayed him. Finally, with a thud, his consciousness sank into darkness. In that abyss, a glimmer of cold light flickered. Red Bean, like a wraith, had already extinguished the lives of 2 rain ninjas. This was almost too effortless, she murmured. Yet soon she immersed herself in the ecstasy of this bloodbath. Ito truly possesses an uncanny ability to devise strategies. The last runner, the rain ninja who had evaded capture, was ultimately overtaken and slain by Ketsuna, marking the end of the contest. With a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, she flicked the droplets of blood from her kunai and turned to stride towards the square. How infuriating! The scarred rain ninja, having lost a hand, could hardly fathom that he would be the last one standing. Meanwhile, Ito observed from the rooftop, ensuring that his opponent had indeed lost the will to fight before gracefully leaping down. Prior to his descent, he made sure to wipe the dirt from his hands, a remnant from when he had unearthed Amakusa's corpse from its shallow grave and carelessly got mud on himself while discarding the body. Ito Tetsu referred to it as the technique of the impure earth, a method that allowed Amakusa to unleash his utmost potential. In the presence of all, he was slain by Rain Shinobi, successfully depleting the remaining chakra of Rain Shinobi, thus creating indispensable conditions for the 2 women to secure the kill. Surely, if Amakusa were aware from the netherworld, he would wear a contented smile, wouldn't he? Ito Tetsu landed gracefully, addressing the still apprehensive villagers with a gentle tone. Do not be troubled. We are ninjas from Konoha, entrusted by Lord Amakusa to assist you. After surveying the scattered remnants of Amakusa around him and clearing his throat slightly, he continued, though he is no longer with us, we shall fulfill our duties. It must be said that humans are creatures who often judge by appearances. The earlier rain ninja, marked by a scar and exuding a menacing aura, naturally elicited a sense of aversion and resistance from the villagers. In stark contrast, Ito Tetsu, with his courteous demeanor, soft-spoken nature, and handsome visage, instantly won their trust in his words. It was indeed the arrangement of Lord Amakusa. Konoha's ninjas are truly reliable. Oh, how fortunate we are to have you. The villagers, whose emotions had swung dramatically, were now relaxed and began to chatter like a bustling marketplace. Some wept, others laughed, and many expressed a myriad of feelings that lingered in the air. Observing this scene, Ito Tetsu nodded subtly to himself. It appeared that this village, having lost Amakusa, was currently in a state of disarray, lacking a guiding force. These villagers harbored no ambitions, merely wishing to live in peace. This was quite favorable. It seemed he could begin to exercise control gradually. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Chapter 42. My teacher is Orochimaru. When Ketsuna and Azuki returned, they found the square deserted, with Ito Tetsu still waiting for them. The once lively square had become entirely desolate. The bodies of the rain ninjas and the scarred rain ninja were nowhere to be seen, along with the scattered remnants of Amakusa. The area had been meticulously cleaned, even infused with a hint of air freshener. Had it not been for the steady flow of chakra emanating from Ito Tetsu, Kitsuna might have believed she had fallen under a genjutsu. You have returned, he remarked. Ito Tetsu turned around, a relaxed expression adorning his face as he gazed at the 2 individuals. Everything went smoothly. The villagers have returned to rest, as it is quite late, and they must work again tomorrow. A question mark slowly emerged above Kiena's head. Is this what you refer to as a reckoning? It doesn't seem like it. Ito Tetsu replied nonchalantly. The reckoning has yet to commence. We are currently in the aid phase. After all, I never anticipated that the Rain Shinobi would extend their reach here. Fortunately, this group merely intends to plunder some valuables and then flee, which likely won't attract undue attention. Fleeing soldiers? Kiana inquired with growing interest. What is the situation? Don't they have that demigod with them? How could there still be fleeing soldiers? According to the intelligence provided by the Rain Shinobi, the Land of Rain has been struggling in its battle against the Land of Wind. Only in the battlefield where Hans resides do they gain any advantage. Elsewhere, the Rain Shinobi are being relentlessly overwhelmed. Moreover, numerous Sand Shinobi have infiltrated the Land of Rain, wreaking havoc within. Consequently, some Rain Shinobi have wavered and chosen to flee. Ito Tetsu raised his hands in exasperation. So, you fled here, did you? It dawned on Jinai, her eyes reflecting a contemplative thought. This revelation elucidated why these individuals would dare to prey upon the innocent. They had long forsaken their identities as ninjas. Moreover, I have cast an illusion upon these civilians, ensuring they forget the incident involving the mother and daughter of Keirin. Itoru casually elucidated, furthermore. To facilitate our future endeavors, I subtly disclosed our identity, informing them that we are disciples of the esteemed Orochimaru. Akane expressed a hint of surprise. Does Orochimaru's name carry weight here? Hyuka shared a similar sentiment. Although they both sensed the formidable prowess of Orochimaru, it hardly seemed sufficient to warrant widespread recognition. Indeed, it is not particularly influential, Itoru admitted, scratching his head. When I proclaimed myself as Orochimaru's disciple, the villagers expressed their unfamiliarity. Hence, I had to elaborate, stating that Orochimaru is a disciple of the third Hokage, and only then did they comprehend. Hyuka and Akane exchanged speechless glances. Their eyes glazed over as they regarded Itoru. Such circumstances were, alas, unavoidable. Ito Tetsu raised his hands in exasperation. Initially, I envisioned a far more intense approach. However, thanks to these Rain Shinobi, the explosion incident at the cottage has been clarified. Kena was rendered completely speechless. Although Ito Tetsu did not voice his complete thoughts, she could surmise that it was a nefarious scheme devised by the Rain Shinobi, resulting in the utter annihilation of the Grass Shinobi elite. The old man from Amakusa, a paragon of virtue, would undoubtedly extol the virtues of sacrificing for the village, proclaiming the might of the new sprouts of Konoha and saving the populace from adversity. How splendid that would be. Akkad, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She found herself rather content today, with battles, slaughters, and rescues. And it appeared that something remarkable was yet to come. Life was truly on an upward trajectory. Having clarified the fundamental situation, Ito Tetsu instructed, "You should take Keirin and the others to the inn for some rest." "And you?" Kena inquired. "Aren't you coming with us?" "I must report the situation here to Lord Orochimaru," Ito Tetsu replied with a weary expression. "After all, I am acting in the name of Lord Orochimaru, and it is imperative that I inform him directly, otherwise it would not be appropriate." "You are aware that it is not appropriate," Kena mentally scoffed, fully convinced that had she and Akkad not been present, Ito Tetsu would have certainly neglected to report the situation. It seemed that their presence was more of a hindrance than a help. This realization left Kena feeling quite disgruntled. Yet she could not deny that Ito Tetsu's arrangements were indeed sensible. Thus, she begrudgingly accompanied Akkad to fetch Keirin. Finally, it is settled. Ito Tetsu sighed in relief after sending the two women away. He then found a spot to sit down, retrieving paper and pen to begin writing fervently. A few days later, at the border between Konoha and the Land of Rain, a vast encampment of Konoha ninjas had gathered. A letter for me?" Orochimaru, who had been poring over maps with Jiraiya and Tsunade, was somewhat surprised to receive a letter. "It is from your disciple. It states that there is something of great importance." The small canine summoning beast delivering the message explained before being affectionately petted by Tsunade. "Oh my, how adorable is that summoning beast!" Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with affection as she stroked the little dog. "Good doggy, would you like a bone?" "Woof. I am not an ordinary dog. I am a summoning beast," the little dog declared with dignity, yet upon hearing the word bone, its tail began to wag eagerly. "Here you go. Thank you for your hard work." Tsunade, enchanted by its cuteness, decided not to tease it further and instead offered it a sizable bone. "Ah, thank you. Beautiful kunoichi." The little dog joyfully scampered off, gnawing on the bone. Once it departed, the atmosphere within the tent grew serious once more. "Orochimaru, you still have your team stationed outside? This is a time of war," Jiraiya remarked with a frown, cautioning, "It is dangerous for them. Whether they are Rain Shinobi or Sand Shinobi, why not bring them back to the village?" "Haha, I trust in my subordinates' abilities," Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "But first, let me see what good news they have brought us." "Now, Tsunade, this is a sample. See if you can find a method to counteract the poison of Hanzo the salamander. Jiraiya continued without elaborating further, engaging Tsunade in a discussion on how to neutralize the toxicity. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began to read the letter with a casual demeanor, but as he progressed through it, his gaze sharpened momentarily before he quickly composed himself. Once he finished reading, he burned the letter in the candle flame. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged puzzled glances at Orochimaru, not comprehending what crucial information could prompt him to destroy the letter post-haste. Orochimaru, they have encountered some intriguing developments. I shall step outside to pen a reply, he stated before exiting the tent, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade in a state of confusion. Once outside, Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Ito-kun, you have not failed me, he murmured to himself. That is indeed a remnant of the legendary land of whirlpools, and it appears she has awakened the ability of the Kagura Shingon. This was a genuine treasure. Alas, it could not be returned to Konoha just yet, otherwise, it would be credited to the third Hokage. Furthermore, such a promising talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of the captain. Most importantly, Konoha already had a Kushina. The Nine Tails could not simply be divided. Orochimaru's mind raced with possibilities. He needed to ensure that this girl named Karin remained. And once he ascended to the position of Hokage, he could bring her back to Konoha with all due propriety. Securing a remnant of the land of whirlpools right after becoming Hokage would undoubtedly elevate his prestige. However, before bringing her back, she had to be safely stored away. Additionally, the proposal Ito Tetsu mentioned in the letter seemed quite feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru began to draft a response. Chapter 43, Difficult? 2 days later. In the plaza of Kusagakure. Everyone, gather your attention. I have an announcement to make. Ito Tetsu stood upon a makeshift platform. Beneath him was a gathering of bewildered and anxious villagers from Kasaban. A chilling gust of wind swept through, rendering the atmosphere tense and uneasy. Thus, to commence, Ito Tetsu formed hand seals, initiating a vast illusion to alter the villagers' memories concerning Karin and her mother, simultaneously diminishing the influence of the grass shinobi. In the distance, at a small inn, Karin peered curiously through the window, her eyes wide as she observed the unfolding scene. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Karin, do not look over there. You will be influenced, Kena admonished, covering her eyes and gently pulling her back, all the while drawing the curtains shut with a swift motion. But it's so interesting. Karin pouted, clearly wanting to see more. You must listen to Sister Kena, she was reminded. At that moment, the gentle voice of Karin's mother echoed through the room as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly prepared dishes. In recent days, due to improved nutrition, her health had markedly improved, and a hint of color had returned to her cheeks. Well, all right then, Karin murmured in a playful tone. Nearby, Akkad, who was inspecting the equipment in her shinobi pouch, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. How endearing and innocent the little girl was, always eliciting affection. However, what truly delighted Akkad was the food brought by Karin's mother. What delectable treats are these? She inquired, leaning closer to admire the exquisite snacks, her appetite piqued. These are some homemade desserts, a specialty from our region, Karin's mother replied, a fleeting sadness crossing her eyes. Please, do not hesitate, do try some. I would never. I absolutely adore these. Without a moment's pause, Akkad seized the most visually appealing delicacy and took a bite, savoring its soft, sweet texture, her eyes narrowing in bliss. So delicious. I want some too. Karin chimed in, rushing over like an eager little piglet, her small hands reaching for a pastry. Sister Kena, you must try some as well, she insisted, eager to share with the modest Kena. Thank you, it is indeed delightful, Kena replied graciously, accepting Karin's kindness while savoring the treat. It was commonplace for shinobi to eat rations while on missions, yet no one would refuse a more sumptuous meal. Moreover, Karin's mother's pastries possessed the added benefit of gradually replenishing chakra, albeit slowly. Three young girls, not much apart in age, gathered around a table laden with pastries, munching and sharing joyfully. This scene brought a tender smile to Karin's mother, filling her heart with warmth and satisfaction. The previous ordeal felt like a prolonged nightmare. Now awakened from that dream, everything had transformed for the better. The one who had roused them from this nightmare was that young boy. Karin's mother gazed out the window, where, through the sheer curtains, she could faintly discern Ito Tetsu, gesticulating animatedly, as if passionately delivering a speech. What a peculiar boy, she mused. Since birth, I have never encountered someone like him. He seems so out of place in this dreary world and era. If it were him, perhaps. The smile in K-Rin's mother's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. Should she give him that? Ito Tetsu was oblivious to the inner turmoil of Xianglin's mother. At this moment, he was endeavoring to persuade the villagers of Kusakage. You have grasped what I just articulated, haven't you? The ninja spoke with authority. We comprehend your words, esteemed ninja. Yet the abrupt demand to leave the village and procure provisions poses a formidable challenge. Indeed, another villager interjected. The chaos outside makes it akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. The villagers exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern, voices rising in a cacophony of dissent. Silence. I have no interest in your hardships. I seek only to ascertain your capabilities. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. If you can act, there will be sustenance. If you cannot, prepare to face starvation. It is a choice between striving for a month's worth of rations or resigning to inevitable demise. Reflect carefully upon your decision. Ito's gaze swept over the villagers below, his expression remaining congenially cheerful. Yet, the villagers regarded him as though they beheld a demon. I grant you 3 minutes to deliberate and respond to me thoughtfully. After Ito Tetsu finished speaking, he fell silent. What shall we do, uncle? The villagers below whispered among themselves. What else can we do? Would you dare oppose the Lord Ninja? To act could lead to death. But to refrain from action would certainly result in demise. We have acquiesced. We have acquiesced. It did not take long for the villagers of Kusanagi to reluctantly agree, each wearing a pained expression. Could they refuse? Refusal could cost a life. Ha ha ha. Ito Tetsu laughed heartily. You have made a wise and correct choice. I truly appreciate it. Time waits for no one. Now that you have decided, let us embark on our journey. The villagers, however, appeared bewildered. But we have not prepared any provisions. Everything you need has already been arranged for you. Ito Tetsu gestured towards the side. The villagers followed his direction and were astonished to see a multitude of small carts lining both sides of the road at the village entrance, each adorned with a backpack. You were prepared all along. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Money, provisions, water, and even transportation had all been arranged for you. Ito smiled gently and said, Who wouldn't wish to go? You may speak now. I do not wish to. A villager from Kasagakure shouted as he stood up. You are treating us like mere fodder. With a sudden thud, he fell to the ground, a kunai embedded in his throat, his expression serene in death. He may have chosen not to go. But who else would dare to refuse? Ito Tetsu retrieved another kunai from his pouch, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh. The villagers hurriedly made their way towards the village entrance, and within a mere 30 seconds, the square was left utterly deserted. Such fervor among the crowd. Ito Tetsu finally felt satisfied as he settled down, taking a swig from the water that had been prepared beside him. Gulp. What a relief this is. My throat was nearly on fire from all that talking. Ito sighed, feeling the weight of his burdens. He harbored no concerns regarding the villagers' ulterior motives or the possibility of their permanent absence. For remaining outside would only hasten their demise. A rustling sound reached his ears, reminiscent of delicate scales brushing against the ground. Ito turned his head and beheld a small purple snake writhing its way toward him. Could it be the summoning beast of Lord Orochimaru? He was somewhat taken aback, and then he noticed the small serpent opening its mouth to reveal a tightly wrapped letter. Your letter, the purple snake articulated, and with a sudden pop, it vanished. Ito Tetsu's lips twitched slightly as he picked up the letter from the ground. After unwrapping the waterproof packaging that enveloped it, he began to seal it once more. Establishing a stronghold? Appointing Xianglin as the person in charge? Ito scratched his head. Although this aligned with his original plan, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that in the current Kusakakushi village, there were only a few households remaining, including the innkeeper. It seemed somewhat hasty. However, it was not a significant concern. At the very least a remnant of a bygone era, had firmly secured his place aboard the vessel heading towards a new age. After incinerating the letter, Ito returned to the inn. Creak. I have returned. Ishido slipped on his slippers and suddenly perceived a figure ahead. Upon raising his gaze, he found it to be Xianglin's mother, Aunt Senji. Where are they? He inquired, glancing around, but he could not spot Jinai, Hongo, or Xianglin. Previously, he had tentatively asked for her name, to which Xianglin's mother paused momentarily. Indicating that her name had been sealed in the past, should he wish to address her, he could call her Senji. She mentioned that they were engaged in chakra training with Xianglin. After a brief silence, Senji continued, Ishido-kun, may I speak with you privately about a few matters? Sure. Ito was somewhat taken aback, yet he dismissed the feeling and casually nodded in agreement. After all, it couldn't be anything of great significance, could it? Chapter 44. Hans feels the pain. However, when Kaba led him into a private room and took a serious seat across from him, Ito Toru began to feel a slight discomfort. This scene, why did it seem so familiar? Gulp. He swallowed hard. Perhaps I am overthinking this? Ito-kun, please, have some tea. Kaba gently presented a bowl of fragrant tea. Oh, thank you. Although Ito Toru was already satiated, he accepted the cup and took a small sip. What is it that you wish to discuss? He inquired, setting down the teacup, inwardly chiding himself for his overactive imagination. How could anything of that nature possibly occur? It is to express our gratitude for your care of my daughter and me, as well as for saving our lives. Cough, cough, cough. Ito Tetsu coughed violently for a moment, his face turning crimson. Then, under the gaze of Mulberry, who asked if he was all right, he raised his hand and waved it dismissively. I am fine, truly. Please, continue. Thus, I intend to teach you the sealing techniques I have mastered. Sealing techniques? Ishito's expression grew solemn, and his eyes slightly widened. Are you serious? Indeed, Sanji nodded. Aside from this, I truly cannot think of any other way to repay you. Moreover, Xianglin holds great affection for you, and when I am no longer around, I hope you will take good care of her. Do not speak such ominous words, Ishito frowned. Your vitality remains robust. You should be able to live for several more years. While that is true, Xianglin has many years ahead of her. Sanji replied with a hint of resignation in her smile. We are destined to part ways, so, all right, let us not dwell on such matters. Itetsu halted the lamentations of the despondent woman, asserting that a few years were ample time. One could hardly fathom the miraculous longevity techniques that my esteemed teacher, Orochimaru, might unveil. Rather than indulging in such pessimistic musings, why not impart to me the art of sealing? Itetsu's eyes sparkled with fervor. His chakra was limited, merely at the level of an ordinary individual, which necessitated his frugal application of it in previous battles, predominantly relying on explosive tags and various traps to secure victories. However, should he confront opponents of the Ch-nin or J-nin caliber, the explosive tags would prove insufficient, for he could not feasibly arm himself with an abundance of them in combat. Having the art of sealing would present him with an invaluable trump card. The sealing technique not only allows for the confinement of objects, but also for the subjugation of individuals and even the sealing of an adversary's chakra. Moreover, such ninjutsu is notoriously difficult to master, even within the confines of Konohagakure. To his astonishment, the figure before him, Esha, possessed such knowledge. Ishida Tetsu felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Very well, allow me to explain, he said. Meanwhile, in the distant Wind Country, the once illustrious demigod, Mackerel Fish Hans, found his path obstructed by a puppet army. Damn that puppet old woman. His eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at Chiyo, who was manipulating the puppets and mercilessly slaughtering his subordinates not far away. Did you ever consider this day would come when you launched your surprise attack on our Wind Country, you old fool with a breathing tube? Chiyo wore a mocking smile. Having successfully concocted an antidote to counter Mackerel Fish Hans, although it could only temporarily dilute the poison and could not be mass-produced, it was sufficient to restrain him. At the onset of the war, the Sand Ninja suffered a catastrophic defeat. Wherever Mackerel Fish Hans appeared on the battlefield, countless lives were lost. In desperation, the third Kazekage had no choice but to summon the retired Chiyo to produce an antidote against Hans. Though reluctant, upon hearing of the numerous Sand Ninja casualties and Hans's brazen proclamations, she ultimately agreed to intervene. After several encounters, Mackerel Fish Hans finally met his match. Are you not retreating? If you do not flee now, your troops will perish here. Chiyo taunted, her voice dripping with disdain. Or do you wish to stalemate with us here, allowing those Leaf Village scoundrels to pick up the pieces? I've heard they have already invaded your Rain Country during this time. You are now besieged on all sides. Oh, by the way, I have discovered your weakness. Should I inform the Leaf Village of this? Chiyo's tone was laced with malice. You wretched fiend. Mackerel Fish Hans seethed. Yet he found himself powerless to refute her claims. He had to concede that Chiyo was correct. She had indeed unveiled his vulnerability. After releasing his poisonous gas, he required a 5-minute respite. At that very moment, Chiyo's forces exploited this window, ruthlessly decimating his subordinates, retreating only when the 5 minutes elapsed. Though Mackerel Fish Hans possessed formidable power and could obliterate Suna village, inflicting pain upon the Wind Country's populace, he was not so mad as to indulge in such recklessness. His every action was aimed at elevating the Rain Country to a position of equal dialogue with larger nations. Chiyo recognized this, and her relentless assault on his troops was a clear message. You may continue to win, but should you persist, the Rain Country will be lost. Can a demigod whose own nation is in ruins still be called a demigod? perhaps only a half-god. However, Chiyo dared not push too far. For should mackerel fish Hans become truly enraged, the Wind Country would face dire consequences. Thus, both sides were trapped in a painful stalemate, merely testing who would succumb first to the agony. Presently, it appeared that mackerel fish Hans was suffering more than Chiyo. In truth, the Wind Country was neither wealthy nor resource-rich. Aside from sand, it possessed little else. A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Chiyo's eyes. Is it not because you feared your poison would be ineffective against puppets that you chose to attack us first? Did you intend to eliminate us as a potential threat? Silence, you puppet old hack. Mackerel fish Hans roared, his anger boiling over. But reason bade him acknowledge that his assault on the Wind Country had ultimately failed. Continuing this way would only result in further casualties. Moreover, Chiyo was correct. His vulnerabilities had been laid bare. Should Suno provoke him further and expose his weaknesses to the world, calamity would ensue, rather than prolong the conflict. It would be wise to retreat while he still could. Though he had made his decision, mackerel fish Hans glared at Chiyo with venomous intent, yearning to devour her whole. That wretched puppet old woman. Chiyo, in response to his fierce glare, wore a most irksome smile, reminiscent of a malicious old crone relishing in the misfortune of others. We shall take our leave. Mackerel fish Hans bellowed, turning with his surviving subordinates to depart. This assault on the Wind Country had indeed resulted in a grievous loss, nearly costing him everything. Damn it. His heart burned with rage. Next, he would drive the Leaf Village ninjas invading the Rain Country out entirely. Suna Village. Ito Tetsu closed his eyes, immersing himself in the art of sealing as instructed by Kwangre. He focused on the flow of chakra, the intricate formations, and the strokes involved. The room was devoid of anyone but Ishido, as Kwangye had stepped out to prepare dinner. The technique of sealing could only be comprehended through personal insight. An ordinary individual might grasp the fundamentals of sealing techniques, thus enabling them to adeptly employ sealing scrolls. However, the mastery of more advanced sealing arts depended solely on one's innate talent. Suddenly, Ishido's eyes flew open, and he slammed his hand down upon the table, exclaiming, "Seal." Chapter 45. My sealing technique is a bit different as his palm made contact. A flurry of dense black characters erupted from the point of contact, enveloping the table in a cascade of ink-like symbols. With Ishido's eager gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene, the chaotic characters began to twist, and then pop. With the sound of a thermos cap releasing, the black text vanished in an instant, taking with it a portion of his chakra. Yet, the table remained utterly intact. The sealing had failed. Alas, Ito Tetsu let out a slight sigh. Indeed, the art of sealing was not easily mastered. It is only natural. For if everyone could learn the art of sealing, what would be the purpose of cultivating ninjutsu? One could simply send seal masters to the battlefield, unleashing silence techniques to render the opposing side unable to cast their ninjutsu, thus bringing the conflict to a swift conclusion. Let today's training conclude here. Ito Tetsu rose to his feet, only to find the table before him suddenly tilting. What on earth? He hastily reached out to steady the table. What is happening? Wasn't everything just fine a moment ago? Itoru found himself unable to relinquish his grip. Should he do so, the table would surely topple over once more. Upon lowering his head for inspection, he discovered that one of the table's legs was, astonishingly, missing a corner. Beneath the lost corner lay a diminutive black dot, resembling an odd script. Is it all right if I come in, Kuin? Came the gentle inquiry from Aunt Kaba outside. Please do. I am currently encountering a rather peculiar situation, he replied. All right, Aunt Kaba said as she entered the room, her gaze falling upon Itoru, who was propping up the table. A look of confusion crossed her face. Kuin, what is happening here? I believe I have mastered the sealing technique, he asserted. Ah? Aunt Kaba's expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. Is that truly the case? How remarkable. At your age, to have perfected the sealing technique, there are scarcely any who could achieve such a feat even in our former land of the whirlpool. By the way, what is it that you have sealed? After a brief moment of silence, Ito Teru awkwardly said, and SBA, please take a look beneath the table. SBA crouched down and followed the direction pointed out by Ito Teru, discovering a peculiar small dark point of text. I've never encountered a seal so diminutive. Her expression turned somewhat strange, and she looked up at Ito Teru, hesitating to speak. It's all right, and SBA, feel free to express your thoughts. I am not so fragile. After saying this, Ito Teru added, please, speak candidly. Then I shall be straightforward. SBA pondered her words for a moment. Ito-kun. You possess talent for sealing, though it is limited. How so? First and foremost, this seal is quite intact. SBA gently traced her fingers over the crooked little characters on the ground. However, it is not entirely complete, as a proper seal should resemble this. She swiftly formed several hand signs and pressed her palm against the table. Seal. The rapidly spreading black text quickly enveloped the entire tabletop, which then gradually shrank to form a single character, surrounded by the extending smaller inscriptions. Just like this. Wiping the sweat from her brow. SBA acknowledged that employing sealing techniques was somewhat strenuous for her, yet she resolved to demonstrate it on-site for Ito Teru's understanding. This. Ishido fell into contemplation. In other words, my seal can only be partially accomplished. Is that correct? It certainly appears so at present, yet with diligent practice, there may still be an opportunity for breakthrough. Mulberry felt the need to offer some words of consolation. For it is only natural for an individual to feel a degree of disappointment upon discovering an inability to master the complete art of ninjutsu. It's all right, Aunt Mulberry. Ito Teru revealed a radiant smile devoid of any reservations. This has already been immensely beneficial to me. While not mastering the entirety of sealing techniques may slightly lower one's ceiling, acquiring even a fragment of such techniques can infinitely elevate one's floor. A most palpable example is that if faced with Amakusa now, Ito Teru could effortlessly vanquish him head-on. To others, this level of sealing technique might be nearly useless. But in Ito Teru's hands, it equates to a bullet loaded in a firearm. Is that truly the case? Although Kua felt that Ito Teru spoke those words merely to console her, she resolved to accept his kindness. Allowing a warm smile to grace her face, it is truly wonderful to be of assistance to you, Ito-kun. Mother. Ito Oniakan. A sudden voice from Keirin pierced through the air. More ninjas have arrived in the village. After satisfying her hunger, her Kagura eyes brimmed with enough chakra, expanding both in range and quality. However, rather than merely expanding, it was more akin to restoring to its rightful state. The prolonged deprivation of sustenance and warmth in the village of the grass, coupled with the constant anxiety, had significantly constrained Keirin's abilities. Now, rejuvenated, she had transformed into a human radar among Ito Teru and his companions. Ito Tetsu's expression hardened. How many are there? As he inquired. He pulled the door open. There were 3 individuals in total, their chakra concentration even more formidable than that of Amakusa. Oh. It's spirit instantly lifted. Just as he had recently learned the art of sealing, an opportunity presented itself. I shall go and investigate. You all stay here and do not wander, he instructed. Very well, but please exercise utmost caution. The glimmer of concern in Esha's eyes betrayed her, though she quickly masked the barely perceptible trace of worry on her face. We shall accompany you. Ito arrived at the door and beheld the already prepared Kina and Ezuki. They donned their tactical vests, and their ninja gear bags had been meticulously organized. Itoru longed to assert that he could manage alone. However, upon witnessing the spirited determination of his companions, he realized such a declaration would likely lead to an immediate reprimand. Thus, he decided it best to join them. Let us embark, he exclaimed. Kina and Akane were brimming with a fierce resolve, their spirits ignited for the impending endeavor. The trio set forth together. Keiha clutched Shin tightly, silently offering prayers for their safe return. Is mother worried? Shin suddenly spoke. No need for concern. The chakra emanating from those 3 newcomers feels quite warm. They are unlikely to engage in conflict. Keiha managed a faint smile, hoping for the best. Meanwhile, outside the village of Kusa, 3 ninjas had arrived at the entrance. Strange, this village seems unusually desolate, the leader observed, a wary glint in his eyes. Be cautious, something may be amiss. Look, someone approaches. 3 children? Oh, they are ninjas from Konoha. Upon recognizing the headbands adorning the children's foreheads, the trio was initially taken aback, but soon their vigilance dissipated, replaced by expressions of ease. They had initially come merely to investigate the fleeing rain ninjas, yet they were pleasantly surprised to encounter comrades from the Leaf Village, albeit in youthful forms. The tension accumulated from prolonged battles began to melt away, and the 3ch Nin displayed warm smiles. So, it is merely our comrades, one of them remarked. In Ito Toru's eyes, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flickered, and Kanata and Akadama felt similarly. They had initially anticipated a thrilling confrontation. Chapter 46. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Why are you children here? The leading Konoha ninja approached Ito Toru, hands resting on his hips. Do you not realize this is the perilous edge of the battlefield? This is our teacher's assignment, Ito Toru replied, scratching his head with an innocent demeanor. Upon hearing this, the uncle's displeasure was evident. Who is your teacher? How could they send children to the outskirts of a battlefield? What nonsense is this? Is this a place for you young sprouts to meddle in? I must report this. Our teacher is Orochimaru. The Konoha ninja fell silent for a moment, then turned to feign interest in the scenery, scratching his head as if transformed into a poet. He remarked with profound sentiment, "The weather here is truly splendid. It is far better than the dreary climate of the land of rain, and the scenery is quite agreeable. Do you not feel the same?" His last remark was directed at his two teammates, who stifled their laughter and nodded in agreement. Indeed, absolutely. The temperature here is delightful, and the village is rather tranquil. Meanwhile, Ito Toru and his companions exchanged glances, bemused as they observed the uncle ninja's solitary performance to alleviate the awkwardness. However, the discomfort was fleeting, and after a brief exchange, Ito Toru learned that this uncle ninja was named Hirata. "Unexpectedly, you are part of Orochimaru's team," Hirata exclaimed with genuine surprise. "No wonder you can still undertake missions outside. But do remain cautious. Things have been unsettled lately. By the way, do you know what has transpired in the village of Grass? When I last visited, it was bustling with activity. Why is it so deserted now?" "Well, this." Ito Tetsu displayed a pained expression. "As you can see, this village has fallen victim to a merciless assault by a band of rain shinobi. The village chief, Namikaze, has perished in battle, and the grass shinobi here have also fallen prey to the despicable schemes of those rain shinobi, resulting in their utter annihilation. They have even resorted to the slaughter of innocent civilians." "Huh?" Hirata and his companions were taken aback, a surge of anger coursing through them. How dare they commit such atrocities? This is nothing short of barbarism. They must not be forgiven. These wretches tarnish the very name of the shinobi, and they must be captured. The three Chunin were seething with rage, wishing to seize those rain shinobi and tear them to shreds immediately. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Kitsuna and Akadam exhibited rather peculiar expressions. Ito Tetsu, that fellow, truly possesses the uncanny ability to turn black into white. Furthermore, with the individual in question deceased, this indeed serves as a perfect cover, leaving no witnesses to contradict him. "HM, why do you bear such expressions?" Hirata noticed the peculiar countenance of the two women, feeling a twinge of confusion. For their expressions did not seem to reflect the outrage one would expect upon hearing such a horrific tale. Indeed, all of Konoha should be ablaze with fury. Moreover, why are these three children still lingering in the village? Hirata furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it initially appeared. "Well then, please follow me. You shall understand upon seeing." Toru led the way, with Yuna and Akane following closely behind. Hirata exchanged glances with the other two, and after a slight nod, they chose to accompany him as well. Along the journey, they communicated in hushed tones. "Hirata, do you sense something amiss? You've noticed it too, haven't you?" Indeed, they claim to be undertaking a mission entrusted by Orochimaru here, but what precisely is that mission? Although it may seem unwise to doubt comrades from the same village, I feel that the Rain Ninjas have not clearly disclosed their intentions. Do you think? The three of them, seasoned Nin, had accumulated a wealth of experience through countless missions, enabling them to perceive that Toru might be withholding certain information. Moreover, the eerie atmosphere of this tranquil village only added to their unease. Thus, despite the inherent trust stemming from their shared village affiliation, the trio heightened their mental vigilance. "It is right here." Itttru paused before a warehouse door, with Kitsuna and Akad standing on either side. "Is there anything inside?" Hirata inquired, sensing no anomalies within. "Well, you'll see for yourselves," Itt replied as he stepped forward to open the door. Although the trio appeared calm on the surface, an acute tension surged within them. Could it be that hidden rain ninjas would spring forth the moment the door swung open? Hirata let his hand fall naturally, subtly inching closer to his pouch of ninja tools, ready to swiftly retrieve his equipment should an unexpected situation arise. As a ninja, maintaining vigilance was an essential trait for survival in this world. With a rustle, the door creaked open, revealing the scene within to the trio. Their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the shocking sight before them. The very rain ninjas they had pursued lay neatly arranged inside, as if in slumber. Yet each face bore a grotesque expression of unyielding terror. It was a chilling spectacle. The bodies of the ninjas were meticulously positioned, forming a pattern reminiscent of a mobile signal grid, arranged from high to low. Even Hirata, a seasoned Jonin, found himself at a loss for words in that moment. This was it. Ito Tetsu turned around and beheld the astonished expressions of the three Chunin, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. There was simply no other place to put them, so we left them here for the time being. We also lack any sealing scrolls. Hirata gazed at Ito Tetsu and the others with a hint of confusion. These fleeing ninjas, though not exceptionally powerful, were nearly on par with Chunin. How could they have perished at the hands of 3 mere genin? One might say. Is this not a testament to the prowess of a team that undertook B-rank missions right from their inception? Yet it is not entirely so. Ito Tetsuyoshi seemed a bit bashful as he lowered his head. I knew it. Hirata sighed with slight relief. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. In fact, the old man Amakusa and all the grass ninjas have also perished at our hands. Ito Tetsu did not voice his thoughts. But it was evident that both Kina and Akadama beside him were struggling to contain themselves. The burden of suppressing their achievements was simply unbearable. It's all right. You both have performed admirably, observed Hirata, mistaking their discomfort for feelings of inadequacy. With a reassuring smile, he continued, the future of Konoha ultimately rests in your hands. Kina and Akadama exchanged exasperated glances internally, while Ito Tetsu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could this elder be intending to thrust them into the fray? That would be unacceptable. Thus, he humbly replied, not at all. We are still quite weak. Even if the future belongs to us, this moment is still your era, Hirata-san. Ha! You truly have a way with words, young one. Hirata laughed heartily, his regard for Ito Tetsu visibly improving. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his companions and declared, now that these fellows have been dealt with, it is time for us to return to the battlefield. Chapter 47. Cease your perilous thoughts. Indeed, the other 2 Konoha Nin nodded in agreement. With the demise of these rain shinobi, their mission was deemed accomplished, and it was time to resume their duties on the battlefield. I must express my gratitude for your assistance during this mission. Upon our return to Konoha, I shall ensure you receive your due rewards, Hirata said with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, that would be too much, Ito Tetsu replied, a spark of joy igniting within him as he assumed a bashful expression. He cautiously suggested, perhaps, Hirata-san, you could simply hand over the rewards to us now, and we shall consider the task fulfilled? Huh. Hirata paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha! You clever little rascal. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly refuse. But given the wartime context, completing additional missions, even at the cost of one's life, entitles one to higher compensation. Come, Sanyu, Roker, let us gather our resources. His 2 teammates exchanged bemused looks, yet Hirata's reasoning held merit. Furthermore, as seasoned Nin, they were not lacking in funds, and they promptly contributed 60,000 ryo to Ito Tetsu. Thank you for your generosity. After receiving the money, Ito was beaming with joy, while Kina and Azuki could hardly bear to look at him. Well then, we shall take our leave, Hirata said, waving his hand in satisfaction as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, Kina spoke up and called out to them, Uncle Hirata, may I be so bold as to inquire about the current state of affairs on the battlefield in the Rain Country? Upon hearing this question, Azuki's eyes also lit up with interest. Hey, what are you 2 up to? Ito Tetsu felt a disquieting premonition rising within him. Yet it was too late to intervene, thus, he could only maintain an awkward yet polite smile while standing aside. Ah, you inquire about the battlefield situation? Upon facing the question from the younger ninjas of Konoha, Hirata halted his steps, revealing a contemplative expression. Ordinarily, such information regarding the battlefield should remain undisclosed. However, these juniors were remarkably skilled and had even achieved victories against the Rain ninjas. Observing their eager gazes fixed upon him, he wondered if they were genuinely concerned for their esteemed teacher, Orochimaru. In an instant, Hirata comprehended this sentiment, and a warm current surged within his heart. The Will of Fire. This was indeed the legacy of the Will of Fire. You need not worry, thus far. The situation in the Land of Rain has been quite favorable, although the conditions are somewhat harsh and many of our comrades are fighting on empty stomachs. Food can still be found if one looks diligently. He sighed, however. The common folk of the Land of Rain have truly suffered greatly at the hands of Hanzo the Salamander. Reflecting on this, Hirata could not help but exhale a mournful breath. Many of the ninjas under his command were merely civilians who had undergone basic training, subsequently led by him into various battles. He had heard that they had suffered considerable losses in the Land of Wind, with numerous children left as orphans of war. Whenever we passed through villages and towns, we often encountered many such children wandering the streets. How could such a tragedy occur? Ito Tetsu furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he could surmise from Hirata's fragmented words the dire state of the Land of Rain. Thus, during the battle, I resolved that such a fate must never befall the village of Konoha. Upon uttering these words, Hirata's stature seemed to grow taller. Kenai and Akkad also regarded him with newfound respect. Very well, I shall conclude my remarks here. We must return to the battlefield. Although the strength of the rain shinobi is lacking, there are numerous sand shinobi dispatched from the land of wind causing chaos. We must secure an advantage before Hanzo of the Salamander returns. Please hold on for a moment, Uncle Hirata. Ito Tetsu swiftly vanished from the spot, and upon his return, he held a small bag brimming with provisions. Please accept these, he offered. Hirata, somewhat perplexed, opened the bag to discover it filled entirely with military rations. These may prove useful later on. We certainly do not require such an abundance, he remarked, though Ito insisted, consider it a token of goodwill. Hirata initially contemplated declining the gesture, but recalling the pangs of hunger he had previously endured, he ultimately nodded in acceptance. Thank you, Ito. As well as to Yuna and Akane, I will remember your kindness. A smile of gratitude illuminated his face. Once the war concludes, I shall treat you all to ramen. Ha. Hey, my friend, you're quite a decent fellow. Just refrain from setting so many expectations for yourself. Ito Tetsu felt a complex mix of emotions as he watched Hirata and the others depart. All he could do was wish them well. He truly envied them. As he gazed at the trio's receding figures, Kino was filled with sentiment. She couldn't help but let her imagination wander. How wonderful it would be if she were the one heading to the battlefield. What is there to envy, after all? Ito Tetsu's expression darkened as he remarked. You clearly have never experienced the tribulations of wartime. Such naivete. Who among the rational would yearn for conflict? Is it not preferable to thrive in peace and harmony? Speaking of which, are we not now in the latter stages of war, as Master Orochimaru once elucidated? Suddenly, Kenai turned to Ito Tetsu with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Does that mean we can finally take action? Take action for what? He inquired. Ito stared blankly. Did you not hear Uncle Hirata say that Sanjuo Hans has yet to return? The true decisive battle cannot commence until his arrival. For only then can we ascertain the victor. Then we can seize the initiative, Kina exclaimed eagerly. We can engage the enemy on the battlefield, and once he returns, we can retreat. Cease your perilous thoughts. Itoru felt compelled to intervene, internally lamenting the fact that he had only seen the red beans and not her appearance, pondering whether her knack for self-sabotage might ultimately lead to her downfall. Kitsuna, I am the class leader. In a bid to dissuade Kitsuna from her train of thought, Itoru had no choice but to invoke his authority. Kitsuna was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, her eyes widening in astonishment, akin to a startled little hamster. You dare to use that against me? Hold on. Subordinates are not permitted to retort against their superiors. Ito Tetsu placed his hands on his hips and firmly declared, now, return and stay put. Understood? How infuriating. Kina turned her head away, sulking as she walked off. It is said that an angry girlfriend is more elusive than a New Year's pig. Although Ito Tetsu does not consider Kina to be his girlfriend, it is evident that she has entered a state of evasion. No matter, she seems quite upset, doesn't she? Red Bean quietly inquired from the side. Would you like me to persuade her for you? Of course, this service is not complimentary. You truly seize every opportunity, don't you? Ito stared blankly at the Red Bean. And then, with a playful sound, the latter revealed an innocent smile. 2 strings of tricolored dumplings. Deal. With a clap of their hands, the two celebrated, and thereafter, the Red Bean briskly pursued ahead. Alas, Ito Tetsu sighed, gazing up at the sky, feeling a sense of weariness. What on earth is happening? Upon returning to the inn, despite the fact that Akkad had somehow managed to improve Kanai's mood, she still turned her face away when Tetsu entered, clearly not wishing to see him. It seems she still cares deeply. Esa noticed the awkward atmosphere between the two and approached them, quietly inquiring, what is the matter? Has there been a conflict? Typically, she would not pry into the matters concerning the trio, but the childlike discord between them prompted Esa to feel that it was time for her, as the adult, to intervene. It's nothing serious. Ito Tetsu shook his head with a smile, suggesting they should have dinner first. As night fell, the window of the inn suddenly swung open. With a swift motion, a package was tossed out onto the ground, and a figure gracefully leaped out, landing lightly. It was Kina. After touching down, she glanced around. And upon seeing no one else, she nodded in satisfaction and picked up the package from the ground. Humph, you won't let me go? Then I shall go on my own. Await the return of my name, foolish Ito. Chapter 48. Is it impossible to leave? Kina was not acting recklessly. Before retiring to her room for the night, she had already made it clear to the humanoid radar, Chiron, that she must not betray her, or she would face the wrath of her little fists. Although Chiron felt conflicted, she reluctantly agreed, and the two sealed their pact with a pinky promise to ensure its validity. Meanwhile, Azuki remained oblivious, feigning to be soothed to keep her teammates unaware. This was all for the sake of tonight's operation. Kina was unwilling to linger in this place. Although she had not spent as much time with Ito Tetsu as Azuki had, she had discerned his nature. He was the kind of person who always played it safe, never willing to take even the slightest risk. He would probably remain here until the war concluded. By then, what would be left to fight for? To assault the common folk of the Rain Country? Kina could not tolerate such a fate. She harbored grand ambitions in the honor of the Uchiha clan. The battlefield was the perfect stage to make a name for herself. She absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. With a light step, Kina arrived at the village's entrance but suddenly halted. It was a clear night, with the bright moon illuminating the sky. Though the lights were few, she could still discern her surroundings in the figure standing ahead. Ito. Kina's eyes transformed into a vivid red, a spinning tomo within them. Are you here to stop me? Have you been aware all along? She trusted that Kairin would never betray her. Nevertheless, Kina felt a flicker of surprise, for in her expectations, Ito Tetsu, despite his troublesome nature, would likely choose to turn a blind eye if he sensed her intention to leave. After all, he was the type who particularly disliked complications. Yet, here he was, confronting her. Why? No, it couldn't be. Ito turned to look at Genin, his eyes filled with helplessness. To be honest, I never anticipated encountering you here. I had intended to sneak out under the cover of night to practice my sealing techniques. Yet, unexpectedly, I found you planning to make your own escape. It would be foolish for Ito to believe that Kina's attire signifies a visit to Konoha for familial purposes. Rather, she is preparing to venture onto the battlefield alone. What on earth are you up to, young man? Itetsu found the situation rather troublesome. Then please step aside. The little face of Genin puffed up, exuding an air of defiance. I cannot remain here. I must go to battle. Have you made up your mind? Indeed, I have. Is there no way to persuade you to stay? Not unless you break my hands and feet. Genin assumed a combative stance. You may attempt it. I too yearn for a full-fledged match with you. In response to Genin's declaration, Itetsu could only let out a deep sigh. Indeed, the Uchiha are all rather eccentric. The night breeze whisked a leaf past, gently stirring the grass around them, as if it were whispering farewells before parting. I shall not hinder you. Ito Tetsu stepped aside, his expression earnest. May I accompany you for a while? Genin was perplexed by his intentions but gradually relaxed her combative stance. All right. But let me make it clear, no matter what you say, I am determined to go to the battlefield. Indeed, I shall respect your decision. Ito Toru's lips curled into a faint smile of bitterness. Since you say you cannot be retained. He slowly turned, walking ahead as if guiding the way. The path ahead was somewhat shrouded in darkness, and he feared leaving you to traverse it alone. Perhaps it was because he felt he lacked the tenderness to share your burdens. If such sentiments remained unspoken, then let it be. He would come to understand. Kina's previously serious demeanor began to falter, for as Ito Toru spoke, he began to sing. Strangely enough, his voice was quite melodious. Yet, what was this boy up to? Though she knew he likely wouldn't stop her, she never anticipated he would sing her away. With a myriad of complex emotions swirling within her, Kina chose not to hinder Ito Toru's performance, instead joining him as goosebumps ran down her arms, walking alongside him in unison. The boy and girl ambled slowly down the desolate, silent path. The scene was imbued with an oddly awkward yet harmonious quality. This was Kina's first experience of such a farewell. She was bewildered but reluctant to dwell on it. The more she pondered, the more awkward it became. At that moment, she longed to immerse herself in the blood-soaked battlefield, seeking to cleanse the inexplicable embarrassment through relentless combat. Preoccupied with her thoughts, Kina failed to notice that as Ito Toru sang, he gradually slowed his pace, falling half a step behind her, and slowly raised his right hand while continuing his melody. Let us leave it at this. Please stop singing. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, Kina could no longer contain herself. However, just as she uttered her plea, she felt a sudden strike at the back of her neck. Shocked. In an instant, Kina forgot her anger. Her first reaction was one of astonishment. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, but never anticipated this one. Ito Toru had ambushed her? You little rascal, are you trying to sneak attack me? Not ready for this. Are you? As her fury flared, it quickly dissipated, for Ito Toru's strike was perfectly measured and precisely executed. After all, he had warmed up with half a song. Kina could only manage a soft hum before succumbing to unconsciousness, her body collapsing into Ito Toru's embrace, utterly devoid of resistance. I think I can endure the sorrow. Can I? You two will remember me. Ito Tetsu even sang the final verse, feeling utterly satisfied as he slung Kanai's backpack over his shoulders. Then leisurely turned to head back. Attempting to leave? What a joke. With such a mentality, he dares to engage in battle with someone as resolute as I am? Do you see it? This is my utmost effort. Ito murmured to himself, faintly imbued with a sense of the solitary lament often felt by masters in their craft. Alas! If only Kina had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, upon hearing his words, she would surely have fainted once more in exasperation. The following day. Quack! Quack! Early in the morning, Ito Tetsu awoke to the raucous cawing of crows outside his window. He casually grabbed a roll of tissue paper beside him and tossed it out, startling the crows into a flurry of flight. After they departed, he stretched and yawned before rising from his bed. Another splendid day awaited him. He glanced outside, where the sky remained a pristine blue and the fragrant grass flourished. The village, however, still seemed sparsely populated. Surely, by this time, everyone should have risen from their slumber? Ito Taka muttered to himself before opening the door. As the door swung open, he found himself gazing into the furious eyes of Yuna. Ito Taka. She seethed, her face flushed with anger. Within her blood-red Sharingan, the dual Tomo slowly revolved. Upon awakening, she was overwhelmed with embarrassment and rage at the recollection of last night's awkward encounter, causing her to activate her Sharingan in anger. How despicable of him! How could he still maintain such a nonchalant demeanor? Oh, Yuna, you're awake. Ito Tetsu, as if nothing had transpired, chuckled cheerfully. You seem to be in great spirits. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through as Kina's furious punch was deftly evaded by Ito Tetsu. Dare you evade again? Kina's furious rebuke coincided with the resounding crack of her fist striking the wooden wall. How could I not evade? You are seeking my life. Ito Tetsu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, Kina, let us speak calmly. There is no need for such impulsiveness. I have remained quite composed, despite not employing the fireball technique. Kina struggled to extricate her fist from the wall, turning to glare at Ito Tetsu. You have betrayed my trust and deceived me. You knocked me unconscious and brought me back here. Please, allow me to explain. I will not listen. First, you must allow me to strike you. Upon witnessing the furious expression on Kina's face, Ito Tetsu realized that reasoning with her would be futile, and he could only let out a resigned sigh. In that moment, he suddenly raised his voice, calling out, Help! And Tsukuba. Hearing his desperate plea, Kina felt a surge of blood rush to her head, instantly losing her composure as she charged at him with outstretched claws, exclaiming, I will turn you into a pig's head. Chapter 49. Towards the direction of the rainfall. Regardless of the circumstances, let us first have our meal, Ito Tetsu muttered gloomily, having been thoroughly chastised. Meanwhile, Azuki and Colleen stifled their laughter, while Kina wore an expression of relief, having finally vented her frustrations. And Tsukuba glanced around at the group, unable to suppress a chuckle. These children truly shared a remarkable bond. Although Kina desperately wished to conceal yesterday's events as a dark chapter in her past, the small bump on the back of her head, a result of Ito Tetsu's earlier actions, served as a constant reminder that the incident could not be easily forgotten. Thus, before Ito Tetsu even rose from his slumber, she took it upon herself to disclose the matter. This was precisely why, upon waking, he found himself confronted and pummeled by Kina. She had been exceedingly furious. However, as they neared the conclusion of their meal, her emotions began to settle. Kina recognized that she had been somewhat naive. Despite the element of surprise in Ito Tetsu's actions, he had indeed managed to incapacitate her in an instant. If she were to find herself on an actual battlefield, the consequences would be far graver than merely being knocked unconscious. Thus, although Kina was still irate, she couldn't help but acknowledge his prowess. She resolved to remain vigilant in the future, attributing her earlier folly to her own naivety in believing his deceptive words. However, next time, she vowed, things would be different. By the way, Kina, if you truly wish to go to the battlefield, I will accompany you after some time. Ito Tetsu remarked, munching on a bun as he addressed her. You dare to mention the battlefield? Kina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she was about to retort in anger when she comprehended his words, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, You would genuinely accompany me? Indeed. Ito Tetsu placed his hand upon his face, channeling the art of healing through palm techniques, and then added, Strictly speaking, I am not accompanying you. Rather, I had already intended to go, just a bit earlier than planned. How about you? Jianai's expression reflected astonishment, almost leading her to suspect that Ito Tetsu was deceiving her, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to strike her at the back of the head. However, Ito Tetsu's demeanor was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Of course, Akane will remain here, as Aunt Mulberry is still unable to make an appearance. But why must we wait for a while? Jianai still found it difficult to comprehend. Isn't it better for us to seize the opportunity directly? What opportunity to seize? This is their territory. Ito Tetsu gazed vacantly, pondering, if we were to enter the land of rain, we would undoubtedly be regarded as invaders by the local commoners and ninjas alike. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of moving with difficulty. We would be ensnared in a quagmire, which would be utterly distressing. All I need to do is engage in combat with their ninjas. Kitsuna, still unconvinced, puffed up her cheeks defiantly, asserting, as long as I can find ninjas I can defeat, one after another, I will fight those I can best, and flee from those I cannot. That way, I won't have to overthink it. Others will not simply stand by and allow you to eliminate them. Perhaps you could manage this once or twice, but once they take notice, they will set a trap for you. What you perceive as a one-on-one duel could easily turn into an ambush with dozens of Nin waiting for you. What then? Then I shall fight. Kitsuna, fueled by her fiery spirit, leapt to her feet, responding defiantly, with my abilities, it would be a simple task to take down a few Nin before my demise. Here we go again. Ito Tetsu no longer consumes steamed buns. After placing his belongings down, he gazed at her with a look of resignation and said, "Must you constantly speak of death? Is living not preferable? Countless souls yearn for life, yet are unable to attain it. This is the fate we, as ninjas, must endure, not one to back down." Kina retorted, "We ninjas are but instruments for the completion of missions. If we cannot fulfill our tasks, what purpose do we serve?" Ito Tetsu fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Hondo sensed something was amiss and quickly stepped in to ease the situation. "Oh dear, we are all companions here. There's no need to make things so tense. I believe you all have valid points. Regardless, there's no need for quarrels." Kitsuna also realized she may have been a bit excessive, yet she was currently caught up in her emotions, maintaining her imposing demeanor as she glared at Ito Tetsu from head to toe. In the seemingly frozen moment, Tetsu finally spoke, albeit in a subdued manner. "I believe a ninja should not merely be a tool." After this proclamation, he fell silent once more. Upon hearing this, both Kitsuna and Hondo were taken aback. Even Colleen was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Ito and I, this statement is not a falsehood." Meanwhile, Sakuba felt a sense of relief within. Indeed, this child is extraordinarily unique. In an era where ninjas are treated as disposable resources, expressing such sentiments requires immense courage and trust. For if even a single person were to betray him or overhear, Ito Tetsu's life as a ninja could effectively come to an end, leaving him to navigate a future rife with gossip, akin to the fate once faced by Konoha's White Fang. Kitsuna also fell silent, the inexplicable anger within her slowly dissipating until it vanished completely. "I understand now," she said softly, as though a heavy stone that had long been suspended in her heart had finally been set down. For she had confirmed Ito Tetsu's sincerity. He was not a selfish individual. He possessed his own ninja way. "I will abide by your arrangements." Taking a deep breath, Kitsuna resumed her seat. At the same time, "I apologize for my previous rashness. I'm sorry." She slightly bowed, indicating her remorse. Hondo and Colleen were once again astonished. The once proud Kitsuna sister actually admitted her fault. "Have we fallen under a genjutsu?" They wondered. "Hee, as long as both parties understand each other, isn't that sufficient?" Sakuba chuckled softly from the side. "Let us finish our meal, otherwise it will grow cold." After the complex dining experience came to an end, a revitalized Ito Tetsu began to showcase what he had been researching. "This will be our trump card for survival." With a spirited demeanor, Ito Tetsu unfurled a scroll and pointed at a small black dot upon it. In an instant, the dot vanished, replaced by a bag of rice. Kina and Azuki gazed at him in astonishment. "Hee, impressive, isn't it? This is the sealing technique I recently mastered. With this technique, we can store vast amounts of food within a mere scroll." All of this, he attributed to Aunt S.Ha. Kina and Azuki exchanged bewildered glances, while S.Ha, standing at the doorway, wore a somewhat strained smile. She hadn't anticipated Ito Tetsu using the sealing technique in such a manner. Though not entirely incorrect, it felt oddly unsettling. "Perhaps it's best not to mention that I taught him this," she mused internally. Meanwhile, beside her, Kei-Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother Ito is amazing." Moreover, as Ito Tetsu showcased his research accomplishments, excitement glimmered in his eyes. "Have you heard of spirit summoning?" "I have, but I feel that your interpretation of spirit summoning differs from what we understand," Kina remarked, placing a hand on her forehead. Though uncertain of its nature, she sensed that Ito Tetsu was about to unveil something extraordinary. After demonstrating his spirit-summoning technique, Kina, Azuki, K-Rin, and Esha wore expressions of hesitation and intrigue. What do you think? Isn't it remarkable? Ito raised his chin with a sense of pride. Setting aside other matters, the formidable Genin truly instilled a sense of exhaustion within him. Perhaps it was best to embrace destruction. Utility is all that matters. I have a question. Hondo raised her hand. The earlier rice sealing technique didn't seem to be such a challenging ninjutsu. Why doesn't our ninja squad employ it? One reason is the lack of chakra, and another is the scarcity of rice. Ito Tetsu shrugged, remarking, moreover, during minor conflicts, consolidating grain supplies is a grave mistake. The agility of ninjas is remarkably versatile. Even a single fireball from kunai, upon discovering the enemy's granary, could leave the entire opposing force famished for days. Red Bean, seemingly thoughtful, nodded in agreement, feeling convinced. Very well. Now we must simply await the return of our scouts sent to locate provisions, and then we shall commence our operations. It was with a fervent and impassioned speech that Ito Toru concluded the pre-war conference. A few days later, many villagers from Kuzenin, burdened with sacks of rice, returned, their labored breaths echoing in the air. Their arrival completed the final piece of Ito Toru's meticulously devised plan. After making all necessary preparations, he and Kitsuna were ready to embark on their journey to the land of rain. The sky remained clear, yet the winds today seemed unusually boisterous. Let us leave it at that. Ito stopped in his tracks and turned with a smile. Hondo and Xianglin came out to see them off, while Senji, unable to appear, could only bid farewell from the inn. Woo-woo, brother Ito, sister Jiena, Xianglin lamented, tears streaming down her face like a little cat. Do not worry. We will surely return safely. Ito Teru chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits of mirth, as he gently patted Xianglin's small head with his warm hand. Given our capabilities, it is more than sufficient for self-preservation, if not for vanquishing foes. Hondo, once we depart, the responsibility of everything here shall rest upon you. Indeed. Hondo too donned a rare expression of seriousness. Let us be off. In the distance, Kina urged them on. We are coming. Ito Toru hurriedly made his way over, simultaneously turning to wave vigorously in our direction. Take care on your journey. Azuki and Ko-Rin shouted together, waving goodbye with all their might. Ito and Yuna set forth, burdened with their packs, toward a realm perpetually shrouded in rain. Chapter 50. The Great Benefactor from Konoha. Days later, in the Rain Country, they arrived at a town that had miraculously withstood the ravages of war. The patter of rain filled the air once more. Passers-by murmured to themselves, accustomed to the downpour, as they donned their raincoats. Suddenly, a filthy little hand reached out, accompanied by a soft plea. Please, help me. The man looked up at the hand's owner, a ragged, dirt-covered girl with blue hair. Her tiny frame trembled in the frigid rain, resembling a homeless, drenched stray cat. An orphan of war, he realized. The number of children like her, bereft of parents and wandering the streets, had been on the rise. Please, I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten in days. The blue-haired girl, under his gaze, curled in on herself, then mustered her courage to plead softly. Her hand, timid and fragile, resembled a sprout struggling to emerge from the earth. Sighing, he initially considered shooing her away but suddenly recalled something. He bent slightly and said to the girl, Come, allow me to show you the way. The girl looked bewildered. Walk straight down this street, then take a right. Afterward, turn left at the next intersection, and you'll find a modest courtyard where many are queuing. Go there, and you shall receive food. Do not say I did not assist you. I have little to spare for myself, and merely directing you is already quite generous of me. Having imparted this counsel, he paid her no further mind and walked away, feeling quite pleased with his own benevolence. In this harsh world, indeed, I am a rare paragon of goodness. He failed to notice, however, that while he conversed with the blue-haired girl, a boy with orange hair stealthily pilfered his wallet from behind. Which girl shall I visit today? He mused with a foolish grin. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl's expression shifted from one of pity to suppressed joy. She exchanged a glance with the orange-haired boy, and while no one was watching, they quickly darted into a shadowy corner, hiding behind refused to tally their newfound gains. Only 532 ryo? Upon opening the wallet, Yahiko was greatly disappointed. The last person had left him with over 2,000 ryo. This amount, while substantial enough to sustain them for a week, would soon necessitate further ingenuity. Assuming the role of an older brother, Yahiko felt the weight of responsibility for his sister, Conan, pressing heavily upon him. Well, let us move on, Conan. He quickly regained his composure. We must leave this place at once. They were war orphans living in a country beset by relentless rain, utterly alone, drawn together by fate, and struggling to survive. Initially, they had thought to beg honestly, but after receiving a few beatings instead of food, Yahiko had his epiphany and turned to petty thievery. Though Conan disapproved, it was challenging to maintain a high moral standard when hunger gnawed at their bellies. Thus, they scurried from town to town like little mice, stealing food before swiftly fleeing to the next location. They had no idea how long this existence could last, but it was the only way to survive. Yet today felt slightly different. Yahiko, I want to check out the place that person mentioned, Conan said hesitantly, the one where we can get food. Why are you still so naive, Conan? That person was utterly unreliable. Can you truly believe what he said? Yahiko replied, somewhat exasperated. There's south no such place distributing food. We've encountered those who, under the guise of providing sustenance, intended to abduct children for sinister organizations. Who in this country would have such altruistic intentions? Living in such a bleak and hopeless land, Yahiko felt immense anguish. He yearned to alter their circumstances, yet found himself powerless, even with his naturally optimistic disposition. The adversities of recent days had left this young boy somewhat disheartened. But I still want to see it. Conan's expression was resolute. Didn't you say we must never abandon hope? Fine, I'll go. You keep watch. If anything seems amiss, you run. I'll find a way to escape. Yahiko sighed, yet acquiesced to her request. After all, as the older sibling, sometimes one must indulge the whims of the younger. Besides, things couldn't possibly worsen. Okay. Conan nodded vigorously, her small face lighting up with a smile, akin to a daffodil blooming delicately in the rain. The destination was not far, and the two soon arrived. Indeed, just as the man had described, it was a modest courtyard, with a neatly organized line of people waiting. So many are queuing, Yahiko observed, finding a discreet corner for Conan to hide before quietly joining the end of the line. A faint aroma of rice wafted through the air. It seemed they were serving porridge. Breathing in the comforting scent, Yahiko felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. It was quite rare for porridge to be distributed directly. He mused to himself. Rice was a scarce commodity. Many could only afford vegetable soup with carrots, while only the ninja lords could indulge in rice. No wonder so many were lined up here. The queue moved steadily, and before long, Yahiko found himself within the top 10. He suddenly heard the sound of coins clinking on the table, causing his heart to skip a beat. Excuse me, he cautiously inquired of the person ahead. Is there a charge for the porridge here? Of course, came the casual reply. However, upon noticing Yahiko's appearance, the man continued, Oh, children like you, war orphans, are exempt from charges. These benefactors from Konoha have kind hearts. From Konoha? But isn't Konoha at war with us? Yahiko frowned, sensing something amiss. Why concern ourselves with that? The ones fighting are the ninja lords. We commoners are unaffected. The man dismissed his worries. Besides, they've been distributing for several days now. It's their established practice. Oh, Yahiko suppressed his curiosity and expressed his gratitude. Next, at last, he reached the front, his spirits lifted. The individual serving the porridge was a boy of similar age, with tousled black hair, his eyes perpetually squinting, and a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Beside him stood a quiet, fair-skinned girl, assisting him in the distribution. Only two of them. Yahiko expressed a mixture of surprise and admiration, and then, feeling somewhat uneasy, politely requested, Excuse me, would it be possible for you to provide me with another bowl? My sister is still waiting for me. Ito Tetsu readily agreed, subsequently scooping 2 generous bowls of thick meat and vegetable porridge from the adjacent pot. With nimble movements, he filled the makeshift paper lunchboxes crafted from site materials, then handed them to Yahiko, encased in a paper bag. Here are your 2 portions of porridge. Thank you, Yahiko replied, somewhat dazed as he accepted the bowls, his expression frozen in surprise. Could it be that he genuinely handed them over without any additional stipulations? Chapter 51. Yahiko and Conan. The rich aroma of the meat porridge wafted enticingly, offering a comforting sense of security on such a rainy day. It was akin to a warm ray of sunlight piercing through a sky previously shrouded in ominous clouds, instilling a feeling of reassurance in Yahiko, who had been subjected to disdain for quite some time. Am I dreaming? He stood there, momentarily at a loss. If you want more, you'll have to queue again. Come on, move aside. Others are waiting, Ito Tetsu chided impatiently, gesturing for the bewildered young man to clear the way. My apologies for the interruption. Yahiko realized his faux pas, his face flushing red as he hurriedly departed with the 2 bowls in hand, his heart brimming with gratitude. Despite the boy of similar age displaying a semblance of impatience, there was no trace of disdain or mockery in his tone. It felt as though they were engaging as equals, like friends. What a genuinely good person. Even as he walked away, Yahiko couldn't help but reflect on this sentiment. I want an extra portion too. A young man in the queue behind him attempted to mimic Yahiko, seeking a freebie. Then you'll have to pay for an additional serving. Ito Tetsu, with a discerning gaze, recognized the young man's ulterior motive and was unwilling to indulge him. Why should I? That little brat just got one. The youth adopted a disgruntled demeanor, ready to protest. Isn't this bullying the honest folks? Suddenly, with a flash of cold steel, a long knife glinted ominously at his throat. The one wielding the blade was a strikingly elegant girl with black hair, who had been quietly assisting nearby, now exuding an aura of silent authority, her face unyielding. Gulp. The young man swallowed hard, promptly abandoning his previous insolence and obediently producing double the required coins. I'll pay. Is that satisfactory? Thank you for your patronage. Ito Tetsu accepted the silver coins and prepared 2 bowls of porridge, while Kitsuna sheathed her long blade. This brief episode naturally drew the attention of those behind them, leading to some unkind mockery. What a fool. 2 children dare to open a shop here. How could they lack skill? The little girl must be the bodyguard hired by the young proprietor. Last time, several adults attempted to extort protection fees from them, only to be swiftly defeated, taking days to recover. They should have inquired before seeking trouble. The young man, his face flushed with embarrassment, grasped his porridge and slipped away amidst the laughter. However, Ito Tetsu remained unfazed by these minor disturbances, continuing to sell his porridge as if nothing had transpired. In a mere 2 hours, the 2 large barrels of porridge he had prepared were completely sold out. All right, we won't be selling any more today. Please head home, everyone. He tapped the empty barrel with a spoon and called out to the crowd, beginning to tidy up, though the people in line were filled with regret. They had no choice but to leave. What a fulfilling day it had been. After cleaning up and thoroughly washing the various utensils with his water escape technique, Ito Tetsu reclined on the sofa. The thought of the extra silver coins brought an even more contented smile to his face. Ito Tetsu, Kitsuna's voice, laced with venomous anger, accompanied the apron she had thrown at him, landing squarely on his face. Is this your so-called plan? We've been selling porridge here for days. What exactly do you intend to do? She approached him with a fierce demeanor, towering over him, her expression suggesting she might seize him by the throat at any moment. Calm down. Removing the apron from his face, Ito Tetsu quickly exclaimed, Easy, Kitsuna. We are merely gathering intelligence. Very well. Then tell me what intelligence you have gathered. If you cannot, I shall go deal with a few rain ninjas today. She posed as if ready to depart at a moment's notice, clearly infuriated. Wait. Ito Taka raised his hands high. I say it's still not acceptable. Let us see what you have to say today. Kina plopped down on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Ito with an intensity that suggested she might devour him whole. She bore a striking resemblance to a young bride throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, Ito could only wipe the cold sweat from his brow and attempt to defend himself. Firstly, I truly did not anticipate that the rice sealed within the scroll would spoil. Speaking of this, Ito felt a wave of regret wash over him. The humidity in the land of rain was exceedingly high. Within just 2 days of their arrival, the pristine white rice had taken on a faint yellow hue. If left for another 2 days, it would likely turn green, and after 4 more days, it would surely grow mold. No wonder Uncle Hirata and the others were going hungry. In this weather, the shelf life of food diminishes drastically. In a bid to avoid waste and adhere to the principles of survival, Ito conceived the idea of selling porridge, which would not only help recover some costs, but also allow him to dispose of the soon-to-spoil rice. As for donating thick porridge to war orphans, that was merely an afterthought, since Kina was reluctant to sell porridge for an entire morning. She opted for this method to clear out the stock while simultaneously giving it away. But why not simply give it away? Although Kina accepted this explanation, she still felt quite vexed. I am a ninja, after all. If the elders of my clan were to discover that I used fireball jutsu to cook, they would surely be furious. That insufferable Ito continued to make light-hearted remarks about how the Sharingan's observation of the cooking process was truly exceptional. If they were to give it away directly, everyone would recognize the issue. It's common knowledge that one cannot expect free handouts from the heavens. Attracting undue attention would be far from ideal. In this manner, however, it could be somewhat justified. Ito Tetsu raised his hands in exasperation. We are indeed ninjas, Kina. Kina clenched her fists tightly, clearly unwilling to be subjected to such treatment. We agreed to come to the battlefield. Yet somehow we ended up in a marketplace. Is a business battle truly a battlefield? Coughing lightly, Ito Tetsu decided to divulge some additional information in response to Kina's resentful gaze. As you can see, our reputation here has spread far and wide. Everyone refers to us as the benevolent figures of Konoha. To put it another way, our standing in this town has reached a level of goodwill, which allows us to accomplish numerous tasks. What sort of tasks, you ask? For instance, we can procure intelligence that is otherwise elusive to strangers. Ito Tetsu displayed a hint of smugness on his face as he gradually began to make contact with the upper echelons of the Land of Rain. The pufferfish Hans engaged in numerous brawls, yet remained merely a tool. I shall resolve matters directly with the master of the tool. A mysterious glimmer flickered in his eyes. Kitsuna had come to understand that whenever such a bright light shone in Ito Tetsu's gaze, misfortune was imminent for someone. However, did you not say just a few days ago that ninjas should not merely be tools? I had thought it quite cool at the time. Kitsuna feigned indifference, yearning for the fleeting emotion to return to her. Though slightly bemused, Kitsuna could not deny that Ito Tetsu's words had convinced her. Very well. Let us go and have a meal. After such a long endeavor, I find myself quite famished. Ito Tetsu rubbed his stomach. Although they sold porridge, he chose not to partake, for while porridge provided substantial satiety, it lacked the energy necessary for a ninja's movements. The soldiers' rations were designed for consumption during missions and were resilient even in inclement weather. To replenish their chakra and energy, they needed to consume proper sustenance. Let us feast. After securing the door behind them, the two set out. In a secluded corner, Yahiko and Konan were savoring their porridge from paper bowls, oblivious to the peculiar odor emanating from the nearby refuse pile, which had been soaked by the rain. They relished their meal without a hint of disdain. Chapter 52, Crisis. Wow, this is truly delectable, Yahiko exclaimed, devouring his food with remarkable haste, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he reveled in the exquisite flavors. Slurp. Slurp. Reluctant to leave any remnants, he licked the bowl clean. There are still kind-hearted souls in this world, he mused, warmth blossoming within his belly, renewing his faith in humanity. MHM. Konan nodded in agreement, quietly pushing her half-finished bowl of meat porridge toward Yahiko. Please finish this, Yahiko. I find myself unable to continue. All right then. I shall not be polite. Yahiko beamed, gratefully accepting the offering and resuming his delightful meal. As Konan watched him consume the last of the porridge, her gaze softened. After indulging in that exquisitely savory lean meat and vegetable porridge, both felt an enveloping warmth and vigor. It was as if the heavy clouds hanging over their country had parted, allowing the comforting sunlight to bathe them in its warmth. Let us go, Konan. Yahiko rose slowly, brushing off the raindrops, his expression resolute once more. We must proceed to the next town. His voice was calm and steady. Konan stood by, silently nodding, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. This place was a rare source of warmth, yet she understood that they could not linger. Yes, let us depart. Just as they were about to turn away, Yahiko suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual sound. He halted, warily scanning their surroundings, then quickly crouched down, signaling Konan to hide with him. Without hesitation, she followed suit, concealing themselves in the shadows. Her hands clenched into fists, tension coursing through her. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Finally, faint footsteps reached their ears. Someone was approaching. Yahiko and Konan held their breath, fearful of making a sound. Surely we have not been discovered? Undoubtedly not, came the hushed exchange of two men nearby. Those brats from the Hidden Leaf Village are exceedingly arrogant. One man growled. We must teach them a proper lesson. Indeed, the other voice concurred. These two have been raking in quite the profits lately. TSK, TSK, TSK. Children hoarding such wealth is a waste. We ought to seize it for ourselves and put it to better use. Besides, this money rightfully belongs to the Land of Rain. Quite right. That is a sound argument. Caw, caw, caw. The three men erupted into a cacophony of harsh laughter, akin to crows convening. But can we truly manage with just the three of us? One voice hesitated after their laughter subsided. I've heard that girl possesses impressive skills and may even be a trained ninja. The second voice voiced uncertainty as well. Though we are capable fighters, we are no match for a ninja. Fools. Why speak such defeatist nonsense? The initial speaker sneered. Did you think I hadn't considered that? I foresaw this and have summoned a true ninja to assist us. With his help, success is assured. Of course, he'll take the lion's share of the spoils. But that's of no concern as long as we achieve our goal. We'll be living lavishly again. Caw, caw, caw. Another round of raucous laughter ensued. What? Yahiko and Konan exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts racing with both fear and anger. These villains sought to target the rare good souls in the land of rain. And they had even brought a ninja to aid them. How splendid! Let us confront them at once. After all, they are from the hidden leaf. It matters little if they perish here. One among them was already brimming with eagerness. Patience. The ninja has yet to arrive first. We must observe them and ensure they do not escape. After a brief exchange, the three men dispersed, each seeking a vantage point to lay in wait. Yahiko and Conan remained hidden until they felt assured of their safety. What shall we do, Yahiko? Conan asked anxiously. These people are utterly outrageous. We cannot stand by idly. We must find a way to warn them. Yahiko took a deep breath, his mind racing. I remember they finished selling porridge. Let us see if we can find them nearby. Right. It did not take long for the two to spot the unsuspecting Ito Tetsu and Ketsuna seated at a breakfast stall on a neighboring street. 2 servings of oden, a plate of pickled vegetables, 5 skewers of grilled meat, and a bowl of ramen, please. Ito shouted, then turned to Kina and asked, I've placed my order. What would you like to eat? You truly have quite the appetite. Kina, somewhat at a loss for words, replied. I only need a skewer of grilled chicken and 5 gimbap rolls. Is that enough to fill me? Ito Tetsu gazed at her with concern. There's no need to be frugal. Our recent earnings have been substantial. As a ninja, one must always maintain a sense of hunger. Kina shot him a glare, prompting Ito Tetsu to shrug his shoulders and cease his persuasion. The steamed dumplings are ready. Please enjoy. The stall owner brought forth a plate of fragrant, steaming dumplings. Let us dine first. Ito's fingers twitched with anticipation as he grasped his chopsticks, ready to indulge in the culinary delights before him. Are you truly not going to have any? He inquired of Kina before taking his first bite. These steamed dumplings are absolutely delectable. Kina, arms crossed and a posture of mere observation, replied, I really won't partake. You enjoy yours. Very well then. I shall begin. As Ito Chase stretched out his chopsticks towards the plate, poised to grasp a steamed dumpling and savor its flavor, suddenly, with a swift motion, a pair of hands emerged from the side, snatching the dumpling from the table and darting away. Ito was momentarily taken aback, still holding his chopsticks, unable to react as he stared blankly at the familiar figure with orange hair, who was swiftly retreating with his plate of steamed dumplings. How audacious! The vendor, infuriated, shouted. Where did this little thief come from? Stealing even from a benefactor. If I catch you, you shall face the consequences. He prepared to roll up his sleeves and chase after the audacious little scoundrel. However, he reconsidered. Ito Tetsu hurriedly interjected to dissuade the vendor, saying, They're just children and likely famished. One more plate will suffice, and consider that one on my tab. You truly are a kind-hearted individual. The vendor's expression softened with admiration, and he ceased his pursuit. Just a moment, the steamed dumplings will be ready shortly. Meanwhile, the frantic Mayahiko, having sprinted several hundred meters, turned back to see that Ito Tetsu and the others had not followed, but instead had ordered another serving. This is disastrous. Now I will be mistaken for an ungrateful little thief. His heart swelled with shame and anxiety. His intention had been to lure those kind-hearted siblings closer so he could discreetly inform them. Yet, his plan had been thwarted by their kindness. Sighing deeply, Mayahiko turned to search for Conan, contemplating what to do next, when his pupils suddenly constricted in terror. Mayahiko, I'm so sorry. Conan, her face a mask of fear and distress, was held at knife point by a rain ninja clad in a gas mask. Chapter 53, Instant Kill. Conan. Mayahiko's eyes widened in rage, yet he dared not act rashly, remaining frozen in place. Yes, just like that. Remain compliant, the rain ninja sneered. You wish to alert those two, don't you? Are you aware that this constitutes betrayal? You have betrayed the land of rain, and should I choose to end your life, no one would question my actions. Fuming, Mayahiko felt ice coursing through his veins, his fists clenched tightly. What to do? What to do? The opponent is a ninja. The aura of death emanating from them paralyzed him with fear. Furthermore, Conan remained in their grasp. However, your scheme is rather intriguing. Luring them here could spare your lives. The rain ninja taunted. Otherwise, you shall witness your companion perish before your very eyes. Why must you insist on me? You could easily summon someone else. Mayahiko implored in a desperate whisper. I did not alert him. I was merely hungry. If you are dissatisfied, I can offer you this plate of steamed dumplings. It's still warm. Do you take me for a fool? You possess more wit than those 3 imbeciles, yet I detest your attempts at cleverness before me. The rain ninja's eyes turned cold as the blade pressed closer against Conan's neck. The chilling sensation coupled with the threat of death made her instinctively shut her eyes in fear. No, don't listen to him, The sharp kunai drew a line of blood across Conan's filthy neck. I'll do as you say. Upon witnessing this, Mayahiko's mind buzzed with despair, and he cried out in anguish, please, I beg you, do not harm her. Now that's more like it, the rain ninja said, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Go on. Suddenly, a small finger pressed against the kunai. Threatening a child is beneath a ninja, a calm voice declared. The rain ninja barely had time to react before the kunai was swiftly yanked from his grasp, reduced to a mere black speck on the ground. Sealing technique. And without the need for hand signs. A look of surprise crossed the rain ninja's face as he hastily released Conan and retreated a considerable distance, realizing he had been approached without notice. Who are you? Mayahiko and Conan simultaneously asked, their gazes fixed on the newcomer, a boy from Konoha with tousled black hair and a perpetually cheerful smile. Fear not, for I have arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ito Tetsu. He gently patted Conan's shoulder and offered an encouraging glance to Mayahiko. Do not blame yourself. You have done remarkably well. Though they had only met briefly, the qualities exhibited by these two children assured him they were destined for greatness. Ishikawa Tetsu held a deep admiration for them. Yahiko felt a mix of shame and gratitude as a surge of warmth filled his chest. The calmness, tolerance, and understanding emanating from Ishikawa Tetsu made him suddenly realize that this was the person he aspired to become. Meanwhile, the liberated Minami felt a lump in her throat, nearly brought to tears, yet she forcefully suppressed her emotions, unwilling to disrupt Ishikawa Tetsu's impending battle. Do not grow complacent, young leaf ninja. The rain ninja felt overlooked, his anger swelling. Being able to perform sealing techniques, you are indeed a ninja. I have fought alongside Lord Hanzo through numerous battles. You are not my opponent. Ito Tetsu cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, rather than engage in a battle of wits with me, you might want to pay attention to what lies behind you. Do you truly think I would fall for your tricks? Before Yujin could finish his retort, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and let out a cry, instinctively throwing an elbow backward. Regardless of who it was, that strike would be unwelcome. Yet, his elbow met only air. What? Yujin was taken aback and finally turned to discover that his opponent was simply too diminutive. It was merely a delicate young girl with black hair, wielding a kunai, who had delivered a swift blow to his side. You are rather unpleasant, Kitsuna remarked. Her gaze lifted as two spinning tomo began to whirl. Before Yujin could utter another word, a resounding buzz filled his mind, and he found himself slipping into a realm of illusion. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless like a puddle of mud. At the moment he fell, Kitsuna's kunai had already pierced his heart. It was over. Without retracting her kunai, Kitsuna skillfully opened the pouch, confiscating Yujin's tool bag and coin purse, before methodically inspecting the contents. Impressive. Mihiko and Conan watched in astonishment, although the battle was not as grandiose as they had envisioned. The effortless manner in which it was executed, and the swift conclusion of life and death, illuminated the formidable prowess of Ito Tetsu and Kitsuna. There are still 3 others. Mihiko suddenly recalled and hurriedly warned. We have heard that 3 more are conspiring against you. Ah, that is of no concern. Ito smiled and remarked. This individual has already dispatched his 3 accomplices, presumably to avoid sharing the spoils. Both Yahiko and Conan were momentarily taken aback. Indeed. This aligns more closely with the customary practices of the Land of Rain, a realm perpetually shrouded in gloom and incessant showers. Let us proceed. Ito Tetsu clapped his hands, saying, I understand you have much to discuss, but let us converse after our meal. With a hint of amusement, he glanced at the steaming dumplings in Yahiko's hands. We ought to return this plate to the owner as well. Yahiko, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head, his face turning crimson. By the way, I still do not know your names. Ito Tetsu kindly inquired, would you be so kind as to share them with us? Certainly. The 2 replied without hesitation. I am Yahiko. I am Conan. Excellent names. Ito Tetsu smiled, nodding appreciatively. He gestured towards the still unpacking Kinai. That is Kinai, my teammate and close friend. As for the rest, let us discuss it after our meal. No need to search any further. Kinai. Understood. Kinai discreetly retrieved a small note and placed it on his person while Yahiko and Conan were momentarily distracted. The 4 returned to the breakfast stall and settled around a table. The stall owner wore a rather peculiar expression, to which Ito Tetsu explained that he was an old friend they had not seen in quite some time. The owner then seemed to understand and offered each of them a tempura. After a somewhat awkward breakfast, Yahiko and Conan accompanied Ito Tetsu back to the kanji shop. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yahiko asked, Ito, is there something you need us to assist with? He was genuinely unaccustomed to receiving such kindness without a purpose. Indeed. There is something, Ito Tetsu replied. Ito nodded thoughtfully and turned back. As you can see, our kanji shop is exceedingly busy, and with our other commitments. Would you be willing to serve as employees here? Chapter 54, Ito's Golden Escape, huh? Yuhiko and Konan exchanged bewildered glances. It was not that they were unwilling, rather. The surprise had come upon them too abruptly. Just a moment ago, they were on the streets begging for food, and now they were offered accommodation and meals? They felt as if they were ensnared in a dream. Yet, regarding their status, Yuhiko hesitated. He was an optimistic and self-assured individual. Yet he was particularly concerned about whether he could meet Ito's expectations. What difference does it make? Ito Tetsu raised his hands in exasperation. We indeed hail from Konoha. Ah. This is a valid point. Yanijik scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. Itt, were you aware that someone was plotting against you for quite some time? Inquired Konan, who stood nearby. Of course, this has happened more than once, he replied. Ito Tetsu candidly responded, this is precisely why I wish to invite you to join our team. Due to our identities, we frequently encounter baseless unfair treatment. However, if it were you, there should be no issues. At the very least, the troubles you face would be fewer than those we endure. Both Mihiko and Konan fell silent. Tetsu spoke with great insight. This reflects the current state of the nation. In a country that seems devoid of hope, where malice pervades and people merely exist, those who possess the power to effect change are igniting conflict. Meanwhile, individuals like Yuhiko and Konan, who yearn for the nation's betterment, find themselves reduced to begging on the streets. I understand now. Brother Yuhiko inhaled deeply, his demeanor transforming into one of unwavering resolve. I shall not betray your expectations. Yuhiko? Konan was taken aback. What prompted this sudden fervor? He hadn't even consulted her, though she knew she would undoubtedly support him regardless of the outcome. She had witnessed this side of Yuhiko before, during their journey when they passionately discussed their dreams. I will change this country, Yuhiko declared with unwavering conviction, his eyes seemingly aglow with fervor. Just like you, brother, I will become a ray of dawn, piercing through the somber darkness enveloping this nation. This child, even Kenshin, raised his gaze, surprised by Yuhiko's fervor. Is it possible for gold to exist in a land that resembles a garbage dump? Though his words may echo the childish defiance of youth, the profound conviction radiating from Yuhiko was undeniable. If you were to become a ninja, you might just become a remarkable one. Kenshin couldn't help but interject. Would you be interested in learning with us, Yuhiko? Itoru halted her from continuing. Given the current state of our nation, it is still too early for them to learn ninjutsu. Moreover, with our rather rudimentary skills, what can we truly teach? After a moment of contemplation, Kitsuna realized the truth in his words. Her greatest reliance was on the Sharingan, while Itoru depended entirely on underhanded tactics. If Yuhiko and Konan were to learn these, it would lead to undesirable consequences. Very well. She nodded. You have a point. It's all right. Yuhiko, undeterred, did not feel despondent, nor did he seek to advocate for himself. Instead, his heart brimmed with optimism, transforming him into a radiant beacon of hope. Since I possess the ambition to change this nation, how could I possibly hesitate here? Brother, you can trust me with this. Yuhiko clenched his fist. I will certainly accomplish this for you. Excellent. Then the subsequent matters will be entrusted to you, as well as. Ito Tetsu cheerfully produced a bag of silver coins, saying, here are 20,000 taels. Go procure some supplies. The originally spirited Mayahiko suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. How can I allow you to spend so much? Why not consider this in advance on our wages? Take it without hesitation, Ito replied. There's no need to fuss over whether it's an advance or not. Let us not be overly concerned with such trivialities. However, speaking of which, Ito Tetsu handed the bag of silver coins to Konan, saying, it is perhaps better for a girl to manage the finances. Yuhiko, if you require any, please approach Konan for withdrawal. Thank you, Brother Ito. Yuhiko exclaimed, deeply moved, his face flushed with excitement. Konan, tightly clutching the bag of coins, felt her previously anxious heart settle with reassurance. All right, you two should go procure some clothing and return before nightfall. The outside is not safe. Understood. Yuhiko and Konan joyfully departed. Once they left, Ito Tetsu turned to face Kenai, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. There were no other observers around. Now, let us examine what the intelligence reveals. The two entered an inner room where Kenai produced the information obtained from the Rain Ninja. Upon reading the contents, their pupils dilated in shock. The main force of Konohagakure was advancing swiftly, gathering in this direction, led by 3 esteemed disciples of the current Hokage, each formidable in strength. Alongside the great Hanzo, it is indeed Orochimaru and his team, Kenai remarked gravely, casting a serious glance at Ito Tetsu. Analysis of this nature was better suited for him. It appeared that the Rain Ninja had devised a trap, and the legendary demigod Hanzo would also intervene. Their objective was to utterly vanquish Konohagakure's main force. Ito gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, I merely intended to find a place to hide, and yet you have transformed this location into a battleground. He was suddenly overwhelmed by the impulse to gather his belongings and flee on the spot. Orochimaru and the others would also be coming. However, Genin was brimming with excitement. No matter how formidable Hanzo may be, with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade joining forces, dealing with him would be a piece of cake. A piece of cake, my foot. Ito Tetsu truly wished to express how naive you are, yet he managed to restrain himself. What do you say, Ito? Shall we not join the fray ourselves? You kinda seem to be stirred with eagerness. No, with our meager skills. We would only end up as easy targets for the seasoned ninjas. Ito Tetsu hastily dissuaded her from such a perilous notion. But we cannot merely stand by and do nothing, can we? Fear not, for I have already employed the golden technique of winning hearts. Ito Tetsu stroked his chin, reflecting. The day before yesterday, I spent 100,000 Ryo to bribe a favored attendant of the feudal lord of the Land of Rain, urging him to subtly inform Hans of potential ulterior motives. Given the substantial losses suffered in the ongoing conflict in the Land of Wind, the feudal lord likely harbors suspicions about Hans. Coupled with the attendant's wind release technique, he will undoubtedly summon Hans for questioning. At that point, even if this intelligence reaches him, Hans will be unable to arrive in time. This is far more advantageous than our direct intervention on the battlefield. Initially, I acted on a whim, merely to vex Hans, but it seems serendipitously effective now. Kitsuna's eyes widened in astonishment. Who would have thought of such a strategy? And from the notoriously frugal Ito Tetsu, to spend 100,000 Ryo. We've only managed to earn a mere 20,000 Ryo from selling porridge in the past couple of days. Yet, I must concede, this method is remarkably astute. A betrayal from the feudal lord. Even the demigod of the ninja world would find it hard to withstand. As Ito Tetsu had orchestrated, the recently defeated Hans, having perused the intelligence in hand, received word of the feudal lord's summons. The Konoha forces are within the borders, and my subordinates have set a trap. Must I go now? His brow furrowed beneath the gas mask. Hans, Dano, the feudal lord specifically requested your presence for a matter of great importance. Please make haste, the messenger ninja implored. His tone submissive. After a moment of silence, Hans finally nodded. Very well, I too wish to discuss matters with him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 55. Red clouds on a black background. The rain fell incessantly, as if it would never cease. A figure, drenched by the downpour, approached a blue-roofed pavilion. Guided by the guards. This was a vast estate, designed by a renowned architect, constructed with premium materials sourced from various nations, timber from the land of fire, carvings from the land of lightning, stones from the land of earth, gold adornments from the land of wind, and cement from the land of water, all coalescing to form an artistic courtyard amidst the gloomy land of rain. Within this courtyard resided the feudal lord of the Land of Rain. With a whoosh, the bamboo and paper doors swung open, revealing lanterns flickering on either side, illuminating the path ahead. Upon entering, the damp chill dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth mingled with a fragrant allure. Please, Hans, Dano. The guard turned courteously, bowing deeply. The feudal lord awaits you inside. Hans, the salamander, replied softly as he stepped within. Despite the barrier of his gas mask, he could detect the scent of perfumed women and an alluring atmosphere surrounding him. Behind each folding screen, slender silhouettes cast faint shadows, and curious gazes peeked from behind the screens. As a ninja, Hans was acutely aware of these covert observations. However, he paid them no mind, maintaining a steady pace forward, unwavering and resolute. With a rustle, he approached the final door. It creaked open, unveiling a different scene within. The spacious room flickered with candlelight. The walls adorned with beige wallpaper intricately decorated with gold-threaded ukiyo-e paintings. Upon entering, steam rose from the floor, warmed by a continuous supply of heat, rendering the space a veritable paradise. A corpulent figure reclined on a lavish sofa made of fine leather, while beside him, a man with crimson lips and a tall black hat quietly retreated upon noticing Hans's arrival. Ah, Hans, you have come, the feudal lord mumbled, as if just awakening from slumber. You should have taken a seat, but since you claim to be busy, do stand. Hans remained silent, scanning the surroundings. Externally, It appeared that no one else was present, yet he could sense numerous tense presences concealed behind the screens, armed and alert. Hans exhaled softly, a mixture of disappointment and derision evident in his tone. What? You seem rather displeased? The feudal lord's gaze darkened slightly, his plump face adopting an air of authority. You appear to be upset? I'm far more aggrieved than you. I placed my trust in you, entrusting you with command over the ninjas, and what have you accomplished? In the land of iron, you withdrew after gaining a slight advantage. In the land of wind, you returned home after a catastrophic defeat. Now, with Konoha invading, reports of losses abound, and what are you doing? I see no action on your part. I am anxious. I am distressed. I can only manage 4 meals a day now. Hans, the feudal lord bellowed. Is this your promise to me? The path to elevate the land of rain to dialogue with the 5 great nations? You are a fool. From this day forth, relinquish your command. The feudal lord struggled to rise from the sofa but failed, grunting twice before settling back down. The attendant, seizing the moment, stepped forward with a domineering demeanor. Did you hear that, Hans? The atmosphere froze. The concealed ninjas behind the screens exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to move. I comprehend, Hans replied, his expression stoic. Devoid of joy or sorrow. Are these your final words? Impudent. The attendant shrieked in terror, his voice warping. You truly harbor ambitions of treachery. The feudal lord's rage surged, his flesh quivering like waves. Before the attendant could finish his sentence, a crimson line appeared across his throat. His face remained frozen in shock and fury as his head fell to the ground. Hans slowly withdrew his bloodied scythe, droplets of crimson adorning his visage as he directed his gaze toward the feudal lord. Bring me someone. The feudal lord screamed in terror, yet no one responded. The ninjas behind the screens exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. Only Lord Hans can save this nation, a voice murmured, and a collective sense of relief washed over them. With a whoosh, the lights extinguished, plunging the estate into darkness. The rain intensified. In the small town, the sky has darkened, Yahiko exclaimed, clutching a stack of new clothes, while Conan held an umbrella as they hurried to the porridge shop. Finally back. Upon entering the shop, the two finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Shonen promptly placed the umbrella at the entrance, while Mi-Yin, beaming with delight, embraced a stack of garments as he stepped inside. Brother Ito, we're back. Look what I've brought. Back already? Ito Tetsu, who was busily handling rice, gazed at the pile of clothing in Mi-Yin's hands with a hint of surprise. These are the designs that Xiao Lan and I created together. Mi-Yin carefully set the garments down and proudly revealed one from the stack, unfolding it with great care. It was a long robe adorned with a black background and red clouds, exuding an air of sophistication that made Ito Tetsu's eyes widen. Although his knowledge of the Hokage was limited, the attire was captivating. In the future, we aspire to establish an organization, one that, like the first light of dawn, will lead this nation out of the oppressive darkness. I've even thought of a name. It shall be called Akatsuki. Indeed, it truly is you, exclaimed Ito, impressed. Ito was left utterly astonished. Hee, isn't it quite impressive? Observing Ito's surprised expression, Yahiko couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. We have prepared a set for you and Sister Kina as well. It's a special edition. I truly appreciate it. Ito Tetsu was enveloped in a myriad of emotions, yet he managed to suppress his astonishment, revealing a warm smile that was as comforting as ever. Your taste is truly exquisite. At that moment, Kina emerged from within, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the Akatsuki member's attire that Yahiko was showcasing. This trench coat is quite appealing. Where did you procure it? Yahiko, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, We designed it ourselves. He then elaborated on his vision for the Akatsuki, to which Kenai nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Very impressive. I shall take the coat. If I encounter any troubles in the future, I shall come to Konoha for assistance. Absolutely. We will be here, Yahiko exclaimed, brimming with joy. While Conan also wore a genuine smile. Kenai donned the trench coat and struck a pose in front of the mirror, reveling in the moment. Aside from the worried yet forced smile of Ito Tetsu, everyone else was in high spirits. Chapter 56, Nagato. The following day, early risers began to queue at the porridge shop, only to discover that 2 new individuals were at work. A sun-kissed boy with orange hair, perpetually adorned with a bright smile, and a taciturn blue-haired girl, whose nimble hands worked with remarkable efficiency. Both donned matching outfits of black adorned with red clouds, moving in perfect synchrony. The orange-haired boy exuded an indescribable radiance, a rare sight in this somber land. Why the change of staff? Curious patrons inquired. Whenever asked, Yahiko would respond with a beaming smile. Oh, we Haven Tea changed staff. We are employees hired by the owner. The flavor remains unchanged, so please rest assured." His eyes and tone radiated a sincere warmth that was indeed infectious, and he answered every question earnestly while remaining focused on his tasks. Some were intrigued by the garments worn by the duo and wished to inquire about their pricing. "Ah, these are our self-designed non-sale items. I apologize." Yahiko replied with a broad smile and a polite refusal. After all, the significance of this attire held profound meaning for him. In less than an hour, the prepared porridge had nearly sold out. "I didn't expect such a brisk sale. I thought we would have leftovers." Yahiko exhaled lightly, relieved. With the addition of the two of them, Ito Tetsu had prepared 2 extra large pots of porridge as a source of wages for them. Upon seeing the 4 large pots of meat porridge, Yahiko felt a twinge of pressure, fearing they might not sell out, resulting in waste. Fortunately, everything was eventually sold. Although many war orphans had come seeking a meal, they mirrored Yahiko's initial blend of anticipation and trepidation, and he generously served them hearty portions of meat porridge, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction in their grateful gazes. Now he could finally report back to Brother Ito. Yahiko checked the porridge pots. There are about 3 bowls left, all the thickest at the bottom. "Conan, let us finish them together." As employees, they were entitled to a meal. Tetsuya Ito specifically reminded the two to ensure they saved some for themselves. Recently, the situation had inexplicably become tumultuous, and the streets had grown perilous. Venturing out for a meal could result in not returning home, should one lack the strength. Ironically, these shops were relatively safe, as the taxes they provided were essential for the stability of the country. Thus, the rogue ninjas and vagrants causing havoc on the streets would not dare to trouble Yahiko and Conan. "Yahiko, look over there." Conan quietly pointed in a direction. Yahiko followed her gaze and spotted a child huddled against a filthy wall in a dim corner. The child's pallid complexion and unkempt, reddish hair obscured his expression, resembling a forsaken puppy, lost and unsure of what to do. He had been crouching there for quite some time, not even joining the queue. Conan had noticed the child long before and now gently reminded him of her observation. Is such a thing possible? Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the red-haired child in the corner instinctively shrank back. Drip, drip, the tears mingled with rainwater trickled from the corners of his eyes. The gnawing hunger in his belly made him uncomfortable, forcing him to curl up tighter as he tried to inhale the aroma of meat porridge wafting through the air, as if he were savoring it with each breath. His parents had perished due to the careless actions of leaf ninjas, and he remained oblivious to the events that followed. He had witnessed the deaths of those 2 ninjas before his very eyes. Staring blankly at the lifeless bodies that replaced the once harmonious family of yesterday, he had silently stepped out of his home, wandering aimlessly until fatigue led him to rest in this spot. He bore no thoughts of vengeance. The 2 leaf ninjas were dead, and he had nothing of particular significance left to pursue. Dying quietly in this corner seemed almost acceptable. Would he see them again after death? Nagato was unsure. His thoughts were a chaotic tangle, and his nose tingled. "Hey!" Suddenly, he heard a voice and looked up in confusion. A boy with orange hair clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds stood before him. He held a steaming bowl of meat porridge, causing Nagato to involuntarily swallow. Here, a bowl of fragrant, steaming meat porridge was thrust into his hands, furthering Nagato's bewilderment. Yet, his body instinctively reacted with trepidation. "I have no money. Please don't hurt me. I'll leave immediately." He struggled to push himself off the ground with his frail, almost wooden hands, yet even such a simple action proved insurmountable due to his weakness. Yahiko's expression darkened. "Take it." He pressed down on Nagato's shoulder, forcefully placing the bowl of porridge in his hands. "You don't have to pay. It's a gift." "Huh?" Nagato stared at him blankly. "Can you please stop talking nonsense?" Yahiko, feeling a surge of anger at Nagato's pitiful demeanor, was tempted to punch him, yet refrained out of fear of harming him further. "Eat, or I swear I'll hit you," he threatened, brandishing his small fist. I'll eat. Please don't hit me," Nagato meekly replied, lifting the porridge to his lips and drinking deeply. The rich aroma of rice melded with the savory meat was exquisite and perfectly warm, revitalizing his body as if awakening it from a deep slumber. In less than 20 seconds, he had consumed the entire bowl, watching him devour the porridge hungrily. Yahiko's fist tightened slightly. His desire to change the fate of this nation intensified. "What is your name?" Yahiko inquired after Nagato finished. "My name is Nagato," he replied nervously, still holding the empty bowl. "Thank you. Your porridge was delicious. If you wish to eat, you could join the queue." Why not come and wait? Yahiko asked. I feared my appearance would hinder your business. I was content to simply smell the porridge. After finishing this bowl, I have regained some strength, Nagato said, rising from the ground and bowing deeply. I shall not forget your kindness. May I know your name? Yahiko, he replied without hesitation, a determined light shining in his eyes. I will be the one to change this country and the entire ninja world. Change this country? Nagato's eyes, hidden beneath his red hair, flickered with uncertainty but soon dulled again. Following Yahiko's declaration, silence enveloped them. You can come tomorrow to queue for porridge, Yahiko suggested, scratching his head. I was once a war orphan like you until I encountered a kind-hearted owner who took me in. The proprietor of this porridge shop is good. Although he hails from the Leaf, his vision transcends borders. He even mentioned applying for a warehouse to shelter war orphans. Upon hearing the name Leaf, Nagato's fists clenched tightly, then gradually relaxed. He had reported the necessary matters. There was no need to involve others. Hey, Yahiko, what are you two chatting about? A voice suddenly interrupted, causing both to turn. They saw Tetsuya Ito and Kina pushing a cart filled with rice, leaning against the roadside. Is this a new acquaintance? Ito Teru wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, Don't just stand there. Come help me carry the rice. We have quite a lot of goods that arrived today. Chapter 57. How many floors must one ascend with a bag of rice? Nagato was perplexed, as her body seemed to move of its own accord. Oh, where did you find such a strong friend? Ito was somewhat astonished as he watched Nagato effortlessly carry 2 bags of rice up the stairs. Well, we actually just met today. His name is Nagato. Mihiko, drenched in sweat from struggling with a single bag of rice, replied with difficulty. I never anticipated he possessed such talent. Remarkable. Is he interested in staying to help carry the rice? Ito's heart stirred with a flicker of interest towards Nagato. This was truly a manifestation of the innate rice-bearing sacred body. Surely, such a phenomenon must exist. Miyahiko handed the sack of rice to Nagato, inquiring, Nagato, would you like to stay? Huh. Nagato responded, momentarily taken aback, then quietly replied, let's finish the work first. He was a diligent child, believing that since he had consumed someone else's provisions, he ought to complete his tasks beforehand. All right. The 3 boys busied themselves and swiftly unloaded all the rice from the cart. You've worked hard. Come and have something to eat. Ito greeted them warmly. As Yuina and Konin had already prepared the meal, crisp tempura and richly garnished ramen. Wow, this is amazing. Yahiko's radiant smile brightened even further as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Such a lavish lunch. Is today some kind of special occasion? Of course, came the reply. It's a celebration of your successful first day on the job. Ito smiled modestly, turning his gaze toward Nagato. And so, let us celebrate the day we have made a new friend. Huh. Nagato, feeling somewhat awkward, pointed at herself. Is that new friend? Indeed, it is you. Mihiko patted her shoulder. Stay with us. For some reason, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a profound connection. We have once wandered just like you. And there are many more children in this country who share our plight. Do you not wish to join us in transforming this nation? To distance ourselves from war and usher in genuine peace for the world? Peace. Nagato murmured to herself. Her heart, once desolate, suddenly stirred. The heart that had been encased in sorrow and suffering began to be gently warmed by a different kind of solace. All right, let us finish our meal first. Ito Tetsu was in remarkably high spirits, greeting everyone with a cheerful smile as he began to indulge in a hearty feast. Even Nagato, who had just consumed a large bowl of meat porridge, savored every morsel before her. Each bowl in front of them gleamed as if brand new, requiring merely a rinse with water for reuse. Initially harboring thoughts of departure, Nagato's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing Yahiko's words, as if she had suddenly discovered a profound purpose for survival. The air of despondency that surrounded her dissipated. The pursuit of peace, perhaps, through her curtain of crimson hair. She gazed at Yahiko, who reclined in his chair, utterly content. If this is your dream, then I too wish to share in that aspiration. Let us strive to realize it. All right, children, Ito said with a smile. Next, I would like to announce something. Before he could finish his words, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly echoed down the street. Ito Tetsu ceased his discourse, and the crowd turned their gaze toward the street. A battalion of fully armed guards marched forth, led by a rain ninja, vociferously clamoring as they proceeded. Close the gates. Everyone, return home and remain there. The feudal lord of the Rain country is utterly incompetent. He has been slain by Lord Hans. All contracts and treaties previously signed by the Lord are now rendered void. And soon, someone will come to re-establish them under Lord Hans's authority. Before long, Lord Hans will unveil a great surprise. Until then, all must stay indoors. Venturing outside is strictly prohibited. Anyone found disobeying this order shall face death. This proclamation was shockingly abrupt, leaving many in a state of disbelief. The Lord is dead, and at the hands of Lord Hans. It felt as though even the clouds overhead had darkened in response. Do not obstruct the path. A bystander, momentarily paralyzed by the explosive news, failed to evade the oncoming rain ninja, who dispatched him with a kunai. Thud. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and the soldiers behind him trampled over, splattering blood in their wake. Close the gates. Ito Toru's expression hardened as he disregarded the cart left outside, swiftly closing the door behind him and affixing a thick layer of paper over the window. A faint glimmer of light illuminated the darkened room, courtesy of Kitsuna, who had managed to light an oil lamp. The flickering flame revealed the varied expressions upon the faces of those present. Nagato, lost in confusion. Yahiko, teeth clenched in frustration. Konan, wearing a worried frown. Kitsuna, her demeanor serious, and Ito Toru, deep in thought. How could Hanzo commit such an act? Yahiko found it utterly incomprehensible. With the death of the daimyo, the turmoil in the land of rain would undoubtedly intensify. One could only wonder how many more orphans of war would arise from this chaos. Yahiko shot a concerned glance at Konan, who then turned her pleading gaze towards Ito Toru. Brother Ito, what shall we do now? She inquired. There is no need for concern. Ito Tetsu exhaled deeply, and in an instant, a resolution formed within his heart. Yahiko, this establishment shall soon be entrusted to you. What? Yahiko and his companions were taken aback, while only Kitsuna's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was because Ito Tetsu had previously confided in her that if the initial plan faltered, a secondary strategy would be set in motion. Brother Ito, are you truly leaving? Yahiko implored anxiously. What shall we do without you? Do not fret. Allow me to explain. Ito Tetsu slowed his speech. The identities of Yena and myself are no longer suitable for remaining here. Of course, the primary concern is that my bribery of the favored minister regarding Hans will inevitably come to light. Ito Tetsu felt a tinge of bitterness within. He never anticipated that he would ultimately have to embark on a path of conflict. He had to concede that he had underestimated the significance of power in this world. At the very least, the authority of the daimyo of the Land of Rain paled in comparison to the might of Hanzo. Initially, I intended to convey that I have rented a warehouse which contains a summoning array. Should you have any requests, you may write them on a note and place them within the summoning array. Currently, the capacity for transmission is limited to the equivalent of 2 bags of rice. Ito carefully narrated, simultaneously producing 3 ninja toolkits. Moreover, here are these, he said as he distributed the kits among the 3 individuals. Within each kit were explosive tags, kunai, soldier pills, and various essential tools. If anything goes awry, you must flee immediately to avoid the turmoil. These supplies should suffice for your survival for several days. Then, Ito Tetsu conveyed each detail meticulously, and only after confirming that all 3 had comprehended his words did he let out a sigh and slowly rise to his feet. Well then, farewell. Yahiko nodded vigorously, tears brimming in his eyes, while Konan discreetly wiped her tears away, and Nagato, with his head bowed, felt an overwhelming sorrow that rendered him speechless. Ito Tetsu departed alongside Yuina. In an instant, their figures materialized atop a certain rooftop. Do you still find it hard to part with them? Yuina inquired as she noticed Ito Tetsu glance back. Indeed. Itachi let out a sigh. Orochimaru-sensei instructed me to seek out more war orphans with potential, to eventually bring them to Konoha for training as a foundation. These 3, in fact, possess considerable potential. I doubt they will choose to leave Konoha. Kanna, gazing vacantly, remarked, the boy named Yahiko clearly harbors a profound love for this country. He will not depart. It matters not, she added. Ito Chase shrugged. Compared to these matters, what is more important now? He frowned. In the next moment, he swiftly waved his hand, sending a dart flying away. I have long been aware of your presence. Suddenly, a dozen figures leaped up around him. Prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 58. The Roar of Wind and Thunder. The strength of a lower ninja. With a single glance, Ito Toru swiftly assessed the strength of the 12 figures before him, feeling a subtle sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that his use of the gold release technique had not been disclosed. Otherwise, such mere fodder would not have been dispatched. They must have stumbled upon him accidentally. intending to eliminate him and Kina as Konoha spies, hoping to gain favor with Hanzo. How foolishly terrified they must be. Did they truly believe they possessed the audacity to infiltrate the land of rain? Even if they were children, I shall not let them escape. Behold my ninjutsu. 4 of them swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, water release, water disturbance technique. A torrent of water erupted from their mouths, enveloping the two in a dense mist. Now, let us see where you intend to flee. A smirk crept upon Ito Toru's lips, revealing his disdain. He stood firm, his posture as upright as a towering pine, exuding an aura of unyielding confidence that drew the eyes of those around him. Meanwhile, Kina's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, her once pitch-black pupils transforming into crimson. The double tomo of the Sharingan materializing with startling clarity. In an instant, her form vanished like a specter, leaving only a faint afterimage in her wake. In the blink of an eye, Kina had closed the distance to the 4 range shinobi preparing to unleash their jutsu. If she could swiftly dispatch these foes, she could break free from their encirclement. Channeling her speed to its fullest, she surged forth like a tempest, hurtling toward the range shinobi. How swift! Watch out! Everyone! Be cautious! A voice rang out. The Sharingan! She is of the Uchiha clan. With that exclamation, the expressions of the 3 previously spectating shinobi shifted dramatically, and without hesitation. They moved to position themselves before Kina. We cannot allow this little girl to disrupt the water curtain. Attempting to hinder me? Kina narrowed her eyes, a fierce killing intent emanating from her. Prepare to witness the might of the Uchiha clan. Thuds echoed as fists and feet clashed. Kina engaged in rapid combat with the assailants before creating distance between them. Her arms ached, and frustration boiled within her. The disparity in strength between children and adults was undeniable. Although her Sharingan allowed her to perceive some of their movements, she still struggled to maintain control under such overwhelming odds, especially given the seamless coordination among the 3 attackers. Had it not been for Kina's keen insight, she would have found herself in peril on multiple occasions. She needed to identify their weaknesses and eliminate them one by one. Kina recalibrated her strategy, while the range shinobi did the same. This little girl possessed astonishing combat prowess. This implied that the boy was the true weak link in their group. Kina had successfully occupied 3 of them, and with the 4 still performing their ninjutsu, 5 adversaries remained unaccounted for. Instead of converging on Kina, the 3 taijutsu masters, brimming with confidence, opted to avoid interference in the battle. Should they assist, they would not only fail to gain favor, but would likely incur the wrath of their comrades. Thus, they chose to wield their weapons, entering the mist with menacing expressions. Let us crush this soft target. Watch as our group of 5 mercilessly annihilates you. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly, and you may escape with less suffering. Humph, merely a child, yet a competent ninja nonetheless. Are you prepared to endure endless torment? Ha 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 ha. One of them exclaimed, attempting to distract Ito Toru before suddenly launching an attack. In a flash, he transformed into a blur. Swish. Ha ha ha. With a sinister grin plastered across his face, he appeared before Ito Toru in an instant, his bloodthirsty expression chilling. Die, brat. Soon, I shall present your head to that little girl. Oh, Ito Tetsu regarded him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Is that so? A sudden jolt coursed through the ninja's heart. Why did this child's gaze evoke such terror? In the next moment, as he stepped forward, his foot landed on something. Looking down, he saw a small explosive tag that had already burned out. What harm could such a diminutive tag inflict? Bang! The tag detonated with a sound reminiscent of firecrackers. Oh, one of the ninja's legs was instantly blown off. He howled in agony. That despicable wretch had calculated the distance perfectly, placing an explosive tag here, just waiting for someone to step on it. The ninja's mind raced in turmoil, yet his body swayed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ito Tetsu slowly drew the chakra blade gifted by his master, Orochimaru. It had been too long since he had tasted blood. Surely, you two could not wait any longer. With a gentle flick, the cries of the rain ninja before him were abruptly silenced. The first rain ninja who charged forth was cleaved in 2. 1 down. Ito Tetsu spoke in a low voice. And soon the chakra blade was enveloped by sharp wind elements. A transformation in chakra attributes. The more knowledgeable of the rain ninjas screamed, let us eliminate this brat first. He poses the greatest threat. You talk too much. A gentle voice echoed in their ears, followed by the sound of flesh being torn apart by wind blades. Buzz. It was as if a dragonfly perched on a lotus leaf had merely fluttered its wings. So swift. The remaining 3 swiftly dispersed. Let's break through the water curtain first. We cannot linger here. We are the ones trapped. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene, accompanied by a fierce explosion. Cough! One of the fleeing rain ninjas, who had been in retreat, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling an emptiness in his chest, his body succumbing to numbness, consciousness fading into darkness. Meanwhile, another fleeing comrade, hearing the explosive sound, turned back just in time to witness a horrifying sight. Ito Tetsu, wielding a lightning blade in one hand and a wind blade in the other, was drenched in blood and was less than a meter away. How could he be so fast? Instinctively, he raised his ninja blade to defend, yet the moment their weapons clashed, his blade was severed. Along with it, so was his body. His mouth gaped wide, like a dying fish gasping for air to revive itself. However, this only caused a greater torrent of blood to erupt from within him. Boom! His corpse was cleaved in two, sliding off the rooftop and crashing to the ground, erupting in two massive splashes of blood. Sizzle! Ito Tetsu took a deep breath, choosing not to pursue the remaining foe but instead gazing up at the slowly parting curtain of water. The battle had come to an end. This technique shall be named Thunderous Gale. Indeed, it was quite exhausting. He retrieved a soldier's ration pill, placing it in his mouth to slowly chew, before sitting down to meditate and restore his chakra. Meanwhile, the fleeing rain ninja was utterly terrified, for companions of similar strength had been dispatched within a mere 10 seconds. Could this truly be a child? Just then, as the water curtain dissipated, he hurriedly attempted to flee, only to suddenly feel a warmth enveloping his body, followed by the sight of a colossal fireball hurtling toward him. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the next moment, his body was engulfed by the immense fireball. Chapter 59, The Three Ninjas on the Battlefield. With blood staining her attire, Kitsuna expended her remaining chakra to unleash her most formidable ninjutsu, seeking to create an opportunity for Ito Tetsu within. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a hapless soul was rushing out, meeting the great fireball head-on and disintegrating instantly. However, through her Sharingan, Kitsuna discerned the situation within, and her heart relaxed. Apart from Ito Tetsu, no one else survived. You truly concealed your strength, she murmured, a light smile gracing her lips. The four ninjas maintaining the water curtain, along with the three taijutsu practitioners, had all perished by her hand. It was during this recent battle that Kitsuna comprehended the true power of the Sharingan. The longer the fight persisted, the more flaws she could perceive in her opponent. Initially at a disadvantage, she adapted to the rhythm of the attacks in mere seconds, rendering her foe's movements woefully sluggish. Were it not for her desire to rescue Ito Tetsu, Kitsuna would have relished prolonging the encounter. However, the combat prowess he had displayed earlier left her deeply concerned, prompting her to swiftly conclude the battle. After dispatching the three taijutsu practitioners, Kitsuna employed Jinjutsu, instantly disrupting the chakra flow of the four ninjas casting jutsu. Seizing the opportunity while they were incapacitated by the backlash, she eliminated them one by one, expending her final chakra to execute the great fireball technique. Concealed strength? I merely allocate resources judiciously. In a brief span of time, Ito Tetsu had fully restored his chakra and approached her. He extended his hand, employing healing palm technique to mend Kitsuna's injuries. This place is unsafe. We must relocate for treatment. Kitsuna furrowed her brow, puzzled by Ito Tetsu's apparent lack of caution. Yet, in the next moment, she was left speechless. The chakra deficit and injuries she had sustained were completely restored in an instant by Ito Tetsu's healing palm. How could it be so fast? Kitsuna's eyes widened in astonishment. It seems that Ito has grown even stronger. Not only has his combat prowess increased, but his healing abilities have also been enhanced. Do not underestimate me. My primary role is that of a medical ninja. Ito shrugged. All right, we can leave now. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated from beyond the town, causing both individuals to glance in that direction simultaneously. Amidst the shadowy gloom of the incessant rain, the faint glimmers of various ninjutsu could be discerned, accompanied by the radiant clashes of chakra. A battle had erupted. Ishida's pupils constricted. Hanzo the salamander and Orochimaru sensei were right there. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battlefield was rife with the fierce clash between Konoha and the rain ninjas. The already weak rain ninjas were utterly routed, fleeing in a frenzy, while the Konoha ninjas relentlessly pursued them. Help! How can Konoha ninjas be this strong? Where's Lord Hanzo? We can't hold on any longer. In stark contrast to the anguished cries of the rain ninjas, the morale of the Konoha side surged like a tidal wave as they advanced, gazing with admiration at the three figures atop the three great summoning beasts. Truly, they were the disciples of the third Hokage. This battle was executed flawlessly. Even Hanzo the salamander might not be their match. It seemed they would soon return to the village. Alas, they had initially hoped to claim some compensation, but laughter erupted among the Konoha ninjas, their confidence soaring as they even began sharing dark humor. However, the revered Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were far less optimistic than the Konoha ninjas below, for they awaited a certain individual, the legendary demigod, Hanzo the salamander. Even now, he had yet to make an appearance. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. The tide of battle was favorable, but it was not entirely secure. As long as Hanzo the salamander remained absent, this fight could not be deemed concluded. Orochimaru had long seen through the Rain Ninja's trap and was planning a counteroffensive. Not only did he intend to consume these Rain Ninjas, but he also sought to create an environment capable of directly defeating Hanzo the salamander. We must be more cautious. I have a foreboding feeling. Tsunade furrowed her brows. What does it matter? That old woman Chio could neutralize Hanzo's poison. You surely can as well, Tsunade. Jiraiya sensed the somber atmosphere and attempted to offer reassurance. He's here. Orochimaru suddenly murmured, and at that moment, the massive snake beneath him opened its gaping maw and roared. In the void before them, a figure that had seamlessly blended into the surroundings was suddenly revealed. It was Hanzo the salamander. Tsunade's pupils constricted. He had concealed himself so close. Humph. The unmasked Hanzo scoffed coldly, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Boom. A violent cloud of white mist erupted and dissipated, revealing a colossal salamander on the battlefield. It was the demigod Hanzo the salamander. He had truly arrived. Quick, put on your gas masks. It's time to witness Lord Hanzo's performance. The Rain Ninjas expertly retrieved their gas masks or snatched them from others, while those who were robbed could only flee, clutching their heads in despair, hoping to escape the battlefield. Meanwhile, Hanzo steadily descended onto the back of the massive salamander, and once he found his footing, he coldly declared, "Regardless of whether you wear gas masks, retreat from the battlefield immediately." His voice was icy and resolute, radiating an undeniable authority. I cannot precisely control the release of the toxins when facing these three. Hanzo's gaze was fixed firmly upon the Konoha three ninjas, though he stood alone. An aura of terror emanated from him, compelling all to take him seriously. Indeed, a dangerous foe. Jiraiya's expression hardened. Wanta. The toad Wanta beneath him removed his pipe and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. A salamander? I wonder how it pairs with the flavor of pepper. The toad Wanta drew his sword and leaped into action. Swish. The blade flashed as his massive form descended, targeting Hanzo. Hanzo narrowed his eyes and leaped backward, his salamander rising up and catching Wanta's sword in one claw while pressing the other against Wanta's chest. Now's our chance. A glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes as the myriad snakes below surged forth. Dust and debris flew as they charged directly at the freshly landed Hanzo. We cannot allow him to release that terrifying toxin. He had conducted all analyses. Without the salamander's assistance, Hanzo would struggle to unleash the full potency of his toxins. Therefore, they needed to apply continuous pressure through relentless attacks. Altogether, let us eliminate this demigod here. Annihilate him. He chuckled darkly. Hanzo raised his gaze to the approaching myriad snakes, smirking coldly as he pressed his blood-stained fingers against the ground. Upon witnessing this action, Jiraiya and the others were taken aback. Could it be? Impossible. Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror as he hastily reached out, shadow snake hand. Countless small snakes erupted from his hand, joining the onslaught of the myriad snakes as they surged toward Hanzo. However, Hanzo's hand had already pressed against the ground. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. A series of white mists erupted on the battlefield. Chapter 60. The conclusion of the battle. The rising white mist enveloped the entire battlefield. Yet, it lasted only a fleeting moment before being ruthlessly dispelled by a gust of wind. As the mist gradually cleared, the sight that emerged left all in shock. There stood a dozen enormous salamanders of varying heights and colors, looming before them. They resembled a horde of mythical beasts that had suddenly descended upon the battlefield. Wait. This can't be real, right? So this is the origin of his demigod title? How are we supposed to fight this? The once high-spirited and confident Konoha ninjas now stood dumbfounded, their voices dwindling to whispers until they vanished entirely. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. no one daring to utter a sound. Boom. That was the sound of Orochimaru's attack missing its mark. In a flash, Hanzo leaped to the head of another salamander, casting a mocking glance at Orochimaru and the others. At this moment, witnessing the dozen gargantuan salamanders, the Konoha ninjas fell into an unprecedented silence. Time seemed to freeze, with only the sound of the wind sweeping across the plains. To minimize the effects of Hanzo the salamander's toxins, Orochimaru had specifically instructed the Konoha ninjas to drive the rain ninjas to this open plain. However, the scene unfolding before them filled even the usually composed Orochimaru with a sense of despair. If a dozen salamanders simultaneously released their potent toxins, the consequences would be. Orochimaru dared not continue his thoughts. Everyone, retreat. He decisively issued the command and urged the myriad snakes to charge at Hanzo once more. At this moment, he had resigned himself to a fight to the death, determined to confront the enemy with unwavering resolve. After all, this mission had spiraled into such dire straits due to his miscalculations, and these were the elite warriors of the Hidden Leaf Village. No matter what, they must not sacrifice themselves in vain. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even if it means perishing on the battlefield. Every effort must be made to ensure that more comrades escape this place. Orochimaru silently vowed, his gaze unwavering at that moment. In this life-and-death situation, he was willing to exchange his own life for the safety of others. Jiraiya, realizing his companion's determination, gritted his teeth. Won't I? His voice was low, for the forthcoming decision was exceedingly perilous. Indeed, though Jiraiya said nothing, Fukasaku, having signed a contract with him and fought alongside him for so long, understood his comrade's thoughts. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. I am not one to fear death. He leaped from the ground, targeting Hanzo directly. Watch my performance. A mere salamander cannot possibly be my match. Ribbit. Damn it. Seeing her most trusted companions fighting with all their might, Tsunade gritted her teeth. Slug. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug instantly divided into countless smaller slugs. I entrust you with this. Please protect everyone. Tsunade formed hand seals, releasing her chakra without reservation. The young ninjas of Konoha displayed such resolve. Hanzo, facing the lethal onslaught, showed no fear. Instead, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Only in life-and-death struggles can one truly discern a person's character. Alas, we are adversaries now, as the serpent's massive jaws unleashed a foul wind. And Fukasaku's long blade reached above his head. Hanzo began to form seals. Salamander explosive technique. The salamanders on the battlefield simultaneously raised their heads in a furious howl. Then their bodies erupted in a torrent of toxic mist, exploding one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The successive explosions created massive craters on the ground. Moreover, the horrifying aftershocks released the potent poison stored within the salamanders' bodies. This attack was not only concentrated but also swift. The Konoha ninjas had no time to react before being engulfed by the poisonous mist. Many merely cried out in agony before collapsing, lifeless. A few managed to struggle for a moment longer, but it was only for a few fleeting seconds. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, I cannot save everyone. Even the power of the slugs could not withstand the terrifying poison. Their divided forms fell in droves, only able to huddle together to shield Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. The toxic mist lingered for 13 seconds. As the slugs neared their limit, it finally dissipated. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Not only Konoha ninjas lay dead, but also the rain ninjas had fallen here. Orochimaru stared blankly, standing in place. They are all gone. Those who had spoken to him just yesterday about dreams and futures, believing he would lead them to victory, were all dead. Was life truly such a fragile thing? The serpent, Fukasaku, and the slug also withdrew from battle, their users' chakra depleted. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained standing on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the ninjas of Konoha had reached such a state. Hanzo regained a bit of chakra, performing a summoning technique once more, and summoned another salamander. Tsunade's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. He can still do it. Damn that guy! Jiraiya's eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched. Orochimaru, you take Tsunade and retreat. I will confront Hanzo. Don't be impulsive, Jiraiya. Tsunade grasped him tightly. She did not want to lose any more comrades. Hanzo slowly exhaled, not releasing the toxic gas, but instead looking down at the 3. This war would result in Konoha's defeat. I shall spare you. From now on, I shall refer to you as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Don't get too smug. I can still fight. Jiraiya's expression twisted with rage. Had Tsunade not held him back with all her strength, he would have charged forward. Hanzo manipulated the salamander to turn away. There was no need to continue fighting. His chakra was depleted, and releasing toxic gas required a 5-minute interval. If the battle were to continue, he might be able to kill these 3 Konoha ninjas. But it would be meaningless. This was not all of Konoha's strength. And the previous visitor, who called himself Danzo, had provided Hanzo with another option. Let it be. The light rain in the sky began to fall softly, just as it always had in this land. The surviving 3 ninjas of Konoha stood amidst this field of death, devoid of relief, only filled with immeasurable sorrow. None of the 3 spoke. They remained silent for a long time until Orochimaru finally rasped, "We must bring our comrades back." "All right." Jiraiya hung his head, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. At this moment, he was more despondent than ever. Tsunade closed her eyes, tears silently slipping from the corners. Suddenly, a clear voice shattered the silence. "Orochimaru-sensei, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama." The 3 ninjas trembled simultaneously, incredulously turning towards a certain direction. There, Ito Toru and Ketsuna were running towards them. Chapter 61, Echoes Ito? You too. Orochimaru, who had felt like a windmill come to a halt, suddenly felt a fresh breeze when he saw his 2 students bounding toward him. For a fleeting moment, he thought it was an illusion. "You are Orochimaru's students? How did you end up here?" Jiraiya and Tsunade, once blank-eyed, regained some of their spirit. After all, they were Jonin, elite Jonin. It was understandable for them to appear slightly disoriented when alone. However, with the younger generation of Konoha present, they could not afford to show any signs of concern. "We heard some commotion and came over, but we didn't dare to get too close. We only dared to observe from a distance, waiting until it was safe to approach. We never expected it to be you, Sensei." Itachi briefly elucidated the situation. "Thankfully, you are far away." Orochimaru felt a wave of apprehension. He nearly lost this exceptional candidate for Hokage's advisor without any clarity amidst the chaos of battle. "Your arrival is indeed timely. Please assist us in retrieving our fallen comrades." Although Jiraiya's spirits had lifted considerably, he could not suppress his somber tone. "Are these indeed the circumstances we face?" Ito Tetsu glanced around, observing the ground strewn with the lifeless bodies of Leaf Village ninjas. The least among them were Chunin, and there were even over a dozen Jounin, some of whom he had heard of in the past, lying silently, stripped of their vitality. He swallowed hard. How terrifying. This is the true battlefield. Even Jounin can be dispatched in an instant. He realized he had become somewhat overconfident. Had he arrived here with Kitsuna a moment earlier, he too might have been among the fallen, leaving Orochimaru-sensei to prepare additional sealing scrolls for the recovery of their remains. Meanwhile, Kitsuna clenched her fists. As they approached, she had an inkling of what awaited them, yet witnessing so many comrades' corpses laid out before her unleashed an uncontrollable wave of fury, enveloping her eyes with a unique power. The 2 Tomo in her left eye gradually transformed into 3. Kitsuna. Ito Tetsu noticed her unusual state and gently placed his hand on Jinna's shoulder, simultaneously unleashing the healing palm technique. In the world of ninjas, the healing palm technique is akin to the miraculous remedy of hot water for a straightforward man, proving to be unfailingly effective. A refreshing sensation coursed through her shoulder, and in that moment, Jinna's chaotic chakra was soothed, akin to disheveled hair being untangled by a comb. Returning to tranquility, Tsunade, a fellow medical ninja, was somewhat taken aback by Ito Tetsu's adept use of the healing palm technique, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. Could the healing palm technique be employed in such a manner? Among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had become the most taciturn. After exchanging brief greetings with Ito Tetsu and Jinna, he silently began gathering the bodies of his fallen comrades. In the few minutes during which Orochimaru and Tsunade conversed with Ito Tetsu, Jiraiya had already collected a significant number of corpses from the battlefield. Noticing his friend's actions, Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll. "Jiraiya, leave the rain ninja corpses to me," he murmured, refraining from elaborating on his intentions. Jiraiya, disinterested, did not inquire further. Tsunade, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to press Ito Tetsu about the healing palm technique and instead opted to act alongside her teammates. Upon witnessing the scene, Ito Tetsu joined Kenna to offer assistance. "I deeply regret that you must engage in such brutal actions while still being Genin." As they gathered the remains of their fallen comrade, the profound sorrow within Jiraiya gradually began to dissipate. With a renewed sense of determination, he turned to Ito Tetsu and remarked, "No, I consider it an honor." Ito Tetsu first set down his hands and sealed the corpse of a Nin. He then responded, were it not for their sacrifice, we would not have survived to this day. They are heroes. I feel honored to contribute in bringing the remains of these heroes back home. Jiraiya, rubbing his somewhat sore nose, remarked, if they could hear your words, they would surely be pleased. Indeed, they would, came the reply. Ito Toru approached the next fallen Shunin, momentarily taken aback by the visage of the lifeless body. After a brief silence, he bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Hirata. Once the task was completed, the vast plain returned to its somber stillness. Only the numerous large craters served as silent witnesses to the fierce battles that had transpired. Beneath the gentle drizzle, a tender sprout began to emerge from one of the craters once shrouded in toxic gas, blossoming into a pristine white flower that swayed gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, in the town of the Rain Country, an atmosphere of unease still lingered. The streets were teeming with patrolling guards, tirelessly on watch day and night, while the townsfolk remained hidden within their homes, fervently praying for the tempest to pass. Though the conflict with Konoha had concluded, Hanza's power, acquired through the assassination of the daimyo, left him uncertain of the loyalty among the daimyo's followers, or whether ambitious individuals were covertly scheming against him. Thus, he felt compelled to maintain vigilance within the nation to gradually solidify his authority. Yahiko and his companions were akin to timid mice sheltering in a burrow during a thunderstorm, anxiously awaiting the storm to subside. Will Brother Ito and Yuna be all right? In less than half a day, Konan found herself missing and worrying for the safety of Ito Toru and Yuna. They are so strong, they will surely be fine. Yahiko responded optimistically, though his spirits soon waned. If only we could be of assistance. He clutched the hem of his dark crimson, cloud-patterned robe, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, we are still too weak. Is someone outside? Nagato suddenly glanced towards the door. Knock, knock. Just then, the sound of knocking echoed through the room. Yahiko and Konan's hearts raced with trepidation. Konan, Nagato, stay here and don't move. I'll go. Yahiko swallowed hard, gripping the kunai in his hand. Despite the sweat on his palm, he steeled his courage and approached the door. Who is it? It's me, Ito Toru. A familiar voice resonated from outside, causing Yahiko's heart to leap with joy. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly recalled that certain jutsu could mimic familiar voices. Thus, he cautiously inquired, how many flights of stairs must one carry a bag of rice? 2 floors. It really is Brother Ito. Yahiko decisively opened the door. Excellent. Your vigilance is commendable, Yahiko. You have already demonstrated the capacity to stand on your own. Ito Tetsu was somewhat speechless, but still offered his praise. He then turned to introduce, these are my and Yuna's elders. They will be resting here for a while. Oh, please come in. Yahiko warmly invited, simultaneously taking a good look at the faces of the 3 elders, a white-haired gentleman, a rather cold-looking man, and a charming lady. So these are Ishido's elders? They certainly appear formidable. I wonder if I could learn a bit of ninjutsu from them? Yahiko pondered, but still called out, Konan, Nagato, quickly prepare 5 bowls of porridge. In no time, 3 bowls of fragrant, steaming meat porridge were placed on the table. Due to the limited space, Yahiko and his companions stood on one side, their hands clasped in front of them, appearing rather reserved. On the opposite side, Ito Tetsu and Yuna stood casually, each holding a bowl of porridge. The 3 Sannin sat in a triangular formation beside the table, their expressions quite peculiar. Hey, why don't you all sit down? It's not like there aren't any chairs, Jiraiya remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After his insistence, everyone took their seats at the table. Since Yahiko and his friends were already full, only 3 cups of tea rested in front of them, while the Sannin finally began their meal. Orochimaru and Tsunade ate quite decorously. They were not the type to overtly display their emotions, consuming their food spoonful by spoonful. Jiraiya, however, was a different story. Slurp. This meat porridge is divine. Did you make it yourselves? He exclaimed, devouring the dish like a ravenous hog, grunting with delight. It's so delicious. I've never had such scrumptious meat porridge before. May I have another bowl? Before long, Jiraiya had finished his bowl, and without a hint of hesitation, he raised it up. Of course, no problem. Yahiko, who had initially been shy, eagerly went to refill Jiraiya's bowl. Meanwhile, Konan glanced over and cautiously asked Tsunade, who had also finished, would you like another serving? Thank you, kind young lady, but I'm full, Tsunade replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat Konan's head. The meat porridge is delightful, Orochimaru commented after setting down his empty bowl. casting a glance at the bowl of porridge Yuhiko had handed to the now voracious Jiraiya. But unfortunately, ninjas cannot overindulge. Eh? Yuhiko was taken aback upon hearing Orochimaru's words. So you are all ninjas? Of course. Jiraiya responded, mouth full of porridge, his words somewhat garbled. We are quite formidable ninjas. Orochimaru and Tsunade remained silent. Unlike Jiraiya, who seemed to be unperturbed, they had just suffered a defeat and lost many subordinates, and they were still reeling from the experience. I'm full, Jiraiya declared, contentedly setting down his bowl. Thank you very much for the hospitality. Eating such delicious porridge has warmed me to my core. With a broad smile, he rubbed his belly and glanced around the room, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is this your resting base? It certainly has a creative flair. Indeed. Lord Jiraiya, came the reply. Ito Tetsu responded earnestly, and these three, Yuhiko, Konin, and Nagato, are all orphans of war in this country. By a twist of fate, we have come together. Originally, Orochimaru, who had been resting with his eyes closed, raised his brow slightly upon hearing the term orphans of war, suddenly coming to a realization. So these are the three future subordinates my assistant has sought for me. He opened his serpentine eyes and scrutinized the trio. The boy named Yuhiko, with his orange hair, exuded a sense of sunshine and optimism, somewhat reminiscent of that fool Jiraiya. The purple-haired girl named Konin did not exhibit any apparent potential at first glance. However, the paper flower tucked into her hair suggested she was a resourceful girl. Aside from that, she seemed rather unremarkable. As for the boy named Nagato, red hair, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly recalling that Ito Tetsu had mentioned discovering an orphan from the land of whirlpools in the hidden grass village, who also had red hair. Could it be? Orochimaru fell into contemplation, but beside him, Tsunade misinterpreted his pensive demeanor, thinking her companion was considering eliminating the three children to silence them. With a hint of anxiety, she spoke up. Hey, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, interrupted from his thoughts, looked at Tsunade in surprise and quickly deduced her worries from her anxious expression, finding it somewhat amusing. You are overthinking this. These are my future subordinates. Although these three seem devoid of talent, only that red-haired boy appears to possess a modicum of potential. Nonetheless, given his malnourished appearance, his potential likely isn't all that remarkable. This simply would not suffice. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru addressed Yuhiko and the others. Do you have aspirations of becoming ninjas? Eh? Yuhiko, who had been listening to Jiraiya's boasts, widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Orochimaru with astonishment, Konin and Nagato shared a similar expression of surprise. After struggling for so long, they naturally sensed that Orochimaru intended to assist them in becoming ninjas. Orochimaru, meanwhile, Jiraiya, taken aback, had been enjoying his conversation with Yuhiko but had no intention of training the trio as ninjas. One reason was that he recognized their lack of talent, and another was, we need to return to the village immediately. We cannot linger here for long. Jiraiya reminded him, Orochimaru, don't forget, Tsunade and I can be absent, but you cannot. It's fine. I'll stay for a few days. I happen to have some ninjutsu scrolls on hand. As long as I teach them the basics of chakra utilization, it will suffice. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, a few days is of no consequence. Well, that's acceptable. Jiraiya scratched his head, then laughed heartily, patting Yuhiko on the shoulder. Kid, you are truly fortunate. Orochimaru is the most talented disciple our teacher has ever acknowledged. Thank you very much, Lord Orochimaru. Yuhiko and Konin exclaimed excitedly, pulling Nagato to stand up together and bow respectfully. May we address you as Teacher Orochimaru? Hiki, you may call me that in private, but do not speak of it publicly. Orochimaru smiled, his previously cold aura diminishing somewhat. He felt particularly pleased that none of the three possessed any bloodline limits. As a genius from a common background, Orochimaru held a special fondness for ordinary ninjas, understanding how arduous their path of training was compared to those from prominent ninja clans. This is truly wonderful. Congratulations to you all. Itachi chuckled lightly, yet a peculiar sensation lingered within him. If memory serves me correctly, it seems that Orochimaru-sensei had also joined Akatsuki later on. Should such an event truly transpire in the future, would it not be rather awkward for Orochimaru to re-enter the fray? However, he swiftly dismissed this thought from his mind. After all, it has yet to occur. He would simply wait and see when the time comes. Moreover, the awkwardness would not pertain to him, for it is entirely reasonable that it would be Orochimaru-sensei and not himself. Ito's heart was suddenly filled with clarity, only to be called upon by Tsunade. Ito, wait a moment, and follow me. Your long-range ninjutsu is quite intriguing. I wish to study it further. Huh. Though somewhat reluctant, Ito Tetsu nodded. Very well, Lady Tsunade. Soon, Orochimaru led Yahiko and the others to a separate room to begin their chakra training, while Ito Tetsu joined Tsunade in a room to discuss advancements in medical ninjutsu. Outside, Jiraiya skillfully began washing the dishes. Lord Jiraiya, how could you possibly take on such a task? Kitsuna exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen to see him in the midst of his chore, her concern palpable. Haha, it's merely washing dishes. We're not such rigid old-timers. Jiraiya laughed heartily. His smile bright and cheerful. Suddenly lowering his voice, he asked, but could you perhaps share a bit more about Ito Tetsu with me? Startled, Kitsuna blinked. Lord Jiraiya, why are you inquiring about Ito? Although he was a highly respected elder from the same village, she instinctively felt a surge of caution regarding anything related to Ito Tetsu. Noticing her reaction, Jiraiya felt no offense, understanding that as a ninja, she naturally harbored a wariness towards information leaks. Well, he began, cautiously glancing at the doors of both rooms to ensure soundproofing, before continuing in a hushed tone, I wish to write a novel. A novel? Kitsuna's voice rose slightly, prompting Jiraiya to gesticulate animatedly, signaling her to lower her volume. Keep it down. Tsunade and Orochimaru are unaware, and I intend to craft a story that will astonish them. But how does writing a novel relate to Ito? Kitsuna whispered back, her curiosity piqued. Although she rarely read novels, finding them often meaningless compared to training and combat, she mused that a work by such a formidable ninja as Jiraiya might possess a unique essence. Indeed, it does. Jiraiya clapped his thigh. Initially, I envisioned a narrative about resilient ninjas, but during a recent hot spring visit with my esteemed disciple, Minato, I encountered Ito Tetsu, and his words ignited a profound inspiration. Inspiration? Kitsuna echoed. Yes. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with fervor. Kitsuna, do you not perceive that Ito Tetsu stands apart from the current ninja world? Kitsuna hesitated, unsure of how to respond. It's all right. You needn't answer, Jiraiya reassured her. Sensing her discomfort, Ito once told me that the life of a ninja I depicted would garner no interest, yet upon seeing your base, I experienced a sudden surge of a different inspiration. A different inspiration? Indeed. It dawned on me that ninjas need not exist solely as emotionless tools for tasks. They too can experience joy, sorrow, and lead fulfilling lives. This assertion was utterly revolutionary within the contemporary ninja realm. Had Jiraiya proclaimed such views publicly, he would undoubtedly face scorn. In the prevailing ninja society, they were perceived merely as tools to complete missions, sacrificing comrades and themselves in the pursuit of success. Almost everyone shared this belief. Jiraiya's sentiments left Kitsuna utterly astounded, for she had heard Ito express similar notions. And within Ito, I glimpsed such potential, Jiraiya continued, scratching his head and casting a furtive glance toward Orochimaru's room, lowering his voice further. Even under the shadow of the brooding Orochimaru, he manages to radiate warmth and subtly exude kindness. Kitsuna's expression turned peculiar. Lord Jiraiya, are you perhaps mistaken? The phrase warm and sunny hardly describes him. He embodies its very antithesis. However, lost in his own inspiration, Jiraiya continued to extol Ito, then concluded, thus, I intend to incorporate some of his qualities into my narrative. Yet, these accounts may carry a degree of subjectivity. Therefore, I wish to hear your perspective, as someone who has walked alongside him closely. Well, my relationship with him isn't that intimate. Kitsuna protested, though her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. Ha! Jiraiya, perceiving her bashfulness, merely chuckled in amusement. Kitsuna began to share details of their journey together, though she deftly glossed over critical information, such as the plans of Karen and the ruin of the grass village. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was already the third day. The exchange between Ito Tetsu and Tsunade regarding the advancements in medical ninjutsu proved to be exceedingly fruitful. Through his methods, Tsunade grasped the essence of rapid medical techniques. Although effective only for minor injuries, it was nonetheless commendable. Tsunade, feeling content, declared, upon returning to the village, I shall report your findings. They may very well save countless comrades in the future. That would be splendid. My capabilities are limited, so assisting others is indeed my honor. Moreover, your mention of the Ein seal has greatly inspired me. Ito Tetsu felt fortunate beyond measure, overwhelmed by Tsunade's generosity in sharing such a technique. A privilege typically reserved for apprentices. Study diligently, and do not hesitate to reach out with any inquiries. Tsunade encouraged, patting Ito Tetsu on the shoulder. Grow swiftly, and become a pillar of Konoha. She perceived boundless potential within him. In contrast to Orochimaru's recognition of intellect and Jiraiya's acknowledgement of kindness, Tsunade saw in him an extraordinary capacity for compassion. This child possessed an audacity that seemed capable of embracing the universe. Despite the brutal realities of the battlefield and the pressures of enemy territory, he still showed kindness to the war orphans of rival nations, a perspective rare among ordinary individuals. Moreover, the medical ninjutsu he diligently researched was evidently designed to save lives. Tsunade held deep affection for this child and, for a fleeting moment, contemplated bestowing upon him the necklace from around her neck. However, recalling her lover, Dan Kato, she dismissed the thought. It is better kept for Dan. I shall not disappoint Lady Tsunade's expectations. Ha! Ito Tetsu could hardly conceal his delight, believing that he stood a chance of becoming the Hokage of Konohagakure. He remained oblivious to Tsunade's thoughts. Had he known, his smile would have faltered. The necklace he possessed radiated an overwhelming aura that was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even Naruto, the protagonist, had nearly succumbed to its power. Let us venture outside and see what they are doing, Tsunade suggested, stretching lazily as she stood. Ito Tetsu wished to divert his gaze, but found himself unable to do so, his eyes fixated. Fortunately, Tsunade seemed indifferent, considering that Ito Tetsu was still quite young. As they stepped out of the room, they were greeted by the sight of Jiraiya, who was hunched over a desk, scribbling in a small notebook. Jiraiya, have you truly begun writing? Tsunade inquired, leaning in for a closer look. However, Jiraiya, sensing her approach, quickly concealed his notebook within his cloak. No, not yet. I have only written 500 words. I need at least 2,000 before you can see it. 3 days for just 500 words? Tsunade refrained from delivering a punch to Jiraiya's head, considering Ito Tetsu's presence. Instead, she pressed him. Where are Orochimaru and the other 4 children? They went outside to practice their ninjutsu, Jiraiya replied. Orochimaru specifically invited Ketsuna to be a sparring partner, hoping she would use her Sharingan to replicate more techniques. Tsunade smirked, recognizing the meticulous planning behind this arrangement. She turned to Ito Tetsu. What do you say? Shall we join them? Certainly, Lady Tsunade. The porridge is ready and being kept warm. We won't be delayed if we go now. Very reliable, indeed, Tsunade acknowledged with a nod. Let us proceed and observe their training outcomes. Chapter 64. Orochimaru. You are the weakest among the 3. Outside the town, the clanging of weapons signaled the eruption of battle. Orochimaru stood alone atop a rock, his indifferent golden serpent-like eyes surveying the skirmish below with a hint of admiration. Down below, Yahiko and his companions were locked in combat with an equal number of sand shinobi, each facing off against a 4-man team. Orochimaru had no intention of intervening. Rather, he observed as if a spectator, eager to witness the heights these war orphans from the land of rain could achieve following his recent training. Previously, he might have considered simply eliminating them to spare them the pains of this cruel world. However, the information shared by Ito Tetsu and Yahiko's fiery, yet foolish disposition prompted Orochimaru to abandon such thoughts, inspiring a new, more ambitious notion. Perhaps by allowing these 3 to gain Hanzo's trust while pursuing their so-called dreams, they might yield unexpected results. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he envisioned the possible future outcomes, resembling a quintessential villain. Damn Konoha ninjas! Let us go! Shouted 2 sand shinobi. Their eyes filled with malice as they found themselves ensnared by serpentine bindings, rendered immobile like fruit hanging from a tree, their gazes seething with fury directed at Orochimaru. Why do you assist those rain ninjas? Your previous squad was annihilated by Hanzo. They spat, their teeth clenched in anger. If the 3rd Hokage discovers your actions, he might very well perish from rage. Orochimaru paid them no mind, focusing solely on the battle unfolding below while deftly using his snakes to silence their angry protests. Their petty noise held no value beyond annoyance. He kept them alive solely for the sake of gathering experimental data, driven by a desire to explore the true meaning of life. As the battle progressed from its initial tension and probing to its concluding phase, Yahiko executed a swift maneuver, successfully forcing his opponent to leap. The opportunity has arrived. His eyes gleamed with determination as his hands began to form seals. A sequence he had practiced hundreds of times in merely 3 days, now ingrained as instinct. Yet, any hint of lethargy would prompt the stern Orochimaru to jolt him back to focus with his mental stimulation rod. Under such rigorous training, Yahiko's innate talent was drawn out, and despite facing authentic sand shinobi, he remained composed, flawlessly executing his seals. Water release, water whip. Yahiko puffed his cheeks and unleashed a massive water sphere that soared into the air, targeting the sand shinobi suspended mid-leap. What? The sand shinobi gasped in shock. Flailing like a frog in mid-air, but the colossal water sphere engulfed him into a wide area, overwhelming them with force. Boom. A pained scream escaped him as he lost consciousness, plummeting to the ground. Nearby, two figures charged towards one another, Jonin and a female sand ninja. Surrounded by a flurry of paper shuriken and various kunai, remnants of their earlier clash, the opponent was equally adept in the use of ninja tools. Jonin felt the pressure mounting but recalled the combat techniques Ito Tetsu had imparted to her over the past few days, resolving to employ them to determine the outcome. Paper release, paper shuriken. Jonin shouted, her hands swirling as the rotating paper shuriken traced white arcs through the air, slicing through the rain towards her adversary. Futile. Behold my wind shuriken. The opposing female ninja brandished a large wind shuriken, spinning wildly like a powerful fan. Take this. She hurled her wind shuriken with all her might. Certain it would effortlessly dismantle Jonin's paper projectiles and eliminate the troublesome blue-haired girl in one fell swoop. A cruel smile graced the female ninja's face. She felt no fear of being trapped after killing her opponent, for Orochimaru had promised that anyone who defeated their adversary would be granted a path to safety. However, with an explosive sound, the female ninja's smile froze in disbelief as her cherished wind shuriken shattered into pieces. What? She stared incredulously, wide-eyed. My grand wind shuriken was destroyed by a mere paper shuriken? Then, 3 paper shurikens flew towards her, embedding themselves into her body. The scent of burning explosive tags reached her senses, and realization dawned upon her. Explosive tags, Jonin said coldly, these are paper shurikens I fashioned using explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive detonations resounded as the female ninja collapsed, lifeless, while Jonin exhaled a sigh of relief, her eyes darting to the side, her heart racing once more. Nagato. Compared to his 2 teammates, Nagato's performance was rather underwhelming. Wind release, great breakthrough. He slowly formed hand seals before exhaling a fierce gust that sent the charging sand shinobi stumbling. However, the kunai-wielding sand ninja instantly used the body flicker technique, evading Nagato's attack range and appearing behind him in a flash. Huh, got you. The sand ninja sneered triumphantly, driving his kunai toward the back of Nagato's skull. A direct hit would have been fatal. From above, Orochimaru frowned in disapproval. This red-haired boy is lacking. His mobility is abysmal, standing still to cast techniques like a brute relying solely on strength. His combat awareness is dull too, wasting his strongest move against a speed-based opponent. Without a doubt, Nagato was the weakest of the 3. Just as Orochimaru sighed and prepared to intervene, he abruptly halted. Swish! A kunai, gleaming coldly, sliced through the curtain of rain with a faint sonic boom, leaving a white streak in its wake before embedding itself precisely between the sand ninja's brows. Thud! The sand ninja's head snapped back, his sneer frozen as the kunai buried itself to the hilt. Huh! Nagato whipped around in shock, watching as the enemy collapsed with a splash. Chapter 65, Jiraiya, this is... saved. Nagato's legs gave out, and he slumped to the ground. You dishonorable liars. A sand shinobi specializing in wind release, Yuna's opponent, erupted in fury upon seeing his comrade struck down mid-victory. You promised to let us go if we won. Is this how Konoha keeps its word? Panic and rage twisted his expression. If this was betrayal, his own fate was sealed. Yuna paid no heed to his distress. Her Sharingan flickered as her hands blurred through seals. Wind release, gale palm. Compressed wind exploded from her palms, striking the enraged sand ninja with devastating force. Arc, using my techniques against me. The sand ninja snarled as his flak jacket tore open, blood gushing from the wound. Desperation fueled his next move. Wind release, wind cutter technique. He resolved to trade his life for hers. If he could take down this prodigious Konoha kunoichi, it would be worth it. Die. Ignoring Yuna's assault, he unleashed razor-edged winds with lethal intent. Squelch. Blood sprayed as his chest was pierced. Huh? Gurgling crimson, he stared blankly as Yuna's form dissolved into flowing sand. Hey, sand clone? When? Struggling is futile before these eyes. A cold voice spoke from behind. Yuna drove her kunai into his back, ending him. With that, the battle concluded. Everyone had triumphed, except Nagato. Standing despondently, Nagato hung his head low, unable to meet Orochimaru's gaze. Despite rigorous training and chakra exercises, he had faltered in real combat. Sensei must be so disappointed. Maybe I really am only fit for carrying rice. Tears pattered onto the ground. Hey, Nagato. Konan and Yahiko rushed to console him. You did great. You just lack experience. Next time will be better. Sniff. I'm useless. Nagato sobbed. Yuna didn't join them. Her gaze fixed on two figures leaping toward them. That kunai earlier, while others might not have noticed. Its infused wind and lightning chakra could only belong to one person. Swish. Swish. Tsunade and its TRU landed beside Orochimaru. You've grown stronger again? Yuna vaulted up, studying him with intrigue. Weren't you training in medical ninjutsu? How did your combat skills improve? Never underestimate medical ninjutsu. Ito Tetsu, with vacant eyes, remarked. Isn't it quite normal for a competent medical ninja to possess means of self-protection? There's no need for such alarm. Kina's expression shifted slightly. Had it not been for the presence of Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Ito Tetsu directly. Orochimaru, observing the situation, questioned, What is happening here? Tsunade, noticing the two captured sand ninjas, furrowed her brow and inquired, Wasn't the war supposed to be over? Why are there still sand ninjas here? It appeared that the conflict in Konoha had not yet concluded, and it would not be long before they needed to return. With a deep sigh, Orochimaru glanced at the three below him. There is little more I can teach them, were it not for the constraints of time and circumstance. He would have been eager to impart additional knowledge to the trio. However, information gleaned from the sand ninjas had compelled him to realize that a return to Konoha was imminent. The specter of war loomed ominously between the sand and leaf villages. While the battles in the land of rain had ceased, the rivalry between the two great nations had not yet abated. Orochimaru, Tsunade began, but hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. Orochimaru, perceiving her intent, turned to the side and said, Ito, Kina, please escort them back for now. Tsunade and I have matters to discuss. Understood. Ito Tetsu, observing the situation, discerned that it involved some confidential matters within Konoha village, making it inappropriate for him and the younger generation, Konan and the others, to be present. Nodding in understanding, he departed with Yahiko and the others, retracing their steps to the porridge shop. Nagato remained engulfed in despondency, yet being a child who disliked burdening others. He endeavored to mask his feelings, presenting an appearance of having recovered. The others, fatigued from the recent skirmish, offered him minimal consolation before retreating to their quarters for rest, intending to gather strength before their next meal. The atmosphere grew quiet, with Nagato crouching alone by the door, his head seemingly shrouded in dark clouds. Deep down, he harbored profound insecurity and an aversion to conflict. Today's battle had only intensified his doubts. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. He looked up to find Jiraiya squatting before him, his demeanor lackluster. Had today's performance been lacking, or had Orochimaru uttered something particularly harsh? Do not dwell too much on it. That fellow is simply that way, aloof on the surface, yet possessing a kind heart within. Tears welled in Nagato's eyes as he struggled to maintain his composure. He had not intended to cry, but the weight of his performance today brought forth both shame and sorrow. Children are allowed to cry, yet becoming a man means suppressing such displays, Jiraiya remarked, rummaging through his pockets until he produced a crumpled stack of paper, perhaps pilfered from some restaurant, with an awkward expression. Here, make do with this. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Nagato replied, wiping his eyes after a while, his emotions slowly settling. However, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, as he had rarely seen Nagato's eyes clearly, usually obscured by his disheveled hair. As Nagato wiped away his tears, Jiraiya finally beheld the swirling patterns in his eyes. Was that not the legendary Rinnegan? In that instant, Jiraiya recalled the words of the great sage of the Toads, a ninja will emerge who will change this world. Was this not the moment when the gears of destiny began to turn? Jiraiya took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. First and foremost, he needed to rescue Nagato from Orochimaru's clutches. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, causing Jiraiya's heart to race. Oh no, Orochimaru and Tsunade have returned. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly gathered Nagato's long bangs, smoothing them down and ensuring nothing appeared amiss before placing a reassuring hand on Nagato's shoulder, embodying the role of a caring older brother. The door creaked open, revealing Orochimaru and Tsunade, both momentarily taken aback at the sight of Jiraiya and Nagato together. Are you indulging in those trivial pursuits again? Orochimaru remarked, shaking his head slightly. As Jiraiya's companion and longtime friend, Orochimaru believed he knew Jiraiya well. Jiraiya had a penchant for drawing people into idle chatter. Much like a garrulous old woman, often extending a helping hand, likely comforting the disheartened Nagato at that moment. Should another ninja engage in such behavior, it would be deemed outrageous. However, with Jiraiya, it seemed entirely natural. After all, that was simply his character, an incorrigible do-gooder. In a world where his disposition would typically lead to a short-lived existence, it was only due to his innate talent and the covert support from Tsunade that he had thrived. Orochimaru shook his head, casting aside unnecessary thoughts. Well, as a future Hokage, perhaps a little leniency towards comrades is warranted. Conversely, Tsunade approached with a furrowed brow, sensing something amiss. Jiraiya, what are you doing? She disregarded Nagato, her instincts alerting her to Jiraiya's peculiar behavior. Clearing his throat sharply, Jiraiya hastily ushered them outside. You two arrived just in time. I have matters to discuss with you. Nagato, you should return to your room and rest. If you're feeling down, engage with your comrades rather than isolating yourself. Nagato, somewhat bewildered, complied and returned to his quarters. Outside, before Jiraiya could speak, Orochimaru and Tsunade conveyed their intention to return to Konoha. Upon receiving this news, Jiraiya's expression turned conflicted. Konoha was currently facing a deficiency in strength, with the Cloud Village lurking nearby, and the conflict with the Sand Village still unresolved. In the past, Jiraiya would have readily agreed without hesitation. However, now he recalled the great sage's words. You will face a difficult choice, one that could lead the ninja world towards light or darkness. Was this the moment when that choice had arrived? Enlightened, Jiraiya's expression solidified with determination. Orochimaru, Tsunade, I will not be returning. What? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, perplexed by his friend's decision. His intent in sharing this information was to expedite their affairs and hasten their return to Konoha. He had not anticipated Jiraiya's refusal. Jiraiya, what are you saying? Tsunade exclaimed, her face flushing with urgency. If you do not return to Konoha, where will you go? This is precisely the time to utilize your abilities. If you do not return, the consequences could be dire. Tsunade, my decision is made, Jiraiya declared resolutely. This is what I wish to convey. I will remain here to teach those 3 children how to survive in this chaotic world. It will not take long, merely 2 months. Very well then. Orochimaru initially opposed the idea, yet upon hearing that his friend would mentor his subordinates, he reluctantly acquiesced. Although Jiraiya's teaching prowess may not be exceptionally high, it certainly surpasses that of an ordinary Jonin. Furthermore, the ninjutsu scrolls he left behind would undoubtedly be beneficial for the growth of those 3 children. With these thoughts in mind, Orochimaru refrained from further persuasion. As for the precarious situation in Konoha, he did not perceive it as particularly dangerous, after all. Konoha was remarkably strong at this moment. With the 3rd Hokage himself as a formidable candidate for Hokage, the recently renowned Konoha White Fang, and the shadowy activities of the cunning Danzo, alongside the younger generation of powerful clans, there were no significant concerns. This was a perfect opportunity for Jiraiya to take a well-deserved rest. Orochimaru could discern that Jiraiya was the one most profoundly affected by the previous battlefield. He could delve into the meaning of life, while Tsunade could explore medical ninjutsu in greater depth. As for Jiraiya, the free-spirited life he sought was inherently at odds with the path of a ninja. Thus, perhaps this arrangement was for the best. Hey, Orochimaru, Tsunade exclaimed, her displeasure evident. How can you leave Jiraiya here alone? She insisted vehemently. We came here as 3, and we must leave as 3. 1 less is unacceptable. Do not be so hasty. Tsunade, Orochimaru replied with a smile, glancing at Jiraiya. My disciples will return with us. Moreover, it was a rare occasion that Jiraiya took such a liking to that child named Nagato. What harm could there be in allowing him to teach a little longer? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Did he perceive something? No, he quickly dismissed his own conjecture. If Orochimaru had truly seen through something, he would not so readily entrust these 3 children to him. After all, they possessed the legendary Rinnegan, rumored to be the power of the sages. The mere existence of such abilities in this land was unimaginable, even for Orochimaru. Tsunade shook her head. Since you have both made your decisions, I shall not press further. Women may be emotional, but as a ninja, Tsunade was adept at quickly regaining her rationality after moments of sentiment. Let us inform the children of the decision. Reflecting on the potential of the promising Ito Tetsu, Tsunade's spirits lifted. With such promising juniors, the future of Konoha appeared bright indeed. An hour later, everyone gathered around the table to share a meal of porridge. The journey back was imminent. Upon receiving the news of his impending return, Ito Tetsu felt a surge of joy within him. In recent days, he had maintained a day of composure, yet internally he was fraught with anxiety. After all, having provoked a demigod, He found himself at a loss for effective means of confrontation. The prospect of returning to Konoha was indeed a welcome relief. Hooray! However, Yahiko and his companions wore expressions of reluctance, their heads bowed as they quietly sipped their porridge. Kinai also sported a despondent visage, clearly unwilling to return just yet. Can't we stay a little longer? It feels as though our mission was insufficiently fulfilled, she muttered. Chapter 67. The Kagaya Clan Strikes. What are you saying, Kinai? A ninja must obey orders. Ito Tetsu, with an air of righteous determination, then turned to the trio of Yahiko. And you all, why the long faces? It's not as if you shall never see each other again. Indeed, the ever-passionate Yahiko, instantly invigorated as if fueled by the fervor of 1,000 suns, declared, under the guidance of our teacher Jiraiya, we shall grow stronger. Together, we will transform this nation. When Brother Ito arrives, he shall surely witness the new visage of our homeland. Clapping his hands emphatically, he punctuated his resolve. Ito Tetsu clapped his hands vigorously, exclaiming, exactly. This is the spirit we need. The three ninjas beside him fell into a speechless silence. Yet, a peculiar light flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. Initially, his intention was to solely nurture Nagato, for the allure of the Rinnegan was undeniably powerful. However, he suddenly found himself quite taken with this lad named Yahiko. His fervent passion mirrored my own. All right, Ishida, enough talk. Once we finish our meal, we shall prepare to depart. Orochimaru remarked lazily from the side. If you have any farewells to express, do so swiftly. We cannot afford to delay our journey. Woo. I truly cannot bear to part with you. Brother Ishida. Sister Jenna. Yahiko, who moments ago radiated fervor, was now overwhelmed with tears streaming down his face. He sobbed uncontrollably, abandoning his porridge to rush into Ito Tetsu's embrace. I will never let you down. Absolutely never. He cried, his words muddled through his tears. I will change this nation and bring about true peace in the world. I swear I will realize these dreams. Oh dear, oh dear. Ishido gently patted his back, saying, now, you must diligently cultivate your skills. The next time we meet, I shall assess your progress. Indeed. Yahiko nodded emphatically. Conan, silently wiping her tears, reflected on her own experiences of life and death. Yet this moment evoked a distinctly different emotion. Nagato was at a loss for words, feeling a heaviness in his heart, and thus lowered his gaze. This is the essence of parting, Jiraiya mused. No matter how reluctant one may feel, the moment of separation inevitably arrives. After neatly packing their belongings, Ishido and Kitsuna waved farewell to Jiraiya and Yahiko, embarking on their journey back to the village alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade. Take care on your journey, Yahiko cried out, tears streaming down his face as he, along with Conan and Nagato, waved fervently. As they watched the figures of their friends fade into the misty, rain-soaked street, the trio reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Jiraiya stood silently beside them, watching his friends and Prat GS depart, feeling a bittersweet pang akin to sipping fruit wine. Such is the life of a ninja, he sighed. Then, regaining his composure, addressed the trio with renewed vigor. All right, let us set aside our sorrow. It is time to commence our true training. Ito and his companions moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the borders of the rain country. Whoosh! Several figures perched upon the massive branches of trees. Next, we shall proceed in that direction. First, let us restore our chakra. Orochimaru retrieved a military food pill and consumed it, followed suit by the others. This path does not lead towards Konoha, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowing. Why take a detour? I have a student in the hidden grass village. I could retrieve them on the way. You can go alone, can't you? Although her statement bore truth, the fact remained that they were in wartime. 2 medical ninjas and Kyuko were present. Orochimaru left his thought unvoiced, but Tsunade comprehended, nodding in agreement. Please make haste. Hee. It won't take long, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, a group of sullen-faced ninjas adorned with the water-hidden village forehead protectors stepped cautiously onto the land. It was rumored that this nation was frail, having recently suffered devastation at the hands of the rain ninjas, yet they possessed sufficient wealth to purchase provisions. Our Kagaya clan is in dire need of supplies, sneered the leader, a fierce-looking water ninja. I trust it is clear what we must do next. His comrades from the Kagaya clan echoed his sinister laughter. Battle! Battle! I yearn for slaughter and death. Let me revel in the thrill of combat. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. The Kagaya clan, also known as the Take-Torai clan, was notorious for their fierce and aggressive nature, boasting a bloodline limit that allowed them to manipulate their bones in battle. At the forefront of this menacing group stood a pale-haired child, with a fair complexion and an innocent visage, adorned with 2 red dots above his brows. He bore no smile, only a look of confusion. Kayonmaru, it is your time to act. Someone urged him from beside. As our weapon of war, it is rare to release you. Make sure to cherish this opportunity. Eliminate every enemy you see. Let their blood stain the honor of our Kagaya clan. Yes, the child, known as Kayonmaru, replied with an emotionless nod before swiftly charging forth. His expression remained devoid of feeling, like that of an exquisite doll, rendering him an anomaly amidst the cacophony of the Kagaya ninjas. In the hidden grass village, Karen and Akatsuki struggled to conceal their anxiety, their palms sweating as they gazed at the densely packed summoning array before them. Have we attracted attention due to purchasing provisions? The adversaries were numerous and possessed formidable chakra. I hope the backup left by Ito proves useful. Akatsuki swallowed hard. 5 individuals have entered Area A. Karen reported nervously. Good. Akatsuki quickly seized a nearby explosive tag, placing it within the summoning array and forming seals. Reverse summoning. Boom. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the rushing Kagaya ninjas. Such trivial techniques. They scoffed, their faces contorted in disdain. Whatever you summon cannot possibly match the might of the Kagaya clan. Prepare to perish as I send your summoned beasts back to where they belong. They unleashed bone shards towards the front with great force. Thud. They struck nothing but air. What kind of summoned beast is this? The ninjas frowned as the mist dissipated, revealing several explosive tags that had burnt out, now clinging to their faces. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. It worked, for chakra signatures vanished. One is heavily injured. Karen cheered, while Akatsuki's expression relaxed slightly. Thank goodness. Ito's tricks are rather effective. This was the summoning technique Ito had devised, capable not only of summoning rice, but also of reverse summoning explosive tags directly to the enemy. Concerned that Akatsuki might encounter an insurmountable foe alone, Ito had combined Karen's abilities and taught her this tactical approach. Little did they expect it would yield such success. Akatsuki felt a surge of confidence. The distress signal had also been dispatched. Now, they simply needed to hold their ground. Not good, Karen suddenly exclaimed. They have all halted, and only one extraordinarily powerful chakra is rapidly approaching us. What? Akatsuki's heart raced. Which area? I will use the explosive tags. Not Area A nor B. It's in Area C. So fast. Karen's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Is it a Jonin? I have never seen such speed. Damn it. Karen, take Aunt Sonia and hide. Akatsuki grabbed her ninja tool pouch. I will confront this individual. Recognizing the gravity of facing an opponent capable of rivaling a Jonin, Akatsuki understood the peril. If conventional methods were ineffective, she would have to sacrifice her own life to buy some time. As a ninja, Akatsuki possessed her own resolve. Moreover, she was eager to engage in a direct duel with such a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, outside the town, Kayonmaru moved like a specter, darting across the ground. He observed the small summoning symbols drawn on the ground, deducing their purpose and deliberately avoiding them while ensuring his speed surpassed that of the explosive tags being summoned. However, as he advanced, explosive tags rarely appeared. Can he sense our presence and trajectory? Kayonmaru's innate battle instincts were extraordinarily sharp, alerting him to some of his opponent's abilities. Yet, this also revealed that they were not adept in close combat. Tap. In the next moment, Kayonmaru stepped into the town. Chapter 68. A True Adversary. Indeed, there were no summoning arrays here. Kayonmaru surveyed the area, his brow slightly furrowing. Moreover, there are very few villagers. He had anticipated an ambush and was prepared to unleash his bloodline limit to eliminate any attackers. However, the village was eerily quiet, with only a handful of homes illuminated, the trembling silhouettes faintly visible through the windows. Something is amiss. Kayonmaru slowed his pace, cautiously advancing. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the sound of explosions echoed from outside the town. Kayonmaru's clan members, seeing him pass through unscathed, assumed the explosive tags had failed and rushed in, only to be met with chaos as they were caught in the blasts. Damn it, why is Kayonmaru unharmed? Is it merely because he is a monster? Wait, let Kayonmaru deal with the enemies inside before we advance. Our target is the food. We have already lost 15 clan members. We cannot afford further losses. The leader of the Kagaya clan ground his teeth in frustration. The clan's already low birth rate had been further strained, and in a desperate bid to seize food supplies, He had brought forth 54 of his finest warriors along with Jumaro. Yet, they had not even glimpsed the enemy before suffering losses exceeding 1/5 of their number. Even if they managed to capture some provisions, the spoils would be significantly diminished. Once they identified the traitorous ninja among them, he vowed to rend their bodies asunder. Meanwhile, Jumaro, traversing the village of Kusagakure, suddenly sensed a disturbance. With a powerful push from his legs, he deftly leaped into the air. Almost simultaneously, 2 shuriken whizzed past, landing where he had just stood. So, they finally dare to reveal themselves? Jumaro cast his gaze toward the source of the assault, spotting a figure clad in a khaki trench coat, with a soft iron mesh shirt beneath, a red bean, clutching a kunai between her teeth, sprinting toward him. A leaf ninja? Jumaro recognized the forehead protector atop her head and furrowed his brow slightly. What brings her here? No matter, I shall defeat her first. In midair, Jumaro twisted his body, and a sharp bone spike erupted from his arm, rapidly detaching and launching toward the red bean like the quills of a porcupine. The bone spike moved with incredible speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it approached her. What? The red bean was taken aback. She had never encountered such an unusual form of attack. Yet, her combat instincts kicked in, and she instinctively removed the kunai to counter it. Clang! A tremendous shockwave reverberated through her hand, rendering it numb, and the kunai flew from her grasp. Such immense power. If struck, it would likely pierce straight through. The red bean quickly formed a one-handed seal. Though slightly slower than usual, she succeeded nonetheless. Fire release, dragon fire technique. This was the most proficient jutsu in her arsenal. The ferocious flames roared forth like a colossal dragon, instantly engulfing Junmaro's diminutive figure. But it was merely a fleeting moment. The bone spike, shimmering with a chilling gleam, cleaved through the flames effortlessly. Not even a momentary obstruction could it muster. The red bean's pupils dilated in shock. Meanwhile, Junmaro, with an indifferent expression, raised the protruding bone spike, lunging toward her neck. This is bad. The red bean desperately twisted her body. However, her forward momentum proved difficult to halt. Is this how I am to perish? The air of death bore down upon her, yet she felt an uncanny calm enveloping her, akin to sinking into a cerulean abyss. I'm sorry, Ito, Kinai, and Lord Orochimaru. It seems I am to meet my end here. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Accompanying it was a fireball, its temperature soaring several degrees higher than before. Kinai. The desolation in the red bean's eyes vanished instantly, while Jumaro furrowed his brow and retreated swiftly. The scorching wave of heat swept through the air, tousling the red bean's hair, and upon realizing her salvation, she quickly distanced herself, leaving the battlefield to Kinai. With grace, Kinai leaped from a rooftop, landing nimbly, her eyes swirling with the tomo of the Sharingan. Uchiha clan? Though Jumaro had never clashed with the Uchiha, he had heard whispers of their formidable prowess. Yet, he found himself puzzled. Is this not Kusagakure? Why are there only leaf ninjas here? The Kagaya clan. Kinai glanced at the bone spike in Jumaro's hand, her eyes alight with excitement. He appears to be a strong adversary. The fact that even the red bean fell before him speaks volumes. Kinai understood the red bean's capabilities well, before awakening her Sharingan. Their strengths had been nearly equal. Now, although some disparity had emerged, the red bean was still on the cusp of becoming a Chunin. Yet she was defeated in mere exchanges. An opponent worthy of battle indeed. Jumaro paid no heed to the fighting spirit radiating from his adversary, instead looking up at the 2 figures stationed above. It seems we have arrived just in time. Orochimaru's eyes were fixated solely on Jumaro, while Tsunade's expression turned grave. That child does not seem ordinary. Can your students handle him? It may be prudent to observe for now. Orochimaru regarded Jumaro with increasing satisfaction. Truly, I have encountered an exceptional talent. If Jiraiya were to learn of this, he would surely lament his missed opportunity. Such a rare bloodline limit emerges only once in a great while. That man gazes upon him like a predator surveying its prey. Jumaro's brow furrowed deeply. He contemplated retreat. Yet, a sudden wave of terrifying pressure enveloped him. Kinai, wielding her kunai, launched a tempest of relentless assaults. Jumaro was compelled to raise his bone spike in response. Both combatants exchanging blows at a pace so rapid it was nearly imperceptible as they engaged in a frenzied dance of combat, exchanging hundreds of strikes in mere moments. Outside the village, the once ambitious and ruthlessly fierce elite forces of the Kagaya clan lay sprawled upon the ground. Only the leader remained, frantically wielding his bone weapon in a mad assault against the bespectacled boy before him. Damn it! I will not forgive you. You shall not escape unscathed. How dare you do this? It was all so sudden. Just moments ago, they had optimistically speculated how long Jumaro could prolong the fight. In the blink of an eye, a figure as swift as the wind, accompanied by the roar of thunder, had entered the fray. More than 20 members of the Kagaya clan had yet to comprehend the situation before being swiftly dispatched, while the remaining few attempted to retaliate, only to be cut down by a razor-sharp wind blade. In less than 2 seconds, apart from Jumaro, the elite of the Kagaya clan had been reduced to the solitary leader. His eyes were ablaze with fury. Patience is a virtue. As Ito Tetsu spoke, he tossed a military ration pill to gradually restore his chakra while skillfully engaging with the individual before him. In a moment, I shall escort you to reunite with your kin. Baka. The Kagaya leader's fury intensified. I will make you pay dearly for this. He swiftly formed hand seals. Yet the despicable figure before him vanished in an instant. The speed was so extraordinary that it left behind a flurry of afterimages. A resonating sound akin to a tempest and thunderclaps converged at the Kagaya leader's neck. In a heartbeat, a head soared into the sky, the expression in his eyes still reflecting a blend of resentment and ferocity. It was over. Ito Tetsu sheathed his dual blades without looking back, racing towards the village hidden in the grass. Chapter 69, Komari. Meanwhile, within the village, the battle between Komari and Kinai had reached a fever pitch. They paused, weapons clashing, each attempting to overpower the other through sheer strength. Suddenly, Kinai formed a hand seal with one hand. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A shadow clone identical to Kinai appeared beside her, wielding a kunai and launching a swift attack towards Komari from the opposite side. Her speed was astonishing, piercing through Komari's flank before he could react. At this critical moment, a bone suddenly protruded from Komari's side, blocking Kinai's advance. How peculiar! Kinai found herself in a predicament and quickly retreated to create distance. Simultaneously, the shadow clone cooperated, hurling a flurry of shurikens to disrupt Komari's rhythm. Her ninjutsu was quite troublesome. As Komari defended with the bone, his mind raced with thoughts. Since earlier, she had been keenly observing my weaknesses. Were it not for my bloodline limit, I might have already been defeated. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Komari felt a sense of trepidation. During their initial encounter, he had sensed that this Uchiha girl lacked the battle experience he possessed. However, as the fight progressed, Kinai evolved at an astonishing rate, even perceiving many of his flaws. Although Komari was not at a disadvantage, he no longer wished to continue this battle. After all, there were two individuals resembling elite shinobi watching from above. Furthermore, his teammates had shown no signs of response, leaving him uncertain if they had been wiped out. I must retreat. With determination, Komari resolved himself and hesitated no longer. Conversely, Kinai grew increasingly exhilarated with each clash. She had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Be it combat skills, attack methods, or innate talent, he was simply flawless. And a genius of her own age. Aside from lacking ninjutsu, he was the epitome of a perfect ninja. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Kinai was reluctant to conclude their battle. Once more, her eyes glimmered with crimson light as she charged forth. Humph, Komari scoffed, his body suddenly sprouting numerous spikes, resembling a porcupine. What? Kinai halted abruptly, yet still suffered a gash on her shoulder from a bone spike. Komari raised his fist, encased in bone, and struck with ferocity. Darn it. Kinai crossed her arms to block the blow but was still sent sprawling backward. That brat intends to flee. Tsunade, observing from above, discerned Komari's intent. No worries. Orochimaru licked his lips, he cannot escape. After forcing Kinai back, Komari turned to flee without a second thought. However, he barely took a few steps before abruptly stopping. Ahead, a boy with squinted eyes stood, tousling his disheveled hair, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. Could you not run? If you escape from here, it would greatly disappoint Lord Orochimaru. Is that so? Komari narrowed his eyes. Then let us see if you can keep me here. The two faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. He could not gauge the boy's strength. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Komari's forehead. In the previous battle, he had not exhausted much chakra. If they continued fighting, he felt he would not necessarily lose to that Uchiha girl. Yet, this boy before him exerted immense pressure. Every cell in his body screamed warnings. He cannot be defeated. Komari had never experienced such a sensation since the battle began. The squinting boy presented a profoundly contradictory impression. On the surface, he appeared harmless, even easily vanquishable. Yet, his body continually emitted warnings, casting a veil of confusion over Komari. He is my adversary. Kinai rushed over, urgently calling out, "Don't move against him." Apologies. The voice of Ito Tetsu, lingering in the distance just a moment ago, now resonated right beside Kimimura. Startled and bewildered, Kimimura swiftly unleashed his bloodline limit. Bone pulse, dance of the larch. He intoned softly as numerous elongated bones erupted from his body, encasing him in a protective spire akin to that of a hedgehog. This was an impenetrable defense. The swifter the enemy's assault, the greater the inflicted harm. Kimimura was imbued with unwavering confidence. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Ito Tetsu unleashed a terrifying strength that shattered the bones sprouting from Junmaru's body. Junmaru's expression was one of utter shock, his mind a blank slate. He scarcely registered the excruciating pain, as his thoughts were consumed by a barrage of questions. Was my bloodline limit so effortlessly overcome? Since his debut, Junmaru had never encountered such a devastating defeat. Yet, what further compounded his frustration lay ahead ceiling. Ito Tetsu extended his 5 fingers and pressed them against the immobilized Kunmaru's abdomen. 5 tiny characters, resembling ink dots, simultaneously emerged and intertwined. Throughout these days, Ito Tetsu had not ceased his practice of the sealing technique. Now, he was poised to unveil his preliminary. What? Kunmaru's body trembled, and he felt his strength swiftly dissipating, along with the bone spikes sprouting from him, gradually retracting until he could no longer exert control. The sensation of losing power engulfed him with a profound weakness, causing Kunmaru to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps, swaying precariously. Thud. Kunmaru collapsed onto the ground. What? Kina's eyes widened in disbelief. What have you done to him? She had just arrived and was taken aback by the sight of the weakened Kunmaru on the ground. A mixture of shock and anger coursing through her. The battle is not yet over. This is my fight. You must release him. Kina felt a surge of urgency. She was not yet satisfied with the fray. Don't be like this. We are allies, are we not? Ito stared blankly and said, moreover, we must hurry back to the village. That's not ideal, but once we return, you must engage in a match with me. Kina's face was filled with reluctance. All right. Very well. Ito Tetsu let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, sitting on the ground, Kimimura raised his hands in confusion. His strength had truly vanished. This very power had led the villagers to regard him as a monster. Yet now, he found himself bereft of that power. What, then, was he now? He hung his head in silence, his gaze fixed vacantly upon a pristine white flower on the ground. Miraculously, this flower had escaped the turmoil of the recent battle. Suddenly, a foot loomed above it, poised to crush it. No, Kimimura could not help but exclaim. But the foot halted. How intriguing, he heard a deep, raspy voice emanating from the front. The tone was far from warm, carrying a chilling quality reminiscent of a creeping creature. Yet Kimimura found himself drawn to it. Lifting his gaze to meet Orochimaru's serpent-like golden eyes. With such power, do you truly concern yourself with a mere flower? Orochimaru remarked, shifting his foot aside. You appear quite lost, he continued, as Tsunade approached, her brow slightly furrowed. We cannot bring him back to the village. The Kagaya clan's bloodline, if returned, would undoubtedly be perceived as a potential threat by the Hokage's advisory team. I understand. It's best to leave him here. Noticing the bewilderment in Kimimura's eyes, Orochimaru rarely allowed a smile to touch his lips. May I inquire what causes your confusion? What is the meaning of life, truly? Kimimura murmured. For reasons unknown. He felt an innate sense of kinship with the figure before him. Ah, the meaning of life. I cannot say I know, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head with an air of regret. Before the light in Kimimura's eyes could fade entirely, he added, however, as long as you continue to live, you will undoubtedly encounter fascinating things, will you not? Just as you discovered that flower. Kimimura's gaze returned to the delicate white blossom. And I discovered you. Orochimaru's eyes remained fixed upon Kimimura. After all, we were the ones who found it first. Ito Tetsu gazed vacantly, sensing something amiss in Orochimaru's words. It seemed he could only deceive the naive Kumajiri. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, releasing a long sigh. Had Orochimaru suffered some traumatic experience from war? Why, all of a sudden, was he so fervently eager to take on disciples? Moreover, he was only recruiting outsiders from the village, which Tsunade found incomprehensible. After a brief negotiation, Orochimaru declared, from now on, you shall remain here to protect this village. He affectionately ruffled Komajiri's hair, his eyes squinting in delight. Resembling a benevolent elder, he was genuinely pleased. Orochimaru had observed Komajiri's abilities with great scrutiny. What delighted him most, however, was the child's mindset. Having been nurtured as a weapon in the shadows for an extended period, Komajiri lacked fundamental knowledge of the world. This child was like a blank canvas, complemented by his innate talent. Although returning him to Konoha was not feasible, he would serve excellently as a covert ninja outside the village. Orochimaru envisioned himself as Hokage, with Komajiri handling the unsavory tasks on his behalf. Assigning matters unsuitable for the Hokage to him was undoubtedly a wise choice. Komajiri possessed the strength and loyalty he required. And more importantly, he lacked any perplexing notions of the will of fire or the will of roots. Simply perfect. Yet, Komajiri appeared somewhat despondent. For this amiable uncle he had taken a liking to was preparing to depart. He yearned for more conversation, to understand him better. "I will return to see you," Orochimaru said, seemingly perceiving the child's reluctance. He smiled and gently patted his head, imparting wisdom like a sagacious elder. "Before that, I need your assistance with a few tasks." "Is that agreeable?" "Yes." Komajiri nodded earnestly and responded, "Of course, my lord. Just command me, and your will shall be my own." No. I wish for you to develop your own will," Orochimaru insisted, shaking his head. He did not seek a mere tool. However, upon seeing Komajiri's confusion, he altered his approach. "Well then, if you currently lack your own thoughts, you may consider my will as yours for the time being." Komajiri's bewilderment faded, replaced by determination, and a smile graced his face. He was yet unaware of the implications of this exchange, but he sensed, albeit vaguely, that his life trajectory would undergo a monumental transformation from this day forth. The world, once draped in shades of gray, was beginning to blossom with color. "So, Lord Orochimaru, which cave will you confine me in?" Komajiri inquired joyfully. He had grown accustomed to being kept in caves. And if it were to be under the care of Lord Orochimaru, it would be quite acceptable. Orochimaru was instantly met with bewildered, incredulous gazes from his three disciples, including his friend Tsunade. Even for someone as composed as Orochimaru, a moment of rigidity seized him. "I am not the person you think I am. I merely have a passion for scientific research. I harbor no inclination towards cruelty." He cleared his throat and asserted, "I will not imprison you in a cave. No one shall confine you. Komajiri, you must learn to live for yourself. But I command you not to enter the cave." "Very well." Gazing at Komajiri's innocent smile, Orochimaru felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Fortunately, matters here had finally reached resolution. He turned to his disciples. "Has the injury of Akane been treated? Then we may return. The time wasted here has exceeded all expectations, and I wish to hasten back to Konoha. Although we suffered considerable losses in this war, I have also acquired a wealth of experimental materials. Through studying them, I might unravel the mysteries of life itself. Please wait a moment. I have something to say." Teacher Orochimaru, Ito Tetsu, who had just assisted Akane with her swift recovery, eagerly raised his hand. Ito, do you have a question?" Orochimaru, proud of this disciple, was willing to hear what he had to say. "That Komajiri must be from the Kagaya clan, right? I believe it is quite a significant family." "Indeed. What do you mean by that?" Orochimaru initially thought Ito was concerned that recruiting Komajiri might incite trouble, and he had prepared words of persuasion. However, what Ito said next plunged him into deep contemplation. The elites of the Kagaya clan had been nearly annihilated in this battle. Was it possible for Komajiri to inherit the legacy of the Kagaya clan? Itotoru cautiously articulated his perspective. After all, with such a large family guarding immense wealth, it was easy for other ninja clans to covet it. Rather than risk that, it would be prudent to allow Kimimaro to inherit it legally. Kimimaro, somewhat perplexed and filled with doubt, turned his head curiously to observe Orochimaru. Upon witnessing the gradually spreading and increasingly intense smile on Orochimaru's face, he immediately realized this could very well be a fortuitous development. With this understanding, he couldn't help but shift his perception of Itotoru, finding him less disagreeable than before. Although Itotoru's tactics during the previous battle had been rather unscrupulous, if viewed as a companion, he appeared to be a remarkably trustworthy and reliable individual. "Truly, Ito, you never cease to amaze." Orochimaru contemplated briefly and concluded that this course of action would yield nothing but benefits. "Tsunade, I entrust you with the task of bringing them back. Kimimaro and I will make a trip to the Kagaya clan stronghold." He swiftly made his decision. It would be impossible for Kimimaro to go alone. With Tsunade, Itotoru, and even the weakest, Akamichi, present in the team, Kimimaro would manage just fine without him for a while. The wealth of the Kagaya clan, along with the secret techniques accumulated over years of conflict, would be immensely valuable to Orochimaru. Missing out on this opportunity would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. "Hey, Orochimaru, that's near the territory of the Mist Village," Tsunade expressed her concerns. However, understanding her teammate's disposition, she could only caution, "Please ensure your safety." "Rest assured, it will be fine," Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Let us inform Dan that our previous research project might be reignited. Understood. Tsunade nodded. If I arrive before you, I will inform Dan. Thus, the group dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Ito Tetsu followed Tsunade towards the direction of Konoha, while Orochimaru, accompanied by Kimimaro, ventured further towards the realm of the Kagaya clan. Lord Tsunade, what are the research topics of Orochimaru-sensei and Dan? On the way, Ito Tetsu could not suppress his curiosity. He was yet unaware of the profound relationship between Orochimaru and Dan Kato. Chapter 71. Orochimaru's discovery. Typically, Ito Tetsu's inquiry might be deemed somewhat presumptuous. However, being a favored disciple of Orochimaru, Tsunade held a favorable impression of the young man and thus provided a brief response. I am not entirely certain of the specifics of their research, but it likely pertains to the legacy left by the second Hokage. The legacy of the second Hokage? Ito Toru was somewhat taken aback. Nearby, both Yakaina and Akane perked up their ears in curiosity. However, they did not share their thoughts with me, nor did I press for details. It could very well be a technique akin to the Flying Thunder God. Tsunade, unfazed, casually remarked. Do not even think about such advanced ninjutsu until you reach the rank of Chunin. For now, you ought to focus on diligently training your chakra and enhancing its quality. She particularly emphasized this to Ito Toru, concerned that he might be overly ambitious. Your potential for the Ein sealing technique is remarkably high. I am not boasting. But if it were not for the stringent requirements this technique imposes on chakra manipulation, you might even be able to delve into the realm of forbidden techniques. Concentrate on mastering this for the time being. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Ito nodded repeatedly, while his mind began to form a rough understanding. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, renowned as the original scientific pioneer of the ninja world, his fame surpassed even his formidable abilities, largely due to the forbidden techniques he devised. The Flying Thunder God technique and the impure world reincarnation. He is often referred to as the master of forbidden techniques. In the future, the universally acknowledged inheritor of his legacy would be none other than Orochimaru, the disciple of the esteemed ninja scholar Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, the forbidden techniques researched by him and Cat must undoubtedly pertain to that impure world reincarnation. It all makes sense now. Ito's mind was suddenly illuminated with a profound realization. No wonder, during their last encounter at the restaurant, Kato had conveniently offered to pay for his table. It turned out there was such a connection. Simultaneously, Ito felt a deep sense of bewilderment. If this momentum continued, Orochimaru would undoubtedly become the Hokage. This generation was intricately tied to him in countless ways. Although the villagers viewed Orochimaru through a dark lens, didn't the second Hokage also appear rather untrustworthy? So, was it truly Danzo's fault? While Ito pondered these thoughts, the group finally arrived at the entrance of Konohagakure. ITTCH felt an immediate sense of relief. The familiar village, the well-known protective walls, and the recognizable security of Konohagakure were undeniably comforting. Lady Tsunade, you have returned. Two guards exclaimed with great excitement upon her arrival. Your names, along with those of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya, have spread throughout the entire shinobi world. Ah? Tsunade replied, somewhat taken aback. What reputation could we possibly have? It is that legendary figure, Hanzo the Salamander, who has spoken of you. He referred to you as the legendary Three of Konoha. The guard continued, praising their valor on the battlefield, stating that compared to Sunagakure, the new generation of Konoha was superior. Pride illuminated the faces of the Konoha guards. Initially, Hanzo was regarded as a mere jester in the eyes of many nations. But as his accomplishments grew and he assumed the position of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, he gradually solidified his status as a demigod. Those who earned his praise naturally saw their own standing rise. For instance, Nifyun of the Land of Iron had become a prominent leader among the young samurai of his nation, all due to Hanzo sparing his life and allowing him to return with words. The legendary Three of Konoha had truly faced Hanzo in combat, undoubtedly earning them greater renown. That man Tsunade clenched her fists, aware that this was Hanzo's cunning scheme aimed at inciting conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure. She knew that Chiyo, the meticulous elder of Sunagakure, would undoubtedly take offense upon hearing Hanzo's remarks. Chiyo was a master of poison, and just the thought of it left Tsunade feeling somewhat disheartened. However, she managed to maintain a strained smile. Is Lord Sarutobi still in the village? Indeed. The Hokage instructed us to notify you immediately upon your return to the Hokage's office. By the way, why didn't Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya accompany you back? They will return in a few days. I must first report the situation. As for you, Tsunade turned to Ittch and the others. Do you have your mission scrolls? Ah. They collectively shook their heads. They are with Lord Orochimaru. Then there is nothing to be done. You are not included in the combat roster. Tsunade shrugged helplessly. You will have to wait for Orochimaru to return to receive your mission scrolls. This should qualify as an S-rank mission. Once the mission is settled, you may even be eligible to participate in the Nin exams ahead of schedule. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, both Kunai and Akato beamed with joy, while Ittch's pupils constricted slightly, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? Nin? Are you joking? Other Genin dream of becoming Nin and then striving to attain Jonin, or even special Jonin. This represents fame, status, wealth, more powerful jutsu, and more intense battles. To Ittch, this merely signified unlocking an array of fatal possibilities, a shortcut to swiftly conclude one's life. He had no desire to ascend to Nin. He needed to find an opportunity to discuss this with Lord Orochimaru. Well, I must be off now. You should return and rest. After being out on a mission for so long, you must be quite exhausted. Tsunade kindly bid farewell to the three and departed swiftly. Phew. Kunai stretched luxuriously, her entire being relaxing from its previously tense state, resembling a languid cat. Finally, it's over. So, what do you say? After freshening up, we should go out for a meal to celebrate our successful mission? I think that's a splendid idea. Akato Si sparkled. Itt. You promised to treat me to plenty of dango. Ah, that is certainly no problem. But first, let us divide the activity funds. Ito Tetsu glanced around. Observing the throngs of people, there are too many here. Let us find a more tranquil spot. Why seek solace in silence? It feels as though we are divvying up the spoils like brigands, Kunai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nevertheless, she accompanied Akadama as they followed Ito Tetsu into a serene alleyway. Teacher Orochimaru had allocated a total of 500,000 Ryo for activities. After various expenditures and investments amounting to 340,000 Ryo, there remained 100,000 Ryo for Kankuro and the others. Engaging in commerce, combat, and plunder in the land of rain had yielded 490,000 Ryo, thus they currently possessed a total of 550,000 Ryo. Ito Toru took out his pouch and evenly distributed the contents between the two individuals. Wow, this is quite a substantial amount. Red Bean, clutching the bulging pouch, was filled with joy as she began to calculate how many three-colored dumplings she could indulge in. Kina also wore a delighted expression. The essence of their reward lay not in the bounty itself, but in the sheer joy of achieving their goals. Even Ito Toru allowed a rare smile to grace his features. At least until the next task arose, they could relish a period of comfort. Well then, see you soon. See you soon. Upon their return to Konoha, Orochimaru, who had assisted Kimimaro in reclaiming his entire inheritance, unexpectedly encountered certain individuals outside the village. Lord Mito, Lord T-Sun. He observed these two high-ranking officials from Konoha strolling towards the village, accompanied by an Umbu operative who held the hand of a little girl with red hair. Orochimaru? Mito gate flame, and T-Sun Kohara cast a fleeting glance at him, then coldly stated, "Forget what you have just seen, and refrain from asking any further questions." Understood. Faced with these esteemed figures from Konoha, even Orochimaru felt compelled to lower his proud gaze. Nevertheless, a sense of perplexity swirled within him. Was that red-haired girl not a member of the Uzumaki clan he had previously taken in? Chapter 72. The targeted Ito Toru. As a researcher, Orochimaru possessed a profound curiosity. However, he was acutely aware that such matters were not to be probed further. Had it not been for his status as a disciple of the third Hokage and a formidable candidate for the future Hokage, he suspected that the Umbu would have already taken action against him. This was not mere paranoia. Orochimaru sensed a genuine murderous intent emanating from that Umbu operative. The intensity of the killing intent directed even at his own kin could only imply that this Umbu hailed from the root. Contemplation flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Although the information he could glean was scant, it was nonetheless sufficient. The involvement of such high-level officials from Konoha, along with the identity of that little girl from the Uzumaki clan, pointed to a singular possibility. The host of the Nine Tails had been replaced. This meant that the previous host of the Nine Tails had perished. No host could survive after having the tailed beast extracted. That little girl was now the new host of the Nine Tails. This development posed quite a dilemma for Orochimaru. The former host, Uzumaki Mito, was an immensely powerful entity, capable of controlling the Nine Tails and even utilizing the adamantine seal. With her presence, neighboring nations would harbor a certain apprehension, deterring them from escalating the scale of warfare. Yet now, a sudden gust of wind surged through the trees, causing leaves to rustle and whisper. Orochimaru stood silently in place, pondering. What direction would this impending tempest steer Konoha towards? He did not know. Yet, he felt as if he could already envision many familiar faces being swept away by this storm, akin to the fallen leaves, never to return. Ah, life. Orochimaru opened his palm, a blend of green and yellow leaves settling gently in his hand. If only immortality could be attained, that would be the true essence of life. He mused, his gaze sharpening with newfound resolve, as if he had made a significant decision. Meanwhile, the duo of high-ranking officials from Konoha halted, with Mito Gate Flame glancing at the Umbu beside him, signaling him to release Kushina. Just escort her to this point. The village lies ahead. Understood. The Umbu member relinquished the dazed Kushina. Why didn't Danzo come himself? Asked Mito Gate Flame. Lord Danzo mentioned he discovered an exceptional talent and decided to recruit him personally. Oh? T-Sun Kohara responded with mild surprise. Which talented ninja has caught his eye this time? He mustn't go too far. I have already been approached privately by certain clans expressing their discontent. Even the Hokage cannot continuously indulge him. There will be no trouble. I hear it concerns a civilian ninja. Mito Gate Flame furrowed his brow. Who? It better not be Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya has been keeping a close watch on that promising apprentice. He possesses rare talent. Minato. Kushina, who had been somewhat dazed, snapped back to attention upon hearing that name, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Fortunately, the Umbu's next response quelled her anxiety. No. That's good. After hearing the answer, Mito Gate Flame nodded, immediately losing interest. Then who could it be? T-Sun Koharu inquired with curiosity. I cannot disclose that. Lord Danzo has placed a seal on us. The Umbu lowered his head, and Mito Gate Flame and T-Sun Koharu understood that Danzo would leave no room for indiscretion among his subordinates, thus refraining from further inquiry. Meanwhile, Kushina silently prayed that this unknown civilian ninja would escape any peril. She had gleaned some knowledge about the darkness of the root. It was a profoundly merciless organization. If one were to be deceived into joining, it would be a challenge to extricate oneself from its clutches. At this moment, in a narrow alleyway within Konoha, Ito Toru, freshly bathed and en route to a gathering via a shortcut, halted abruptly, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he regarded the figure standing ahead. Who are you? Ito Tetsu's expression tightened slightly as he noticed a shadowy figure standing motionless in the darkness before him. He had been completely unaware of this person's presence. Such remarkable chakra control. The only individuals capable of achieving such a feat must be Jonin. A Jonin waiting here specifically for him. Even Ito Tetsu felt a twinge of unease, instinctively lowering his hand to a position closer to his ninja tool pouch. Do not worry, I am not your enemy. A hand gently pressed on his shoulder, and the figure before him vanished, while a somber, gravelly voice emerged from behind. Your voice hardly suggests you are a benevolent presence. ITT's expression darkened. However, the opponent's speed made him realize that he had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. It was astonishingly swift. A ninja of such caliber should not be obscure in Konoha, should they? My lord, what brings you here? Ito Tetsu suppressed his unease and replied with a sullen expression. I have heard about your matters from elsewhere, which is why I came to see the new sprouts of Konohagakure. The Jonin paid no heed to Ito Tetsu's wariness, but instead began to offer his observations. Even during your respite, you maintain your vigilance. That is commendable. Among all the newcomers I have encountered, your alertness is unparalleled. Your chakra reserves are average, yet sufficient for your needs. Those two blades wrapped in black cloth, are they chakra knives? Given your previous earnings, they should be beyond your means, so they must be gifts from Orochimaru. He remains as generous as ever with his subordinates. Do not be so stiff. You may turn to glance at me. For we may find ourselves in each other's company for some time to come, the Jonin added, his tone infused with satisfaction. Of course, everything must be at your discretion. Could it be, Danzo? It could only be that old schemer. This is truly a dire situation. My recent prominence has caught his attention. He is lying in wait here. What could he possibly want? He must be intent on luring me into his roots with his flowery words. I must swiftly decline. ITT's mind buzzed momentarily, and without a second thought, he turned around, exclaiming, I'm not joining the route. However, before he could finish his sentence, ITT was struck dumb. In the instant he turned, he beheld the figure of the Jonin behind him. It was a seasoned ninja, with neatly cropped silver hair, a calm and gentle countenance, and eyes that occasionally sparkled with a piercing intensity. His entire demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance, yet commanded undeniable respect. It was Kakashi Hatake, By the time the Third Shinobi World War erupted, he would earn the moniker of Konoha's White Fang, only to meet his demise shrouded in the shadows of rumor. A powerful, yet tragically lamentable hero. Oh? Kakashi observed ITT's reaction with mild amusement, scratching his head and squinting with a smile. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Tsunade asked me to come, or rather, Orochimaru, through Tsunade, requested that I teach you some sword techniques. He speaks very highly of you. If you are willing. I am absolutely willing. Without waiting for him to finish, ITT eagerly replied, to learn swordsmanship from Lord Kakashi is a dream come true. In his heart, he could not help but praise his teacher, Orochimaru, once more. Truly, what a remarkable manner, to have attracted such a formidable figure to assist me. Haha, that is splendid. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and patted ITT on the shoulder. It has been a while since I've encountered such an exceptional junior. You must have other matters to attend to, so let us meet at the training ground tomorrow. Indeed. Ito Tetsu nodded earnestly. I will definitely come. With that, he turned to leave. After fulfilling their agreement, Hatake Tsukumo was just about to depart when suddenly his expression shifted, and he turned to gaze in a particular direction. Ito Tetsu turned his gaze and beheld a middle-aged man, his face partially obscured by bandages, approaching with a somber expression. It was none other than Danzo. Chapter 73, Politely Declining Danzo. Once it seemed that the old man had arrived a moment too late. Danzo advanced slowly, and due to his infrequent appearances, the villagers of Konoha were largely unaware of his identity. Yet, the chilling aura that emanated from him, an unmistakable warning to keep one's distance, compelled many to quietly step aside. This was the palpable dread of someone who had long dwelled in the shadows, as if his very being had melded with darkness. Meanwhile, Danzo appeared utterly oblivious to the unease he inspired, his gaze fixed solely upon Ito Tetsu. Ito Tetsu remained silent, yet a tempest brewed within his heart. The inevitable had finally arrived. Fortunately, I have Hatake Kakashi by my side. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ito Tetsu noticed Hatake Kakashi approaching with a radiant smile. Lord Danzo, what brings you here? Huh? In a fleeting moment, Ito Tetsu's mind went blank, only to realize that the current Danzo, still shrouded in obscurity, was clandestinely engaging in nefarious deeds. Thus, the majority of Konoha's ninjas remained oblivious to Danzo's true nature, and Kakashi Hatake was evidently among them. I have come for this child. Danzo candidly articulated his intent. I wish for him to join the Root organization. His tone was resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation, as if he were entirely certain that Ito Tetsu would acquiesce. Indeed, Danzo was exceptionally confident. His personal invitation was a rare honor that no ninja could refuse. Most, upon receiving such an invitation, would respond with astonishment and elation, readily agreeing to join. After all, the Root organization held a uniquely prestigious position within Konoha. It served as the deep roots beneath the flourishing branches of the great tree that is Konoha. Generally, ninjas did not receive such invitations. Furthermore, the organization maintained an extremely secretive structure, leading most to recognize it as a formidable entity without knowledge of its internal workings. Kakashi Hatake exclaimed in surprise. He had previously heard Ito Tetsu declare his disinterest in joining Root, assuming it to be mere adolescent bravado. Yet he was astonished to learn that an invitation had indeed been extended, and by Danzo himself. This was an immense honor. However, under the scrutiny of the two Jonin, Ito Tetsu merely shook his head. I apologize, Lord Danzo, but I believe my abilities are limited. I am still too weak at present, so I must decline your invitation to join Root. Danzo said little in response, merely nodding slightly. Whenever you wish to join, you may come find me. The doors of Root will always be open to you. He projected an image of graciousness, yet his hands involuntarily clenched. How dare someone refuse an invitation to Root? Were it not for the ongoing collaboration with Orochimaru, Danzo would have undoubtedly assigned Ito Tetsu an S-rank mission, leading him to certain demise. The eyes of this shadowy figure within the ninja world were exceedingly narrow. Lord Danzo, may I join? Kakashi Hatake, witnessing Ito Tetsu's refusal and noting Danzo's displeasure, interjected eagerly. I have long admired the Root organization, and if there is a chance to join. Ito Tetsu's expression darkened. Although he understood that Hatake Tsukumo's actions were intended to extricate himself and prevent Danzo from facing undue embarrassment, he feared that if Danzo were to acquiesce, the esteemed Konoha White Fang might indeed become the Konoha Black Fang. This was unacceptable. When confronted with Tsukumo's request, Danzo briefly entertained a flicker of temptation. Yet upon reflecting on Tsukumo's current age, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. Tsukumo was already too advanced in years to cultivate a mind that would obediently follow his commands, and his formidable strength made Danzo feel he could not exert control over him. Thus, he sought a convenient pretext for refusal. Your darkness is insufficient. Should you traverse the shadows, you would be consumed by them. Tsukumo adopted a despondent demeanor, as if deeply affected by the rejection. Observing his forlorn expression, Danzo's initial discomfort began to dissipate. Fear not, perhaps your descendants may have the opportunity to join Root, and I shall take care of them. However, he continued, you must diligently nurture his swordsmanship. I believe the child's name is Kakashi, am I correct? That would be splendid, Tsukumo replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Though his tone lacked fervor, while he was not particularly well-versed in Root, Ito Tetsu's dismissive tone suggested it was not a commendable place. How could he possibly allow his son to be sent there? Danzo merely chuckled coldly, offering no further comment as he turned and vanished into the throng. After a prolonged silence, it was Ito Tetsu who broke the stillness. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo. You truly are a remarkable person. By stepping forward to draw Danzo's ire away from him, Ito Tetsu resolved that he would ensure Tsukumo did not fall victim to the tumultuous rumors that surrounded him. In the original timeline, it was likely Tsukumo's resilient and radiant disposition that inadvertently offended Danzo, thus providing him with an opportunity to exploit the situation. Individuals like us, who embody brightness and optimism, must unite to confront the darkness. Ito Tetsu silently pondered. No need to be polite. Then we shall meet tomorrow. Hatake Tsukumo spoke in a gentle tone, reassuring Ito Tetsu. Rest assured, although Lord Danzo may be somewhat peculiar, he is also considering the well-being of Konoha. Indeed. Ishikawa nodded slightly, his heart ambivalent. Was it truly for the sake of Konoha? Perhaps. Where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Yet, when the shadows of darkness expand infinitely, even overshadowing the light, does this world retain its meaning? After bidding farewell to Hatake Tsukumo, Ishikawa cast aside his tumultuous thoughts and hurried to the barbecue restaurant, the same one as before. Upon entering, he found that Kina and Azuki were already growing impatient. Spotting Ishikawa, Kina waved eagerly. Come here, come here. Where have you been? Why so long? As a guy, you take longer to bathe than us girls. Haha. I merely wish to present myself to you in a more refreshed state. Itetsu chuckled softly as he settled into his seat. Let the dishes be served. Hondo called for the waiter. My trio of meatballs can also be brought out. All right, please hold on. Soon, the table was laden with an abundance of neatly sliced meat and a variety of dishes. The enticing aroma of grilled meat swiftly dissipated the long-held frustration of Kina and Hondo. They savored the fragrant meat dipped in sauce, enveloped within tender leaves, and devoured it in a few delectable bites. Ah, the flavor is simply exquisite. Kina sighed contentedly, while Hondo stuffed her cheeks full of meatballs. Her face puffed out like a little hamster. Meanwhile, Itetsu took small bites, his gaze drifting through the curling smoke, watching the two charming girls relish their meal, feeling as though his spirit had been healed. How wonderful it is. A familiar voice called from beside him. Ito Toru followed the sound and saw the bright golden-haired Minato Namikaze and the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki approaching from the doorway. Minato? And Kushina? He felt a twinge of surprise. You two are no longer hiding, are you? Boldly together, even holding hands. Chapter 74, Kushina's Anomaly. Oh, have you noticed the two newcomers? The curious gazes of Kyuka and Akane were immediately drawn to them. Girls are naturally more sensitive to such matters, especially in the relaxed atmosphere of the barbecue restaurant. Their eyes practically sparkling with excitement. To their astonishment, the first couple formed was none other than them. Hello there. Minato greeted with an unwavering smile. Though Kushina beside him appeared somewhat dejected, her smile strained. Even in the warm glow of the restaurant's lighting, Kushina's unease was palpable. This disquiet did not escape Minato's observant gaze, and thus, at his suggestion, they decided to dine here to gradually ease their spirits. Unbeknownst to them, they stumbled upon Ito Toru and his companions. Come, let us dine together. We're all contemporaries. Ito Toru extended a warm invitation, harboring a favorable impression of Minato. After encountering Kankuro, he found an inexplicable fondness for Kushina as well. Reflecting on it now, the Uzumaki clan's plight, wandering without support, made it remarkable to see someone like Kushina, so resilient and spirited. Is that truly all right? What do you think, Kushina? Minato was eager to dine with everyone, yet still sought Kushina's opinion. Sure. Kushina sensed Ito Toru's goodwill, a different yet equally comforting warmth from that which Minato provided. It dispelled much of her inner turmoil, and she settled down beside Minato. Two more sets of chopsticks, please. At Ito Toru's call, 2 clean sets of utensils swiftly arrived. Ito Toru sat beside Namikaze Minato, while the girls occupied the opposite side, engaged in soft conversations about their feminine musings as they enjoyed their meal. Minato observed as Kushina's expression gradually softened, alleviating the tension that had once weighed heavily on his heart. Though he remained oblivious to the circumstances that had transpired, he fervently wished for Kushina's happiness. Minato, did you upset Kushina? Ito Toru glanced between Kushina and the cautiously apprehensive Minato, his curiosity piqued. Why does it feel so peculiar? No, not at all, Minato chuckled, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. To be honest, I am equally perplexed. Today, I completed a C-rank mission and then spent some time at the training grounds. After returning home and freshening up, I went for a stroll and noticed Kushina wandering aimlessly on the street. It took me a couple of calls before she acknowledged me. I thought it would be nice to bring her out for a bite to eat and help her unwind. I see. Ito raised his teacup and clinked it with hers. Girls, after all, are prone to emotions from time to time. By the way, I've recently made some progress in my medical ninjutsu. How about I give Kushina a checkup? Minato almost choked and quickly waved his hand. There's no need for that. I believe she has her own concerns, and it would be best if we refrained from probing too much. Minato, you truly are a warm-hearted individual. Ito Tetsu sighed. Well, why not indulge in some meat? There is nothing that cannot be resolved with food. The warm glow of the lights enveloped the space, while the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. The cheerful laughter of companions resonated around her, and Kushina felt a rare sense of warmth, although the monstrous entity sealed within her still weighed heavily on her mind. At least for now, she could set that concern aside. By the way, have you returned from a mission? Minato Namikaze suddenly recalled this matter and inquired with curiosity. I heard you were at the battlefield? Indeed. Though Ito Tetsu found it peculiar that Namikaze Minato would suddenly inquire about the matters of war, he readily responded, stating that during a mission, he happened to encounter the outbreak of conflict and thus had a minor involvement, though it hardly amounted to stepping onto the battlefield, as they had not truly engaged in combat. The real forces were still under the command of their master, Orochimaru. He briefly recounted some inconsequential details, which elicited gasps of astonishment from Minato, and even Kushina was captivated. After his narration, both Ketsuna and Akkad supplemented his account slightly, yet they had to concede that Ito Tetsu's storytelling was both succinct and comprehensive. This allowed Minato to grasp the general situation of the war without divulging excessive information. Then, do you know the whereabouts of Jiraiya-sensei? After Ito Tetsu finished his tale, Minato finally posed the question that had been on his mind. This. Ito Tetsu was momentarily taken aback by the question. How should he respond to this? Your teacher has taken a liking to disciples from another country and is joyfully teaching them abroad, hence his delayed return? If it were a private matter, it would be one thing, but there are numerous other patrons in this barbecue restaurant. If word were to get out, Jiraiya's reputation could suffer, although it is hardly substantial to begin with. If this is too difficult to address, you need not say anything. I am simply a bit concerned for him. Kakashi Hitaki, noticing Ito Tetsu's discomfort, quickly interjected. It is not overly burdensome, after all. Ito contemplated for a moment and resolved to interpret the situation from a different perspective. Lord Jiraiya had discovered some additional intelligence that could potentially affect the stability of the ninja world. However, he was uncertain, so he chose to remain behind to observe. Meanwhile, Master Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade had returned early to assist the village. Now it makes sense. Minato Namikaze suddenly had an epiphany. This explanation was indeed quite reasonable, and it was characteristic of Master Jiraiya to act in such a manner. He is truly that kind of person. Thank you very much, Ito. Minato raised his teacup, feeling relieved, and then shifted to a more light-hearted topic, prompting the group to engage in cheerful conversation once more. As the moon ascended into the night sky, they settled their bill and exited the barbecue restaurant, content. Farewell, everyone. Thank you for a delightful day, Minato exclaimed with a bright smile, walking home alongside Kushina, whose expression had transformed from cloudy to sunny. I shall return as well. I feel quite exhausted. Kina yawned, leisurely departing, leaving behind a stuffed red bean and Ito, who supported her. Oh dear, I should have refrained from eating so much. Red Bean lamented, struggling to move, much to Ito's bemusement. Perhaps we should find a place to train chakra. That would aid in digestion, he suggested. All right. Please help me over there, Red Bean replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. There's no need for such trouble. Simply use your healing technique to treat her. A familiar voice suddenly emerged from the darkness. Both individuals looked up in surprise to see Orochimaru stepping forth from the shadows. His presence still shrouded in a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 75. Orochimaru feels the pressure. Master Orochimaru. Ito Tetsu was somewhat taken aback. Yet he swiftly followed the method taught by Orochimaru, placing his hand upon the distended belly of Akkad. As he unleashed the palm technique, indeed, under the glow of verdant light, Akkad's swollen abdomen began to gradually diminish. A soothing sound escaped Akkad, who felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, as if filled with vigor. Ah, I feel revitalized. Please, administer just a little more treatment. After the procedure, she was left with a lingering desire for Ito Tetsu to employ the palm technique once again. Could you refrain from making such peculiar sounds? Itetsu was engulfed in confusion. Heh. Orochimaru spoke slowly beside him. All right, Akamami. I have something to discuss with Itetsu. Please take this. He presented a small scroll. What is this? Akamami asked, somewhat puzzled. This is my self-created ninjutsu, the Shadow Serpent Hand, along with some supplementary materials. You are well suited to learn my ninjutsu. Thank you. Teacher Orochimaru. Akamami exclaimed with excitement, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, thrilled to finally receive Orochimaru's guidance. Moreover, the Shadow Serpent Hand was an incredibly powerful technique. No need for thanks. The Nin exams are approaching soon, so perform well. I am looking forward to the day you become a Nin. With those words, Itetsu, who had been a mere observer, could no longer remain composed. The Nin exams? We have only just recently become Genin. Why must we participate in the Nin exams? Suddenly, Itetsu realized why Orochimaru had sent Hatake Tsukumo to teach him the art of the blade. Could it be that this was for the upcoming exam? Heh, Akamami, you should return and train diligently. There are only a few days left. Ignoring Itetsu's astonishment, Orochimaru urged the overly excited Akamami to leave. Then, he turned his gaze toward Itetsu. Let's find another place to talk. The night in Konoha was remarkably tranquil. The moonlight illuminated the earth, and the gentle night breeze rustled through the trees surrounding the village, producing a soft whisper. Occasionally, the silence was broken by the calls of birds and the chirping of insects. Most households had extinguished their lights and settled into slumber, while the few that remained lit echoed with the sounds of children playing and crying. Umbu, wearing animal masks and holding torches, patrolled the area. On the massive Hokage rock, the faces of the three Hokage silently gazed down upon the village nestled within the forest, as if watching over it from this moment to eternity. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Itetsu leaned against the railing, observing the tranquility below. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood with his back to Itetsu, gazing up at the three colossal faces, feeling an immense weight upon his shoulders. He was acutely aware of the turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm surface of Konoha. Yet the scene he had witnessed today lingered hauntingly in his mind. Sarutobi-sensei, are you truly unaware of all this? Orochimaru felt a profound anguish. But if this was the burden he must bear on the path to becoming Hokage, then no matter how painful, he had to accept it. With newfound resolve, Orochimaru turned to Itetsu, who was still lost in contemplation of the village. A flicker of regret danced in his eyes. He could shoulder this darkness alone. But the forthcoming events would inevitably place a heavy burden on his brilliant disciple. Otherwise, Itetsu might fall prey to the shadows lurking within Konoha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's call, Itetsu quickly turned, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful student. This is a private task I am assigning you for the upcoming Nin exams. Finally, it was indeed coming to fruition. IITT Shin felt a pang of regret for his previous exuberant performance. Now, it seemed inevitable that he could not escape the consequences. Having ascended to the rank of Nin, he had unwittingly acquired a ticket to the experience of being cannon fodder, destined to be clearly assigned in the ensuing conflicts. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, merely enduring with a grimace as he listened to the directives of his teacher, Orochimaru. You must find a way to bypass the examination, Orochimaru articulated slowly. Ito Tetsu was taken aback, his mind awash with confusion. This was no act, but rather a result of the sudden joy that rendered his thoughts incoherent. Could there truly be such a twist of fate? He had even contemplated forcefully requesting Orochimaru to annul his accomplishments, to prevent himself from being promoted to Nin. Yet, to his astonishment, Orochimaru himself broached the subject. Truly, you are remarkable, Orochimaru-sensei. Observing Ito Tetsu's astonishment, Orochimaru let out a slight sigh. I understand this situation places you in a difficult position. Difficult? Not in the slightest. Ito Tetsu replied. Whether you comprehend my feelings or not, You cannot allow me to participate in the upcoming Nin exams. I comprehend it all too well. It is utterly transparent. He continued. Your military achievements against the land of grass and the land of rain have been entirely concealed, attributed to Kinai and Akane instead, with your contributions dismissed in a single stroke. However, as compensation, I shall grant you 200,000 ryo. Orochimaru produced a bulging pouch of money, which Ito Tetsu accepted, the weight of it causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. Was this a genjutsu? How could such fortune exist in the world? Do you have any further inquiries? Orochimaru asked, taking a deep breath as he regarded Ito Tetsu. He had prepared himself for the expected barrage of questions, misunderstandings, or even furious accusations from his student. After all, it was a perfectly natural reaction. If he, Orochimaru, were to learn that his path had been abruptly severed by his own mentor, that his past achievements had been obscured, and that he was only offered a meager compensation, he might well have felt the urge to commit murder. Yet, contrary to Orochimaru's expectations, nothing of the sort transpired. Ito Tetsu merely tightened his grip on the purse in his hand, his gaze resolute. I shall accomplish it, Master Orochimaru. At this, Orochimaru's expression turned to one of astonishment. He even began to question whether he had fallen under an illusion. Ito, do you not hold any resentment towards me? That was a rare opportunity for promotion to Chunin. My initial aspiration has always been to become a medical ninja. To me, there is little distinction between a Genin and a Chunin. Ito Tetsu stood with noble determination. The sum of 200,000 ryo serves as the utmost affirmation of my accomplishments. He could not help but smile, feeling the weight of the heavy purse in his hand. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru chuckled, seemingly relieved. You truly are unique, Ito-kun. If that is the case, then there should be no problem. Should you encounter any other troubles, feel free to inform me. Initially, Orochimaru spoke casually, but Ito Tetsu suddenly recalled something and quickly interjected. Orochimaru-sensei, I have indeed encountered a dilemma recently. Oh, a flicker of coldness passed through Orochimaru's eyes. Who is it? Due to Ito Tetsu's commendable performance, Orochimaru had resolved that regardless of who had provoked his future Hokage's advisor, they would be dealt with decisively. Even the third Hokage would not be able to intervene. This is what I, Orochimaru, declare. There is a person named Danzo who invited me to join Root. I declined, but he urged me to reconsider. After Tetsu had finished speaking, the expression on Orochimaru's face visibly froze. Orochimaru-sensei? Ah, it's Danzo. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru slowly began to speak, his voice seeping through his clenched teeth as if he were savoring the name. He had collaborated with the man before and was acutely aware of Danzo's character, as well as his formidable prowess. This old fox, not only the leader of the Root organization, maintained an air of secrecy around his own abilities. No one knew precisely what jutsu he excelled in or the extent of his strength. I understand. Orochimaru could only mentally bookmark this enmity and cautioned Tetsu. If he seeks you out again, you may direct him to me. And do not place too much trust in the words of those high-ranking officials in Konoha. This was the final piece of advice Orochimaru left with Tetsu before departing. Chapter 76, Minato. Your timing is impeccable. Ah, I understand, Orochimaru-sensei. Once Orochimaru had left, Tetsu fell into contemplation. That warning was surely not without reason. It seemed that Orochimaru had stumbled upon something significant. However, such matters had little bearing on his own concerns. Itachi does not believe he will have any encounters with the higher-ups of Konoha. However, Orochimaru's arrangements have completely alleviated his lingering concerns, allowing him to finally relax and embrace his role as a perennial genin. Why does the evening breeze feel so refreshing tonight? Ito Tetsu gazed down at the village of Konoha, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was time to return. He leisurely stretched, his figure flickering as he embarked on the journey home. Tomorrow, he was to train in swordsmanship with Hatake Tsukumo, and he knew he must not linger too long in slumber. The following day, having enjoyed a restorative sleep, Ito Tetsu awoke to the bright light of day streaming through his window. He rose to wash up, donned attire suitable for movement, and as he stepped outside, he greeted the bleary-eyed Akane, who bore dark circles under her eyes. Good morning, Akane. You don't seem to have rested well? The ninjutsu scroll that Master Orochimaru assigned me last night was exceedingly profound. I pondered over it for hours without grasping its essence, yet it is undeniably an impressive technique. Akane replied, her body weary yet her spirit invigorated. If I could master the fusion of summoning and offensive techniques, just imagine the power I could wield. Then I wish you the best of luck. I'm off to have breakfast. Would you like me to bring something back? He inquired. I would love some dango, she exclaimed. Of course, as expected. Very well, thank you. After parting ways with Akane, Ito Tetsu savored a delightful breakfast, then procured some dango to leave at Akane's window. Having completed these errands, he set off towards the training ground where he had arranged to meet Hatake Tsukumo. Ito's speed was remarkable. By the time he arrived at the training ground, Shikamaru was already waiting there. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lord Shikamaru. No need for formalities. I have only just arrived as well. Let us commence our training with the ordinary shuriken. Certainly. Ito Tetsu understood the immense value of a Jonin's time, and without hesitation, he drew his kunai and launched an assault against Hatake Tsukumo. Clang! Clang! Sparks erupted in the training ground as the two clashed. Although Hatake Tsukumo did not exert his full strength, the overwhelming pressure he exerted on Ito Tetsu was palpable. The speed was astonishing. Moreover, the ferocity of the attacks was relentless. Had Hatake Tsukumo not shown restraint, Ito Tetsu would have surely succumbed in that very instant. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he valiantly wielded his kunai to fend off Tsukumo's relentless onslaught. Yet, the barrage of attacks, unyielding and ceaseless, began to numb his arms. Ultimately, Ito Tetsu could no longer maintain his grip on the kunai. Following one of Hatake Tsukumo's sudden strikes, his kunai flew from his hand, embedding itself deeply into a wooden post. Ito Tetsu sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. Too strong. Lord Tsukumo, I simply cannot withstand such a terrifying onslaught. Tsukumo Hatake also came to a halt, his gaze upon Ito Tetsu tinged with a hint of admiration. Your insight surpasses my expectations, particularly your control. Perhaps you may carve out a distinct path of your own. My swordsmanship is laden with killing intent and far too direct. Should you discover your own way, you might even surpass me. He patted Ito Tetsu on the shoulder, his words not entirely devoid of encouragement. Although Ito Tetsu appeared quite disheveled, Tsukumo recognized an alternative potential within him. The swordsmanship of the Hatake clan must be paired with a fierce agility speed. Should one encounter an opponent whose speed exceeds their own, defeat comes swiftly. Yet, even under the overwhelming pressure of speed, Ito Tetsu did not succumb immediately. Rather, he sought opportunities for victory amidst defensive counters. This approach may not dazzle, yet it is undoubtedly the most prudent. Thank you for your encouragement, Lord Tsukumo. Ito Tetsu could only manage a bitter smile. Finally able to catch his breath, albeit slightly. Perhaps today's swordsmanship training should conclude here? Hatake Tsukumo replied with a friendly smile. Your training ends here. But I have another task to attend to. Oh, Ito, you're here too, said a voice from behind. My apologies for being late, Lord Tsukumo. I was delayed due to some matters. The voice belonged to none other than. Ito Tetsu turned around and was taken aback by the radiant smile of Namikaze Minato. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head. Minato could have arrived on time. But upon noticing Kushina sitting alone in a corner, quietly having her breakfast, he decided to inquire after her. It was only when Kushina's friend, Uchiha Makoto, appeared that Minato hurriedly made his way over. Not a problem, you arrived just on time, said Hatake Tsukumo as he rolled his shoulders. ITT has already completed my warm-up, and now it is time to assess your learning. Yes, Minato switched to a serious expression. I will give it my all. Do I need to step back for a moment? Ito Tetsu raised his hand. However, Hatake Tsukumo did not respond, but instead directed the question towards Namikaze Minato. He was indifferent, for the essence of the Hatake clan lay in their speed, even if one comprehended the situation. Lacking the ability to possess such extraordinary swiftness rendered it futile. With such speed, the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan became merely an embellishment. Minato, what do you think? Of course, I can, Minato replied with a radiant smile, to which Tsukumo nodded slightly. Wow, I feel as if warmed by a little sun. Although he had anticipated this, Ito Tetsu felt a warmth in his heart. Minato possessed such charm that everyone who interacted with him felt as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze, illuminated by sunlight. Their hearts aglow. Conversely, his adversaries would experience the terror of a golden flash. Well then, let us begin. Minato drew forth two specially crafted kunai. All right, bring it on. Facing Minato, Tsukumo rarely displayed a serious expression. This youth had mastered the legendary flying thunder god technique. This was precisely why Jiraiya had entrusted Tsukumo with the opportunity to spar with his disciple. Minato's battles against other opponents had become mere formalities, often resolved in an instant. Presently, within Konoha, only Tsukumo could keep pace with his speed. Whoosh! Minato hurled the kunai from his hand. Simultaneously, he surged forward at an astonishing speed. Here he comes. Tsukumo assumed a defensive stance, keenly observing the advancing Minato. This exemplified one of the advantages of the Flying Thunder God technique. One could never ascertain from which direction the user would launch their attack. "Ha!" Minato exclaimed lightly, his form flickering, vanishing from sight. "Here it comes." Tsukumo raised his kunai, intercepting an attack that descended from the opposite side. Minato materialized unexpectedly elsewhere, not in the initial direction of the kunai. Observing closely, Ito Tetsu realized that Minato had discreetly thrown another kunai after the first to draw attention. "Truly commendable, Tsukumo," Minato silently praised. His movements were subtle, yet Tsukumo, with his remarkable reflexes, skillfully evaded the strike. "You are quite formidable, Minato," Tsukumo remarked in admiration. Thus far, he had only encountered one other who could suppress a Jonin so effortlessly, Namikaze Minato. Possessing a talent for space-time ninjutsu was undeniably powerful. Chapter 77, The Youth with the Flavor of Orange Soda. As Tsukumo pondered, Minato's figure vanished once more. The Flying Thunder God technique was in action again. The initial kunai. Tsukumo instantly responded, swiftly pivoting to counterattack, resulting in another flash of sparks. This time, Minato remained silent, merely tossing out another kunai. Teleportation. Point 1. His figure flickered above the kunai, continuously appearing and disappearing, and combined with his innate speed, his onslaught resembled a torrential storm. Tsukumo, refusing to be outdone, although lacking Minato's natural gifts, exhibited a speed that reached another extraordinary limit. Clang, clang, clang. The two transformed into mere afterimages, with only occasional sparks erupting to attest to their fierce clash. Observing from the sidelines, Ito Tetsu was utterly awestruck. Goodness! Although I knew Minato was strong and Tsukumo was formidable, how can you two be this powerful? He could barely discern their movements. It seemed that only the Sharingan could perceive their speed. As soon as Ito Tetsu entertained such a notion, he swiftly dismissed it. No, what am I thinking? With such formidable comrades from the same village, all I need to do is fulfill my role as a lowly ninja and bide my time to secure an effortless victory. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on him that these two powerful villagers would ultimately succumb in the impending war and turmoil. Ito Tetsu was feeling somewhat unwell. Meanwhile, the battle between Hatake Tsukumo and Namikaze Minato had reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Hatake Tsukumo capitalized on a momentary lapse from Namikaze Minato, sending him flying with a well-timed kick, swiftly followed by immobilizing him with a kunai. Truly, Lord Tsukumo's keen insight is commendable. Minato, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead, displayed little sorrow despite his defeat. Your prowess has undoubtedly reached the level of a distinguished special Jonin. Hatake Tsukumo, retrieving his kunai, reflected thoughtfully. No wonder Lord Hokage organized this Chunin exam. With exceptional successors like you, I am certain other ninja villages will witness the strength of our Konoha. Indeed. A radiant smile graced Namikaze Minato's face. I shall exert myself to the utmost. He then turned to Ito Tetsu beside him. Ito, I eagerly anticipate our encounter at the Chunin exam. This. Ito Tetsu's expression suddenly darkened. Ha! Hatake Tsukumo burst into laughter. All right. I must attend to my duties now. However, allow me to impart a fragment of information before I leave. This time, the Hidden Mist Village will be co-hosting the Chunin exams with us. With that revelation, Hatake Tsukumo departed, leaving Ito Tetsu deep in contemplation. The Hidden Mist Village, renowned for its mastery of water techniques and ninja tools, lingered in his thoughts. Here, take this. Wafeng Shuemin casually sat beside him and handed Ito Tetsu a bottle of chilled beverage, having already opened his own. Thank you. Wait, when did this happen? When Ito Tetsu expressed his gratitude, he suddenly realized something was amiss. There were no vending machines for cold drinks in the vicinity. I had left behind a technique. Namikaze Minato blinked and then raised his icy beverage to clink with Ito Tetsu's. Cheers. The sound of the cans colliding resonated, and the refreshing soda slid down their throats, illuminating the surrounding colors for an instant. How delightful. Namikaze Minato's eyes crinkled in joy as he lay on the ground, gazing at the fluffy clouds drifting above. I have felt for a long time now that Ito-kun is truly different from others. Is that so? Tetsuya Ito reclined in a manner reminiscent of his companion, savoring the gentle breeze that caressed his ears. Your tone of voice suggests that you are about to make a sudden confession. Pht. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto Uzumaki, caught off guard while sipping his drink, turned crimson from the unexpected sputter, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. How could that be possible? If that were the case, Kushina and Kayona would undoubtedly not let us off the hook. I can comprehend Kushina's reaction, but why Kayona? Wait, are you not in a relationship? Naruto wore an expression of astonishment. At least not yet. It gazed vacantly, pondering the formidable Uchiha clan to which she belonged. If such a terrifying lineage were to develop genuine feelings of love, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. One wonders if Kitsuna might resort to slaying her husband in pursuit of the Mangeki Sharingan. It was beyond Ito Chika's courage to gamble on this possibility. However, when these words reached Minato Namikaze's ears, they took on an entirely different connotation. I see, he nodded in agreement, indeed. The Uchiha clan has rather high standards for external marriages. Nevertheless, do not underestimate yourself. If you can pass this Chunin exam and attain the rank of Chunin, perhaps you will catch their attention. Hey, it seems you have misunderstood something. Ito Tetsu's lips twitched slightly, yet he offered no explanation, jesting instead. Then shall I become an adopted member of the Uchiha clan, taking my wife's surname and renaming myself Uchiha Tetsu? Ha 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 ha. This just elicited a hearty laugh from Namikaze Minato, who responded, in that case, I ought to be called Uzumaki Minato. No, that won't do for me, but my future children may take Kushina's surname. The two engaged in spirited conversation, completely relaxed, oblivious to the imminent danger approaching from behind. Unbeknownst to them, Kitsuna and Kushina had arrived, their fingers snapping rhythmically in unison. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto observed the two naive boys with a sympathetic gaze, aware of the peril that loomed nearby. The girls had fortuitously crossed paths while shopping and encountered Kakashi Hitaki, who was preparing for a mission. Knowing that Minato sought him for training, Kushina inquired. Learning that ITT was also present, prompting Kitsuna to join the group as they passed by. To their surprise, upon arriving, they overheard the two boys engaged in laughter. As the conversation unfolded, both Kushina and Kitsuna felt a spark ignite in their eyes simultaneously. Hey, ITT, did you hear something strange? Indeed. And doesn't it feel as if the temperature has dropped? Is it due to the cold drinks? I feel a bit chilly as well. Wait. It seems like there's a murderous intent. Sensing something amiss, the two turned around in frozen shock. Kushina, when did you arrive? Minato exclaimed, his face paling. Oh. That was when you were asking ITT if he and Kitsuna were in a relationship, Kushina replied, her tone gentle yet laced with a menacing edge. Her red hair billowing behind her like the nine tails of a fox. Kitsuna, I can explain. Ito swallowed hard, struggling to justify himself. All right then. The mirth in Jinai's eyes remained undiminished as she suddenly shouted and lunged forward. Let's finish this first, and then I'll explain. The sounds of clashing echoed. Stop. Please. Stop. On a clear afternoon, having finished their orange soda, the boys were met with the girl's playful punches. Perhaps this was a form of youth. Outside the hidden leaf village, a massive procession had arrived. At the forefront was a striking young man with long black hair, adorned with decorative ornaments, his eyes closed. He wore a hat inscribed with the name of the Blue Shadow. It was the third Mizukage, leading his visiting entourage. Chapter 78. The participating teams from various villages welcome to your arrival. With this enthusiastic shout, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared before the crowd. He was accompanied by several high-ranking officials from the Hidden Leaf, who had been waiting at the village entrance to greet their distant guests with the highest honors. It has indeed been quite a while since our last meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, his expression as warm as the spring sun, resembling an amiable elder. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the new generation of ninjas from the Mist Village, closely following the third Mizukage. First, his eyes fell upon a charming little girl with emerald green eyes and auburn hair. Next was a small boy with shoulder-length white hair, his neck wrapped in a fluffy bandage. And finally, a young boy whose demeanor was surprisingly mature for his age. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly assessed these children, inwardly lamenting the formidable strength of this team. Nevertheless, his smile remained unwavering, growing even brighter. He had an inkling that this Chunin exam was not merely a promotion ceremony for the Genin, but also a test between the two nations. The delegation brought by the third Mizukage was indeed quite impressive. It has been a long time, third Hokage. The third Mizukage also wore a gentle smile, and the two began to exchange pleasantries as if they were long-lost friends. After all, both parties were still relatively equal powers, and there had not yet been a complete severance of relations leading to war. The Mist Village had to be wary of the Cloud Village, whose younger generation had been particularly aggressive lately. The third Raikage, in the prime of his life, was eyeing the neighboring countries with keen interest, and it was rumored that several smaller nations had been coerced into tribute. The Mist Village and the Rock Village were acutely aware of this situation. The last time the Cloud Village extended goodwill towards the Leaf, they had also engaged in some covert maneuvers, but overall, the Leaf Village, embroiled in conflict with the Sand Village, was reluctant to fight on multiple fronts. Hence, the collaboration for this Chunin exam with the Mist Village. However, It seemed the Mist Village harbored its own intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a weight in his heart, but the thought of Minato and Namikaze quickly alleviated his concerns. No matter how powerful they are, can they surpass the Flying Thunder God technique? This time, the aim was to deter the Mist Village and dissuade any thoughts of aggression, allowing them to focus on the conflict with the Sand Village. As the third Mizukage and Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in conversation, the entourage from the Mist Village was also observing the Hidden Leaf. So, this is the Hidden Leaf Village. It certainly differs from our water country and appears quite peaceful. It's not humid at all. I prefer places with water, remarked a girl with auburn hair and emerald eyes, a hint of infatuation gleaming in her eyes. I've heard there are many powerful ninjas here. I wonder if there are any dashing young ones? How exciting it would be to experience a cross-national romance. Calm down. We didn't come here to find you a handsome boy, chided a serious-looking boy beside her. We're here for the Chunin exam, and if we lose, it would be a disgrace for the Mist Village. Relax, Ching. No matter what, I will not lose, especially with Kirigakure's Manatsu by my side. Even if I were to falter, he would surely win. The girl, Terumi, brimmed with confidence. Her two bloodline limits, liquid and boiling release, were rare talents even within the ninja world, and she was already poised to join the elite assassination squad reserved for only the strongest. With her companions, Ching and the one blessed by the 7 ninja swords, Manatsu, they were indeed a formidable team. Even the legendary Hidden Leaf Village might find it challenging to withstand their prowess. Whatever, I'll just have a go and then head back. It's too dry here. And it's draining my energy, Manatsu remarked, displaying little enthusiasm. He preferred to be with his ninja blades rather than participating in the Chunin exam. However, due to regulations in the Leaf, he was not permitted to bring his blades, which further dampened his spirits. Third Hokage, should we proceed into the village now? After exchanging pleasantries for a considerable time, the third Mizukage finally made his request. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly glanced at the Umbu beside him, who nodded, before smiling and saying, "Of course, please follow us." Just then, both paused their conversation, turning their attention towards another group approaching. That was a delegation from the smaller ninja villages. They also sought to participate in our Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if just remembering, remarked cheerfully, "Third Mizukage, you wouldn't mind, would you?" "Not at all. This will showcase the talents of the newcomers even more." The third Mizukage nodded slightly. It is commendable that these smaller villages have such aspirations. And it is equally admirable that the Leaf is accommodating. These smaller villages also had their ninjas seeking advancement. But their villages were evidently not equipped to host a Chunin exam. Even if they could, persuading the daimyos of various nations would be a daunting task. Thus, they would seize the opportunity to participate in the larger nations' exams to gain valuable experience and recognition. Approaching them was a dignified white-haired boy, leading the representation from the Grass Village. "Respected Hokage, we are here as representatives of the Grass Village." He introduced himself with a stoic expression. "My name is Kinmaru. These are my teammates, Karen, and the others are our accompanying subordinates." His demeanor earned him a measure of respect from the two powerful leaders. This small team caught the attention of those in the Mizukage's entourage as well. They seemed to have quite a few subordinates, Terumi murmured, wiping the drool from her chin. "But he is rather handsome. Should I go over and strike up a conversation later? Exercise some restraint." Ching felt speechless. And at the same time, he harbored a measure of caution towards the suddenly appearing white-haired youth. If he were anyone else, one might perceive him as a rather charming and adorable young boy. However, the two crimson dots above Junmaru's eyebrows ruthlessly betrayed his identity. The Kagaya clan. That warlike ninja clan, rumored to have been annihilated not long ago. How could a survivor manifest as a Kusa ninja? Ching's expression was laden with vigilance. There might be a conspiracy at play. Oh please, what kind of conspiracy could there be? Akatsuki Manatsu found Ching rather unpalatable, believing this fellow was consumed with ulterior motives. It was merely a participation in a Chunin exam, and moreover, this was the territory of Konoha. What could possibly unfold? One could never be too certain. In the world of ninjas, anything could happen. Ching's demeanor remained grave. "Fine, you have a point." Akatsuki Manatsu relinquished the conversation, continuing to brood over the insufficient water in this place. "Since we are all here to partake in the Chunin exam, please follow me." Sarutobi Azashi cheerfully led these distant guests to their prearranged accommodations. The diverse attire of these individuals naturally attracted considerable attention from both civilians and ninjas alike. Ninjas from other nations? Could that be the third Mizukage? He actually came in person. These children, are they already Genin? How remarkably young. Our own are not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Ito Tetsu and Namikaze Minato discreetly observed the procession from above. They would be our opponents in the upcoming Chunin exam. Namikaze Minato's expression was grave. This is no simple matter. Ito Tetsu wore a rather peculiar expression. He was taken aback to find two acquaintances among them. Chapter 79. The external aid invited by Orochimaru. How exhilarating it is to witness so many strong individuals. Excitement glimmered in Namikaze Minato's eyes. Although he often appeared as a cheerful son, deep down, he was one who craved battle. There were numerous abilities he had never encountered before. Engaging in combat with them would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. However, it seemed that not only the ninjas from Kirigakure had arrived. Ito Tetsu murmured softly beside them, pondering whether there might be other unforeseen variables at play. Upon catching sight of Xianglin, the girl momentarily faltered, though she swiftly shifted her gaze towards Terumi Mei. There was something distinctly irksome about her demeanor. I share the same sentiment. Kushina chimed in, her crimson locks fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze. It's perplexing. I don't quite know why, but her presence elicits a sense of aversion. While I may not have strong feelings, I must admit, there emanates an annoyingly bothersome aura from that woman. Even Uchiha Makoto remarked in a tone of disdain. Perhaps this is the innate intuition women possess when sensing a rival. Ito Tetsu made a jest, only to be met with the fierce glares of three adversaries. I was merely joking. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Ha ha ha. Namikaze Minato laughed heartily beside him. Regardless, in just a few days, the Chunin exams will commence, and we shall see who prevails. Ito, I too am eager to witness your performance in the examination. However, your expectations may be in vain, for I am destined to fail. Ito Toru silently grumbled in his heart, yet maintained a composed smile and nodded. Indeed. Minato, I eagerly anticipate our final confrontation. Haha. Then it's settled. Namikaze Minato extended his fist. After a brief hesitation, Ito Toru raised his own and met it with a firm bump. Hey now, how dare you two start fist bumping so casually, completely disregarding the rest of us. Uzumaki Kushina planted her hands on her hips, her fiery temperament flaring up once more. With the Chunin exams approaching and the arrival of foreign shinobi, her earlier unease and worries had swiftly transformed into a fierce camaraderie, a shared determination among her fellow villagers to stand united against outsiders. Well then, shall we all join in? Ito Tetsu and Namikaze Minato, with a childlike innocence, presented their fist before the girls. How navi, sighed Kina, as she placed her fist against theirs. That is more like it. Kushina beamed and joined in, pressing her fist against theirs as well. The four then turned their attention to Makoto, who had yet to extend her fist. Eh? Can I join too? Under the weight of their gazes and feeling the pressure, Makoto hesitated momentarily before obediently extending her fist. That is more like it. Namikaze Minato chuckled heartily, and the group excitedly declared their intentions for the Chunin exams. Let us strive to pass. We can definitely do it. I will also put in my best effort. Participation is what matters. After a round of fervent, spirited declarations, everyone parted ways cheerfully, each heading home. Each individual needed to prepare for the Chunin exams in their own way, so there were no plans for a group meal. From this moment on, every minute and every second must be dedicated to training. With the exception of Ito Tetsu, everyone silently resolved to commit themselves. He casually purchased some bread and milk from a nearby shop and grabbed a few dango, then returned home without a second thought. As he passed by the red bean window, he noticed, as expected, that the dango displayed that morning had been completely devoured, leaving only a few bear sticks beside them. It remained uncertain whether they would be cleaned up. Ito Tetsu muttered to himself, collecting the skewers before placing new three-colored dumplings, and then departed. As he turned away, several small brown snakes swiftly slithered to the window, entwining the wooden skewer of the dumplings, and laboriously carried them inside. A jubilant cheer erupted from the room. It was the three-colored dumplings. Just what I needed after a day of hunger. Delicious. This flavor must surely be a gift from ITT. He is a token of gratitude. If I encounter him during the Chunin exams, I shall show him a modicum of leniency. Orochimaru Sensei's secret techniques are truly exquisite. And yet, I have mastered the vast majority. I am indeed a genius. Within the room, Akkad was engrossed in her training, unable to extricate herself from its allure. Surrounding her were snakes of various sizes, endlessly coiling and writhing. On the floor and walls, there were holes gnawed by snake fangs, remnants of Akkad's practice sessions. ITT remained oblivious to all this. He simply returned to his own quarters, adhering to his customary routine of changing out of his soiled clothes and placing them aside, before donning loose-fitting casual attire and a discreet pouch for his ninja tools. Feeling a bit fatigued today, he decided to rest before taking a shower. Ito Tetsu sat cross-legged on the ground, embarking on the cultivation of chakra. His battle with Hatake Kakashi illuminated his own shortcomings. When confronted with such a swift adversary, many strategies he had devised became utterly unusable, leading to an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to the notion that in the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate trump card. Ito Tetsu was acutely aware that, given his inherent abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to attain such extraordinary swiftness. Thus, he pondered whether he must indeed seek alternative methods to unravel this predicament. Ito Tetsu fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps he should prepare some contingency plans. He did not expect to restrain or defeat his adversary, but at the very least, he hoped to preserve his life when faced with such an opponent. What methods exist to counter a speed-based strategy? Suddenly, as Ito Tetsu was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Ito Toru furrowed his brow slightly and cautiously approached the door. He refrained from inquiring about the identity of the visitor, as doing so would reveal the presence of someone inside. The earlier knock had been quite soft, indicating that the person at the door was uncertain whether anyone was home. The force of the knock was also gentle, and the sound it produced was low, suggesting that it was not an adult. Could it be Azuki? Had she come to express her gratitude for the dango he had made? No, that was not her style. In an instant, Ito Toru made his decision. He opened the door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing Kei-Rin and Kimimaro standing behind it. Ito and I. Kei-Rin exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Ito Toru's arms like a fledgling bird, and he had no choice but to embrace her. Kei-Rin? Kimimaro? What brings you here? As Ito Tetsu inquired. He swiftly turned his head to survey the surroundings. No one was following. We had arrived discreetly. Junmaru maintained an impassive expression. Since we have delivered her, I shall wait. Hold on. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Do you wish for Kei-Rin to reside with me? You must take her back. Ito Tetsu hurriedly called out to him. Huh? Am I not allowed to stay? Xiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, casting an injured glance at Ito Tetsu. Resembling a joyful dog that had leapt into its owner's arms only to find the owner displaying a chilly demeanor. Her expression was laden with confusion and a hint of sorrow. It's not that you can't stay, Ito Tetsu promptly explained. But you have come for the Chunin exam, have you not? If I were to engage with you too much, I might risk disqualification. Well, to be honest, it doesn't matter much to me whether I take the exam or not. Upon hearing this, Karen felt a surge of joy and bashfully replied, Ito and I is thinking of me. Then I must refrain from any further contact with you. Kumagoro's expression turned serious as he stated, We are residing in the embassy designated for ninjas from other villages. Should any issues arise, you may seek me out. I have tasks assigned by Lord Orochimaru. And until they are fulfilled, I cannot afford to lose my status as a candidate. Ah? What tasks? Ito Tetsu inquired with a hint of curiosity. He expressed concern regarding the pressure placed on the candidates from the Hidden Mist Village, particularly one named Hozuki Mangitsu, who is exceptionally skilled. Kimimaro spoke candidly, acknowledging that all present are core members of Lord Orochimaru. During the communication of tasks, Orochimaru explicitly instructed him on whom he could divulge certain information. Ah? Ito Tetsu inhaled sharply, truly deserving of the moniker bestowed upon him, Master Orochimaru, even enlisting external assistance? Chapter 80, An Encounter with Ichiraku Ramen. However, upon careful contemplation, Ito Tetsu swiftly grasped the underlying rationale. After all, should he choose to languish in mediocrity, the youthful warriors of Konoha would undoubtedly forfeit a formidable combatant. Although Minato Namikaze possessed exceptional prowess, he would still find himself strained when confronted with the relentless onslaught of the Genin from Kirigakure. In such a trial, resorting to the Flying Thunder God technique would, despite its potential to decimate the competitors, ultimately reveal his trump card, rendering him susceptible to targeted countermeasures. Take, for instance, the second Hokage, who met his demise at the hands of a carefully orchestrated plot by the rebellious faction of Kumogakure. Are you not proficient in the Flying Thunder God? Then devise a strategy. Either you escape using the technique, or relinquish your comrades to face annihilation. Choose wisely. Yet now, with the presence of Kimimaro, the circumstances would markedly improve. With Kimimaro's strength, he could eliminate a plethora of troublesome adversaries, allowing Minato to retain his hidden cards while simultaneously intimidating his foes. Moreover, as a member of the Sound Village, they would tacitly ensure that Konoha and Kirigakure initially matched them against relatively weak opponents, only to assign formidable challengers once they had proven their capacity to advance to the Nin level. This could be seen as a form of unconventional leniency, simultaneously ensuring that Kimimaro would encounter the elite of Kirigakure. The so-called drawing of lots merely presents an illusion of fairness. Every opponent has been surreptitiously arranged. Indeed, that is the essence of it. Kimimaro spoke with an impassive demeanor, as if this matter were trivial to him. Without hesitation, he turned away. Seemingly unwilling to linger for even a moment longer, then I shall take my leave. Whether Karen returns on her own or you escort her back is of no concern to me. His voice was calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind, to depart this place swiftly, lest he jeopardize his eligibility to partake in the examination due to prolonged presence. The mission of Lord Orochimaru cannot be delayed. Ito Tetsu did not intervene but merely watched as Junmaru walked away. Thank you, Junmaru. At that moment, Hyuka suddenly called out loudly in the direction Junmaru had departed. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude, and her voice resonated with sincerity. However, Junmaru did not turn back. Nor did he pause his steps. He simply raised his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement, facing away from them. You are quite a good person. Ito Tetsu's lips twitched slightly. When turned to face him again, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. What to do? What to do? No, she could not remain silent. She needed to quickly conjure up a topic for conversation. A hint of panic set in as she realized she ought to say something to break the silence, but her mind went blank, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. Oh dear. Observing that cheeks had turned a bright shade of red, as if she were about to transform. Ito Tetsu felt a sense of helplessness and decided to take the initiative. Have you had dinner yet? Not yet. Replied. Her chest puffed out like a military trainee called upon by her instructor. I was eager to find you, Ito and I, as soon as I arrived. So I didn't have time to eat. Then let me take you out for some ramen. Yes, an invitation for a date. Felt her heart racing wildly. A romantic evening spent together over ramen. Wow. All right. She eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, Ito Tetsu led her to Ichiraku Ramen, a newly opened yet popular ramen shop. Welcome. As they pushed aside the curtain and entered, they were greeted by the warm voice of the noodle chef. Ah, Ito, are you bringing a new friend today? She's not a new friend. She's an old friend. It's her first time visiting Konoha. I see. Then we must treat her well. 2 bowls of ramen. Both with extra eggs, please. Of course. In no time, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Enjoy your meal. Ito Takaki handed the chopsticks to Karen, who blushed as she accepted them, and then began to savor the ramen. The moment the noodles entered her mouth, Karen's eyes sparkled with delight. How delicious. The ramen was both chewy and elastic, the broth exquisite, and the flavors intricately layered, a far cry from the merely filling fare of Kusakage Village. Slurping enthusiastically, Karen quickly forgot her earlier embarrassment and shyness, devouring the delectable ramen like a famished child. Meanwhile, Ito Takaki, having had his fill, ate slowly, observing Karen's voracious appetite with a sense of satisfaction. It was akin to watching a beloved pet enjoy its meal. Such a hearty appetite is truly gratifying. Suddenly, Ito Toru began to comprehend the sentiments of the elders who often believe that the younger generation never seemed to be satiated. Another bowl, please. Xianglin swiftly devoured an entire bowl of ramen and instinctively exclaimed, only to suddenly pause and cautiously glance at Ito Toru. Is that all right, brother Ito? Witnessing her tentative demeanor, Ito Toru felt a pang of affection and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Of course, today you may eat to your heart's content. Thus, the bowls beside Xianglin continued to stack higher and higher. Is this the extraordinary ability of the Uzumaki clan? Ito Tetsu, astonished, couldn't help but ponder to himself that it was fortunate he was associated with Master Orochimaru, possessing a considerable sum of savings. Otherwise, an ordinary person might find themselves utterly impoverished. The demise of the land of rivers couldn't possibly be attributed to a group of gluttons who were perpetually unsated. Just then, the sound of conversation wafted in from outside. Chin, there's a ramen shop still open. Let us go grab something to eat. All right, but don't overindulge. We have an exam tomorrow. Relax. You're so nagging, like an old man. Subsequently, a little girl with bright green eyes and auburn hair, accompanied by a more mature-looking boy, pushed aside the curtain and entered. Welcome. The jovial ramen chef greeted. Well, would you like to eat, young ones? 2 bowls of ramen. Please, replied the boy named Chin. Just after he spoke, he felt his companion poking him in the back, prompting him to glare at Kurumiya with irritation. What are you doing? Hey, look at that person, Kurumiya gestured with her eyes, and upon glancing in that direction, Chin's gaze abruptly sharpened. Isn't that the girl from the hidden grass village we encountered today? She can eat so much, that's quite impressive, But it's not particularly surprising, is it? No. No. It's the boy next to her who is around our age. He is quite handsome. Kurumi's face flushed slightly. Why don't you go and strike up a conversation for me, Ching? I'll treat you to these 2 bowls of ramen. What? Ching's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. You must be kidding, sister. You said you wanted to go out for a stroll because you were bored. And this is the real reason? Will you or one to you? Kurumi's expression darkened. Turning her back to Ito, she bared her teeth at Ching, clenching her small fist as if to threaten him with a physical confrontation should he refuse. It's not that I want tea, but he has radiating chakra. He must be a ninja from Konoha. You should give up on that idea, Ching hastily clarified. Ah, in that case, there is nothing we can do, Kurumi sighed. Appearing dejected, but her spirits quickly lifted again. But it would tea hurt to get a little closer to him, would it? Know your limits. Ching's faint outburst proved futile. As Kurumi nonetheless pulled him to sit beside Ito, Ito Tetsu turned his head in confusion, casting a glance at Terumi Mei and Ao, who had unexpectedly seated themselves beside him. With an abundance of vacant seats elsewhere, what prompted them to crowd into this space? Chapter 81. Terumi Mei's failed attempt at flirting before Ito Tetsu could voice his bewilderment. Terumi Mei, undeterred by his gaze, wore a peculiar smile that carried an odd allure. Hello there, handsome. Is the lovely girl beside you your sister? As she spoke, she playfully winked and subtly inched closer to Ito Tetsu. One cannot deny that Terumi Mei possessed captivating eyes and an appealing appearance, yet it was her distinctive aura that conjured an indescribable sensation, leaving one to ponder the nature of this strange feeling. Ito Tetsu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The ramen before him had lost its appeal, and a subtle churn stirred within his stomach. It was as if he were a beautifully adorned young woman, being accosted by a burly man with a bare torso and a face full of excess flesh. Beside him, the girl Kyo, who had been accompanying Mei Mei, could no longer bear to face the scene and quietly turned her gaze away. Forgive me, Water Shadow-sama. He silently prayed in his heart. I have done all I can. As for the youthful Konoha ninja across from him, he could only express his sincere sympathy. The girl Kairin, deeply engrossed in her meal, suddenly sensed an intriguing feminine aura, abandoning her food to swiftly glance in this direction. She is not my sister. She is my friend. Ito Toru's response brought an immediate bloom of joy to Karen's heart. With a chuckle, she lowered her head, focusing intently on her noodles, her confidence in Ito Toru soaring. My dear Ito brother would never be swayed by a woman like you. Oh, you are friends? Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Ito Toru's reply. However, a more intense desire for conquest quickly surged within her. Then, may I become your friend? I haven't even introduced myself yet. I am Terumi Mei. And this beside me is Ao, my childhood companion, whom I have always regarded as an elder brother. We hail from the Hidden Mist Village and are here to participate in tomorrow's Nin exams. If you have the time, you could come to the exam venue to observe my performance. As a friend, you should also be participating, right? I will take good care of her. As Terumi Mei spoke, she provocatively cast a glance at Karen, but upon noticing the latter's lack of response, a slight sense of frustration welled up within her. Yet, even more disheartened was Ao, who hadn't even had the chance to intervene before Terumi Mei had divulged their information. Ao could only transform his indignation into appetite, slurping his soup vigorously, creating a subtle symmetry with Karen, who was wholly engrossed in her noodles. I am Ito Toru, and this is Karen. He introduced himself with a polite smile. I am a ninja from Konoha and will be participating in the exam tomorrow as well. Despite Terumi Mei's rather forward demeanor, upon hearing her name, Ito Toru quickly grasped the situation. So you are the infamous older single female Mizukichi. It is no wonder that such a brazen approach has left you unattached for so long. Who could have taught you such tactics? Simultaneously, Ito Toru's attention shifted to Ao, who was busily devouring his meal. He recalled that this individual later lost an eye, which had been replaced with a Byakugan. Presently, Ao's eyes were still in their original state. This implied that the battle in which he would acquire the Byakugan had yet to occur. Ito Tetsu quietly recorded this information, as it may prove useful in the future. That precious Byakugan was truly wasted on this individual during the subsequent 5 Kage summit. Had it not been for Yamashiro's desire to retrieve a Byakugan for Danzo, he likely would have been eliminated on the spot. Ah, what a fortunate coincidence that was. Upon hearing that Ito Tetsu would also participate in the Nin exams, Terumi Mei immediately became invigorated. Did you know? It is said that this time, the Nin exams will commence with direct one-on-one battles, Only the victors shall advance to the next round. Approximately 200 participants will compete. Yet only 32 will be promoted to Ch-nin. Is that so? Ito Tetsuya nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that he is already aware of the rules? It seems that Terumi Mei's standing in the Hidden Mist village has risen considerably. Ahem. Beside them, Ao could no longer contain a couple of coughs, signaling Terumi Mei to refrain from divulging any further information. If your throat is uncomfortable, you should step outside to cough, so as not to disrupt the mood here. Terumi Mei shot a glare at Ao, and then turned back to face Ito Tetsuya, donning a charming yet slightly oily smile. How skilled are you, young man? Would you like me to assist you in enhancing your abilities? My ninjutsu is quite impressive as well. As she spoke, she casually attempted to extend her hand to grasp Ito Tetsuya's, saying, "Come, let me assess the quality of your chakra." Ito Teru swiftly retracted his hand, leaving her grasping at nothing. There was no need for such formality. If you do not consume your ramen soon, it shall grow cold. Ah, that is indeed true. The missed opportunity did not faze Terumi, whose eyes sparkled with an even more fervent intensity. He is a principled young man, unlike those outside. This is the very essence of true romance. In her past within the Hidden Mist village, Terumi had pursued boys of her own age, yet they readily acquiesced, leaving her feeling utterly uninspired. Almost as soon as they agreed, she found herself weary and swiftly departed. However, now, Ito Teru's rejection ignited a fervent desire for conquest within Terumi. She must secure his agreement. "Ito, I am quite full," said Kei-rin, patting her belly contentedly. Her tone almost playful. "That is splendid. Let us settle the bill, proprietor." Ito gently ruffled Xianglin's hair before preparing to settle the bill and depart. Upon hearing that Ito intended to leave, Terumi immediately grew anxious. "Oh, how can I allow you to pay?" she exclaimed loudly, exuding a spirit of generosity. Next to her, Aoi also became flustered. While Terumi spoke with such grandiosity, she would undoubtedly end up borrowing money from him later. If it were just 2 bowls of noodles, it might be manageable, but that girl named Xianglin had devoured over 10 bowls. Surely that amounted to thousands of taels. Even mountains of gold and silver could not sustain such extravagance. After all, they had only recently managed to complete a few B-grade missions and accumulate some savings. And now they were faced with such a financial drain. This simply wouldn't do, Terumi. It is imperative that Ito Chukin does not allow Terumi Mei to bear any expenses. Otherwise, this matter would never conclude. Therefore, he elucidated, "We have only just met. If possible, perhaps you could treat us to dinner next time." Upon hearing there would be another opportunity to dine together, Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled with delight, and she instantly forgot everything else. "All right. It is a promise." Ito Tetsu and Kei-rin settled their bill and departed, leaving Aoi with a sigh of relief and an increased fondness for Ito. This fellow, unexpectedly, is quite a good person. She mused. Right? My judgment has always been impeccable. Terumi Mei finished her noodles in a few bites, savoring the taste as she licked her lips, her emerald eyes radiating a predatory glimmer. After Ito Tetsu escorted Kei-rin out of Ichiraku ramen, they took a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. "Ito and I. What did you think of that girl?" Kei-rin inquired, her curiosity piqued. After finishing her meal, she discreetly used her Kagura hard eye to sense Terumi Mei and discovered that she possessed 2 distinct chakra signatures. She is indeed a formidable individual. Faced with such an impressive Terumi Mei, Kei-rin felt a sudden pressure, prompting her to seek Ito Tetsu's opinion. A newly acquainted, unfamiliar ninja, albeit somewhat foolish, she thought. Itetsu was unaware of Xianglin's thoughts and assumed that she felt somewhat anxious about facing such an opponent the following day. With a smile, he replied, "There's no need to worry too much. She must be among the stronger ones in the Hidden Mist village, someone we are unlikely to encounter. Besides, we can always concede if it comes to that. After all, in this Ch-nin exam, we are not the main stars." Xianglin nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, yet her spirits soon lifted. It appeared that Nii did not harbor any deeper feelings for that girl, which filled her with joy. The sky had completely darkened by now, and the two wandered along the roadside, unaware of how long they had been walking. Xianglin felt a profound sense of happiness. In her previous life, she had never experienced such tranquility and peace. If only days like this could be more frequent. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Such a serene and carefree existence. Surely, that day will come." After a moment of silence, Ito smiled and said, "Oh, does Brother Ito also entertain such naive thoughts?" Xianglin tilted her head to gaze at him. "Ha ha ha, it's not a naive thought at all. Ito Tetsu gazed up at the round moon illuminating the night sky, contemplating that the darkness would eventually fade and the sun would rise again. As long as he persevered long enough, he could await the protagonist's arrival to save the world. His resolve grew ever stronger within him. Oh. And although Xianglin was only partially aware of his thoughts, she found this version of her brother Ito undeniably captivating in a unique way. Chapter 82. The Chunin exam begins. Well, let this suffice for now. Ito Tetsu spoke softly, his voice calm and gentle, akin to the caressing night breeze that brushed against Xianglin's ear. Simultaneously, he unexpectedly halted. Turning to gaze at Xianglin, "You ought to return and rest." Eh? Xianglin was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion gracing her features. Is it time to go back already? She contemplated expressing her difficulty in finding the way, yet upon witnessing Ito Tetsu's smile, a sudden realization dawned upon her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, they had arrived at the entrance of the designated accommodation area for foreign ninjas in Konohagakure. Eh? Xianglin exclaimed in surprise, an inexplicable warmth swelling within her heart. It turned out that Brother Ito had already considered everything. How reliable! Her eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. This unspoken understanding, this effortless resolution of all matters, only served to deepen Xianglin's affection for Ito Tetsu. Yet, amid this fondness, a twinge of reluctance began to stir within her. Time seemed to pass too swiftly, if only they could linger a while longer. Sighing softly, Xianglin fixed her gaze on Ito Tetsu's retreating figure, striving to etch this moment deeply into her memory. She earnestly wished for time to slow down, to prolong this beautiful experience just a little longer. Nevertheless, she suppressed such sentiments and, donning a cheerful smile, declared, "Brother Ito, do your best tomorrow. With your strength, you will surely become a Chunin." She clenched her little fist and waved it gently, as if imparting strength to Ito Tetsu. In truth, whether he achieved that rank or not mattered little to her. Perhaps it would be better if he did not. Ito Tetsu's lips twitched slightly at the corners. However, upon witnessing the eager anticipation in K-Rin's expression, he stifled the urge to voice his true thoughts, merely smiling and nodding to convey his commitment to give his utmost effort. After seeing K-Rin safely return to her residence, Ito Tetsu finally turned and embarked on his journey home. The night streets were unusually tranquil, with only the echo of his footsteps resonating in the stillness. Tap, tap, tap. As he walked along, Ito Tetsu abruptly came to an unexpected halt. A peculiar sensation surged within him just moments ago. He had distinctly perceived a gaze from the shadowy recess behind him, as if someone had briefly observed him. That mere glance instilled an unsettling chill, sending shivers down his spine. This person exuded an undeniable strength. Itch Shin was internally astonished. A person possessing such a terrifying aura must be at least of the elite shinobi rank. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and then slowly turned his head to gaze in that direction. Yet, all he could perceive was an abyss of darkness, with nothing else in sight. Who could it be? Ito Tetsu's forehead beaded with cold sweat, yet he swiftly regained his composure and began to ponder the possibilities. Could it be someone from the organization? He cast his gaze towards the shadowy corner, where the dim light obscured the figure's appearance. No, that couldn't be right, if it were indeed a member of the organization. There would be no reason for them to instill such a sense of vigilance in him, and besides, there was no malice in that gaze, merely a cursory observation. It was simply the piercing intensity of the scrutiny that had provoked his alertness. Ito Tetsu paused momentarily before silently departing. Suddenly, he realized who it was, causing his body to relax instantly. After Ito Tetsu left, the surroundings once again succumbed to darkness and silence. Before long, a faint whispering emerged from the shadows. That lower ninja actually detected you? Quite normal. He is no ordinary lower ninja. Oh? It is rare to hear you express such an opinion, Sakuho. Is he truly formidable? I shall refrain from elaborating. You will witness it for yourself in the upcoming Nin exams. How intriguing. After the mission concludes, I too must observe. You will not be disappointed. It promises to be an exhilarating contest. After a brief exchange between Hataki Sakuho and another Umbu member regarding the surrounding circumstances, they fell silent once more to fulfill their duties. Their mission was of utmost importance, to closely monitor any anomalies or changes before the commencement of the Nin exams. The following day, Ito Tetsu was awakened by a loud knocking at the door. Wake up, Ito. Do not sleep any longer. Today is the Nin exam. How can you possibly slumber? A loud commotion erupted from outside, courtesy of Akadama. Sigh. Ito Tetsu slowly opened his eyes, letting out a sigh. This early in the morning, How disruptive to one's sweet dreams. Despite the internal grumbling, he sat up in bed, swiftly donned his attire, and opened the door. Outside stood the exuberant Azuki, her eyes shadowed yet brimming with excitement. Hurry, hurry. We must prepare to set off. Today is our moment to shine. Allow me to showcase the serpent techniques I have mastered. She resembled a primary school student who had just memorized an ancient poem.